Night Kai. Within the screen, the fiery Might Kai, enveloped in crimson steam, ignited his life force, opening the 8 gates and forming the array of the 8 inner gates, unleashing his most formidable strike to counter the 6 paths of Madara. Yet, at this climactic moment, the incessant ringing of his phone interrupted him with a sigh of impatience. Truman Miyen pressed the spacebar to pause the game and answer the call. "Hello, what is it?" Miyen, Team Internet CAF, is hosting an event called Strongest Ninja to celebrate the conclusion of Naruto. 2 participants will be randomly selected for solo matches, using only 4 ninja champions from League of Legends. Before Li Chong could finish, Truman Miyen interjected, "What? That's the prize money?" No amount of chatter could eclipse the importance of the prize. It was the crux of the matter. It wasn't greed that drove him, but rather the folly of leaving money on the table. Moreover, due to his passion for Naruto, the 4 champions from League were his forte. In the extraordinary master tier, maintaining a steady lane with these champions was a cinch, and his contributions in team fights were nothing short of extraordinary, making him the undisputed MVP. The champion earns 1,000, the runner-up 500, and the third place 200, Li Chong exclaimed excitedly. Although he himself lacked the skills to claim a prize, he knew that Truman Miyen could. If the latter secured the winnings, his expenses for internet and meals in the coming days would be assured. Ah, splendid! Upon hearing the enticing prize amounts, Truman Miyen felt the championship was within his grasp. After a brief exchange, he ended the call, gathered his belongings, and ambled towards the nearby Tima Internet CAF. The journey was effortless and devoid of tension. His strength spoke for itself. As an extraordinary master, coupled with his understanding of the 4 League ninjas, he felt no fear of any opponent. The so-called League ninjas were the eye of Twilight Shin, master of Shadows Zed, Shadows Fisticali, and the heart of Fury Kennen. Except for Zed, the other 3 embodied the essence of balance. While Zed broke free from such constraints, embracing the tenets of dark knowledge in pursuit of more potent ninjutsu, unhesitatingly eliminating those who clung to convention. Upon arriving at Tima Internet CAF, he spotted Li Chong, purchased a bottle of water, registered, and awaited the commencement of the matches. As the random draw concluded and the announcement echoed, Truman Miyen took his seat, exchanged a handshake and a smile with his opponent, and promptly selected Shun, while his adversary opted for Zed. Typically, most individuals would favor Zed, the unrivaled champion in unknown combat. However, Truman Miyen's choice of Shun sparked murmurs among the onlookers, who clearly deemed his selection to be a foolish endeavor, questioning the utility of Shun's ultimate ability, which served merely as a support skill. Yet, such doubts were of no concern to Truman Miyen. His aim was not to wait for Zed to reach level 6 and acquire his ultimate, but to suppress him from the early game to the end. The outcome validated his strategy. There are no absolute strengths or weaknesses in champions. It is the summoner who holds the key. 2 decades of honing his reflexes were not to be underestimated. In the first match, Truman Miyen secured first blood and emerged victorious. In the subsequent games, without exception, he triumphed, silencing the spectators with his impressive performance. The final match, the most crucial one, demanded utmost diligence. Having reached this stage, his opponent was undoubtedly formidable, prompting Truman Miyen to select Zed as well. The match was both thrilling and intense, with both sides showcasing their exceptional skills. The protagonist and his shadow displayed remarkable agility, dodging various abilities and executing impressive maneuvers, making the championship contest particularly captivating and drawing a large audience. However, in terms of understanding the heroes, Truman Miyen clearly excelled. I won. Li Chong shouted exuberantly. Truman Miyen clicked the exit game button, yet the game interface did not close. Instead, a dialog box appeared in the center of the screen. Do you wish to pursue your own path of ninjutsu? Truman Miyen paused momentarily, initially thinking it was a prank, and casually clicked yes. Buzz. The world spun around him, his mind blank. After a moment of disorientation, Truman Miyen stood still, shook his head to regain clarity, and looked around. He was no longer in the Internet CAF, nor on Earth. With blue skies and white clouds, and dressed in peculiar attire, Various signs indicated he had traversed into the intertwined world of love and hatred of Naruto. He was utterly astonished, struggling to remain composed that IT was simply too incredible. After taking a few steps, he felt a strange awkwardness. Instinctively glancing down, he discovered that his body had shrunk. Extending his hands revealed delicate, small fingers. These were not the hands of an adult, but those of a child. A sharp pain coursed through his head as fragments of memories began to coalesce in his mind. The memories belonging to this child resurfaced at that moment. The child was named Truman Miyen, 8 years old, residing in the Hidden Leaf Village. His parents had been murdered by foreign ninjas, leaving him orphaned. Fortunately, he received aid from kind-hearted individuals, allowing him to attend the Ninja Academy. However, he possessed no talent, ranked as the absolute bottom in his class, even among the entire school. Miyen, why are you daydreaming instead of practicing your shuriken? The Chunin teacher said. Somewhat irritated, this child had poor aptitude and lacked effort, making graduation a questionable prospect. During this time, Miyen confirmed a few points. He was in the relatively compassionate Hidden Leaf Village, compared to other ninja villages, and he was undeniably at the bottom of the class, with an almost non-existent presence. His classmates didn't even know his name. Reminded by the Chunin teacher, Miyen retrieved 3 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, focused on the target ahead, and with the awareness of this body, threw the shuriken. Swish! The first shuriken completely missed the target, not even grazing its edge. Laughter erupted around him. Miyen, however, did not feel embarrassed. Though he inhabited a child's body, his mind was that of an adult. To feel shame over such a trivial matter would be a waste of his growth. Adjusting his mindset, he threw the second shuriken. Swish! This time, it struck the edge of the target. Look, this was progress. Yet, to the other children, he remained thoroughly at the bottom. Each of them could effortlessly hit near the target, with at least 1 out of 5 shuriken landing on the bullseye. That was the average skill level of his classmates. The third shuriken was slightly closer to the bullseye, yet still fell significantly short. The Chunin teacher shook his head slightly. This child was among the least talented in his class. A bottom-tier ninja who can't even extract chakra is bound to perform like this. Who is he? He looks familiar. ISE from our class. The shuriken skills are truly unparalleled, remarked the classmates, who were engrossed in their mundane shuriken throwing lesson. Their amusement stemmed from witnessing the blunders of others, followed by a chorus of laughter. Look, here comes Minato Namikaze, someone exclaimed. While it was entertaining to see the underperformers falter, observing a prodigy in action offered a different kind of delight. A young boy with tousled blonde hair hurried over and politely addressed the Jounin instructor. Excuse me, sensei. I was delayed by some matters. Not at all. Go ahead and practice your shuriken, the Jounin replied with a gentle smile. Minato possessed exceptional talent and stood out among his peers with proper guidance. He was destined for greatness. Nodding in acknowledgement, Minato leisurely retrieved 3 shuriken, fixed his gaze upon the target, and casually threw them. Whoosh! 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 All 3 struck the bullseye with precision. Impressive, truly worthy of being the top of the class. Many young girls felt their hearts flutter at such an age. They hardly understood love, merely feeling admiration for his charisma and charm. The Jounin instructor nodded in approval, recognizing that with Minato's capabilities, he could easily apply for early graduation. However, Naruto's thoughts were elsewhere. Minato was currently the same age as him, indicating that this was likely around 30 years prior in Konoha, on the eve of the Second Shinobi World War time, when the storm was about to break. Upon returning home from school, Miyen gazed at his reflection in the mirror. He possessed a rather handsome appearance, with a head of neatly cropped black hair and a pair of eyes that sparkled like obsidian. Such a visage seemed more befitting of a protagonist, yet here he was, languishing in obscurity. He looked up to the heavens in silent inquiry. Having traversed into another world, why was he not afforded the privileges that a traveler ought to enjoy? Where was his golden finger? Without such a boon, how could he possibly survive in this harsh realm of ninjas? The Second Ninja World War loomed ominously, leaving him with but 2 choices, either to forego the path of a ninja and lead a life of mediocrity, or to embrace the perilous life of a ninja, undertaking treacherous missions. For Miyen, who had found himself in the world of Naruto, the option of not becoming a ninja was utterly out of the question. He aspired to be a protector, rather than merely hiding behind others for safety. Yet, With his current abilities, even if he were to become a ninja, he would merely be cannon fodder, a fate he was determined to avoid. Though he was merely an 8-year-old child, he knew he must think long-term. With no support, he could only tread carefully with each step to ensure his survival. The only ally he could rely upon was himself. Hard work could indeed triumph over innate talent. And Might Guy stood as a testament to this truth. Of course, there was no disputing that Guy was a prodigy when it came to taijutsu. Presumably, the illustrious Might Guy had yet to be born. Thus, the fervor of youth would be inherited by none other than Miyen. After snacking casually, he ambled alone onto the playground, which was sparsely populated at this hour. The other children his age were likely off playing elsewhere. The warm hues of the setting sun bathed the playground, casting light upon a figure, none other than Minato Namikaze, the future 4th Hokage, father of Naruto Uzumaki, and a legend whose very name instilled terror in the hearts of enemies during the Third Ninja World War. Miyen held a deep admiration for this man who bore the title of Hokage. At this moment, the young Minato was practicing his shuriken throwing technique. As he sprinted, several shuriken flew forth, striking true to their target without fail. Minato remained humble, for the skills displayed in class were merely the tip of the iceberg. If even such a genius worked tirelessly, how could he, the so-called underachiever, afford to be complacent? He retrieved a few shuriken, his gaze fixated on the target. And with a determined throw, he sent them flying. As expected, they struck the edge of the target once more. Yet, Miyen was undeterred. He believed that with effort, rewards would surely follow. One shuriken after another flew from his hands. Once his supply from the ninja gear pouch was exhausted, he collected those littered on the ground and on the target to continue his practice. After repeating this process 10 times, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, with one droplet even cascading down. This scene had captured Minato's attention. He was curious as to who would practice shuriken throwing at dusk, only to discover it was the student with the lowest grades, someone named Miyen. Before he knew it, night had fallen, yet the playground remained brightly lit. Miyen, you should head home and rest early. I'll be leaving now, Minato said, approaching Miyen with a friendly smile. In an instant, Naruhiko was momentarily stunned. It appeared that someone remembered his name, and that someone was none other than the future 4th Hokage. This realization ignited a surge of fervent blood within him. After Minato departed, Naruhiko continued his practice. Exhausting his last ounce of strength, he hurled a shuriken, and at long last, perseverance bore fruit as the shuriken struck the bullseye. Naruhiko smiled, a feeble yet genuine smile, brimming with joy. As he dragged his weary body home, he encountered an individual. What a coincidence, Naruhiko. To meet you at such a late hour, let us not forget the promise between us. Approaching him was a boy with white pupils. Memories surged in Naruhiko's mind, and he understood the promise to which the boy referred. The boy hailed from the Hyuga clan and was named Hyuga Hikari. However, during a mission, Hikari's parents perished while shielding Naruhiko's parents during their retreat. Hikari harbored resentment towards Naruhiko's parents, and now that Naruhiko's parents had also passed away, the only target for his pinned-up fury remained Naruhiko himself. Naruhiko chose not to elaborate on the matter. Yet the promise mentioned by Hyuga Hikari entailed a decisive battle 3 days hence that would determine their futures. Ultimately, Hikari viewed Naruhiko as a laggard. Believing that the weak only served to hinder others, such individuals were unworthy of becoming ninjas. Naruhiko's performance in the Ninja Academy epitomized the very essence of a laggard. And Hikari had observed this closely, often envisioning dismal scenarios where Naruhiko's incompetence would jeopardize their team. Thus, he forged a pact with Naruhiko. 3 days hence, they would duel, and the vanquished would be forever barred from becoming a ninja, destined to live as an ordinary citizen of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruhiko felt a pang of anguish. Why had his body forged such a pact with Hyuga Hikari? Now, he could only throw shuriken, and with little precision at that. How could he possibly contend with a member of the Hyuga clan? The Hyuga possessed the exceptional bloodline limit known as the Byakugan, which, unlike the Uchiha Sharingan, was innate. Anyone with chakra who could form seals could unlock the Byakugan, unleashing extraordinary power in battle. Moreover, Hyuga Hikari, akin to the prodigy Minato, had already mastered the Byakugan to some extent. With Naruhiko's current abilities, defeat was inevitable. Upon returning home, Naruhiko lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Since fate had led him to the world of ninjas, he aspired to become a great ninja. How could he settle for mediocrity in life? Yet, how could he possibly overcome Hyuga Hikari? With merely 3 days to prepare, no amount of effort would suffice. Unless, he could utilize the forbidden technique of the 8 gates. Opening even a single gate would suffice, If he could execute the front lotus, then he would stand a chance. However, this was merely Naruhiko's wishful thinking at present. He could not even harness chakra, and his physical condition was far from adequate. How could he contemplate anything beyond that? As Naruhiko's anxiety mounted, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. This was the voice of Twilight Eye Shin. There was no mistaking it. He had played thousands of matches with Shin, and the voice was unmistakable. Looking around, however, he found himself utterly alone. This world is permeated with chakra. Is it truly a splendid place, a paradise for ninjas? This time, Miyen realized that the voice originated from within his mind, much to his astonishment. He feigned calmness as he sat up to respond to Shin's inquiry. The terrifying nature of this world surpassed even the complexities within his thoughts. Thus, one's psychological resilience must be fortified. It is both a paradise and a hell. Miyen replied earnestly, for the world of Hokage is inherently rife with endless slaughter, yet beyond the bloodshed lies profound love. Why do I say this? Human hearts are treacherous. Wars are frequent, and ninjas, in their pursuit of ultimate power, often disregard the lives of others. It appears that no matter where one may be, there exist those who disrupt balance and harmony. Shin could not help but recall the ninja who betrayed the path of equilibrium, embracing the dark arts. A rogue who unleashed a malevolent forbidden technique that obliterated an entire city in an instant. Indeed. I cannot sense any chakra within you, little one, Shin remarked, puzzled. Miyen offered a wry smile, stating, I am unable to extract chakra. I see. Since you embody the ideals of the Balance sect and have brought a portion of my spiritual energy into this world, I am obligated to instill the principles of equilibrium within the hearts of its inhabitants, guiding this world toward balance and harmony. No sooner had he spoken than Mingyen's body trembled violently, sensing a new presence within him. Little one, try to extract your chakra, Shin instructed. Mingyen endeavored to merge his physical energy with his spiritual energy. Miraculously, the two forces did not repel each other this time, successfully coalescing to form chakra that began to flow gently through his internal meridian system. Though the chakra was scarce, he was elated. The insurmountable chasm had been crossed. In the world of Hokage, the quantity of chakra symbolizes strength. The potency of a jutsu varies significantly depending on the practitioner. Now, Miyen could finally extract chakra. Had he not possessed the mindset of an adult, he would undoubtedly be leaping with joy. After regaining his composure, Miyen expressed his gratitude. Next, I will teach you to condense the soul blade. This secret technique will aid you in overcoming obstacles. Shin now assumed the role of a mentor, instructing Miyen in the art of summoning the soul blade. With a keen intellect, Miyen quickly conjured a pale blue soul blade in the distance. Though its chakra was tenuous and could dissipate at any moment, your current chakra is minimal. The soul blade is ethereal and cannot unleash its true potential. However, this is a technique uniquely my own, and its practicality should surpass that of most ninjutsu in this world, Shin proclaimed proudly. Miyen was deeply impressed. A ninja who could create original techniques was certainly no ordinary individual. My spiritual energy is waning. I will leave the combat skills I have honed throughout my life, along with several of the most practical ninjutsu, within your mind for you to study at your leisure. Shin's voice began to fade. Thank you, master, Miyen replied sincerely. For to have one's lifelong knowledge imparted is a profound honor, and to call a master is a mark of respect. Little one, you must ensure that this world attains balance and harmony. With that, the last remnants of Shin's voice vanished entirely. Miyen nodded heavily, as the soul blade vanished due to insufficient chakra supply. Balance and harmony, are these not the aspirations of the Hidden Leaf Village? For this, he would go to any lengths to achieve his goal. What if there is no bloodline limit? What if he lacks innate talent? With the inheritance of Shin, in this world of extraordinary ninjas, there will surely be a place for Truman Miyen. The following morning, Miyen rose early, refreshed himself, and commenced his training. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to waste a moment. His mind brimmed with new knowledge, including 4 jutsu, each evoking a sense of familiarity and excitement, along with invaluable combat techniques. The 4 jutsu corresponded to Shin's 4 skills: Secret Art, Twilight Blade; Secret Art, Soul Guardian; Secret Art, Piercing Flash; Forbidden Technique, Merciful Soul Descent. The first 2 secret arts required the foundation of the Soul Blade. Thus, its strength directly influenced the power of these techniques. To enhance the Soul Blade, one must possess an abundance of chakra, which could only be cultivated through relentless training and combat. Miyen refrained from immediately learning the 4 jutsu. Increasing his chakra reserves was the priority. He repeatedly focused on condensing the soul blade, dispersing it, and then repeating the cycle, exhausting his chakra until it was nearly depleted. He then drew upon the energy within his cells, merging it with his mental energy to forge a small amount of chakra, continuing the process of condensing and dispersing the soul blade. After 3 cycles, his internal energy was nearly drained. Weary, he made his way to a noodle shop and indulged in a sumptuous bowl of shrimp noodles. After a brief respite, he practiced the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique at home. To his delight, he succeeded on the first attempt. After several repetitions, he became adept at these techniques. In that moment, he realized he was not a mere underachiever, but rather a gifted youth, hindered only by his previous inability to refine chakra effectively. Time for school approached. Arriving alone at the Ninja Academy, Miyen had always been a solitary figure, devoid of friends or family. His peers regarded him as the least capable, while teachers showed him little favor. Among the many faces, he recognized a few, such as the prodigious Minato Namikaze surrounded by admirers, Kushina Izumaki, who playfully chased boys, and Choji Akimichi, engrossed in snacks. These familiar figures enjoyed far better treatment in the village. One hailed as a genius with remarkable ninja potential, another a carefully protected jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, and yet another from the esteemed Akimichi clan. In terms of status, Miyen held no significance compared to them. Only strength could affirm his existence. Not lingering on the playground, he proceeded directly to the classroom, where he sat quietly alone, reflecting on the changes brought about by condensing the soul blade. Through his earlier practice, he now sensed a notable increase in both his physical and mental energies, indicating that he could now refine more chakra than ever before. Concentrating on the soul blade, not far away, a pale blue soul blade quietly took shape. Its solidity markedly enhanced compared to before. The increase in chakra concentrated into the soul blade transformed it from an ethereal apparition to a tangible weapon. Dispelling the soul blade, Miyen rested his chin on his hands, his mind deep in contemplation. The process of materializing the soul blade consumed chakra, the extent of which was determined by the wielder. Naturally, the more chakra expended, the higher the caliber of the soul blade, thereby augmenting the potency of the 2 techniques built upon it. However, his current chakra reserves were so scant that conjuring a decent soul blade required the expenditure of a significant portion, leaving him with insufficient chakra to utilize ninjutsu. Were he a jinchūriki, he would not have to fret over chakra inadequacies, as a robust source would be readily available through a harmonious rapport with his tailed beast. Alas, he was not, and this predicament was quite vexing. Acquiring a substantial amount of chakra through personal cultivation in a short span seemed utterly unattainable. No other alternatives appeared viable. Nevertheless, he decided to set this aside for now, as the chakra required for his impending duel with Hinata Baiwi should suffice based on his training over the past few days. Unbeknownst to him, the classroom was nearly filled to capacity, with the Chunin teacher droning on about the tedious chronicles of ninja history, causing some students, including Miyen, to doze off. Finally, when outdoor class commenced, he dashed towards the playground, only to be met with the Chunin teacher's relentless instructions. Today, we will engage in one-on-one combat exercises to foster profound friendships among classmates. Upon hearing this, many students eagerly prepared for battle, while others hesitated, reluctant to participate. Miyen, however, was indifferent. It was merely a friendly match, after all. To ensure fairness, I will assign opponents based on your usual performances, so you need not worry about facing someone disproportionate to your abilities. With this reassurance from the Chunin teacher, the students breathed a sigh of relief. A match between evenly matched opponents promised excitement. All right, everyone quiet down. Ahem, the first combat match will feature the illustrious Wave Wind Minato against the spirited Uzumaki Kushina. Wave Wind Minato emerged from the crowd with a smile, while Uzumaki Kushina strutted in, pouting and tossing her vibrant red hair with abandon. Among the class, only Kushina, the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails, could rival Minato's prowess. The anticipation of a battle between geniuses piqued the interest of the other students, with many boys hoping Minato would teach the fiery redhead a lesson. At the Chunin teacher's command, both swiftly retrieved shuriken from their tool pouches, launching them with precision. The shuriken clashed in midair, creating brilliant sparks as they altered their trajectories and flew off in opposite directions. Their mastery of shuriken usage had reached a level of effortless execution. But the spectacle was far from over. Minato produced another shuriken, hurling it towards an inexplicable direction, leaving the onlookers puzzled, some even suspecting he was intentionally holding back. Yet, Miyen's eyes sparkled with realization. This was not mere trickery, but rather an ingenious manipulation of trajectory achieved through the interaction between two shuriken. He had witnessed such a display before in the presence of the illustrious Itachi. Yet compared to the extraordinary ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan, it seemed rather juvenile. Thud. The previously deflected shuriken was abruptly struck by another, altering its course and heading towards Kushina once more. Observing this, the onlookers suddenly comprehended Watergate's maneuver was a facade, designed to mislead the adversary and thus create an element of surprise. The Nin instructor nodded approvingly, thoroughly satisfied with Watergate's performance. Indeed, Kushina was caught off guard. But her reflexes were lightning fast. Almost instinctively, she brandished her kunai to block the incoming shuriken, which collided perfectly with her weapon and was sent flying. Just as Kushina prepared to retaliate, a sinister kunai had already approached her throat. Watergate's speed was undeniably unmatched within the Ninja Academy in that fleeting moment. He accomplished what others could not. Miyen seemed to glimpse a future illuminated by the yellow flash. At such a tender age, he possessed extraordinary velocity. His foundation remarkably solid. Kushina, though defeated, remained indignant, exclaiming, "Watergate, you're being unfair. It's infuriating." All right, I concede. You've won," replied Minato, as he pulled Kushina's arm, bringing her kunai close to his own throat, and then smiled at the Nin instructor. Kushina momentarily lost her focus, furrowing her brow at Watergate, retorting, "Who asked for your concession?" Watergate merely smiled, gentle and warm. Miyen observed this scene, contemplating that not only was Watergate exceptionally gifted, but his charm was also unparalleled, which explained how he managed to win over the beautiful yet slightly tomboyish Red Hot Pepper. In this combat exercise, victory or defeat held no significance. Watergate, Kushina, let us seal the pact of eternal reconciliation, the Nin instructor chuckled joyfully. In this bout, Watergate triumphed without even employing ninjutsu, relying solely on his shuriken throwing and speed, surpassing the instructor's expectations. Watergate extended his hand, and though Kushina was reluctant, she reached out, their hands touching to form the eternal seal of reconciliation. As soon as Watergate exited the arena, a swarm of young girls rushed towards him, filled with admiration, while Kushina, in contrast, found the boys avoiding her path, wary of provoking this fiery red-hot pepper and incurring her wrath. Next up, Miyen will face Yamamoto Daiwa, announced the Nin instructor. What is so interesting about a battle at the tail end of the rankings? It's rather dull. Someone remarked. Miyen, who is that? He asked the one who can't even muster chakra, failing the shuriken throwing test every time, came the reply. Upon hearing this, understanding dawned, followed by laughter. Compared to someone who can't even harness chakra, Daiwa is actually quite formidable. Indeed, my presence is rather negligible, Miyen said with a self-deprecating smile. As I stepped forward, my gaze fell upon my opponent, a bumbling, rotund fellow. If he were to rank last in our class, then this portly individual would surely be second to last. However, this second-to-last contender possesses the ability to harness chakra, rendering him significantly more formidable than the absolute bottom tier. Of course, that was in the past. For now, I too have learned to extract chakra. At last, I could savor the experience of triumph. Yamamoto Daiwa chuckled, feeling a surge of superiority at the sight of an adversary even less skilled than himself. I shall go easy on you, considering you can't even. He began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a shuriken hurtling towards him. Swiftly, Yamamoto sidestepped, evading the projectile, and turned his attention to Miyen. Resuming his earlier taunt, "You can't even extract chakra. The very last in the class, aren't you?" Yamamoto was taken aback, glancing to his side only to find Miyen had suddenly appeared beside him, a kunai poised dangerously close to his neck. How could this be? Yamamoto looked back at the spot where Miyen had stood, only to see it dissipate into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing with the wind. The middle-ranking teacher gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Miyen had indeed learned to harness chakra, demonstrating an unexpected mastery of the shadow clone and transformation techniques. Was this truly the same Miyen who had repeatedly failed his exams? While some students had departed, a handful remained to witness the unfolding battle. Miyen concluded the confrontation with a thunderous display of skill, leaving his peers astonished and speechless. What had transformed the once-derided last-place student overnight? Kaze no Kaze, observing from the sidelines, immediately recognized the shift in Miyen's demeanor, a profound and deep-seated confidence. The performance exceeded all expectations, dramatically altering his perception of Miyen. Yesterday's rigorous practice with shurikens could have been dismissed as a fleeting enthusiasm, yet today's display in combat was nothing short of spectacular. In a moment of distraction for Yamamoto, Miyen swiftly performed hand seals, executing the shadow clone technique. By concealing his true self behind a clone, he flawlessly executed a transformation into a flying shuriken, creating the illusion that he had thrown the shuriken himself. As Yamamoto reveled in his perceived victory, believing he had evaded Miyen as shuriken with ease, the real Miyen dispelled his transformation, seized a kunai, and decisively ended the match. You claimed you couldn't extract chakra? Yamamoto remained oblivious to his defeat. Yesterday's inability does not dictate today's potential, Miyen remarked calmly. Even the last in class can progress through diligent effort. Without endeavor, one will forever remain the subject of ridicule. But how did you appear beside me? Yamamoto questioned, bewildered. Look at the shuriken you evaded. Is it still there? Miyen retorted. Yamamoto glanced down to find the ground empty, realization dawning upon him. I have lost. I am indeed the last in class, he admitted, his spirits waning. Seeing his dejection, Miyen merely smiled gently, extending his hand in a gesture reminiscent of Watergate, and said, Persevere, and you shall become a genius through hard work. Upon hearing these words, Yamamoto Daigaku gazed at Miyen with a look of bewilderment. He extended his fleshy hand to form a seal of reconciliation with him, murmuring, a diligent genius, is it? The rapidity with which Naruto's Nari seals his techniques can be attributed to his previous inability to harness chakra, compelling him to dedicate himself to the mastery of hand seals. Each of the 12 hand gestures can be executed instantaneously, and his adeptness in employing the shadow clone technique and transformation technique owes much to the unique memories of true Naruto. Having pursued the path of a Hokage for nearly a decade, it would be disheartening if he could not retain some fundamental strategies. Such would hardly qualify him as a true Hokage enthusiast. As Nari departed, he left behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, this battle had utterly transformed his classmates' perceptions of him. Words spread rapidly, and soon, the name Chu Naruto became well known among all the students in Class 5, with peers often teasing him as a genius who achieved an overnight reversal of fortune. The boy who had once struggled to manifest chakra had, after a single night, blossomed into a prodigious youth capable of deftly utilizing basic ninjutsu. Nari remained silent on this transformation. He understood that diligent effort would yield rewards. Although he had relied on external assistance, it was undeniable that he sacrificed all his leisure time for this purpose, dedicating every waking hour to training, save for meals and sleep. During this time, he also forged his first friendship with Minato Namikaze. While other children played, two figures could always be seen on the playground. Drenched in sweat, the spiky-haired Minato and Chu Naruto. Each was inspired by the other's relentless dedication, leading them to become good friends sharing a common dream, as well as rivals. In this competitive atmosphere, both of their progress accelerated dramatically, yet Nari, starting from a lower baseline, could not quite match Minato's pace. On an ordinary evening, having just finished sparring, Nari and Minato rested beneath a tree, sipping water and gazing at the fading crimson sunset. Suddenly, a figure darted by. With a cherubic face and waist-length crimson hair, adorned with a hairpin on the left side, it was none other than the fiery red pepper of their class, Kushina Izumaki. Consequently, the only familiar face to Kushina in class was the gentle Minato, along with his good friend, Chu Naruto. Kushina, what brings you here? Minato quickly stood up, slightly flustered. Nari found it amusing. The typically composed Minato appeared utterly helpless in Kushina's presence. Oh, Minato, sneaking off to train without telling me. Kushina scolded playfully. Holding a meticulously packaged meal, she inadvertently presented it to Minato's gaze. Not at all. I just wanted to train a bit longer to contribute more to the village. Minato replied innocently, then squinted at the food with a smile, asking, Is this for me? You've worked hard. A blush crept across Kushina's cheeks as she pouted, exclaiming, Who would bring you lunch? This is for Nari. After handing the food to Nari, she swiftly turned and dashed away. Nari found himself momentarily awkward, realizing he was merely a third wheel. There was no shortage of romantic gestures around him, and as a single individual, he felt utterly helpless. On the verge of tears, the meal was meticulously packaged and still warm, clearly prepared by Kushina specifically for Minato. Naruhiko handed the food to Minato, who felt somewhat embarrassed to eat. Aren't you going to eat? Minato inquired. I'm not hungry, Naruhiko replied with a smile, as he felt quite satisfied from the dog food that had filled him up. Nonetheless, after parting ways with Minato, he hurriedly sought out a noodle shop and devoured 2 large bowls. Such exertion of energy necessitated replenishment. Neglecting nourishment would inevitably lead to physical decline. Observing his increasingly depleted wallet, Naruhiko muttered to himself as he wandered the streets. At this rate, I'll soon be left to the mercy of the wind. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, leaving him rather disheveled. This won't do. The meager relief funds from the village are utterly insufficient. Although I'm small, my daily drain of physical and mental energy renders me insatiably hungry. If this continues, I will surely starve. He needed to devise a means to earn some money. The quickest way to earn was to become a ninja and undertake various tasks assigned by the Hokage. Even the most basic D-rank missions offered greater rewards than typical jobs. However, he lacked the qualifications to embark on any missions, as the primary requirement was to become a ninja, with the minimum standard being a genin. Beyond that, there appeared to be no other options. Taking a temporary job would be a waste of time and yield little financial benefit, and borrowing money was also impractical. In school, the only familiar faces were Minato and Kushina, both of whom surely had limited allowances, being students of the Ninja Academy. Even if he could borrow money, it would not be a sustainable solution. It seemed that the only viable path was early graduation. Currently, he possessed a grasp of basic ninjutsu and had a solid theoretical foundation. He should be able to pass the graduation exam without issue. Yes, that's the way. Upon returning to his modest home, Naruhiko made slight adjustments and began the final push to master the technique known as Muramasa. Tomorrow marked the day of his appointment with Hyuga Baiwi. Even if he could harness chakra and employ basic ninjutsu, he would still be no match for the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan, a bloodline limit, excelled due to its 360 vision, allowing the user to perceive the flow of chakra in the surrounding environment. As well as the meridians and chakra points of others, its insight surpassing even the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. To overcome Baiwi, Naruhiko needed to learn the secret technique imparted by Shun. Yet, mastering Shun's technique was no trivial matter. For the past few days, Naruhiko had dedicated himself to studying Muramasa at home, but had yet to succeed, only gaining a slight sense of its essence. This night, he must master it. Otherwise, his ninja career would come to a definitive end. Baiwi had already informed the Hyuga clan of this matter and garnered considerable support from his peers. Should he fail to uphold his promise, he would face relentless pressure from the Hyuga clan, and his sudden disappearance would not be out of the question. As he was merely an unknown entity in the village, of little consequence to anyone. Concentrate the soul blade. Naruhiko summoned half of his chakra, forming the initial shape of the soul blade not far away. As he continuously infused chakra into it, the pale blue soul blade gradually solidified, increasingly resembling a weapon enveloped in chakra. This is the foundation for wielding the Twilight Blade. The bond between the soul blade and the Twilight Flame must remain unbroken, as the two are connected by an imperceptible thread of perception. Twilight Flame is fortunate that the connection does not rely on chakra threads. Any observant individual would notice chakra threads and subsequently sever them through various means, thereby rendering the ultimate technique ineffective. Thus, Shun considered this aspect, opting for a method of connection through the perception thread, making it difficult for adversaries to detect and even harder to sever. It is precisely for this reason that the challenge of executing the ultimate technique is heightened. Summon the soul blade. This is the initial and most crucial step in performing the ultimate technique. By harnessing perception, the soul blade is called back, merging with the weapon to enhance its penetration and lethality. The difficulty lies here. If it were a chakra thread, he could effortlessly summon the soul blade, which is formed from chakra belonging to him, as chakra is inherently unified. However, with a perception thread, the task becomes significantly more arduous. Summon the soul blade. No response. Once more. Summon the soul blade. Still no response. Again. Summon the soul blade. No reaction. Once more. This cycle continued countless times, depleting his chakra to the brink. Forcing energy from his cells resulted in excruciating pain throughout his body. Yet, Twilight Flame persevered, gritting his teeth in determination. What is this pain compared to the shame of failing to become a ninja? As the night deepened into the early hours, within a secluded room in the Hidden Leaf Village, a near-maniacal laughter echoed. Success! The soul blade had finally been summoned. No hand seals were necessary. With merely a thought, the soul blade could swiftly arrive at Twilight Flame's side via the perception thread. With this step accomplished, merging the soul blade with the weapon posed no further challenge. Indeed, it was successful on the first attempt. By transmitting the command to merge through the perception thread, the soul blade obediently fused with the kunai, which now shimmered with a faint azure glow. This was not merely a fusion of chakra with the weapon, but involved condensing chakra into the soul blade, and subsequently merging the soul blade with the weapon. Although they may appear similar, this distinction is Shun's secret weapon. It is a significant reason why he stands as a leader of the Equilibrium sect. The soul blade itself possesses no inherent power, but when combined with the ultimate technique, its effectiveness is fully realized. Moreover, not everyone can merge chakra with their weapons. As far as Twilight Flame knows, he is unique in this regard. Sarutobi Asuma enveloped his weapon with wind chakra, creating a chakra blade, while Uchiha Sasuke coated the Kusanagi sword with lightning chakra, transforming it into the Chidori's form. Both methods differ fundamentally from the Twilight Blade. One is an attachment, while the other is a fusion. It remains uncertain which is superior. Gazing at the kunai radiating a soft azure light, Twilight Flame felt elated. This is the ultimate technique, Twilight Blade, a ninjutsu that amplifies the weapon's power. Regrettably, his only weapon is a kunai, lacking a katana that would harmonize with the soul blade's form. If only he possessed a katana, the amplification effect of the Twilight Blade would be greatly enhanced. Initially, I intended to venture forth to test the potency of this profound technique. However, my limbs felt weakened, and I could no longer extract any chakra, necessitating a wait until the dawn of the following day. The radiance of the kunai gradually waned, and the soul blade disengaged. As the duration of the Twilight Blade had elapsed, the effectiveness and duration of the Twilight Blade are significantly influenced by the solidity of the soul blade, thus underscoring the crucial role of the soul blade as the foundation of this ultimate technique. Narukase was once again reminded of the importance of enhancing his chakra reserves. Dragging his weary body to bed, he succumbed to slumber. At dawn, Narukase made his way to a secluded grove on the outskirts of the village. His family's residence was already quite remote, making it easy to reach the village's periphery. The surrounding areas were patrolled by ninjas, alleviating any concerns of encountering danger. Gazing at a towering tree before him, Narukase first made a shallow incision on its trunk with the kunai, leaving merely a faint mark. It was time to experiment with the Twilight Blade. He divided his chakra in half and concentrated the other portion into the soul blade not far away. Summoned the soul blade. The soul blade floated towards Narukase, who commanded it to merge with his weapon. Through the sensory link, the soul blade seamlessly integrated into the kunai. Immediately, a soft blue glow enveloped the kunai, presenting an aesthetic allure, albeit with an underlying sense of peril. With the kunai in hand, Narukase once again struck the tree trunk. The sight before him left him speechless with excitement. A groove appeared on the trunk, penetrating to a depth of 1/3 of its diameter, significantly enlarging the attack range of the kunai due to the fusion with the soul blade. Unlike Asuma's chakra blade, the incision revealed a stark contrast. While the wind-released chakra blade would produce a smooth cut, the Twilight Blade had carved a deep groove into the trunk. In terms of penetrating power, the Twilight Blade was slightly inferior to the chakra blade, yet it surpassed it in attack range. If the chakra used to coalesce the soul blade were ample, the power of the Twilight Blade would escalate further, capable of severing an entire tree with a single strike, thereby potentially exceeding the might of the chakra blade. With this ultimate technique, Narukase felt confident in his ability to defeat Hyuga. What of the Byakugan? Should you dare to confront me directly, I shall undoubtedly overpower you through sheer strength. Upon arriving at school, before entering, he spotted Hyuga waiting at the entrance. The forehead protector of the Leaf Village ninja on Baihui's brow caught Narukase's attention. Just days ago, he was still a student at the Ninja Academy. And now he had become a genin? Seemingly perceiving Narukase's doubts, Baihui taunted, "Indeed, I have passed the graduation exam and become a genin, unlike you, the perennial straggler." Narukase responded with a smile, clapping his hands lightly. "A genin? Huh? Quite impressive." Baihui remained unaware, but Narukase was acutely aware that, although he was merely a student at the Ninja Academy, his practical combat abilities were fully commensurate with those of a genin. Today, he intended to approach his teacher to request an early graduation. After all, the knowledge imparted at the ninja school was limited, with only a few fundamental jutsu taught. To learn more powerful techniques, one must ascend to genin status and learn from the guidance of jounin instructors. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of Miyen, Baihui, feeling somewhat smug, remarked, "Have you come to realize the disparity between us and are thus prepared to concede? You may as well admit defeat to spare yourself injury and return to a mundane existence as an ordinary villager. Should you find yourself short of funds, I could lend you some." Miyen shook his head, his expression earnest as he responded, "If we engage in this futile battle, I doubt the outcome will align with your expectations. You always presume I will be the one to falter. Have you considered the possibility of your own defeat? The agreement they had made, uttered in by Huey's moment of frustration, now appeared ludicrous. The stipulation that the loser would forever remain unworthy of being a ninja provided a seemingly rational justification, as he, being at the bottom of the ranks, would only hinder his comrades, inevitably repeating the tragic events of the past. Bai Hui faltered for a moment. Indeed, what if he were to lose? Would Lord Hokage then remove him from the roster of Konoha ninjas, relegating him to the life of a common villager? The thought was absurd. His very existence was dedicated to upholding his parents' ninja way. If he could not even be a ninja, then what purpose would life hold for him? Yet, how could he possibly lose? Ming Yen was merely a boy who could not even harness chakra, while he was a descendant of the Hyuga clan. Enough of this banter. Let us proceed. There will be witnesses to our agreement, Bai Hui declared with resolve, striding towards the training ground. Ming Yen sighed and followed suit, questioning the necessity of this confrontation. Upon arriving at the designated location, Ming Yen surveyed the scene. 3 youths from the Hyuga clan, 2 of whom bore ninja headbands, alongside several students from his own class. Ming Yen began to comprehend the gravity of this battle. Whether he wished to or not, he was compelled to fight. Should he lose, he would have to honor the agreement, especially with so many spectators present, not to mention the looming threat from the Hyuga clan. Let all bear witness. I, Bai Hui, shall engage in combat with Ming Yen. The loser will adhere to the stipulation that they shall never become a ninja. Bai Hui proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. The crowd, save for the informed members of the Hyuga clan, was taken aback. For some, the prospect of never becoming a ninja was a fate worse than death. Coincidentally, Minato Namikaze was present and, upon hearing Bai Hui's declaration, stepped forth to defend Ming Yen. What benefit do you derive from this? Allowing someone of such low standing to become a ninja will only burden and potentially endanger his comrades, he asserted, his tone firm. Whether Ming Yen becomes a ninja is not for you to decide. If he passes the graduation exam, he possesses the qualifications to be a ninja. As decreed by Lord Hokage, you have no right to strip Ming Yen of his privileges, Minato contended. This is an agreement between Ming Yen and myself. It concerns you not. Even if you are a once-in-a-century genius, you have no authority to interfere, Bai Hui replied, unwavering in his stance. Just as Minato prepared to respond, Ming Yen interjected, displaying a confident smile. Since you refuse to relent, then I shall rise to the challenge. Besides, I may not necessarily be the one to lose. Naruto did not wish for Minato to clash with the Hyuga clan due to his own matters. Although Minato was now referred to as a genius by both teachers and students, he remained inexperienced in the eyes of the deeply rooted Hyuga clan. You do possess some courage, Bai Hui remarked. Once Minato stepped back, Naruto immediately exhibited an indomitable spirit. He was no longer the underperformer of the past, but rather the reborn Naruto Uzumaki. His aura was indeed imposing, yet it remained uncertain whether he could withstand even a single blow from me, Bai Hui teased, before launching a chilling shuriken aimed directly at Naruto's head. With composure, Naruto tilted his head aside, effortlessly evading the attack. It seems you've made some progress. But in the face of absolute power, all is futile. Bai Hui swiftly performed hand seals. Wu, In, Hai Mao Zi, Su. Byakugan. The blood vessels around his eyes suddenly surged, accelerating the flow of chakra to enhance his ocular prowess. Without hesitation, Bai Hui intended to crush Naruto's spirit with sheer strength. Bai Hui is not giving that kid even the slightest chance, observed the watching members of the Hyuga clan. Is he attempting to shatter his opponent's confidence right from the start? The ordinary students of the Ninja Academy watched in envy, realizing this was the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, a formidable ability indeed. Minato felt a pang of anxiety for Naruto. He acknowledged Naruto's hard work, yet the opponent was a low-ranking ninja endowed with Byakugan, no matter how he looked at it. Naruto was destined to be the one to fail. The commotion attracted a number of students, as there was still some time before class. With all the teachers in their offices preparing lesson materials, unaware that a pivotal battle was unfolding on the playground. Simultaneously, Naruto did not hold back either. The soul blade silently materialized nearby, and against Bai Hui, who had activated his Byakugan, he knew he had to give his all. What is that? Curiosity sparked among the students as the pale blue soul blade appeared in Naruto's vicinity. Bai Hui, in his Byakugan state, immediately sensed the presence of the soul blade. It was a blade formed from gathered chakra, resembling a great sword, and his instincts warned him of its danger. Is this Naruto's technique? Impossible. He can't even extract chakra. How could he possess such an abundance? Minato's eyes sparkled. Naruto had never displayed such a technique during their training sessions. What could it possibly be? The soul blade captivated the attention of numerous observing students. Even more astonishing than the Byakugan itself. Do you know what that is? Could it be a forbidden technique? Isn't this guy incapable of harnessing chakra? The students chattered, speculating on the nature of the mysterious weapon. The watching members of the Hyuga clan also sensed a hint of danger emanating from the soul blade. This kid was not as easy to deal with as Bai Hui had claimed. It seems your understanding of me has remained in the past. Bai Hui, Naruto smirked. Pretending to be a mystic, within the range of Byakugan, nothing escapes detection. Bai Hui was reluctant to believe that Ming Yin had progressed so rapidly, accepting that notion would render his current actions a mere farce. Grasping a kunai, Bai Hui advanced with purposeful strides. Have you arrived? With a flicker of thought, Ming Yin summoned his soul blade. The blade, drawn by an invisible force, materialized beside him and seamlessly fused with the kunai. In an instant, the kunai was enveloped in a delicate azure glow, exuding an ethereal beauty. Every movement of Ming Yin unfolded under Bai Hui's vigilant gaze, who soon discerned that the peculiar entity's chakra had merged entirely with the kunai, revealing a perilous surge of energy. What technique was this? Bai Hui had now positioned himself directly before Ming Yin, finding himself in a predicament, left with no choice but to confront him head-on. Clang! The kunai collided, sparking a dazzling display of fireworks. And Bai Hui staggered back several paces before he could regain his balance, his eyes wide with astonishment. The force transmitted through the kunai had been overwhelmingly immense, leaving him utterly unable to withstand it. The initial clash concluded with Bai Hui at a distinct disadvantage. The onlooking members of the Hyuga clan were incredulous. Had a mere genin truly repelled a lower-ranked ninja in a single strike? What an absurdity! Minato Namikaze exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. It appeared that Ming Yin possessed formidable hidden strengths, alleviating any concerns he had for him. Ming Yin's classmates were even more astounded. They were well aware of his mastery in refining chakra and his impressive victory over Yamamoto Deiyue. Yet they never anticipated that he could dominate a member of the Hyuga clan in combat. They began to mock their previous ridicule of Ming Yin, realizing that they had been woefully short-sighted in their judgments. What technique is this? Bai Hui pondered, still shaken. From their earlier contact, he had distinctly felt the kunai, enveloped in a soft azure glow, harboring an extraordinary power. Ultimate technique, Twilight Blade. Ming Yin charged at Bai Hui, seizing the upper hand and intending to relentlessly pursue the attack. For the duration of the Twilight Blade was limited, this battle could not be prolonged. Bai Hui watched as the magnificent yet dangerous kunai grew larger, a flicker of fear igniting within him. He quickly dodged, relying on his Byakugan to evade a strike. Yet, Ming Yin offered him no respite, launching a second assault. Realizing he could not evade this blow, Bai Hui resorted to the body replacement technique, only for the wooden log to be cleaved in two by Ming Yan's kunai. The sheer power of this exchange sent shivers down the spines of the onlooking students at the Ninja Academy. This was no mere skirmish among lower-ranked ninjas. Bai Hui's heart raced with anxiety. Had he been struck, he would likely find himself bedridden for days, under the relentless barrage of Ming Yan's strikes. Bai Hui had no opportunity to counterattack, remaining in a state of passive defense until his chakra was utterly depleted, leaving him collapsed on the ground. Yet, even in defeat, Bai Hui refused to concede. Lying there, he remained defiant, fully aware of the implications of his loss, and into his aspirations of being a ninja. A profound silence enveloped the spectators, particularly among the members of the Hyuga clan, as they observed Ming Yin, who appeared to have exerted minimal effort. Was this truly the bottom of the barrel that Bai Hui had described? His prowess evidently surpassed even that of a newly promoted lower-ranked ninja. Only Ming Yin is aware that the chakra within him is nearly depleted. In his quest to enhance the power of the Twilight Blade, he has expended a significant portion of his chakra in coalescing the soul blade. The remaining chakra has also been considerably diminished during the battle, leaving him at the brink of exhaustion. Should Bai Hui manage to endure until the conclusion of the Twilight Blade state, the outcome remains uncertain. The members of the Hyuga clan are now at a loss, contemplating whether they should truly allow Bai Hui to request his removal from the ninja roster from Lord Hokage. For Bai Hui, this would undoubtedly be more painful than death itself, as a substantial part of his existence is dedicated to upholding his parents' ninja way. As the duration of the Twilight Blade comes to an end, so too does the battle. Ming Yin gazes upon the fatigued Bai Hui and shakes his head. For this was not his intention. I have lost, Bai Hui mutters wryly as he lays on the ground. Bai Hui, do you recall the purpose of our prior agreement? I believe you have forgotten your original intent. Ming Yin approaches Bai Hui and speaks softly. I shall tell you. The objective was to ensure that I, the underachiever, would not become a ninja. However, through this battle, I believe you have realized that I am not an underachiever. I possess the strength to become a ninja and to protect my comrades, ensuring that tragedy does not repeat itself. Since this battle has validated that point, our agreed-upon purpose has been fulfilled. We need not be constrained by so-called agreements. We should pursue what we desire. You remain a ninja of Konoha, and I, too, shall become a ninja of Konoha, inheriting the will of fire. Ming Yen extends his hand, forming a gesture. Wu Feng Shuimin nods in acknowledgement. Ming Yan's enlightenment demonstrates a maturity of mind. Bai Hui stands in a daze as Ming Yan's words liberate him from the shackles of their agreement. Indeed, he has forgotten his original intention, the purpose behind their pact. What was this battle for, if not to prove that neither party is a burden to their comrades? As time passed, this agreement had morphed into a curse, a fate that condemned one side to never become a ninja, losing its original significance. Gazing at the resolute Ming Yen, tears glisten in the corners of Bai Hui's eyes as he extends his hand to seal the bond of reconciliation. Bai Hui's heart is not inherently flawed. Rather, the profound loss of his parents has inflicted a great blow upon him, leading him to harbor resentment, believing that Ming Yen, the underachiever, would only drag his comrades down and repeat the tragedy. Bai Hui has lived within this self-imposed cycle, never breaking free. Yet, upon transcending this circle, he will embrace the world with an expansive heart and gain broader strength. Clearly, Bai Hui has achieved this at this moment. He chooses to accept his past and greet a new future with a fresh perspective. With this matter concluded, during class, Ming Yen shared his desire to apply for early graduation with Wu Feng Shuimin, who was not surprised and instead found himself in agreement. The antics at the Ninja Academy seemed tedious. Only by becoming a ninja could one truly behold the vastness of the world. Without hesitation, after school, Ming Yen and Shuimin deliberately avoided Kushina and made their way to the teacher's office. "Teacher, I wish to apply for early graduation," Ming Yen declared. "So do I," Shuimin chimed in. "Are you both serious?" The teacher gazed at the two students before him. One was a widely recognized genius, while the other was notorious for his lack of prowess. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the latter had recently shown remarkable improvement. Ming Yen and Shuimin nodded earnestly. Shuimin was eligible to take the graduation exam early, but Ming Yen was not. The teacher turned his attention to Ming Yen. "Why?" Ming Yen asked, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Because your foundation is still not solid." "But sir, Ming Yen performed exceptionally well the other day," Shuimin interjected on his behalf. That was merely a fleeting moment. After all, Ming Yan's sudden ability to harness chakra indicates an unstable foundation. It has only been a few days. And now he wishes to apply for early graduation? That seems rather hasty, does it not? Moreover, remaining in the Ninja Academy is ultimately for Ming Yan's benefit. Once he becomes a ninja, he will be tasked with missions that often involve peril. The teacher spoke slowly, not intending to target Ming Yen, but rather to consider the matter from an educator's perspective. If Ming Yan's previous performance was indeed a mere flash in the pan, then today, before Shuimin could finish, Ming Yen interjected, "Sir, just tell me what I must do to graduate early." The middle-ranking teacher was taken aback by Ming Yan's unwavering resolve. However, this only strengthened his refusal, as he believed the boy was too eager for success. "It is not possible." Receiving such a firm response from the teacher, Ming Yen had no choice but to leave the academy. He and Shuimin went out for a meal, during which Shuimin offered him some consolation before departing. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Ming Yen, feeling disheartened, began to unleash his frustrations upon a wooden post, striking it with punches and kicks. His wallet was growing increasingly thin, and the lack of funds was troubling. Yet, even the prospect of becoming a ninja to earn money seemed futile. What should he do? Burdened by financial woes, Ming Yen executed 200 side kicks, 300 elbow strikes, and 500 push-ups, followed by 50 laps around the training field. By the time he completed these rigorous exercises, the night had fallen. And utterly exhausted, Ming Yen could no longer dwell on his monetary despair. After a warm bath and a brief rest, he emerged from his bed to study new ninjutsu. Time is power, especially in this world of shinobi teeming with talent. A genius is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is a genius who continues to strive for mastery. A bottom-tier student is not frightening. What is unsettling is a bottom-tier student who wastes time. Lacking a bloodline limit, not being a jinchūriki, and having no connection to Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, Ming Yen knew he had to exert greater effort. Otherwise, he would merely serve as cannon fodder in the ongoing ninja war, incapable of protecting his comrades and failing to contribute to the world's balance and harmony. Reflecting on the formidable techniques from the original narrative, Miyen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His time was running short. He had already mastered the Twilight Blade, and the next step was to learn another profound technique based on the Soul Blade. This technique, known as Soul Guardian, would create a defensive barrier capable of neutralizing external attacks, albeit only when the opponent's strength was relatively comparable to his own, for absolute power can overwhelm any defense. One might ask, could Gaara's absolute defense withstand the likes of Night Kai? There is no such thing as absolute defense, only absolute strength. Much like the Twilight Blade. This technique is an instant-release ninjutsu that requires no hand seals, which is precisely where its advantage lies. The principle of Soul Guardian involves dispersing the chakra that is concentrated within the Soul Blade, creating a hemispherical defensive barrier centered around the blade. The challenge lies in the control of this chakra dispersion, as well as maintaining it. In the original text, the exercises of climbing trees and walking on water serve to hone chakra control, indicating its inherent difficulty. Naturally, Naruto would not shy away from this challenge. Facing adversity is in his nature. After numerous attempts, even the resolute Naruto found himself plagued by headaches. While the concept of controlling and sustaining chakra seems straightforward, it proves to be exceedingly difficult in practice. The chakra refuses to disperse according to Naruto's intentions, and despite his efforts to shape it into a hemisphere, he ends up with an irregular form that cannot be maintained. This technique bears resemblance to the transformation of chakra, inherently a task of considerable complexity. It appears that a methodical and gradual approach is necessary. Thus, he resolves to start with tree climbing. Returning to the small grove outside the village. Illuminated by the silvery moonlight, the student Naruto embarked on his training as a genin. This grove gradually became Naruto's dedicated training ground, as its tranquility provided a respite from disturbances and its proximity to home offered security. Although situated outside the village, it remained safe, with patrolling ninjas ensuring that no threats lingered near the village, as the Hokage would never allow such risks. With a focused mind, free from distractions, Naruto gathered a portion of his chakra to his feet. This part was not particularly challenging, and he quickly succeeded. The next step was tree climbing. Placing one foot against the trunk, he utilized the chakra beneath his feet to create an adhesive force. Only when he felt as though his foot was glued to the bark did he lift the other foot. However, as soon as he attempted to stabilize himself, he fell to the ground. After much effort, he managed to get both feet to adhere to the trunk, but could not maintain the position for long, frequently tumbling down. After countless falls, as he rose from the ground to continue his ascent, he finally achieved it. Facing the night sky, with its scattered stars, he climbed step by step, more akin to walking up than climbing. Perched on a branch, Naruto felt no fear of it breaking, for he was merely an 8-year-old boy. The night was enchanting, and Naruto took a rare moment to appreciate it, gazing at the distant mountains, shrouded in darkness, revealing only vague silhouettes. Even so, he could sense the majestic grandeur of those peaks. After completing his tree climbing training, he turned his attention to water walking in a nearby lake over the following days. Inevitably, he faced the fate of becoming drenched, as traversing the surface of water proved far more challenging than scaling trees. The fluidity of water made it all the more difficult to maintain his chakra. Just as he began to grasp the sensation, familiar voices echoed nearby, causing his thoughts to drift, and with a splash, he found himself submerged once more. The sight of the village felt as comforting as a gentle embrace, offering the promise of a well-deserved respite. Ah, that sounded like Jiraiya's voice. Still wish to rest? You have no idea how many children have graduated from the Ninja Academy recently. The village's guiding jonin are in short supply, came the voice of Tsunade. Let me instruct those little brats, but do not jest. I, lacking in talent, shall not teach them. Even if Master Sarutobi were to insist, I would still refuse. Yet, I find a certain resemblance to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, your voice is weathered and hoarse, as if shaped by the winds of time. Indeed, it is Orochimaru. As Narukes approached, a surge of excitement coursed through him. These three are the legendary Sannin, renowned for their prowess during the Second Shinobi World War. Two of whom are the mentors of the original protagonists. Their strength is formidable, even if they have yet to earn their esteemed titles prior to the war. Hush. Tsunade, having heard the sound of water, pointed towards the thicket. The trio silently appeared behind Narukes, who remained blissfully unaware. Little brat, who are you? And what brings you to the outskirts of Konohagakure? Tsunade inquired, hands firmly on her hips. Upon hearing her voice, Narukes turned to behold a striking young woman with twin ponytails, exuding an aura of innocence. At this moment, Tsunade was indeed a beauty in her early 20s. her youthful visage unassisted by any jutsu. Alongside her stood the youthful Jiraiya and Orochimaru, both clad in Jonin uniforms, presumably just returned from a mission. "I am Naruto, a student of the Ninja Academy," he replied earnestly. "What proof do you possess to verify that?" Orochimaru queried with keen vigilance. Age alone does not denote authenticity. It is entirely plausible that this young lad is a spy dispatched from another village. Naruto produced a personal information card, shielded by a protective sleeve, rendering it impervious to the water's embrace. This card serves as an identification document, detailing his enrollment information. Orochimaru scrutinized it briefly, then nodded towards Tsunade and Jiraiya, indicating that the boy was indeed a student of the Ninja Academy. "Then why are you not within the village, venturing outside? Are you aware of the dangers that lurk beyond?" Tsunade admonished with a furrowed brow. "I acknowledge my mistake," Naruto replied, displaying a level of maturity that softened Tsunade's demeanor. While Tsunade is a woman of strength, her attention to detail pales in comparison to Orochimaru's. Noticing that Naruto's was drenched, and recalling the sound of splashing water, Orochimaru asked, "Young one, were you practicing water walking?" Tsunade and Jiraiya had not considered that angle. After all, tree climbing and water walking are essential skills for genin. How could this child achieve such feats without guidance? If he could indeed master them through his own insight, he must be a prodigy. Naruto nodded affirmatively. This simple gesture surprised both Tsunade and Jiraiya, as well as the audaciously speculative Orochimaru. "So, you have indeed managed to utilize chakra for tree climbing?" Jiraiya inquired. Naruto nodded once more. In that moment, the future Sannin found themselves incredulous. Each had undergone the same training, but only after becoming genin and under the guidance of a teacher. This child, however, had accomplished it through sheer intuition, suggesting that his innate talent surpasses even their own. "Little brat, may I attempt to see this for myself?" Tsunade questioned, her skepticism evident. Naruto was undoubtedly eager to showcase his abilities before the legendary three ninjas of the future, as it might pave the way for his early graduation. After all, with the esteemed status and influence of the future three ninjas in Konoha, facilitating the early graduation of a child would pose no challenge whatsoever. The proud disciple of the Hokage, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the pinnacle of power within the Hidden Leaf Village. Each of these identities speaks volumes. Suppressing his anticipation, Naruto shook the water from his hair and approached a grand tree. Gathering chakra beneath his feet, he adhered to the trunk, meticulously maintaining the chakra flow as he ascended step by step, ultimately succeeding in his endeavor. With a leap, Naruto landed gracefully on the ground, beaming as he regarded the expressive faces of the future three ninjas. "Why don't you apply for early graduation? Given your current abilities, you certainly meet the requirements." Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "I did apply, but my teacher disallowed it," Naruto replied, his face a picture of despair and indignation. "Which teacher is so short-sighted? Come with me. I shall advocate on your behalf," Tsunade declared, her determination propelling her as she whisked Naruto towards the village. "Tsunade, are you intending to become his mentor?" Orochimaru interjected, recognizing the implications. If he had not noticed this, how could Tsunade have discerned the boy's potential? Now, she wished to claim him as her apprentice. Every teacher aspires for their students to possess exceptional talent, striving to cultivate ninjas who surpass their own capabilities. This sentiment resonates even among the future three ninjas, particularly among the most formidable of them. Such a promising prospect should not go unrecognized. Tsunade believed it was her rightful claim. Hey, don't forget about me. I too wish to take this little rascal under my wing." Jiraiya chimed in with a jovial grin. In a fleeting moment, Naruto became the center of attention, feeling somewhat overwhelmed as he was tugged and pulled by three individuals, nearly falling apart from the exertion. The three Sannin realized that this situation was unsustainable, and thus reached a consensus that Naruto should choose for himself. Naturally, if given the option, Naruto would prefer to be a disciple of all three Sannin. But such a notion was impractical. As he pondered, Naruto replayed the experiences of these three figures in his mind as if watching a film. Orochimaru, who currently presented himself in a seemingly respectable manner, would eventually devolve into a mad scientist. Thus, he was the first to be dismissed. Who could predict whether Orochimaru might whimsically decide to make him a test subject one day? Tsunade, possessing extraordinary strength as a top-tier medical ninja, was formidable yet lacked in offensive capabilities, with only a few aggressive techniques at her disposal. Her true strength lay in her ability to utilize the 100 healings technique to heal others on a grand scale and her extraordinary regenerative capabilities. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she commanded respect, and Naruto, being an insignificant nobody, could easily fall victim to the influential clans of Konoha. Therefore, possessing powerful offensive ninjutsu was essential. The subtle power struggles among the prominent clans of Konoha made it impossible for Narukes to guarantee his safety. He required a means of self-defense. If he were to follow Tsunade and learn her exceptional medical techniques, he might not even have the opportunity to showcase his abilities before meeting his demise. Just as a lamb entering a tiger's den would not receive mercy from the predator, which seeks merely to survive, humans, in their quest for survival, can resort to far more gruesome acts. Thus, only Jiraiya remained. His life was both legendary and tragic. He had trained both Minato and Naruto, two Hokage, yet also birthed Nagato, a member of Akatsuki, who ultimately took his life. Undoubtedly, Jiraiya possessed immense strength, being the only sage among the Sannin, and had battled against the six paths of pain. Had he been aware of their individual powers, victory might not have eluded him. Ultimately, he sacrificed his life to uncover a crucial piece of information. There was no true body among Pain's ranks. Narukes approached Jiraiya, his actions speaking volumes. Even if Orochimaru harbored resentment, he could only swallow his pride. Had he known better, he would have refrained from speaking out. Tsunade, on the other hand, was oblivious to whether this child had any aptitude for medical ninjutsu, and he hoped she remained unaware. Otherwise, regret would linger for a long time. As they entered the village with Jiraiya, the Konoha gatekeepers greeted him respectfully, referring to him as Elder Jiraiya. Throughout their journey, the ninja displayed great respect for Jiraiya, indicating his esteemed status within the village, despite his notorious reputation as a peeping Tom. One could only wonder if he had recently indulged in watching Tsunade bathe. If he had, he would have surely experienced her wrath. Jiraiya had sustained serious injuries twice, one instance occurring when Tsunade discovered him peeping while she bathed, resulting in 4 broken ribs. The other injury came during Naruto's training when the latter, in his Four Tails transformation, inflicted a deep claw mark upon him. Jiraiya remained oblivious to Narukes' thoughts, instead leering at the beautiful women they passed along the way. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Narukes led Jiraiya directly into the office of the Nin instructor. "Narukes, where have you been today?" the Nin instructor asked, casting a stern gaze upon him. However, as a figure swiftly followed Miyen into the room, the middle-ranking teacher immediately altered his expression, plastering a smile upon his face and exclaiming, "Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? This young lad is under your guidance, is he not?" Jiraiya patted Miyen on the shoulder. Whether it was due to Jiraiya's excessive strength or Minion's lack of fortitude, he felt as though his shoulder might dislocate. Indeed, the middle-ranking teacher nodded respectfully. "I have heard from this child that you do not permit him to graduate early. Is that correct?" Jiraiya inquired. "Yes, although his recent performance has surpassed my expectations, his foundation is not solid enough. Allowing him to graduate prematurely would be rather hasty," the middle-ranking teacher explained, simultaneously pondering the unusual alliance between Miyen and Jiraiya. Could this child possess a concealed identity? "I believe his foundation is quite solid, so let him graduate early. However, the proper procedures must still be followed." "What was your name again?" Jiraiya suddenly directed his attention to the disgruntled Miyen. Miyen, feeling exasperated, thought Jiraiya was quite forgetful for not remembering his name. Out of respect, he replied with a smile, "I am called Miyen Shumen." "Ah, Miyen." Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head and then turned back to the middle-ranking teacher. "Let Miyen participate in the graduation examination ahead of schedule." While such words might be perceived as a request from others, when uttered by Jiraiya, they carried the weight of a command. The middle-ranking teacher dared not refuse. For in terms of identity and strength, Jiraiya towered over him. He was merely a middle-ranking ninja with unique insights into teaching, scarcely qualifying as an elite. While Jiraiya was an elite shinobi, second only to the Hokage in the village, on par with the legendary Konoha White Fang. The disparity was akin to that of a firefly against the full moon. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei, the middle-ranking teacher could only succumb to Jiraiya's imposing presence. While simultaneously harboring increasing suspicions regarding Minion's identity, could this child indeed be related to Jiraiya in some manner? The following day, the somewhat disheartened middle-ranking teacher accompanied Miyen to the graduation examination, which included written tests, ninjutsu, and taijutsu evaluations. For Miyen, these assessments were rather trivial. His flawless performance exceeded the middle-ranking teacher's expectations, prompting the teacher to reflect upon his previous judgments. Having successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy, Miyen encountered the long-absent Namikaze Minato one evening. "Minato, I graduated smoothly." Miyen joyfully shared the good news. Congratulations, Minato managed a strained smile. Miyen sensed that something was amiss with Minato today. He appeared troubled. Out of concern for his friend, Miyen asked, "What's wrong? If something is bothering you, please share it." Minato shook his head, sighed deeply, and let his eyelids droop. Witnessing the typically vibrant Minato in such a despondent state made Miyen anxious. "If you regard me as a friend, please tell me whatever challenges you face. We shall confront them together." After a moment of silence, Minato finally spoke. "A few days ago, I just passed my graduation exam, but just yesterday, Danzo sought me out, insisting that I join the Umbu for training, claiming he intends to cultivate me into an elite member of the Umbu. I am reluctant to comply. However, it appears that Danzo merely came to extend a greeting, mentioning he would return to collect me in a few days. The Umbu, a covert division that operates solely under the Hokage, specializes in assassination tactics and comprises the village's most exceptional ninjas, typically assigned to tedious tasks such as protection, surveillance, and assassination. Naruhiko began to understand that Minato's brilliance had caught the attention of the Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo, who sought to introduce Minato to the Umbu's training, ostensibly to bolster the strength of the Umbu's root division. Rather than being a true extension of the Umbu, Root served more as Danzo's personal armed force. The Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, found himself powerless in this situation, forced to turn a blind eye, as Danzo, despite his brutal methods, was a respected elder of Konoha, genuinely wishing to protect the village. Additionally, Hiruzen harbored a tinge of guilt toward Danzo, recalling how a single remark had cost him the position of Hokage. Nevertheless, regardless of Danzo's strength, he was still bound to obey the Hokage. Naruhiko turned to Minato, inquiring, "Why not seek the Hokage's assistance?" "The Hokage is far too preoccupied to concern himself with mere genin like us," Minato replied helplessly. Naruhiko nodded thoughtfully, "Indeed. They were neither jinchūriki nor scions of illustrious clans like the Uchiha or Hyuga, thus failing to capture the Hokage's attention. In the grand scheme, they were merely insignificant children, easily found throughout the village. What difference did it make that Minato was a genius? He was still just a freshly graduated child, his potential overshadowed by that of an average chunin. It was imperative to prevent Minato from being drawn into Root, for it was a hellish realm, and Danzo, a devil residing within it. The memory of Sai, stripped of his emotions and named by Root in the original narrative, clenched Naruhiko's fists in anger. Root did not cultivate ninjas. It produced nothing but relentless killing machines, devoid of past or future, with only the mission in their hearts. Minato lowered his head, on the verge of despair. Suddenly, a figure flickered in Naruhiko's mind. Perhaps Jiraiya could assist him. Jiraiya had a keen eye for talent, as Naruhiko had witnessed firsthand. Most importantly, Jiraiya was immensely powerful and unrestrained. Even if Danzo threatened him, Jiraiya would not flinch, likely disregarding all but his teachers, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade. "I have a plan. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to meet someone," Naruhiko declared, igniting a spark of hope in Minato's azure eyes once more. In truth, they had not followed the conventional procedure. Typically, graduating students await notification, with the Hokage assigning jounin to assess them. Only upon passing the assessment could they become genin, followed by evaluations from jounin, who would then serve as their mentors. However, bypassing the standard process was not entirely forbidden, as elite jounin like Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade possessed a unique pride, ensuring they personally selected their disciples. With anticipation, Minato returned home, while Naruto dashed to the lakeside outside the village to continue his practice of walking on water. However, after an entire night of effort, he could merely stand still on the lake's surface, unable to traverse it. If he could not master this technique, then the Soul Guardian was beyond his reach. Upon returning home, he conducted several chakra examinations and extractions before finally succumbing to slumber. The next day, awakening to find it was already midday, Naruto hurriedly rose, hastily washed up, and sprinted to the rendezvous point with Minato, only to find it utterly deserted. "Damn it," he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration, lamenting how deeply he had slept. Minato was known for his reliability. His absence could only imply he had been taken by Danzo. At that moment, Naruto felt utterly lost. With his current strength, he was no match for Danzo, and he was unaware of the whereabouts of the Umbu's base, gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds. Naruto's spirits were as gloomy as a relentless downpour. He sat on the grass, absently tugging at the blades, cursing his own ineptitude. "Naruto, you've arrived quite early," came Jiraiya's voice, startling him into standing and greeting. "Hello, Elder Jiraiya." Suddenly recalling his own appointment with Jiraiya, He almost let it slip his mind. Haha, splendid. Jiraiya laughed heartily, disregarding decorum. Elder, I have a student with even better potential than mine. Will you take him on? Naruto composed himself, recognizing that this was his final opportunity and he must not let it slip away. Better potential than you? Who might that be? Jiraiya inquired, puzzled. Minato Namikaze. Upon hearing the name, Jiraiya's brow furrowed, scratching the back of his head, his memory failing him. Observing Jiraiya's reaction, Naruto understood that Minato had yet to gain any renown. The title of genius was merely a topic of buzz at the Ninja Academy, not yet worthy of the ears of seasoned ninjas. A genius must grow to be counted, he asserted. In any case, Minato possesses boundless potential. Taking him as your pupil would be a source of pride for you throughout your life. Naruto, in a state of urgency, recognized that time was unrelenting. Even if Minato resolutely refused to join Danzo, given Danzo's nature, he would undoubtedly employ coercive measures to have Minato sign the agreement. Jiraiya furrowed his brow once more, nearly convinced by Naruto's earnestness. However, he found it intriguing to meet this Minato, whom Naruto had lauded so highly, knowing the decision to accept him ultimately lay in his hands. Very well, then. Take me to meet him, Jiraiya instructed. He was taken away by that scoundrel Danzo. As soon as Naruto spoke, he realized his mistake. He was merely an 8-year-old child, audaciously uttering the name of the Hokage's advisor. Yet, Jiraiya burst into laughter, refraining from chastising Naruto for his boldness, leaving Naruto bewildered. What was wrong with him? Naruto, if Danzo were to hear you say that, the old man would likely be furious, but I find it amusing, Jiraiya remarked, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous glint in his eye, sending chills down Naruto's spine. Were it not for his knowledge of Jiraiya's preference for voluptuous women, he might have bolted. However, it seems that Jiraiya does not hold a favorable opinion of Danzo. This makes matters considerably simpler, since he harbors disdain for Danzo. The situation will likely proceed more smoothly. Naruhiko, it is only fitting to address those we respect as senpai, while those we dislike may aptly be referred to as that guy. Adding an old prefix suits that old fellow Danzo quite well. Haha. Naruhiko remained speechless, realizing that Jiraiya relished elevating himself while belittling others, revealing a rather narcissistic nature. Had it not been for the matter concerning Minato, Naruhiko would undoubtedly be laughing heartily, but at this moment, mirth eluded him. Minato was his first friend, and even if Minato ultimately managed to escape from Root, the hardships endured during his time, there would be considerable. Senpai, could you possibly locate that old fellow Danzo? Naruhiko casually adopted Jiraiya's preferred moniker for Danzo, as he himself was no admirer of the man. Deliberately omitting any mention of Root was to prevent Jiraiya from becoming overly cautious. Even though he was not yet a Chunin, he was aware of the existence of Root within the Umbu, which was indeed suspicious. It was conceivable that Jiraiya might take him to the Umbu for interrogation. Is it possible that I cannot find that old coot's lair? You underestimate me, senpai, Jiraiya proclaimed, waving his hand grandly as he strode forward. He had anticipated that persuading Jiraiya would require considerable effort, but to his surprise, Jiraiya's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. Except for Tsunade, he feared neither heaven nor earth. In his eyes, the position of Hokage's advisor held little significance. It was likely that even the words of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would fall on deaf ears. What a genuine man! Naruhiko smiled faintly, following closely behind as they set off toward Danzo's lair. Along the way, they encountered the frantic Kushina Uzumaki. Naruhiko, have you seen Minato? I haven't seen him for days, Kushina exclaimed, grasping Naruhiko's arm with a sense of urgency. Previously, she had seen Minato every day, but in recent days, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Kushina, do not worry. I will bring Minato back, Naruhiko reassured her with a confident smile, patting her hand before continuing alongside Jiraiya. Naruhiko, was that little girl from the Uzumaki clan? Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. Naruhiko had assumed that Jiraiya was already familiar with Kushina, but it appeared that the Hokage's secrecy was indeed effective, as even the village's top combatants were unaware that she was the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. Naruhiko nodded, realizing that Jiraiya must have noticed the girl's long red hair, prompting his speculation. Red hair was a distinctive trait of the Uzumaki clan. Yet the land of whirlpools had long since fallen, and the village of Whirlpool was now a mere memory. Nevertheless, the formidable sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan would never be forgotten. Ah, so that little girl is quite a beauty. You must seize the opportunity. But it seems she is more concerned about Minato, Jiraiya remarked with a knowing glance that any man would understand. Naruto felt utterly powerless to voice his frustrations. bemused by the absurdity of the situation. While Kushina was undeniably beautiful, he had never considered her in that light, especially since she was destined to become Minato's wife. He could never stoop to such treachery. Besides, he was merely a child. Why was he subjected to such discussions? Jiraiya, that seasoned veteran, was thoroughly shameless. Feigning confusion, Naruto donned an expression of bewilderment, hoping to prompt Jiraiya to adopt a more serious demeanor. However, he grossly underestimated Jiraiya's resilience. The latter was lost in his own revelry, grinning with an enigmatic delight, seemingly enjoying himself immensely. After an indeterminate period of traversing through several groves, they arrived at a building, leaving Naruto thoroughly disoriented. For the place was indeed well concealed. "This is the old Coot's lair," Jiraiya remarked with a smile, displaying no signs of anxiety despite being in the heart of the Root's territory. Suddenly, several Umbu ninjas leapt down from the branches, encircling Jiraiya and Naruto. Donning white masks that mimicked animals and clad in dark cloaks, they exuded an aura of mystery. Upon recognizing Jiraiya, they bowed respectfully, uttering, "Jiraiya-senpai." However, they completely disregarded the boy at Jiraiya's side. "Has Danzo brought a child here?" Jiraiya inquired. The Umbu ninjas all shook their heads. "If he refused to answer, I shall seek the truth myself," Jiraiya declared. Knowing that inquiries would yield no results, the ninjas of the Root were solely driven by their missions, executing Danzo's orders without a trace of personal sentiment. Resolutely, Jiraiya charged forward, disregarding the Umbu's attempts to impede him. A seasoned elite shinobi like Jiraiya was not to be thwarted by mere Umbu ninjas, and he swiftly subdued them with ease. Naruto seized this opportunity to observe a myriad of ninjutsu, as Jiraiya employed even the most rudimentary techniques with the finesse of high-level jutsu. Upon entering the building alongside Jiraiya, Naruto found himself at a loss for where to begin. The structure boasted 7 or 8 floors, making it impractical to search each level methodically. At that moment, Jiraiya sat cross-legged, prompting Naruto's curiosity regarding his intentions. Gradually, Jiraiya's countenance began to transform, and Naruto instantly comprehended what was occurring. This was Sage Mode. "Do not be alarmed by my appearance. This is an imperfect Sage Mode," Jiraiya assured Naruto with a smile as he rose. Indeed, the imperfections were apparent, particularly in the nose's appearance. Nevertheless, Naruto was unfazed. Despite the minor flaws, Sage Mode exuded an impressive aura that was undeniably striking. With Sage Mode activated, Jiraiya's sensory abilities magnified exponentially, allowing him to discern the chakra present within the building. On the 6th floor, he declared, dashing upward, with Naruto closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they burst into a room, where Naruto beheld Danzo and Minato, alongside a ninja who was casting a jutsu on Minato. At that moment, it appeared as though Minato was being manipulated, signing a document against his will. Without hesitation, Naruto rushed forward, snatching the pin from Minato's grasp, while Jiraiya swiftly dispelled the mind-controlling technique afflicting him. Awakening, Minato gazed at the agreement before him, his name nearly complete with just 2 strokes remaining. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Once he affixed his signature, he would be bound for life. Anger surged within him as he cast a furious glance at Danzo, a frigid glint of murderous intent flashing in his azure eyes. He had not anticipated the depths of Danzo's treachery, manipulating the members of the Yamanka clan to control him through the art of emotional turmoil, compelling him to act in ways he was oblivious to. Such despicable tactics, employed by one who held the esteemed position of Hokage's advisor and a senior figure in Konoha, was utterly shocking. Naruto observed Danzo, who appeared to be around 40 years old, clad in a sleek dark attire of the Umbu, presenting a stern visage typical of a seasoned man. His right eye and arm bore no bandages, as it was not yet the time of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, thus there was no need to conceal the Sharingan. "Danzo, gaining entry into the Umbu requires the consent of others. Your methods are excessively forceful," he thought. Jiraiya, equally incensed, found it incomprehensible that a Hokage's advisor would resort to such actions. "Jiraiya, you truly are formidable, leading a mere child into Root. Is there no decorum left? What lessons did your master impart to you?" Danzo slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Naruto refrained from interjecting. His voice, being that of an unknown child, held little weight in such a gathering. Instead, he moved closer to pull Minato back behind Jiraiya. "My apologies for arriving late," he said to Minato, pondering that had he not slept in until dawn, Minato might never have been entangled with Root. "Sensei Sarutobi never taught me that I could use ninjutsu to coerce someone into signing an agreement for Umbu entry." Jiraiya remained unfazed, addressing the matter at hand, asserting that even Sarutobi would not condone Danzo's actions. As for Root, I believe it is beyond your jurisdiction, isn't it? Danzo, aware of his untenable position, recognized that even if the matter escalated to Sarutobi, he would gain no favor. I may not have authority over it, yet this child is my designated apprentice. I did not come here to debate with you, but merely to reclaim my student. With that declaration, Jiraiya took Minato and Naruto and departed. Lord Danzo. The Umbu member from the Yamaika clan turned to him. Veins bulged on Danzo's forehead, his anger palpable. He had envisioned cultivating an elite for root, only to have Jiraiya interfere, letting a golden opportunity slip away. Yet, he waved his hand dismissively and spoke in a low tone. We cannot stop Jiraiya. However, this situation is suspicious. Minato has just graduated, and apart from the Konoha leadership and his teachers, no one should be aware of this news. Jiraiya has just returned from a mission, making it unlikely he would know. Therefore, Danzo tightened his grip on the desk. Investigate the background of that child who accompanied Jiraiya. Yes. Meanwhile, two heads suddenly appeared over the wall, causing a pair of women in yukatas at the hot spring to scream in unison and dash out, determined to catch the peeping toms. Minato and Kushina were taken aback, utterly unprepared for Jiraiya's trickery, which he so deceptively labeled as a test. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled, fearing the embarrassment of being caught. Jiraiya, however, remained hidden in the shadows, watching the unfolding chaos with keen interest. As most of the maidens rushed out through the main gate, a resounding crash echoed as the surrounding wall collapsed. At that moment, Jiraiya rubbed his palms together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if he awaited something remarkable. Amidst the swirling dust, a graceful figure emerged from the thick haze. Oh! Jiraiya's cheeks flushed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, the enchanting figure belonged to Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and Jiraiya's dream woman. Clad in a white bathrobe, her curvaceous form was accentuated by the snug garment, rendering her irresistibly alluring. However, her expression seemed rather grim. Otherwise, she would not have used her extraordinary strength to demolish the wall moments earlier. Tsunade's gaze was fixed on the two young boys sprinting ahead, for it was they who had indulged in the disgraceful act of peeping. With a swift burst of speed, the hem of her robe billowed in the wind generated by her rapid movement, revealing her long, fair legs. Subsequently, many maidens in bathrobes emerged, similarly pursuing the two boys. An exuberant spectacle. Jiraiya, his heart racing, took great satisfaction in observing the scene from the shadows. Minato and Kushina, however, could hardly match Tsunade's speed and were soon apprehended by her. Speak. Who encouraged you to behave in such a manner? Tsunade demanded sharply, unwilling to believe that mere children of 7 or 8 could possess such indecent inclinations. Minato and Kushina were terrified. The figure before them was none other than the renowned Tsunade, esteemed alongside Jiraiya, and both were disciples of the Hokage. How could this be? Speak. Tsunade's fury was palpable, and she cared little for appearances. Seeing this, Jiraiya instinctively prepared to slip away unnoticed. However, upon hearing Kushina utter his name, Tsunade's wrath escalated, her two ponytails whipping about in fury. Jiraiya. At the mere mention of his name, he faltered, and in that fleeting moment, Tsunade sensed something amiss and dashed towards him. Then, from a narrow alley, heart-wrenching cries of despair echoed. Naruto, witnessing the unfolding chaos from a distance, mourned for Jiraiya, lamenting that it was unwise to provoke Tsunade. Approaching Minato and Kushina, Naruto sensed an impending danger and urged them to flee. Run. We have pursuers behind us. After evading the other women who had been peeped upon, the trio collapsed onto the grass, seeking solace. Naruto remained relatively unscathed, while Minato and Kushina were genuinely traumatized. Tsunade's wrath was nothing short of terrifying. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that the illustrious Tsunade could be so fearsome, as if she wished to devour them whole. Should we not consider Jiraiya-sensei? Minato inquired. Although Jiraiya could be troublesome, he might yet become their mentor. Would they truly abandon their future teacher? I doubt we will see Jiraiya-sensei for the next few days, Naruto replied earnestly. Why not? Kushina asked, perplexed. After being pummeled by the furious Tsunade, Jiraiya-sensei will likely be bedridden for days, Naruto explained. Tsunade's immense strength is no mere jest, if she can shatter a wall with a single blow. Her punishment for Jiraiya will be far more severe. Upon hearing Naruhiko's response, Kushina found it somewhat difficult to accept. Tsunade and Jiraiya were friends. Could it be that Tsunade lacked restraint? If she had any restraint, she would not be Tsunade, after all. Naruhiko distinctly remembered how, in the original narrative, Tsunade had once broken 4 of Jiraiya's ribs. In her fury, Tsunade resembled a fierce mother tiger, embodying the essence of cruelty. This thought instilled a sense of trepidation in both Minato and Kushina, leading them to decide that they would circumvent Tsunade whenever possible. As Naruhiko had observed, Jiraiya had been absent for several days. With some free time on his hands, Naruhiko set himself a goal to master the Soul Guardian technique. Although he had already succeeded in walking on water, the learning process for Soul Guardian proved to be quite challenging. He still struggled to maintain his chakra effectively. Inside the room, a hemispherical barrier materialized, only to dissipate within 3 seconds. Despite Naruhiko's patience, he began to feel a twinge of frustration. 2 days had elapsed since Jiraiya was pummeled by Tsunade, yet he had made little progress with Soul Guardian. Taking a moment to reflect, Naruhiko considered that he had no issues with tree climbing or walking on water, indicating that his control and maintenance of chakra had reached a satisfactory level. Yet, he pondered why he still could not sustain the chakra needed to form a barrier through the Soul Blade. Could it be due to the transformation of chakra's form? The chakra form for Soul Guardian was akin to that of the Rasengan, both forming spheres. Though the Rasengan was more complex as it required not only chakra maintenance but also high-speed rotation. He recalled Naruto's journey in mastering the Rasengan, which was the culmination of chakra transformation into an unmarked jutsu. In his pursuit, Naruto had employed various methods, one of which involved using a water sphere to assist in the process. By visualizing the movement of chakra through existing forms and defining a range, the practitioner could better maintain the chakra's shape. Naruhiko believed that a similar approach could be applied to Soul Guardian. However, finding a hemispherical structure of such size was no easy task. This was a defensive barrier that needed to be capable of protecting 3 or 4 individuals at least. While a mold shop could create one as per specifications, it would require a considerable sum of money. Upon checking his wallet, Naruhiko discovered he had only enough for a single meal. What was he to do? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Naruto, are you there?" It was Minato. Upon opening the door, Naruhiko learned that Minato had come to challenge him to a sparring match, as training alone could be rather tedious and did not enhance his combat skills. Naruhiko eagerly accepted the invitation, and they proceeded to an open space for their duel. Naruhiko quickly noticed that Minato's speed had increased significantly. If it were not for his advantage gained through the use of the Twilight Blade against Minato's kunai, he might have truly struggled against him. Moreover, Minato's proficiency with fundamental ninjutsu had grown increasingly adept. It appeared that he was not the only one diligently honing his skills. Minato, bearing the title of genius, was equally relentless in his training. After their bout, Minato proposed treating Naruhiko to a meal. Naruhiko graciously accepted, and after indulging in a hearty feast at a restaurant, he revealed his intentions to Minato. Generously, Minato presented him with several hundred ryo in cash. Grateful yet unsure of how to reciprocate, Naruhiko embraced Minato warmly, dismissing any implications, just a simple hug between good friends. After parting ways, Miyen hurried to the mold shop, where he described the shape to the owner. The proprietor found it rather peculiar that a young child would desire such a large wooden hemisphere. However, upon catching sight of the substantial amount of cash, all doubts evaporated, replaced solely by the glimmer of money in his eyes. He agreed to expedite the creation, instructing Miyen to return that evening. With that, Miyen departed. As night fell, he returned home, cradling an enormous cardboard box. The sight of an 8-year-old carrying a box several times his size was indeed comical, yet he had no choice. After all, he was solitary and without support. Upon opening the box, he assembled the curved wooden pieces into a grand hemisphere, which dominated much of the room, leaving him with little space to move. However, at this moment, movement was of no concern. He stood in the corner, channeling his soul blade to hover atop the hemisphere. Essence of soul protection. He unleashed the chakra of the soul blade, enveloping the surface of the hemisphere. Gradually, a pale blue chakra coated the structure, sustaining itself for a full 30 seconds. This was a remarkable advancement. Previously, he could manage only 3 seconds, but with this tool's assistance, the effectiveness had increased tenfold. His expenditure was not in vain. He continued until the early hours, managing to maintain the barrier as long as his chakra was plentiful. Once he found his rhythm, he attempted to sustain it independently. And although he could not maintain it indefinitely, he succeeded for a commendable 10 minutes. This was sufficient in battle. A defensive barrier often serves a surprising purpose. No one would cower inside and await their demise. The duration of the barrier's maintenance was directly linked to the chakra of the soul blade, as the barrier's chakra emanated from it. The more chakra the soul blade possessed, the longer the barrier could endure, and vice versa. He decided to test the defensive strength of his soul protection again. Upon casting the essence once more, he could distinctly feel the weakness in his body. His chakra was nearly depleted. He swiftly hurled 5 shurikens, all of which were repelled by the barrier. As he continued to attack, the barrier grew increasingly ethereal until it ultimately shattered. This vulnerability stemmed from an insufficient amount of soul blade chakra. The more chakra devoted to coalescing the soul blade, the more robust the soul protection's defense would be. His chakra was already minimal, resulting in a fragile soul blade and, consequently, a weak barrier. In a fully energized state, he drew upon a significant portion of his chakra to consolidate the soul blade. Believing that the resultant defensive barrier could withstand a C-rank ninjutsu, he mused that if Naruto, transformed by the Nine Tails, were to employ soul protection, it might even withstand S-rank ninjutsu. He disassembled the wooden hemisphere, repacking it into the box. This item was effectively a one-time use, and he felt a pang of regret. It had cost him a considerable sum. However, having learned the defensive technique, soul protection, was not a loss. Preserving one's life was far more important than saving a few coins. Shin had not classified his ninjutsu, or perhaps in Shin's world, there were no ranks for ninjutsu. In Ming Yan's eyes, Shin's 3 essences were comparable to A-rank ninjutsu, and that secret technique possessed the potential of S-rank ninjutsu. Only through practice would he truly understand its depth. However, Naruto was not inclined to become overly ambitious, intending to master each ninjutsu thoroughly before pursuing the next. He understood that the essence of ninjutsu lies not in quantity, but in finesse. The true measure of a practitioner's prowess lies in their adept application of various techniques and their innate chakra reserves. Even if a genin were to learn countless ninjutsu, what use would it be if they could not unleash their full potential or harmonize the techniques effectively? In such a case, they would be outmatched by a nin who had mastered a single C-rank jutsu. Naruto was acutely aware of this truth, which fueled his relentless training. Striving to enhance his capabilities, by day he honed his physical strength through sparring with Minato, thereby sharpening his combat skills, and by night he practiced alone, pushing his body to its limits to increase his chakra reserves. The true titans of the shinobi world, such as the first Hokage and Madara, possessed vast chakra reserves, extensive combat experience, and a repertoire of formidable techniques. Naruto was diligently progressing toward this ideal, continuously striving for improvement. In the ensuing days, he frequently engaged Minato in battles to assimilate the newly acquired ninjutsu. The 2 advanced techniques he displayed left Minato in awe. Who would have imagined that the boy once dubbed the underachiever by his peers had evolved to such a remarkable extent, gradually closing the gap with the acknowledged prodigy? Previously, Minato had faced no worthy adversaries, enjoying a relatively carefree existence, bolstered by a sense of superiority inherent to his genius. However, with Naruto's rapid advancement, that sense of superiority was swiftly eroded, compelling him to intensify his training to avoid being effortlessly defeated in future encounters. Naruto's astonishing progress instilled a sense of urgency in Minato, motivating him to elevate his own skills. Through their mutual encouragement and rivalry, both Naruto and Minato had far surpassed their contemporaries. Kushina, each time she sought to play with Naruto and Minato, found them engrossed in training and sparring. With her indomitable spirit, she too refused to be outdone, setting aside her playful demeanor to diligently learn the sealing techniques passed down from the Uzumaki clan. When a tenacious little girl commits herself to serious study, her progress is equally undeniable. During the days that Jiraiya lay in the hospital bed in Konoha, the 3 disciples he had taken under his wing exhibited none of the slackness he had anticipated. Rather, they were advancing their abilities at a frightening pace. On a particularly bright day, Jiraiya emerged from the hospital, standing in the training ground, feeling quite flustered as he was bombarded by verbal jabs from the trio. The most frustrating part was that he had no retort, as he found himself utterly speechless, with no explanations to offer. "All right, if you wish to become a genin and learn ninjutsu from me, let's refrain from further complaints," Jiraiya asserted, striving to uphold the last vestiges of his dignity as an elite genin. A sudden silence fell. Jiraiya felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These 3 little rascals were indeed infuriating. Clearing his throat, he continued, "The last assessment was intended to gauge your emergency response and evasion skills. But your performance was utterly dismal, rendering you all unqualified." The mere recollection of that day made his body involuntarily shudder. After all, it was Tsunade-senpai, a fellow elite genin, just like him. How could they possibly escape? Jae puffed her cheeks, casting a scornful glance at Jiraiya. She was taken aback that the renowned Jiraiya would incite them to spy on girls bathing in hot springs, Such behavior was utterly shameless, tarnishing his previously grand image. Thus, you must strive even harder. Should you encounter formidable opponents on the battlefield, it's better to run than to be defeated, Jiraiya remarked earnestly. Bending down to address the three youngsters before him, Naruhiko nodded in agreement, then inquired, Jiraiya-sensei, when can we become genin? They were in dire need of funds, and he felt embarrassed to borrow more money from Minato. To become genin, they must pass the examination. Jiraiya straightened up, his demeanor serious. Surely not. Naruhiko and the others grumbled in unison, fearing they would be sent to engage in some sordid and underhanded task. Since that method of examination is ineffective, let us opt for a different one. After careful consideration, I believe we shall adhere to tradition and seize the bells, Jiraiya chuckled. The trio's inner turmoil was palpable. Why not just start with the bells? This way, they could avoid incurring the wrath of the notoriously temperamental Tsunade. Under the radiant sun, in the expansive training ground, the three youngsters faced off against a tall, white-haired man. Their eyes were fixed on the bells hanging from Jiraiya's waist. Their objective was to obtain those bells. You won't seize the bells without the intention to harm me, Jiraiya remarked nonchalantly, exhibiting none of the urgency typically associated with combat. Indeed, as an elite genin, dealing with three mere genin was a trivial task for him. Following a brief exchange, Naruhiko and his companions sprang into action. Concentrate the soul blade. Naruhiko expended nearly all of his chakra to manifest the soul blade. The solidity of the soul blade reached an unprecedented level, a feat achieved by pooling nearly all his chakra, a first for him. What is this? Jiraiya mused inwardly, suspecting it to be yet another form of subpar rank ninjutsu. He had previously encountered an adversary who had unveiled an unfamiliar technique, which he had initially thought impressive, only to find it less effective than a single thrown shuriken. The world of ninjas is vast and filled with peculiarities, including various forms of ineffectual ninjutsu. Jiraiya assumed Naruhiko was merely demonstrating one of those rudimentary techniques. Considering he had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and had not yet had the opportunity to learn practical ninjutsu. Secret technique, Twilight Blade. Unbeknownst to Naruhiko, Jiraiya's thoughts were far from his mind. He was resolved to unleash his full power without pretense. He had never witnessed the true potential of the Twilight Blade, and now he sought to determine if his utmost effort could pose even a minor challenge to Jiraiya. He did not expect the Twilight Blade to injure Jiraiya, for the latter was an elite genin. Such an occurrence would be hard to believe. Given the vast reservoir of chakra possessed by an elite genin, it would easily overwhelm any ninja below the genin rank, let alone a fresh graduate from the academy. The soul blade fused with the kunai, enveloping its surface in a faint azure glow. Minato surged ahead, swiftly charging forth, with the kunai aimed directly at Jiraiya. Simultaneously, Minato and Kushina circled to Jiraiya's right side. In the face of such an overt attack from Minato, Jiraiya disdainfully chose to stand firm rather than evade, using the kunai to deflect the strike. Just as the kunai was about to make contact, Jiraiya sensed an unsettling anomaly. What was that peculiar glow enveloping the kunai? A chakra blade? This was Jiraiya's initial assessment. Any ninja with a modicum of combat experience would conclude it to be a chakra blade. However, this assumption was erroneous, as it was an elusive technique not found within the world of Naruto, the Twilight Blade. The two were fundamentally different. While a chakra blade merely attached chakra to the weapon's surface, the Twilight Blade fused the soul blade, formed from condensed chakra, with the weapon, rendering them superficially similar. Realizing a potential threat, Jiraiya had no time to react as the kunai clashed against his own. He was taken aback, astonished that such a young boy had mastered the application of a chakra blade. Yet he felt no real threat unless Minato possessed the chakra reserves of a high-ranking ninja. Suddenly, a resounding clash echoed. What? This time, Jiraiya was genuinely taken aback. To Minato and Kushina, it appeared as though Jiraiya had deftly countered Minato's attack, but only Jiraiya, as the recipient of the strike, could truly grasp the potency of Minato's blow, which was incongruous with the boy's recent graduation from the Ninja Academy. Through their brief exchange, Jiraiya felt as though he were contending with a CH-ni. This was inconceivable. The boy had just graduated. Even with a chakra blade, such immense power was unexpected. Could it be that this was not a chakra blade at all? In an instant, Jiraiya recognized that Minato's attack was merely a diversion, aimed at distracting him while the true objective was to seize the bell from his waist. Soul-binding seal. Kushina executed a series of intricate hand signs, exclaiming as she struck Jiraiya's thigh. The soul-binding seal was one of the sealing techniques recently mastered by the Uzumaki clan. If one possessed sufficient chakra, It could obstruct the flow of chakra throughout the enemy's body, rendering them powerless. However, Kushina's chakra reserves were limited. Even if she expended all her chakra, it would only temporarily seal a portion, but that was more than enough. Jiraiya suddenly felt an overwhelming sealing force surge within him, blocking the flow of chakra in his lower body, rendering his legs unresponsive. The Uzumaki sealing techniques were indeed formidable, but executed by a mere genin at full effort. Their effectiveness was limited, especially against an elite genin. Within moments, Jiraiya broke free from the sealing power, swiftly creating distance. Well executed, and your coordination was commendable. Yet you remain a step behind. Just as Jiraiya finished his sentence, he was met with an unexpected turn of events. Clink, clink. Minato had suddenly appeared beside Minato and Kushina, cheerfully shaking the bell. Jiraiya instinctively checked himself. His bell was gone. The speed of Minato was such that even Naruto could only bow in admiration. In just a second, Minato could easily grasp the bell. Jiraiya-sensei, you were just a step behind, huh? Kushina gasped, having nearly exhausted all her chakra with the sealing technique moments earlier, leaving her in a weakened state. Jiraiya smiled with gratification, recognizing the extraordinary potential of these three young ninjas. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are renowned for their power and complexity, yet Kushina had mastered one, showcasing her innate talent. Minato's astonishing speed also left him in awe, while Naruto's simple yet effective confrontation felt as if he had transcended the limits of his level, as though he belonged to a realm beyond this one. Undoubtedly, their individual performances were exceptional, and they exhibited remarkable synergy. Naruto's powerful strike was designed to draw attention, while Kushina expended a significant amount of chakra to employ the Uzumaki sealing technique, aiming to temporarily restrict Minato's movements. Meanwhile, Minato leveraged his speed advantage to swiftly seize the bell. All of this demonstrated their capabilities and qualities befitting a genin. Jiraiya had never encountered a team that could snatch the bell with such lightning-fast tactics. Other squads he was aware of had struggled with this task, often taking 1 to 4 days, and those exceeding 5 days would be sent back to the academy for retraining. Congratulations. You are now officially members of the Leaf Village Ninja. Jiraiya produced 3 ninja headbands, their leaf insignia gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Naruto immediately donned his headband, taking the first step on his ninja journey. Thank you, Sensei. Kushina beamed like a blooming flower. Jiraiya's expression suddenly shifted. Thank you, teacher. Kushina quickly amended her words. Having passed the assessment, Jiraiya was now her guiding instructor, responsible for their training and missions. Jiraiya-sensei, both Naruto and Minato called out in respect, which touched Jiraiya deeply as he reminisced about his own excitement upon becoming a genin and the proud smile of his mentor, Sarutobi. Now, he had become a teacher himself. From this day forward, Jiraiya's class is established. In the Umbu Root headquarters, Danzo pondered alone. According to intelligence gathered by his subordinates, the boy was named Uzumaki Naruto, whose parents, both Chunin of the Leaf, had been slain by foreign ninjas during a mission. Uzumaki? Danzo furrowed his brow. This surname was quite rare in Konoha. Could it be? As memories from the past came flooding back, each fragment coalesced into a vivid clarity. There was no doubt. He had not anticipated that this child had grown so much. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Jiraiya would likely guide him onto the right path. As for Minato, he could be left to his own devices. As long as the overall strength of Konoha was enhanced, sacrificing one elite for the future was a small price to pay. In the light of Konoha, buried deep within the shadows of Root, perhaps Minato was more suited for the former. Naruto, where did you learn those 2 jutsu? They were incredible. In the course of daily competitions, Minato found himself thoroughly overwhelmed by the persistent dominance of Naruto, who possessed both offensive and defensive ninjutsu. Had Naruto lacked those 2 techniques, he would undoubtedly not have suffered repeated defeats. With a chuckle, Naruto remarked that he had developed them through his own exploration. The essence of this matter was a secret to him, one he could not share with anyone. Not even his closest friends, for the soul blade in this world was akin to a bloodline limit. Should the information leak, it could attract the attention of certain individuals. In this era, apart from Konoha, those who possessed a bloodline limit were often treated as outcasts and could even face extermination. Even within the peaceful confines of Konoha, they would be scrutinized by the higher-ups, and should they engage in actions deemed harmful to the village, they risked being pursued by the Umbu, or worse, becoming subjects of experimentation for Orochimaru. Minato, incredulous, questioned how one could develop ninjutsu while still in the academy. What a tall tale. He scoffed. Believe what you will. I had hoped to guide you in creating your own ninjutsu, Naruto replied, turning his head away. Upon hearing this, Minato's demeanor shifted dramatically as he sought to curry favor with Naruto, exclaiming, "I'll treat you to lunch this afternoon," regardless of his disbelief. The notion of independently creating ninjutsu sounded incredibly impressive, especially since Naruto already wielded two highly practical techniques. Naruto harbored aspirations of guiding Minato in the development of the Rasengan, having grasped its essence and previously attempted to create it himself, only to find the endeavor overwhelmingly challenging and reluctantly set it aside. He placed his hopes on Minato, the original creator. In the original narrative, it took Minato 3 years to fully develop the Rasengan, yet starting early would yield early results. Minato was currently 8 years old, and by the time 3 years had passed, he would merely be 11 and likely a nin. At that juncture, executing an A-rank technique like the Rasengan would undoubtedly render him an unparalleled force among his peers. With this thought in mind, Naruto shared his general conceptualization of the Rasengan's development with Minato, who listened intently. Upon finishing, Minato's gaze towards Naruto shifted significantly. Although Naruto's explanation was somewhat vague, Minato nodded repeatedly as if he had discovered a glimmer of insight. "This is merely a ninjutsu I envisioned based on the Soul Blade. Whether it is feasible remains to be tested, and certain aspects require refinement," Naruto stated. "Indeed, Naruto, you are a genius," Minato praised, recognizing the logic and foundation in Naruto's previous remarks. If he could successfully develop such a technique, its power would surely be extraordinary. After treating Naruto to lunch, Minato hurried home to delve into the ninjutsu concept that Naruto had proposed. As Naruto gazed upward at the sky, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Tomorrow, he would officially begin his training with Jiraiya, and he wondered what knowledge would be imparted to him. Touching his forehead protector, Naruto's resolve strengthened. He had come to the world of Hokage and fulfilled his dream of becoming a ninja, yet this was merely the beginning of a long journey. The instructions from his mentor weighed heavily on his heart. To bring balance and harmony to this world, he must grow stronger. In the realm of Hokage, it was the strong who held sway, while the weak merely lingered in the shadows of the powerful. With still some time before dusk, Naruto rushed to the training ground to enhance his physical prowess. The physical fitness of a ninja was fundamental. Without a robust physique, all else was rendered meaningless. Mastery of taijutsu did not necessarily equate to strength, yet a lack of it assured weakness. Reflecting on the formidable ninjas from the original work, such as Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hatake Kakashi, and Senju Hashirama, one cannot help but recognize their exceptional prowess in physical combat, not to mention the unparalleled Might Guy, who has taken martial arts to its zenith. Physical strength remains an indispensable quality for any ninja, while one may forego genjutsu, ninjutsu, or sage techniques. Mastery of taijutsu is imperative. Contemplating this, one wonders how a frail body could withstand the immense chakra within or acquire those extraordinary jutsu. With this thought in mind, Naruhiko's punches became increasingly vigorous. Strength is not an innate gift. It is only through the sweat of hard work that one can grow stronger. 240 punches. 241 punches. 300 punches. After completing 300 strikes against the wooden post, Naruhiko, drenched in perspiration, commenced a series of powerful kicks. It was only when the crescent moon appeared that he returned home, his body reeking of sweat, to take a hot shower and rest before resuming his training to enhance his chakra capacity. This was the essence of Naruhiko's daily routine. The following morning, the group gathered at the training ground. Prior to assembling, Naruhiko and Minato had already completed over 100 laps around the track, neither willing to fall behind the other. As one trained, the other naturally followed suit. Today marked the inaugural day of Jiraiya's class, and he cheerfully encouraged the students to share their aspirations so that he could tailor their training accordingly. Dreams? Huh? Such things are merely meant for dreaming, Naruhiko mused. In his previous life as a carefree university student, he would have thought this way, but now, having entered the world of Naruto, everything had changed. He harbored a profound desire to achieve harmony in this world, which became his own dream. The Naruto world was rife with unnecessary bloodshed, preventing true peace. It was this very turmoil that gave rise to figures like Nagato and Madara, who sought to control the world through illusion in pursuit of peace. My dream? It is to become the first female Hokage, Kushina exclaimed with a playful laugh. Jiraiya regarded her thoughtfully and nodded in acknowledgement. My dream is the same as Kushina's. To become, before Minato could finish, Naruhiko interjected with a mischievous grin, to become a female Hokage, perhaps? Minato was momentarily taken aback, then glared at Naruhiko with indignation. Naruhiko, just you wait, we shall settle this in the afternoon. He then turned earnestly to Jiraiya. "Sensei, my dream is to become a great Hokage." "Well, keep striving." Jiraiya encouraged Minato before turning to Naruhiko, who had impressed him with his kunai skills. "And you, Naruhiko?" "My dream is quite simple yet profoundly challenging, to bring balance and harmony to this world." Minato and Kushina struggled to fully grasp Naruhiko's words. Yet Jiraiya gazed at him with significant understanding, recognizing that despite his youth, Naruhiko's awareness transcended mere childishness, leaning toward maturity. "Your aspirations are commendable and worthy of your diligence. To realize these dreams, one fundamental requirement prevails, the necessity to grow stronger, infinitely stronger." At this moment, Jiraiya set aside his usual levity, adopting a serious demeanor. While he may not match the instructors at the Ninja Academy in teaching, he possesses the ability to impart life-saving jutsu and invaluable combat experience to his students. Thus, the next endeavor shall be to impart methods for strengthening yourselves, while your task is to embrace that growth. Naruto, Minato, and Kushina listened intently, when Jiraiya became earnest. He commanded a respect that spoke without anger. "Master Jiraiya, will you teach us jutsu?" Kushina eagerly inquired. Jiraiya shook his head, clarifying, "To learn advanced jutsu, one must master chakra control first. Thus, your initial task is to learn to climb trees." "Who can't climb a tree?" Kushina remarked. "It is not merely climbing. It requires—" Jiraiya paused, struggling to find the right words, and turned to Naruto. "Naruto, demonstrate for them." Naruto felt speechless. If Minato were to discover his clandestine training, he would likely impose even stricter expectations. However, he could not defy his master's orders. Approaching a towering tree, he concentrated chakra at his feet, clearing his mind, and stepped upward onto the trunk with a graceful ascent. Minato and Kushina gasped in astonishment. Is that even possible? At that moment, Minato felt an unusual pressure. Naruto was striving even harder than he, achieving the teacher's requirements before him. This was intolerable. He would need to exert double the effort in the days to come. The principle was straightforward. By concentrating chakra at the soles of their feet, one could generate an adhesive force. "Minato, Kushina, give it a try," Jiraiya instructed. Nodding in agreement, Minato and Kushina were determined to succeed, believing they could accomplish what Naruto had. Fueled by their competitive spirits, they began their own tree-climbing training, yet reality proved harsh. After numerous attempts, they faced failure, with Minato struggling even more than Kushina. Naruto could surmise the reasons behind their challenges. Meanwhile, a casual conversation unfolded between Naruto and Jiraiya. Naruto found it peculiar that since their first meeting, Jiraiya had yet to write anything. This seemed illogical. In the original narrative, Jiraiya is depicted as a remarkable ninja and a successful author, renowned for his works such as The Tale of the Utterly Strong Will and the best-selling Make Out Paradise series. Could it be that Jiraiya had not yet embarked on his literary journey? Perhaps he could guide Jiraiya towards the right path, potentially leading to prosperity, while also reaping some benefits himself. "Master Jiraiya, do you find yourself bored often?" Naruto queried. "Bored?" Jiraiya pondered before responding. "Do you ever find yourself short on money?" This time, Jiraiya did not hesitate, answering decisively, "Indeed, I am in need of funds." Even though he was an elite jonin of Konoha, having executed numerous missions and accrued substantial rewards, he often indulged in extravagant spending at high-end venues. No matter how much money one had, excessive extravagance would eventually deplete it. If he were to possess wealth, would he truly be bored? The notion was utterly ludicrous. Wouldn't he yearn to amass great fortunes and live a life of leisure each day? Naruto exchanged a knowing glance that any man would comprehend. Jiraiya mused to himself. This little brat is quite the seasoned player, appearing to possess an abundance of knowledge. However, wait a moment. This child is merely 8 years old. What could he possibly understand? Surely he is attempting to deceive him for amusement. "You little rascal, do not attempt to bamboozle me. Although I am indeed in dire need of funds, I cannot possibly believe your fanciful tales," Jiraiya declared. "If you choose not to believe, then so be it. I initially intended to help you earn a substantial sum. But alas, it seems that will not come to pass," Naruto sighed dramatically. The more Jiraiya listened, the more his curiosity was piqued, and ultimately, he acquiesced to Naruto's proposition. "Master Jiraiya, having encountered so many beautiful women, have you ever contemplated embracing them all?" Jiraiya's face reddened. The implications were clear. However, he suddenly regained his senses. Such a notion was utterly unrealistic. Of course, it is impractical, yet within the pages of a book, you are the protagonist. The world within those pages is crafted by your imagination. Naruto's words jolted Jiraiya from his reverie, and he instantaneously comprehended. Are you suggesting that I write a book? Narian nodded affirmatively. Do I possess any aptitude for this? Jiraiya had never considered such a possibility. Master, you are an elite jonin of Konoha, endowed with exceptional talent. This holds true in any field, Narian encouraged. Jiraiya felt a surge of passion. Indeed, he was an elite jonin of Konoha. What great storms had he not weathered? What difficulty could there be in writing a book? Master, why can't I seem to connect? Minato panted as he rushed over, his heart racing with urgency. Observing Narian's rapid progress, he felt compelled to demonstrate that he was not inferior, especially as Kushina was now capable of ascending a considerable distance, while he remained stagnant. You should consult Narian. He is most knowledgeable about this, Jiraiya replied, his mind swirling with creative ideas, eager to commence writing, leaving little room for mentoring his student. Narian's forehead was lined with frustration. His teacher was truly neglectful. You must focus and refrain from fixating on surpassing me, Narian advised. Minato readily accepted this wisdom and hurried off to try again. Meanwhile, Narian and Jiraiya engaged in an extensive discussion on the craft of writing. After Jiraiya acquiesced to one of Narian's requests, Narian imparted a wealth of writing techniques, all gleaned from his exposure to online literature, which would undoubtedly prove beneficial in this realm. This request had lingered in Narian's heart since Jiraiya had first entered Sage Mode, and he had longed for an opportunity to broach the subject. Now, through the avenue of writing, Narian finally achieved his goal. However, this request would only materialize once Jiraiya earned his first royalty payment. As a teacher, Jiraiya was initially hesitant to agree, for this request carried considerable risk for Narian. Yet, Narian confidently asserted that he could mitigate the risks to a minimum, and fueled by his fervor for money, Jiraiya eventually consented to his pupil's request. To carve out a niche in the ninja world, Narian must be willing to take this risk. That day concluded with Watergate and Kushina completing their tree-climbing training. The subsequent days were dedicated to the more arduous water-treading training, which proved to be quite challenging for Watergate and Kushina. While Naruhiko and Jiraiya leisurely enjoyed the shade of the trees, Jiraiya, being a man of action, immediately took to his pen and began to sketch the vibrant world within his imagination onto paper, drawing inspiration from Naruhiko's techniques and writing with great enthusiasm. Throughout these days, Naruhiko took on the role of editor, reviewing each of Jiraiya's pieces, identifying errors, and suggesting corrections. It must be said that Jiraiya possessed a remarkable talent for writing. Even at the outset of his literary journey, he could evoke the essence of masculinity, captivating readers with his words. It is no wonder that in the original work, Kakashi could spend entire days engrossed in reading, his face flushed with excitement at the most thrilling passages. Jiraiya truly is formidable. Days passed, and Jiraiya's passion remained undiminished, articulating through his writing all that could not be expressed in reality. Naruhiko felt a deep sense of satisfaction. At this pace, he estimated that within a month, they could submit a manuscript to the publishing house, and once Jiraiya received his first payment, his plans could finally come to fruition. With the water-treading training completed, and out of a sense of responsibility towards his students, Jiraiya prepared to teach the first ninjutsu. For you at this stage, physical strength is of utmost importance. Ninjutsu, in contrast, holds less significance. Some seemingly trivial ninjutsu are often less effective than a single shuriken in battle. Before Jiraiya could finish, Kushina interjected, her displeasure evident. So you're saying you want to teach us ninjutsu? Watergate wore a gloomy expression, given that Naruhiko had already mastered two powerful techniques. He felt compelled to learn a few practical ninjutsu himself, lest he fall behind in future matches. Jiraiya, the ever-playful instructor, teased Kushina, since you feel that way, I want to teach you. I was even going to share a highly practical ninjutsu, but it seems better to leave it to Naruhiko and Watergate now. Kushina quickly shifted her demeanor, her eyes sparkling like clear water, and she playfully clung to Jiraiya's arm, saying, Teacher Jiraiya, I was wrong. Please teach me ninjutsu, okay? Ultimately, Jiraiya succumbed to Kushina's charming antics. What I intend to teach you is a highly practical ninjutsu known as the shadow clone technique, he declared. Had he not seen Watergate's equally astonished expression, Naruhiko might have thought he misheard. The shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu, and is genin. They were typically only expected to learn up to C-rank techniques. Jiraiya's approach was indeed unconventional, but it was fortuitous, as the shadow clone technique proved to be quite useful. Naruhiko lamented his lack of tailed beast chakra. If he possessed it, utilizing the shadow clone technique would significantly enhance his learning of ninjutsu. In the original narrative, Naruto had once used the experiential feedback mechanism of shadow clones to master chakra nature transformation in a single day. subsequently applying it to the Rasengan and developing the powerful wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. Naruto's capriciousness stems from his possession of the Nine Tails chakra, a privilege that does not extend to Naruhira. Given his current chakra reserves, maintaining a mere shadow clone is already a significant feat. Moreover, Naruto employs the multi-shadow clone technique, classified as an A-rank forbidden jutsu. Its designation as forbidden arises from the overwhelming mental fatigue that accumulates after the disappearance of numerous clones, posing a potential threat to his life. Setting aside these concerns, Naruhira attentively observed Jiraiya as he performed the hand seals, understanding that aspiring for strength is commendable, yet one must not be overly ambitious. Mastering the fundamentals is paramount. Very well, you may practice, Jiraiya declared, waving his hand after concluding the demonstration, and swiftly retreated to engage in his literary endeavors. The hand seals for the shadow clone technique are deceptively simple, comprising only 3, rat, snake, and tiger, with a foundational knowledge of the clone technique. Learning this jutsu proved relatively easy for them. Their aptitude was commendable. They mastered the shadow clone technique within a mere afternoon, albeit only capable of producing a single clone. Yet, this sufficed, as the shadow clone evenly distributes the user's chakra, possessing the full strength of the original, albeit with the drawback of vanishing upon sustaining damage. Jiraiya was taken aback. He had anticipated that these 3 youngsters would require at least 2 to 3 days to grasp the technique. But they had accomplished it in an afternoon, which left him, as their instructor, quite vexed. Convinced that he had imparted enough knowledge for the day, he disbanded the session on the spot and hurried home to pursue his grand literary aspirations. After the dismissal, Kushina departed for an urgent matter, leaving Naruhira and Minato at the training ground, inevitably leading to a sparring match, where Minato faced yet another setback. You need not toil for strength. Your speed is your undeniable advantage. Harness it to its fullest potential, Naruhira advised, steering Minato towards the path of the yellow flash. Perhaps one day, this golden-haired lad would attain enlightenment, mastering the flying thunder god technique left behind by the second Hokage, at which point the true might of the yellow flash would be revealed. Minato, sensing a deviation in his focus, recognized that in his desire to match Naruhira's brute strength, he had neglected to refine his speed. Nodding in agreement with Naruhira's words, Minato resolved to amplify his speed advantage. Relying solely on raw power would never allow him to surpass Naruhira. After completing their customary physical training, night had fallen. As Naruhira returned home, he noticed several figures at his doorstep. Who could possibly be visiting him at such an hour? Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as adult ninjas from the Hyuga clan, accompanied by a timid child. Naruhira recognized the child as Uchiha, a peer from the ninja academy with whom he shared a neutral relationship, devoid of any animosity. It was unusual for the typically aloof Hyuga clan to send 2 of their members, at least of genin rank, to this remote area. Such an assembly could only indicate something significant. Before Naruhira could inquire, one of the Hyuga ninjas turned to Uchiha and, with a stern expression, demanded, "Is he the one known as Naruhira?" Uchiha, shrinking back, glanced at Naruhira, then quickly averted his gaze in panic, nodding tremulously. "Come with me," the Hyuga ninja commanded, offering no further explanation as he stepped forward and seized Naruhira by the arm. Confused, Naruhira could only attempt to resolve the situation with dignity. "Can you enlighten me on what is happening?" Naruhira inquired reluctantly as he walked. "You shall know once you arrive," the Hyuga ninja replied with a firm tone. "Uchiha, what is going on?" Naruhira glanced at the trembling Uchiha beside him. However, Uchiha kept his head down, ignoring him, his expression tense. "There is definitely something amiss." Naruhira pondered deeply. This body had committed no wrongdoing prior, and he himself had not engaged in any nefarious acts since his arrival. So how could he have provoked the Hyuga clan? Moreover, the demeanor of the Hyuga ninja was exceedingly hostile, suggesting that the situation was far from simple. And the depths of this matter were likely profound. No, if I truly follow them, I may never return. Although Konoha appears peaceful and sunny, numerous internal conflicts lurk beneath the surface. It is highly probable that I am being drawn into familial strife or interclan disputes. A scapegoat is a coveted asset that many desire. With this thought, Naruhira abruptly shook off the Hyuga ninja, swiftly creating distance and keeping a vigilant eye on them. His instincts warned him that the Hyuga would undoubtedly resort to force. This area in Konoha was rather secluded, devoid of any dining establishments, resulting in a scarcity of residents. Thus, should a confrontation arise, no one would intervene, unless by sheer luck he encountered patrolling ninjas, a scenario with a minimal likelihood. "Unless you explain the situation," I shall not accompany you, Narahira asserted resolutely, unwilling to bear an unjust accusation. This may not be up to you. One of the Hyuga ninjas retorted just before activating his Byakugan and assuming a combat stance. Narahira had just completed physical training and felt somewhat fatigued. Engaging in battle was not a wise choice, especially since he was unaware of whether these two Hyuga ninjas were Genin or Chunin. If they were Genin, his potent techniques might allow him to handle both. However, if one was a Chunin, he would stand no chance. Wait, I believe you are mistaken. Narahira sought to delay time to recover his strength. I have no connections with your Hyuga clan. You possess no justification for capturing me. Moreover, apprehending someone within the village necessitates the involvement of the Umbu, or, at the very least, the police force. What is this, then? Narahira protested with conviction. Indeed, it was true. Detaining someone without proper authority was against the rules, and if the Hokage were to learn of this, the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly face repercussions. The Hyuga ninjas exchanged glances, realizing that their actions were indeed unjust. However, they were bound by orders and had no choice but to comply, even if it meant breaching protocol. Seeing that they were not receptive, Narahira decided to play his final card. I am a disciple of Jiraiya. Dare you challenge me? As expected, the Hyuga ninjas halted abruptly, their expressions filled with uncertainty as they looked at Narahira. The name Jiraiya carried significant weight in Konoha, symbolizing elite combat prowess. It could be said that apart from the Hokage and the legendary Konoha White Fang, the most formidable figures were the three disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, with Jiraiya, who had recently entered Sage Mode, being the most audacious and powerful. Both Hyuga ninjas were momentarily awestruck by this name, and after a lengthy pause, one of them tentatively asked, "You are Jiraiya's disciple?" Miyen nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. It seemed that this trump card was indeed quite effective. Now that his stamina had nearly recovered, he felt prepared to face them in battle, should they return. Who could say whether it was true? Even if it were, his safety was no longer guaranteed. At this juncture, the Hyuga ninjas were more inclined to believe that this young boy was weaving a tale. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them charged towards Miyen, unarmed and barehanded. Miyen tightened his nerves. Had they truly mastered the secret technique of the Hyuga clan, the gentle fist? Upon reflection, considering that these two had already reached adulthood, even if they had not yet advanced to the rank of Chunin, they must have acquired the fundamentals of the gentle fist. The gentle fist differs from the straightforward damage inflicted by the strong fist. It involves channeling one's chakra into the enemy's body, thereby harming their chakra pathways and internal organs. Once inflicted with irreparable damage to the internal organs, an opponent's life could be extinguished in an instant. Ninjas often prefer to face the strong fist rather than the gentle fist, as external injuries are typically far easier to heal than internal ones. This was Mingyan's first encounter with the gentle fist. Lacking techniques to counter the gentle fist, Miyen relied on his understanding from the original narrative. He simply needed to avoid close combat. Even in the event of proximity, evading their strikes would suffice. If he possessed the speed of the fourth Hokage, he could engage in ranged combat or flee, but he did not. He was left with no choice but to confront both Hyuga ninjas simultaneously. Hopefully, they were merely genin. Miyen tentatively threw two shurikens, which were effortlessly dodged. As expected, shurikens held little efficacy against the Hyuga ninjas with their Byakugan. However, seizing this fleeting opportunity, Miyen divided his chakra, condensing it into a soul blade. To secure victory, he would need to employ the essence of Shin. In the world of Naruto, the essence of Shin had never been seen before. Miyen was its inaugural practitioner, often achieving unexpected results. As the ethereal blue soul blade materialized, both ninjas paused. Their Byakugan revealing the swirling chakra within the enigmatic object, an amount equal to half of their own chakra reserves. They instinctively knew they must not approach this thing. While the Hyuga ninjas were captivated by the soul blade, Miyen swiftly devised his battle plan and took off running. Trying to escape? The Hyuga ninjas, upon witnessing this, immediately unleashed their full speed. They could not allow a mere child, recently promoted to the rank of genin, to flee under their very noses, or they would lose face within their clan and face punishment upon returning. As lower-ranking ninjas, they were already looked down upon for being repeatedly bested by various peculiar youths during the Chunin exams. A debacle like this would further diminish their standing, leading to a future where anyone could command them. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Miyen saw the two of them chasing him closely, while the distant soul blade formed a perfect line with them. A smile crept onto his lips as he softly muttered, "The fish is hooked." He summoned back the soul blade. The soul blade, drawn by the thread of perception, swiftly approached from a distance. The Hyuga ninja had their complete attention fixed on Narahira. And with the Soul Blade's remarkable speed, even with their 360 vision provided by the Byakugan, evasion proved difficult. The Soul Blade pierced through the body of one Hyuga ninja, becoming more solidified in the process. By the time the individual sensed something amiss, it was too late for any alteration. They distinctly felt a portion of their refined chakra had diminished. Immediately after, the Soul Blade penetrated another Hyuga ninja, similarly solidifying once more. As the Soul Blade hurtled towards Narahira, the two men were struck by a realization. That thing, it can siphon our chakra. One of them exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his voice. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I've never encountered anything like it. The other responded, aghast. Indeed, the Soul Blade possesses this ability. It can absorb a portion of chakra whenever it passes through a being or object infused with chakra. The amount absorbed is proportional to the total chakra contained within the target. Those with greater chakra reserves will have more chakra extracted. Seizing upon the duo's confusion, Narahira fused the Soul Blade with a kunai, instantly enveloping the kunai in an even more intense radiance. The extraction of chakra had significantly amplified the potency of the Twilight Blade. Ultimate technique, Twilight Blade. Narahira spun around and charged at the two. The pair, momentarily stunned, found themselves in a reversed game of cat and mouse. The kunai, surrounded by a pale blue glow, contained a vast reservoir of chakra, exuding a dazzling beauty while harboring a lethal danger. Danger. Split and retreat. Through their Byakugan, they sensed the imminent threat emanating from the kunai and dashed towards opposite directions. If that strike were to hit them both simultaneously, they would have no chance to return and report. Thus, they had no choice but to separate and retreat, hoping that at least one of them could escape. The frantic response of the two Hyuga ninjas led Narahira to swiftly conclude that both were genin. Chunin would not be intimidated by a mere genin. Consequently, he felt no reservations, focusing solely on his offensive. Now you wish to flee? It won't be that easy. Narahira quickly formed the seals for the rat, snake, and tiger. Shadow clone technique. An ethereal duplicate of Narahira appeared beside him, also wielding a kunai enhanced by the Twilight Blade. Unlike ordinary clones that merely confound an opponent, shadow clones divide the original's chakra, retaining 100% of the original's combat prowess. With Narahira's chakra nearly depleted, having used half in manifesting the Soul Blade, this attack would be his final gambit. Should he fail, all would be lost. The original and the shadow clone, both armed with kunai, lunged fiercely at their respective targets, even with an attack initiated from behind. The Hyuga ninja could perceive it through their Byakugan, allowing them to sidestep with ease. Logically, this should guarantee evasion. However, blood gushed forth simultaneously from either side. What? The spirits of the Hyuga ninjas were filled with dread. Despite evading the kunai's assault, they were bewildered by their predicament. Though unsure of the circumstances, they clutched their wounds and continued to flee. Their injuries significantly hampered their speed, and as Narahira mercilessly struck like a cornered dog, he unleashed two more attacks from his Shadow Blade. The outcome was as before. They believed they had eluded the onslaught, yet they still bore the marks of his strikes. To regard the Shadow Blade as a mere conventional attack was surely a grave misjudgment. Its lethal range, augmented by the fusion of Soul Blades and kunai, possessed formidable power and penetration, making it a lethal weapon against lower-ranking ninjas. Narahira had no intention of claiming their lives, had he wished for that. They would have perished long ago. Each of his strikes deliberately avoided their vital points. The two Hyuga genin, bleeding profusely, found themselves devoid of strength to flee and could only lean against a tree, their gazes toward Narahira transforming from disdain to one of horror. How could a mere child, newly initiated as a genin, surpass them, the Hyuga? This reality surpassed their comprehension. Seizing the Hyuga genin before him, Narahira approached his shadow clone, dispelling it, and held a kunai against each of their throats, demanding to know the reasons behind their actions. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha felt as though he had encountered a specter. Just a short while ago, Narahira was notorious for being at the bottom of the class. Yet now he had not only ascended to the rank of genin but had also defeated two Hyuga genin. This was beyond his understanding. If these two had been ordinary genin, it might have been plausible, but both possessed the Byakugan and had mastered the Hyuga clan's secret gentle fist technique. Yet they were still no match for Narahira. What had transpired in the brief span of 10 days that had elevated his prowess so dramatically? Uchiha was at a loss. The events of the night were simply too incredible to fathom. What? Baiwi has been murdered? The revelation forced from Narahira left him aghast. Your act is quite convincing. The culprit is none other than you, isn't it? It now appeared undeniable that only you could have slain a talent nurtured by the Hyuga clan. If Baihui harbored hatred for anyone, it would surely be you. The only one capable of delivering such a fatal blow. Narahira's eyes darkened, and with a slight exertion of his right hand, the kunai edged forward, drawing blood from the two. Silence, or I shall truly kill you. The two dared not utter another word, their palms slick with sweat. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. They initially believed they could easily overpower this child, only to find him so formidable that fear crept into their hearts. It was one thing to suffer defeat at the hands of other Genin during the Chunin exams, as these children had undergone rigorous training and faced life and death missions. But to be unable to subdue a mere newly minted Genin was a blow to their pride. But now, they truly dared not utter another word. This child was unlike any other. His chilling words and fierce gaze were reminiscent of a deity of death. The night wind howled mournfully. If anyone were to feel the deepest sorrow now, it would be Narahira. Just days prior, he had reconciled with Baihui, who had only recently emerged from the shadow of his parents' demise, only to meet such a tragic end. This crime was unforgivable. Removing the kunai pressed against the neck of the Hyuga clansman, Miyen clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking under the pressure. Return to your Hyuga clan and inform them that the death of Baihui is in no way my responsibility. The perpetrator who took Baihui's life will not escape my wrath. If you consider me a scapegoat, believing that my demise would go unnoticed, then do as you please. With these words, Miyen staggered homeward. The two Hyuga Genin, upon hearing this, managed to rise unsteadily, clutching their profusely bleeding wounds, and retreated alongside Uchiha Yi. Lying in bed at home, Miyen was bewildered. Baihui had never had conflicts with anyone. Their only previous discord had been resolved not long ago. The murderer who killed Baihui would certainly try to frame him, as their past grievances provided the perfect motive. This could not merely be an act of vengeance. Additionally, why involve Uchiha Yi as a witness? What connection did this have with the Uchiha clan? A multitude of questions swirled in Miyen's mind, but with his current understanding of the dynamics within Konoha, he could discern no clear answers. The Hyuga clan would undoubtedly label him as Baihui's killer, and after today, they would surely dispatch Chunin or even Jonin to forcibly take him away. He could not face such a challenge alone. He could not remain passive and must seek external assistance. The only ally he could rely on at present was Jiraiya. The death of Baihui grieved Miyen deeply, exposing him to the harsh realities of the world of shinobi. Konoha was not a sanctuary, and he was not a delicate flower sheltered within one. In order to survive, he needed to enhance his strength. The world of shinobi is one where power speaks volumes. With this thought, Miyen took a moment to rest before beginning his training to enhance his chakra. Inside the Hyuga clan, two shadowy figures leaned on each other as they approached a heavy copper door, crimson blood flowing from their arms and pooling on the ground. Who goes there? Three figures suddenly swooped in from either side. It is us. Please take us to see the clan leader. The two gasped for breath, their bodies weakened to the brink of collapse. Noticing there Byakugan, the guarding ninjas immediately opened the copper door, allowing medical ninjas to tend to their wounds before leading them to the clan leader. Before the leader, the two knelt partially. One tremblingly reported, "Clan leader, I have failed to complete the task you entrusted to me." The current clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, paced back and forth, suddenly inquiring, "Is someone secretly protecting that boy?" "No. That boy utilized a peculiar ninjutsu and caught us off guard." Hayashi Hyuga abruptly flicked his sleeve, anger flashing in his eyes. "Are you saying that this boy, against two, reduced you to such a pitiful state?" "It is my inadequacy." The two lowered their heads, unable to meet their leader's gaze. "A mere genin has bested two of our clan's ninjas. Ha ha." Hayashi Hyuga suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. But it was short-lived as a grim realization washed over him. Wouldn't this be a source of mockery if it were to be known? The two individuals lowered their heads further, trembling uncontrollably. Hinata Yuya suddenly adopted a calm demeanor. After all, the Hinata clan does not nurture the inept. However, this tranquility was hardly associated with kindness. Yuya's composed gaze fell upon the two clan members below, and at that moment, the cursed seals on their foreheads began to glow ominously. Veins throbbed on their temples as they frantically clawed at their heads, racked with excruciating pain. This was the cage bird seal imposed by the main branch of the Hinata clan to protect their bloodline limit, Byakugan. This seal could control and damage the neural pathways, as well as seal away the Byakugan's abilities, only to be lifted upon death. Each generation saw only one individual inherit the main family's legacy, while the others became branch members, subjected to the curse seal, existing solely to safeguard the main family. Under the influence of the curse, The two clan members felt as though countless needles were mercilessly stabbing their heads, compelling them to bash their skulls against the ground in a desperate attempt to numb the agony, ultimately leaving them bloodied and battered. At that moment, a young boy clad in a kimono, unable to bear the brutality of the scene, rushed to stand in front of the two clan members, pleading with Hinata Yuya, "Father, please do not kill them." Hinata Hazashi, the existence of branch members is solely to serve our main family. I did not task them with perilous endeavors. I simply instructed them to bring me a mere genin. Yet, not only did they fail to deliver, but they also ended up in such a disgraceful predicament. This is a humiliation to the Hinata clan. What main family and branch family? The Hinata clan is a singular entity. They are our kin, not mere pets to be summoned at will. Hazashi's voice rose in anguish, tears glimmering in his eyes. Over the years, he had witnessed too many cruel methods employed against the branch members, who held no status within the family. In his father's eyes, they were nothing but wretched slaves, treated no better than livestock, and their demise evoked no sympathy whatsoever. Humph. Yuya waved his sleeve, ceasing the torment of the two clan members below. Thank you, young Master Hazashi. Thank you, clan leader. Thank you, thank you. The relieved clan members murmured gratefully, their consciousness fading in and out. I may spare you, but you must atone for your failures. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch a genin to accompany you. All you need to do is guide them. No combat required. How much trouble could a mere genin possibly cause? The following morning, Narahina first visited the mission room to accept a simple D-rank task, earning a modest reward of a few hundred ryo. Although the sum was meager, it was sufficient to stave off starvation. Subsequently, he gathered at the training ground, where he spotted the ever-cheerful Minato and Kushina, which lightened his heavy heart somewhat. Before long, Jiraiya approached silently. Today, we shall test your chakra affinities. His sudden appearance startled them. Teacher Jiraiya, aren't we going to learn any ninjutsu? Minato inquired, increasingly eager for new techniques. Each of you has your strengths. There are only a handful of universal ninjutsu. Before I teach you new techniques, it is far more crucial for you to understand the nuances of chakra affinities. Having concluded his explanation, Jiraiya produced 3 sheets of chakra test paper, handing one to each of the 3 individuals. Mastering the fluctuations of chakra attributes would enable the learning of various ninjutsu. Jiraiya was clearly thinking long-term, as Naruhiko reflected. Master, how do we use this? Kushina inquired, her curiosity piqued by the chakra test paper. Simply infuse your chakra into the paper, Jiraiya replied. Naruhiko infused his chakra into the paper, but after a considerable wait, there was no reaction. Could it be that he possessed no attributes at all? Growing anxious, he poured more chakra into the paper, hoping for at least one attribute. Yet the paper remained unchanged. In contrast, Minato's paper tore apart, revealing his rare wind attribute chakra, while Kushina's paper became damp, indicating her possession of water attribute chakra. Witnessing Naruhiko's paper yield no results, Jiraiya could only offer words of consolation. Naruhiko, chakra attributes can evolve or manifest as you grow. The absence of an attribute now does not preclude its appearance in the future. Naruhiko discarded the paper and nodded in acknowledgement. This statement held merit. Many ninjas initially possessed only a single chakra attribute, but with the enhancement of their strength, they could acquire additional attributes. Hence, powerful ninjas typically wielded at least 2, if not more. Yet, Naruhiko found himself at the starting line with no attributes, unable to learn any ninjutsu in the early stages, which would undoubtedly diminish his combat prowess. Even if he obtained chakra attributes later, he would be significantly behind others, naturally resulting in a lesser mastery of ninjutsu. Reluctantly, Naruhiko accepted this harsh reality. Subsequently, Jiraiya instructed Minato and Kushina on the methods of chakra attribute transformation. The two engaged in a contest with a leaf, one aiming to cut it, while the other sought to dampen it. Naruhiko, meanwhile, remained with Jiraiya, discussing epic tales, often lost in thought, recalling the death of Hyuga by Wii and the tenacity of the Hyuga clan. The day passed swiftly, and Naruhiko invited Jiraiya to his home to explore the narrative further, to which Jiraiya readily agreed. As they walked through the village, the moonlight cast 2 shadows, one tall, one short, amidst the surrounding stillness. Your home is rather secluded, Naruhiko, Jiraiya remarked. As long as it can shelter someone, it's sufficient, Naruhiko replied, acknowledging that absolute fairness was a myth. As an orphan, he was grateful for a room in Konoha, which was far better than living in constant fear outside. Naruhiko's abode was a humble wooden shack, containing merely a bed, barely adequate, just as he had stated. It was merely a place to reside. Upon entering the cabin, Naruhiko switched on the light. The electricity still flowed in Konoha. They settled down, and Jiraiya took out paper and pen, ready to document the various plots Naruhiko proposed, which he would later weave into stories. Naruhiko felt somewhat distracted, anticipating unwelcome guests. As expected, the wooden door was soon kicked open, admitting 3 brazen intruders, 2 of whom were the very individuals Naruhiko had bested the previous day, their bodies still wrapped in bandages, wounds unhealed. The leader among them was also a member of the Hyuga clan, yet Naruto had never encountered him before. However, upon noticing the individual seated beside Naruto, the imposing aura they exuded immediately dissipated, and they bowed respectfully to Jiraiya, addressing him as Senior Jiraiya. Naruto found this amusing. Just moments ago, they had been boasting, eager for others to recognize their intent to apprehend him, yet now they appeared as meek as children. Jiraiya, observing the Hyuga clan members who had barged in, furrowed his brow, pondering the motive behind their intrusion. Without intending to speak, he decided to allow them to clarify the matter at hand. Senior Jiraiya, we have come to request that this young lad accompany us for an investigation, stated the leader. Jiraiya glanced at the innocent-looking Naruto before turning his gaze back to the leader, saying, Hyuga Okita, you must elucidate the nature of this investigation. Under the pressure, Hyuga Okita reluctantly began to explain, realizing that he had no chance of forcibly abducting the boy in the presence of Jiraiya. It is as follows. The lower ninja, Hyuga Baiwi, has been murdered, and reports suggest that the likely culprit is Naruto Uzumaki. Therefore, we would like him to cooperate with the investigation. If he is innocent, we shall certainly release him afterward, Hyuga Okita elaborated slowly. Jiraiya listened, unfazed, and countered. And if he is not innocent, will you then proceed to execute him? Hyuga Okita found himself at a loss for words, caught off guard by Jiraiya's retort. Let me make it clear, Naruto is my apprentice. If you wish to take him, you must first get through me. Jiraiya's declaration touched Naruto deeply. He felt the weight of Jiraiya's trust in him, a trust that remained unwavering even amidst the accusations from the Hyuga clan. Senior Jiraiya, you are putting us in a difficult position, remarked Hyuga Okita. Whether or not you feel that way is inconsequential. What matters is that you Hyuga do not possess the authority to arrest anyone within Konoha. If your claims hold any truth, you should report the matter to the Umbu and allow them to conduct an investigation. Jiraiya responded with an unexpected seriousness, setting aside his usual levity. Recognizing his untenable position, Hyuga Okita conceded defeat and departed in frustration, accompanied by his subordinates. Teacher, I am being falsely accused, Naruto lamented. Jiraiya, rarely serious, nodded thoughtfully and replied, do not worry. I will take you to the Umbu, and I will explain the situation to Senior White Fang. I trust that the Umbu will see justice served. The Senior White Fang Jiraiya referred to as none other than the legendary Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. In terms of seniority, Tsukumo surpassed Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, and his extraordinary prowess commanded respect from even them. In the original narrative, the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake is his son. Naruto agreed. Jiraiya could not protect him every hour of the day, and staying within the Umbu was a prudent choice. The Umbu was a direct force under the Hokage, and even the formidable Hyuga clan would think twice before causing trouble there. With the Umbu's assistance, the truth would eventually come to light, and when that day arrived, even if the Hyuga clan harbored resentment towards him, they would dare not act against him. While he did not know much about Tsukumo, the respect Jiraiya held for him suggested he was a person of great integrity. Thus, on a moonlit night, Jiraiya escorted Naruto directly to the Umbu headquarters. In comparison to the Roots, the Umbu headquarters was relatively easy to find, situated at the very heart of Konohagakure. Thanks to Jiraiya's esteemed position, they traversed unimpeded into the Umbu building, ascending directly to the 3rd floor, where they halted before an office door. Come in, a deep voice resonated from within. Following Jiraiya, Naruhiko stepped into the office, where a young man, slightly older than Jiraiya and in his early 20s, awaited them. He bore white hair and donned the customary Umbu attire, a short blade slung across his back. The striking resemblance between him and Kakashi, marked by the white hair and the blade, led Naruhiko to deduce that this was the legendary Konoha White Fang, Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo. It was undeniable that in his youth, Tsukumo bore a remarkable likeness to Kakashi. Suddenly, Naruhiko felt a surge of absurdity. After all, they were indeed father and son. Kakashi's appearance did not echo that of his father, but rather that of an entirely different individual. It seemed that Tsukumo held a significant position within the Umbu, enjoying the privileges of an office. Naruhiko, this is the Umbu captain, You may refer to him as Lord White Fang. Jiraiya introduced Tsukumo to Naruhiko, the Umbu captain. Naruhiko was taken aback. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Tsukumo had dedicated much to Konoha, earning the trust of its higher echelons, and his formidable prowess rendered him the ideal candidate for the role of Umbu captain. Lord White Fang. Naruhiko inclined his head slightly, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Tsukumo. Jiraiya, what brings you and this child here at such a late hour? Tsukumo inquired, casting a glance at Naruhiko before turning his attention to Jiraiya. The matter is as follows. Jiraiya recounted the events in detail, suggesting that Naruhiko remain with the Umbu for the time being. Tsukumo concurred, having observed the conduct of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Allowing this child to stay within the Umbu was indeed the most prudent decision. After Jiraiya's departure, Tsukumo assigned someone to prepare a room for Naruhiko. Though modest in size, the room was quite clean, and Naruhiko was not particular. All he sought was a peaceful night's rest. Before he retired for the night, Tsukumo engaged in a brief conversation with Naruhiko. Your name is Naruhiko, is it not? Tsukumo inquired. Yes, Naruhiko replied. Tsukumo continued. You mentioned that a boy from the Uchiha clan is a witness for the Hyuga? Indeed, his name is Uchiha Rei, Naruhiko confirmed. Very well, you may rest now. There is no need for concern here. After Naruhiko departed, Tsukumo stroked his chin, deep in thought. Subsequently, he summoned his subordinate, Senju Masaki, for a brief discussion. Following their exchange, Masaki was promptly assigned a mission and wasted no time in leading his team to investigate the matter overnight. That night, Konoha was fraught with unease, embroiling even the prominent Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Despite their grievances, neither clan dared to voice their discontent. After all, Umbu investigations adhered to strict protocols, leaving them with no choice but to cooperate fully. Naruhiko's slumber was anything but restful, and he awoke early the next morning. Exiting his room, he observed the Umbu ninjas bustling about, while Tsukumo, as Umbu captain, was inundated with various responsibilities. Later, it became evident that to investigate this matter, the clandestine division had dispatched 3 entire teams, indicating the complexity of the situation. With his identity as a suspect, Miyen found it difficult to inquire further. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, accompanied by Minato and Kushina, was engaged in training. Upon noticing Miyen's absence, Minato inquired about him, to which Jiraiya could only offer vague responses. As a suspect, Miyen was confined within the clandestine building, yet he remained indifferent, believing that he could train anywhere without hindering his progress. After some inquiries, he discovered the existence of a specialized training room within the building. Upon entering, he found it utterly barren, save for a target and wooden posts designed for striking with fists and feet. This was sufficient, although Miyen's proficiency in shuriken throwing paled in comparison to Minato's, necessitating considerable improvement. He commenced practicing his shuriken techniques. While the significance of shuriken might diminish in later stages, in the early phases, they undeniably served as formidable weapons. Human beings are but flesh and blood. When struck by sharp instruments, they may suffer injury or even death. Of course, for an adversary to be harmed or perish, the shuriken must first find its mark. Currently, Miyen's accuracy was lamentably low, with only 1 out of 5 shuriken hitting the target center, which was merely on par with the average level of a ninja academy student. In his hands, the shuriken primarily served to intimidate, or, to put it more favorably, to impede an enemy's movements. However, diligence could alter the status quo, a fact long since proven. After a morning of rigorous training, Miyen began to cultivate a feel for throwing shuriken, gradually enhancing his accuracy. Once he finished practicing shuriken throwing, he took a brief respite and approached the wooden post, preparing to practice elbow strikes and side kicks. However, a glint of light caught his eye in the corner, revealing a katana that piqued his interest. The power of the Blade of Twilight could not be fully realized when applied to kunai. Only by merging it with a weapon of similar form could its full potential be unleashed. He approached and grasped the katana. Its unadorned black sheath belied the sharpness that lay within. Unsheathing the blade revealed a chilling brilliance as it gleamed. Having never wielded a sword before, Miyen's movements appeared clumsy and rigid. Nevertheless, he managed to execute basic slashes, cuts, and thrusts. As he grew more fluid in his technique, he resolved to test the power of the Blade of Twilight. Surveying the empty training room, he noted that the only target available was the wooden post. Stepping forward, he struck downwards, leaving a scratch on the post. Next, he summoned the soul blade and fused it with the katana, which immediately radiated a soft blue glow. dazzling in its brilliance. With a technique known as the Blade of Twilight, he angled the blade toward the wooden post and executed a diagonal slash. Even before making contact, the post began to splinter. As he completed the strike, the post was cleaved cleanly in two. The amplification effect of the Blade of Twilight on the katana indeed surpassed that of the kunai. The wooden post was roughly the same diameter as the tree he had faced during his initial use of the Blade of Twilight. Previously, he had only managed to penetrate 1/3 of the diameter using the kunai. This time, however, he had effortlessly severed the post. Part of the reason can be attributed to the fact that Naruto now possesses a greater amount of chakra than before. On the other hand, the enhancement provided by the Muramasa sword surpasses that of the kunai. Unfortunately, Naruto lacks sufficient funds, as even a modest sword costs over 1,000 ryo, let alone the exquisite blades. Thus, he is left with no choice but to rely on kunai as his primary weapon. This scene did not go unnoticed by Kakashi Hatake, who stood at the door of the training room, observing with admiration. As he approached, he addressed Naruto. "Have you mastered the chakra blade?" "Lord White Fang, this is not a chakra blade. Rather, it is a ninjutsu that augments weapons." Naruto harbored deep respect for this Umbu captain, who commanded the reverence of even the legendary Sannin, and he spoke candidly, unafraid of others emulating his technique. After all, the soul blade was Shun's secret art and the foundation of this profound skill. Without the soul blade, the Muramasa would merely be an empty shell. He found it curious, however, that as an Umbu captain, Kakashi should be preoccupied with pressing matters. What prompted him to take the time to observe him? It was indeed a commendable ninjutsu. Kakashi acknowledged. "Lord White Fang, do you have a moment to spare?" Naruto inquired with a hint of trepidation. Kakashi's mastery of swordsmanship was unparalleled in the ninja world, wielding a short blade known as White Fang. In battle, he was ferocious and unmatched, instilling fear in foreign ninjas, hence earning the title of the White Fang of Konoha. Many in the village preferred to refer to him as Lord White Fang. If he could learn even a single technique from him, his swordsmanship would surely advance. If not dramatically, at least significantly. Kakashi paused before responding. "I am currently free. What is it?" "I wish to learn the art of swordsmanship. Might you offer me some guidance, Lord White Fang?" Naruto expressed his desire, stealing a glance at Kakashi's expression. To his surprise, Kakashi's face remained stern and inscrutable, leaving Naruto somewhat disheartened. "Should I agree to teach you swordsmanship, I must first acknowledge your qualifications, as evidenced by your ability to defeat 2 of the Hyuga's Genin single-handedly. Furthermore, Jiraiya's trust in you indicates your pure intentions. However, I cannot guarantee that you will not harm your fellow villagers or turn against Konoha in the future. If you were to betray Konoha and wield the techniques I impart against it, where would that leave me?" Kakashi paced back and forth, his words tinged with an air of concern, which left Naruto feeling uneasy. He simply sought guidance, not to become an adversary of Konoha. Naruto chose silence, sometimes. Silence speaks louder than a torrent of words, and not all words would resonate with him. "I do not harbor any ill will towards you. My concern lies with Konoha. I am willing to impart my swordsmanship to you to enhance the overall strength of our village, but I require a promise from you." Kakashi's gaze flickered momentarily. "What is your request?" Naruto asked. "Should you become a Genin in the future, I would like you to join my Umbu." Through Kakashi's statement, Naruto could surmise a portion of his intentions. If he were to ascend to the rank of Jonin, he would undoubtedly become a pivotal force for Konoha. It is one thing for him to harbor no ill intentions towards the village, but should he ever betray or oppose it, he would pose a significant threat. Joining the Umbu, from another perspective, essentially places him under the command of Hatake Tsukumo, where every action of his would be scrutinized. If he fails to reach the rank of Jonin, then such considerations would be moot. A mere Genin or Chunin would not stir much commotion in the eyes of the White Fang of Konoha. Should one of such meager prowess dare to betray the village, there would be no path but to demise. In truth, Hatake Tsukumo's concerns were unfounded, for Narahira harbored no thoughts of treachery against Konoha. Thus, he calmly acquiesced. Was it merely a matter of developing within the Umbu? Once he gained Tsukumo's trust, he could subsequently request to leave the organization, and Tsukumo would have little ground to object. All of Tsukumo's considerations stemmed from a desire to shield Konoha from any potential threats. As long as Narahira could demonstrate his unwavering loyalty, Tsukumo would naturally not impose difficulties upon him. Observing Narahira's firm agreement, Tsukumo finally felt at ease. The essence of swordsmanship lies in speed, precision, and ferocity, simple in theory, yet challenging in practice. Tsukumo cast a glance at Narahira, who shook his head. The acquisition of power was hardly a straightforward endeavor, Had it been so, he would not have toiled so extensively. In reality, achieving these three elements demands immense effort. With no limits to their refinement, the better, the more effective. However, I have reached a bottleneck, and breaking through is arduous. You, on the other hand, are a novice. With ample room for progression in swordsmanship, Naruhira listened intently, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Once the theory concluded, practice commenced. Tsukumo drew his short blade, White Fang, from his back. Unlike ordinary weapons, its surface emanated a white chakra glow, possessing formidable penetrating power. In Tsukumo's hands, White Fang sliced through the air, leaving trails of white light. Accompanied by a howling gale, such speed and force left Naruhira awestruck. Truly, he was the White Fang of Konoha. Sheathing his blade, Tsukumo spoke calmly. To reach such a realm, the foundation of swordsmanship is paramount. What you must focus on now is not the techniques themselves, even if you learn them. They would merely be superficial. The speed of drawing the blade, the strength of the strike, and the accuracy of the attack are the fundamental elements that unleash the sword's potential. For today, concentrate on practicing the speed of drawing your blade. I have matters to attend to. With that, Tsukumo departed. Is he leaving after showing off? Naruhira mused, somewhat at a loss. Yet, there was a semblance of wisdom in Tsukumo's words. Thus, he grasped the hilt tightly, swiftly drawing the blade and striking at the wooden post before him. Sheathing the blade, drawing it once more, and striking again, this sequence repeated, honing his speed of drawing. In the ever-shifting chaos of battle, swiftness in drawing the blade could secure the upper hand. Engaging in this monotonous exercise, Naruhira practiced well into the night, his palms blistering from the friction. He sought out some ointment from Tsukumo to soothe his wounds and wrapped his hands in bandages, which would serve to protect his palms from further abrasions caused by the hilt. During his days in the Umbu building, Kakashi Hatake dedicated time each day to train Naruto, while also keeping a watchful eye on the suspects. Gradually, he became impressed by the boy's tenacity and work ethic. Each morning upon arriving at the training room, Kakashi found Naruto drenched in sweat, evidently having risen at an early hour to practice. Even at night, when he was preparing for rest, he would pass by the training room and discover Naruto still honing his swordsmanship. Such relentless dedication bore rich dividends. It wasn't long before Naruto had enhanced his drawing speed, cutting power and accuracy to the limits of his current capabilities. Now, he could draw his sword in a mere second, and with a single strike. The blade would embed itself an inch into the training post, striking true at will. Naruto showcased his recent achievements to Kakashi, who appeared quite satisfied. Not bad, Kakashi remarked. A rare smile barely gracing his lips, a subtle shift in his demeanor that Naruto interpreted as a faint smile. Naruto, the Umbu has thoroughly investigated the matter. You are innocent, Kakashi stated without preamble. Engrossed in his sword practice, Naruto had nearly forgotten about this issue, but upon hearing the news, he felt no surprise. It was entirely within his expectations. He had little faith that the Umbu could twist the truth from white to black. However, he was deeply concerned about the death of Hinata Hakuei and felt a pressing need to uncover the identity of the murderer. Who was the killer of Hinata Hakuei? Naruto inquired. Kakashi hesitated briefly, his eyes narrowing slightly. I might as well tell you, the murderer belongs to the Uchiha clan and has already faced retribution. This is a matter between the two clans and does not concern you. Upon hearing this, Naruto remained calm. It seemed that the strife between clans had ensnared innocent youth. While he could surmise this, he was reluctant to accept it. He did not wish to witness his kin engaging in mutual slaughter under the sunlit skies of Konohagakure. Was the pursuit of familial interests truly worth the sacrifice of innocent lives? Lacking answers, Naruto, having never experienced clan conflicts, found himself unable to ponder deeply. Yet, such actions from powerful families undeniably repulsed him. Must the weak truly languish beneath the shadow of the strong? Naruto found himself pondering this question once more. And this time he arrived at a resolute conclusion. Yes, the weak can only survive under the dominance of the strong. A moment's misstep could lead to death. Only by acquiring formidable power can one alter this grim reality. The path to equilibrium should reside within the heart of every individual. In pursuit of this balance, countless lives have been lost, rivers of crimson blood have flowed, yet the goal remains distant. My ninja way is to bring balance to this world, Naruto declared with unwavering conviction, his dark eyes gleaming with resolute determination. Master White Fang, please teach me the art of the sword, Naruto implored, gazing steadfastly at Kakashi. The intensity in his eyes stirred something within Kakashi. This child might indeed grow to become a pillar of strength for Konohagakure in the future. In the following days, with some leisure time, Kakashi devoted ample hours to instructing Naruto. During this period, Jiraiya visited Naruto, who expressed his intention to remain with the Umbu for a while longer. Thus, a month has passed. In a certain office within the Umbu building, it typically takes an ordinary person at least 3 months to master my swordsmanship. Yet you have accomplished it in merely a month, Naruto, and you truly astound me. Kakashi Hatake regarded the 8-year-old boy with black hair and eyes before him, admiration evident in his gaze. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a talented and diligent child. It is thanks to Lord Tobirama's teachings, Naruto remarked. Which was indeed the truth. Kakashi Hatake was not only the captain of the Umbu, but also a deeply responsible mentor, meticulously instructing and rigorously ensuring that every technique was perfected to its utmost. However, the advancement of swordsmanship knows no bounds, and the battlefield is ever-changing, making the agile application of one's blade crucial. While you have mastered my techniques in actual combat, you would still be unable to withstand a single strike from me. That is only natural. Naruto was not so arrogant as to believe he could rival the legendary Konoha White Fang at this stage. Kakashi removed the white fang from his back, gently caressing it as one would a child, his brow relaxing as he spoke warmly. The short blade, White Fang, has accompanied me for many years, vanquishing thousands of foes. Alongside it lies a long sword, which I wish to entrust to you. This blade, apart from myself and my father, has remained unseen and unknown to anyone else. Kakashi unlocked a cabinet and retrieved a long, rectangular box made of sandalwood. The box was pristine, devoid of dust, suggesting it had been frequently polished. Upon lifting the lid, a long katana lay quietly within, its scabbard adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of the short blade, White Fang. No, this item is far too precious. I would surely lose it. Naruto quickly waved his hands in rejection. The long sword, Akamaru, would only gather dust in my possession, whereas you could allow it to shine. Kakashi presented the long sword, Akamaru, to Naruto, a decision made after careful contemplation. He believed that Naruto could unleash its potential, spreading the name of Akamaru far and wide, just as with White Fang, and becoming a symbol of Konoha's protection. Faced with the offered Akamaru, Naruto found it difficult to refuse. He was in need of a katana, and Akamaru, undoubtedly, was a paragon among such blades. With hands moving instinctively, he accepted Akamaru, drawing it forth to reveal a surface emanating a crimson chakra glow, appearing exceptionally ethereal, while White Fang radiated a white chakra glow, exuding an aura of righteousness. White Fang was a short blade, and Akamaru a long one. Their appearances were similar, yet their characteristics diverged. The white chakra of White Fang possessed formidable penetrating power, emphasizing decisive, lethal strikes, perfectly aligned with Naruto's tactics. Conversely, the red chakra of Akamaru had the ability to incinerate an enemy's chakra, allowing for unexpected advantages in battle. Your ninjutsu enhances the weapon's capabilities, augmenting its penetration and lethality, akin to possessing the attributes of White Fang, thus making Akamaru exceedingly suitable for you. Kakashi's analytical prowess was exceptional. In but a few sentences, he left Naruto thoroughly impressed. The capacity to burn an enemy's chakra was indeed formidable. Imagining the combined might of Akamaru and his own techniques filled Naruto with exhilaration. Thank you, Lord Tobirama. Naruto expressed his gratitude. Kakashi Hatake is a selfless individual, dedicating himself not only to imparting his swordsmanship but also bestowing upon him the red pill. Naruhiko, overwhelmed with gratitude, finds himself destitute, possessing nothing, and understands the necessity of reciprocity in relationships. His appreciation for Konoha stands as the utmost expression of his gratitude. Very well. Go seek your mentor Jiraiya, Kakashi advised. Yes, Naruhiko respectfully acknowledged before departing. Having not seen Minato and Kushina for over a month, he felt a profound longing for them. Curious about the extent of their progress, with the red pill secured on his back, he strode confidently out of the Umbu building, having cleared his name. The Umbu ninjas would not trouble him. The sunlight was splendid. Feeling the warmth envelop him, Naruhiko relished the comfort it brought. In high spirits, he hummed a tune while sauntering through the streets of Konoha. As he walked, a child approached, whose attire seemed oddly familiar. Sporting a pair of sunglasses perched on a nose and a cascade of unruly black hair, half of his face obscured by a high-collared garment, Naruhiko was taken aback. "Is that you, Shino Aburame?" he exclaimed in surprise, only to realize his folly, given that it was around 30 years prior to Konoha's current timeline. Shino had yet to be born. This individual must be a forebear of his. The Aburame scion adjusted his sunglasses, gazing at Naruhiko with indifference. "What is this Shino Aburame?" he inquired. "I am Shimi Aburame. Although I must admit, the name Shino Aburame does have a nice ring to it. I've decided. Should I have a son, he will be named Shino Aburame." Realizing this foolishness was Shino's father, Naruhiko felt a surge of incredulity. Was it truly acceptable to be so nonchalant? After a moment of incredulity, Naruhiko smiled and introduced himself, saying, "I am Naruhiko, pleased to make your acquaintance." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Shimi was enveloped by a swarm of tiny insects, his entire being consumed by them. Witnessing this scene, Naruhiko felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Goosebumps erupted across his skin as he swiftly turned to flee. Could you not consider those with a phobia of clusters? Performing insect jutsu in public is rather nauseating, he thought. After running a couple of miles, the memory of that unsettling moment lingered in his mind, shattering his previously elevated mood. Just when he thought he had evaded Shimi, he turned around only to be confronted once again by that face. "Do you detest my insects?" Shimi queried, a hint of melancholy in his tone. No. I was merely in a hurry," Naruhiko hastily explained. The Aburame clan held a deep affection for insects. They could not abide anyone disparaging them or showing overt disgust in their presence. As he spoke, Shimi was once again cloaked in insects, transforming into an insect-human hybrid. Naruhiko's skin prickled with revulsion, and he turned to run once more. What on earth was happening? He felt his patience fraying. Shimi seemed intent on pursuing him relentlessly. "I am practicing my insect jutsu. Do you have an issue with that?" Shimi frowned. Naruhiko quickly waved his hands. No, you are perfectly fine. I have matters to attend to, so I must be on my way." Yet, Shimi was unyielding, demanding, "You owe me an explanation for your earlier behavior. Do you despise my insects or me personally? What manner of person was this, so deeply concerned with the opinions of others?" Miyen, with a sorrowful expression, lamented. "I suffer from a phobia of clusters." "Oh, I see. So you detest my insects," replied Jiwei in a frosty tone as countless black insects emerged from his sleeves, converging rapidly towards Miyen. At first glance, it appeared as though a dark stream was hastening toward him. The sight of such a multitude of dense black creatures sent shivers down Minyen's spine. "You have forced my hand," he declared, summoning his soul blade back to his side. "Soul Guardian." The soul blade hovered in midair, releasing chakra that swiftly expanded to form a hemispherical defensive barrier, within which Miyen sought refuge. The insects were thwarted by the barrier, yet they crawled relentlessly along its surface, transforming the originally pale blue shield into a suffocating mass of black. "Ugh, I cannot endure this," Miyen exclaimed, hastily retreating while using the barrier to impede the swarm. Jiwei, however, made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he adjusted his sunglasses, furrowing his brow in contemplation. What technique was that? How could it isolate my insects? They are capable of consuming chakra. This defies logic. The insects were an unassailable form of attack, and he had never encountered an adversary capable of repelling them. "Truman Miyen, I shall remember you," he stated, as the barrier dissolved and he retracted his insects, turning to depart. Once he was certain no one was in pursuit, Miyen paused, silently praying never to cross paths with anyone from the Miyen clan again. The swarm tactic was utterly unbearable for someone like him, who harbored a fear of clusters. "Where am I?" Miyen wondered, surveying his surroundings. After a frantic escape, he had lost track of his location within Konoha village. Dense thickets surrounded him, with few signs of habitation. There seems to be a large training ground over there." Driven by curiosity, he approached what he presumed to be a grand training area, only to discover it was, in fact, Konoha prison. The imposing copper walls, iron gates, and locks instilled a sense of dread. Any prisoner confined within would surely lose their sanity. Two ninjas clad in J-nin uniforms stood sentinel at the entrance. "I should leave," Miyen decided, having inadvertently stumbled into this place. He stealthily prepared to retreat the way he came. Who goes there? A vigilant J-nin detected movement in the bushes, shouting loudly, which rendered Miyen paralyzed with fear. Yet, instead of the anticipated approach of footsteps, he heard the clashing of metal. Holding his breath, he peered out to witness two Konoha J-nin battling against a figure clad in prison garb. Flames erupting and ninjutsu flying. An escape attempt? The intensity of this conflict left Miyen feeling utterly helpless. He feared that if he intervened, he might be mistaken for an accomplice and captured. Hence, retreat seemed the wisest course. Just as he extended his foot to leave, a shuriken whizzed past him, embedding itself in the ground before him. Sweat beaded on Minyen's forehead. He had narrowly escaped disaster. Suddenly, He heard the sound of rushing wind and turned to see the escaped convict charging toward him, pursued by the two genin. What should I do? Miyen panicked. A fugitive capable of evading two genin was not someone he could confront. Yet even if he remained crouched here, he would still be visible to the criminals. If they took him hostage, it would spell disaster. He had no faith that the criminals would show mercy after escaping from Konoha. The only possibility lay in creating a slight hindrance to the criminals, thus allowing the elite shinobi of Konoha to catch up. The rest would be entrusted to them. With no time to ponder further, Miyen resolved to take the plunge. Drawing forth the crimson orb, red chakra radiated from its surface, exuding an otherworldly aura. Without hesitation, he summoned all the chakra within him to condense the soul blade, for against such formidable foes, he had but a single opportunity to strike, and thus, he would exert every ounce of his strength. As the pale blue soul blade merged with the crimson orb, a purplish-red glow enveloped the orb, creating a dreamlike beauty. Ultimate technique, Twilight Blade. Miyen rose, swinging his blade toward the front. The criminal paused, taken aback. He could not fathom the sudden appearance of this young spirit. There was no time to waste on this boy, as the two elite shinobi behind him posed a more pressing threat. Should he be captured due to this boy's interference? All efforts for this jailbreak would be in vain. Therefore, his immediate task was to deliver a decisive blow. Utilizing a high-level ninjutsu would require intricate hand seals. Consuming precious time and chakra, a technique of lesser caliber would suffice for this child. He swiftly formed the seals. Water release, water chaos wave. A torrent of water erupted from the criminal's mouth, shooting towards Miyen like a cascading waterfall. Miyen never anticipated that the criminal, so close to him, would have time to perform ninjutsu. This exceeded his expectations. The technique was executed almost instantaneously, leaving no room for his slash to land. However, Miyen's blade was swifter than the water chaos wave, forcing the criminal to confront his attack. As the kunai met the crimson orb, a flash of flames erupted, and a powerful gust of wind swept through the area. What? The criminal's pupils constricted as he realized he could not withstand the boy's strike. What a ridiculous turn of events. The crimson orb surged forward, shattering the kunai's defense, and directly cleaved into the criminal's chest, causing blood to spatter like blossoms in bloom. In an instant, the purplish-red glow intensified, igniting the chakra at the wound, incinerating all chakra that coursed through the nearby meridians. This was beyond Miyen's expectations. He merely intended to delay the enemy. Yet the combination of the crimson orb and twilight blade proved to be devastatingly potent. With no time for astonishment, the water chaos wave loomed larger in Miyen's vision. He knew that should he be struck by this technique, he would either perish or suffer grievous injuries. The water chaos wave was a C-rank ninjutsu, and given its magnitude, it was undoubtedly cast by an elite shinobi. Its power could not be underestimated. In a final act of defiance, Miyen separated the soul blade from the crimson orb, summoning it back to his side. Ultimate technique, Soul Shield. With chakra nearly depleted, he minimized the defensive radius of the soul shield, just enough to encompass his entire body, thereby enhancing its protective capabilities. The criminal sensed the chakra within him dissipating. Through years of experience, he discerned that this blade was the source of the problem. Without hesitation, he drew the red pill, yet it was too late. The interference from that little brat allowed the pursuing jonin to catch up, and a significant portion of his chakra had dissipated due to the child's meddling. At that moment, he was no match for the two jonin. As the defensive barrier was just forming, a terrifying wave of water surged forth. With a thunderous crash, the torrent struck the barrier conjured by Honyu, and in an instant, the barrier crumbled. However, it ultimately mitigated the force of the water's onslaught, which, with residual momentum, cascaded upon Miyen's body. In that fleeting moment, Miyen felt as if his very organs had been displaced, an excruciating pain akin to a deluge of steel needles piercing his flesh, overwhelming him to the point of unconsciousness. Quickly, take this child to the hospital. I shall summon Tsunade-sensei. When he awoke, it was upon a hospital bed in Konoha, blinking through the haze of sleep. He observed the sterile white walls, and not a soul was in sight. Water. The voice that escaped his lips was hoarse, so much so that even Miyen struggled to recognize it as his own. Yearning for water, he found his bandaged arm devoid of strength, preventing him from reaching the cup on the bedside table. Alas, it seemed that an orphan was indeed overlooked. Miyen, you're awake. Suddenly, a head popped into view at the bedside. Through the fog of his vision, he discerned a boy with yellow hair. Undoubtedly, it was Minato. Minato offered him the cup, assisting him in drinking. Miyen felt a swell of gratitude. He was not alone after all, someone cared for him. Yet, a smile crept onto his face as he imagined Minato had likely slept on the floor. Only one caretaker is permitted in the ward. Jiraiya-sensei, Tsunade-sensei, and Kushina are waiting outside. I will fetch them. After a flurry of footsteps, the chaotic sound grew clearer, and soon 3 figures appeared beside the bed. As his vision sharpened, he recognized Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kushina. It dawned on him that they were concerned for his well-being. How long have I been unconscious? With the moisture of water, Mingyan's voice regained some clarity. 7 days, Tsunade replied. 7 days? Mingyan felt a wave of despair wash over him, lamenting the time lost. Hearing his complaint, Tsunade's expression darkened. Do you have any idea how close you came to losing your life? I do not know how you survived the attack from Kuroshiro-ai, nor do I wish to know, but no one understands your condition better than I do. Jiraiya's expression changed at the mention of Kuroshiro-ai. Is that the same Kuroshiro-ai who fought against me? Tsunade nodded, recounting that, according to witnesses, they were unable to shield the boy from the onslaught of Kuroshiro-ai's water wave, which had struck him directly. For a newly minted Genin to withstand an elite Jonin jutsu without any defense was astonishing, although Kuroshiro had been in a weakened state. It was nonetheless an assault far beyond what a mere Genin could bear. At this revelation, both Minato and Kushina wore expressions of disbelief. Could Mingyan truly have endured a strike from an elite Jonin? Was this something a Genin could achieve? Jiraiya, with a face full of astonishment, was acutely aware of the prowess of Hikuryuchi. In the absence of Sage Mode, Hikuryuchi was only a hair's breadth weaker than him, even in a compromised state. He undoubtedly possessed the strength of an ordinary Genin. Under typical circumstances, a Genin, driven by the intent to eliminate a Chunin, could accomplish this with a mere D-rank ninjutsu, or even with a single shuriken or kunai, let alone the C-rank ninjutsu, Water Chaos Wave. Tsunade's words filled Naruhiko with trepidation. He had initially perceived that individual as merely an ordinary Genin, only to discover he was an elite Genin. However, given the urgency of the situation, he had no regrets about his choice, especially since he had managed to mitigate some damage with soul assistance. Otherwise, he might very well have ended up as a cold corpse. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, Naruhiko could only smile sheepishly and mutter, "It must be my good fortune." The crowd chose to disregard his remarks. I also heard that Naruhiko managed to injure Hikuryuchi, which rendered the latter incapable of dealing with the 2 pursuing Genin. Otherwise, considering Hikuryuchi's strength, even in a weakened state, escaping from 2 Genin would not be a formidable challenge. Tsunade regarded Naruhiko as one would a rare creature. If surviving ninjutsu from an elite Genin as a Chunin was fortuitous, then injuring an elite Genin was no mere stroke of luck. It certainly indicated a measure of skill. In other words, did Naruhiko now possess the capability to harm an elite Genin? Minato remained momentarily speechless, unknowingly left behind as Naruhiko distanced himself. It was laughable that he had once aspired to showcase his newly learned ninjutsu before Naruhiko. Kushina's face was a canvas of shock. She felt no competitive rivalry between Minato and Naruhiko, only a pure sense of wonder at Naruhiko's mystery and strength. Impossible, Jiraiya vehemently dismissed. A month prior, when Naruhiko and his companions had attempted to seize his bell, Naruhiko's strength was indeed notable among the trio, yet it had not ascended to the level of a Genin. How could he have possibly elevated to Genin strength within such a brief span? To the point of injuring Hikuryuchi? At that time, Hikuryuchi had been in a weakened state. Naruhiko's ability to injure him did not necessarily imply he possessed Genin strength. It was quite possible that Naruhiko had employed some formidable technique. Tsunade countered. Having personally inquired with the 2 Genin who had participated in the battle, Naruhiko had indeed injured Hikuryuchi, and quite severely at that. Some technique? Jiraiya suddenly recalled the day they had fought for the bell, when Naruhiko had utilized a kunai enveloped in a pale blue glow. Based on his previous assessment, he could ascertain that it was not a chakra blade. Jiraiya turned to the pale-faced Naruhiko, a look of confusion etched on his features. Did you truly injure that fugitive? Naruhiko nodded gently, his neck bound in a cast, preventing any large movements. Was it the technique you used against me during the bell incident? Jiraiya inquired further. Naruhiko nodded again, feeling no need to conceal anything from his teacher. The truth was the truth, and everyone had their own secrets. He believed Jiraiya would understand. By the way, what about Akamaru? Suddenly recalling Akamaru, he pondered where the blade had gone after he had struck down. He had not had the chance to retrieve it. As Mingyan gazed about, Tsunade stepped forward, holding the crimson blade, her eyes sharp. Is this what you seek? The appearance of the red blade immediately captured everyone's attention. Its mere exterior exuded an extraordinary aura. You, an orphan, where did you acquire such a weapon? Tsunade's skepticism was palpable, questioning the origins of this formidable blade capable of rivaling a Jonin's technique. The young boy seemed suspicious indeed. Ming Yen's mind buzzed. He never anticipated Tsunade would direct her doubts toward him. After risking his life to assist in capturing a fugitive, was he now to be cast aside? Had there been an alternative at that moment, he would not have gambled with his life. Weary of defending himself, he lacked the strength for further discourse. Even if he had the energy, he preferred silence. Truth resides within the heart. He felt no guilt, even if an investigation ensued. The truth would remain unchanged. White would always be white, never to be tarnished. Sanda, he is my disciple, and I know him best. I assure you, he could never be a spy from a foreign land. Moreover, his parents were both Chunin of Konoha, who perished for the village. This is verifiable. How can you cast suspicion upon him? Jiraiya spoke on Ming Yen's behalf. Ming Yen has been my classmate at the Ninja Academy. He cannot possibly be a villain. Kushina added in agreement. Indeed, Ming Yen is absolutely innocent. Minato echoed his belief. You may have spent time with this boy, perhaps even been deceived by his facade. Tsunade persisted in her conviction, her expression grave as she scrutinized Ming Yen. Were it not for your assistance in apprehending the fugitive, I would have you brought to the Umbu right now. No need for your intervention. A remarkably composed voice resonated through the infirmary. Shortly thereafter, a man entered, a commanding presence in his every gesture and glance. White Fang, what brings you here? Jiraiya immediately adopted a courteous demeanor upon recognizing him. White Fang. Tsunade also offered her respect. What brings Tsukumo Hatake here? Has this matter reached the Umbu's ears? Though the presence of Tsukumo was fortuitous, as it might aid in verifying Ming Yen's identity, Ming Yen thought to himself, if I hadn't come, were you planning to interrogate this hero in my Umbu? Tsukumo's gaze turned fierce as he beheld the severely injured Ming Yen. But Tsunade began to speak, only to be interrupted by Tsukumo. But what? That blade you hold, known as the Crimson Blade, was given to Ming Yen by me. He risked his life to assist a Jonin in capturing a fugitive. And you still suspect him of being a spy? Have you considered Ming Yen's feelings? You are Konoha's finest medical ninja. You should understand that he nearly lost his life in this endeavor. Your earlier remarks were disconcerting. What of Ming Yen, the one directly involved? Have you contemplated his perspective? Tsukumo's words filled Tsunade with profound shame, flushing her cheeks. Standing before the renowned hero of Konoha, the illustrious White Fang, even as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she found herself compelled to concede in light of her error. I apologize. I should not have made such presumptions. Tsunade admitted her fault. Humph. Do not allow a genius to be driven away by your lot. With these words, Hatake Tsukumo turned and departed. I had said that Narahina was impossible. Jiraiya's mood lifted. A glance caught Tsunade's fierce, fiery eyes, and he quickly covered his mouth. If he continued, given Tsunade's current displeasure, she would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of blows upon him, leaving him utterly disoriented. At that moment, the one experiencing the utmost joy was Narahina. For Tsunade had been reprimanded by Hatake Tsukumo, alleviating all his grievances. He bore no ill towards Tsunade, for he understood that her intentions were solely for the village's benefit, albeit her methods were lacking. As the saying goes, a mature person possesses a generous heart. During the period of Narahina's convalescence at the Konoha hospital, Minato and Kushina frequently visited him, tending to his needs and ensuring his comfort. Narahina felt an immense sense of happiness, and Jiraiya often came by as well, primarily to engage him in discussions regarding the exhilarating climaxes of the plot. From Jiraiya, Narahina learned that the first volume of the book was nearly complete and was poised for publication. However, a fitting title eluded them. Thus, Jiraiya sought his counsel on how to best name the book. Narahina inquired, what is the purpose of a book title? Jiraiya pondered for a moment and replied, it should be catchy and grand. Narahina shook his head, asserting that the paramount importance of a title lies in its ability to incite the reader's desire to delve into the book. Jiraiya had an epiphany and, after half an hour of contemplation, finally proposed 3 titles for Narahina to choose from: 4 Seasons of Passion, Intimate Life, and Paradise of Affection. Without hesitation, Narahina selected Paradise of Affection, recalling that in the original work, Jiraiya's Paradise of Affection had enjoyed phenomenal sales in Konoha. Thus, the first volume of Paradise of Affection commenced its sales in a local bookstore in Konoha. The incident involving the escape of the rogue ninja Kuroshiro Ryuichi was no trivial matter. He was an S-rank criminal. Should he succeed in fleeing, It would pose a significant security threat to Konoha. To prevent a recurrence, the head of Konoha prison reported the matter in detail to the Hokage, who would handle the situation and bolster defenses. The name Narahina reached the ears of the Hokage, as it was this Truman Narahina, a genin, who had bought time for the Jounin guarding the prison, thereby preventing Kuroshiro Ryuchi from escaping. One ninja remarked to Sarutobi Hiruzen, had it not been for this young genin, Kuroshiro Ryuchi would likely be at large now, plotting revenge against Konoha. Another ninja added, this genin is the greatest contributor to the thwarting of this escape. Ming Yen leisurely stretched his limbs and gazed out the window, where the cheerful chirping of birds in the trees seemed to celebrate his discharge from the hospital. He picked up a clean apple from the bedside, savoring the moment, fully aware that such indulgences would soon be a rarity. Crunch. As he relished the fruit, he momentarily forgot about the discharge procedures. Suddenly, a towering figure approached, exuding the aura of a seasoned veteran from the famed Akina Mountain. Ming Yen. I have delightful news for you, Jiraiya chuckled. Ming Yen, with his eyelids drooping lazily, replied, what good news? The Hokage wishes to summon you. Cough. Upon hearing this, Ming Yen nearly choked on the apple. This was hardly good news. He merely wished to live quietly as a handsome youth, without drawing undue attention. Modesty is a traditional virtue, after all. What if he shone too brightly and caught Orochimaru's eye? Even if Orochimaru was currently sane and not yet driven to madness in pursuit of ninjutsu research, who could predict the future? Moreover, he was merely an 8-year-old newly promoted to genin. How could the Hokage wish to meet him? The so-called good news Jiraiya delivered felt to Ming Yen like a harbinger of doom. Choking on happiness from an apple? Jiraiya laughed. Ming Yen cleared his throat and inquired, what does the Hokage want with me? You assisted a genin in capturing an S-rank fugitive. Naturally, the Hokage wishes to acknowledge such bravery. I feel unwell. Must I go? Ming Yen grimaced, appearing as though he were on the verge of collapse. Jiraiya, however, paid him no heed and rudely whisked him away. This treatment made Ming Yen uncomfortable. Although he was just an 8-year-old child, his mind was quite mature, and being carried off like this felt undignified. He insisted that Jiraiya set him down, claiming he needed to maintain the image of a little hero. Otherwise, his dignity would be lost. After completing the discharge formalities, Jiraiya led Ming Yen toward the Hokage building. They stopped for a bowl of hot ramen, which Ming Yen graciously paid for. While Jiraiya lamented about his recently published book that had drained his savings, leaving him uncertain of when he might recoup his losses, Ming Yen had never encountered such a miserly teacher. Could he not afford a simple bowl of noodles? Yet, he had to endure. For he sought to gain some advantage from Jiraiya. As the saying goes, one must sacrifice to gain. Their journey was punctuated by stops, with Jiraiya pausing to admire every attractive woman he encountered, claiming it sparked his creativity. Ming Yen remained silent, thinking it would be better to simply express his admiration. After all, they were both men, and there was no shame in that. Suddenly, Jiraiya pointed to the side, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Do you see that? Ming Yen followed his gaze and realized it was a bookstore, not anything extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a man engrossed in a rather risky cover of Paradise of Affection. Utterly captivated and unwilling to put it down. Is that the book you submitted to the bookstore? Ming Yen inquired. Indeed. The publisher was wary of incurring losses and had initially printed only a single copy. Should this volume sell, the proprietor would consider increasing the print run. Jiraiya chuckled contentedly. Thus, he kept his gaze fixed on the individual, a validation of sorts, realizing that someone was actually interested in the book he had penned. Such a lack of ambition. Minato scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Jiraiya before striding overconfidently. Excuse me, sir, I wish to purchase the book you are holding. Minato addressed the middle-aged man engrossed in Paradise of Affection. Suddenly, Minato entered Jiraiya's line of sight, startling him. He was uncertain of the boy's intentions. However, the middle-aged man remained utterly captivated, oblivious to Minato's words, his eyes glued to the pages as he turned them with fervor. At that moment, the proprietor noticed a potential sale and addressed the man. Sir, someone intends to purchase this book. If you are interested, please return tomorrow. The proprietor's voice was loud enough for the middle-aged man to hear. Unfazed, the man marked his place with a bookmark, closed the book, and inquired. In such a large bookstore, is there truly no stock available? I apologize, sir. We currently have only this one copy. We will print more tonight. So if you wish to acquire it, please return tomorrow, the proprietor replied courteously. First come, first served. I arrived first, so this book is mine. Besides, what would a child like you know about such literature? The middle-aged man scrutinized Minato with a bemused expression. I understand perfectly, Minato replied, sharing a knowing glance that any typical man would comprehend. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though this child possessed more experience than himself. No. It must be an illusion. How much is this book? Minato asked the proprietor. 240 taels. For 100 taels, I will take it, Minato declared, reaching for his wallet, but was interrupted by another voice. 500 taels, I'll take it. The middle-aged man clutched Paradise of Affection tightly, having just encountered a thrilling scene. If someone else were to acquire it, his afternoon would be utterly ruined. It was akin to being interrupted mid-relief in a lavatory, a crude analogy, but one that accurately captured his sentiment. The proprietor glanced between Minato and the middle-aged man, elated by the unexpected turn of events. Could he truly profit an additional 260 taels? I'm sorry, but if you wish to purchase, you'll have to return tomorrow. The proprietor reluctantly apologized to Minato, knowing that in a small business, every extra tael counts. Minato shrugged nonchalantly, believing this would help the proprietor recognize the value of Paradise of Affection, perhaps leading to a vigorous promotion. The middle-aged man, unfazed by the competition, paid his dues and continued reading as he walked, colliding with a utility pole with a thud, yet he carried on as if nothing had happened. Consequently, the bookstore owner perceived vast potential in Paradise of Affection and resolved to make it a flagship title, planning to print 500 copies that night. Minato, what have you done? Jiraiya inquired. Don't worry, Teacher Jiraiya. You're about to become quite famous. Famous? Are you certain you're not jesting? Jiraiya gazed at Narahina with a hint of skepticism, contemplating for a minute before suddenly exclaiming, Oh no, the Hokage is still waiting for us. We must hurry. With that, Jiraiya activated his swift mode, pulling Narahina along as they dashed towards the Hokage building. Narahina felt as though he were merely enjoying a breezy ride. Upon arriving at the foot of the Hokage building, Jiraiya abruptly halted, leading Narahina to believe their jaunt had concluded. However, Jiraiya promptly took off again, racing directly to the Hokage's office. The elite Genin patrolling the corridors merely sensed a gust of wind rush past them, leaving them bewildered. Outside the Hokage's office, Jiraiya made a slight adjustment and tapped on the door. Enter, came the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, imbued with a sense of profound experience. Pushing the door open, Narahina followed closely behind Jiraiya. At that moment, the Hokage stood at the window, exhaling clouds of smoke before finally turning to face them. Narahina endeavored to maintain his composure. Before him stood the illustrious third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a man who commanded mastery over all non-bloodline limit ninjutsu known to Konoha, proficient in 5 chakra nature transformations, revered as a ninja instructor who had trained the legendary Sannin, and who had ushered in the golden age of the Hidden Leaf Village. At present, Sarutobi appeared robust, his gaze sharp and penetrating. He was in his early 40s, comparable in age to Danzo, in the prime of his life, exuding an air of authority both within and without. Teacher Sarutobi, I have brought Tsukumo Narahina, Jiraiya announced, silently hoping that Sarutobi would not chastise him for their tardiness. I pay my respects to the Hokage, Narahina said, bowing slightly, as the third Hokage certainly warranted such reverence. I have long heard of a genin assisting a genin in capturing the elite genin, Kurashita Raiuchi. To see you in person, you indeed possess an extraordinary presence, Sarutobi remarked, surveying Narahina. The impression he received from Narahina was one of tranquility, maturity, and steadiness, a stark contrast to his peers, particularly that brash Kushina. Sarutobi was accustomed to Jiraiya's laid-back demeanor, and thus, today's delay did not anger him. After all, he was Jiraiya's teacher, and teachers must sometimes accommodate their students, lest they drive them to madness, especially a notoriously relaxed student like Jiraiya. Upon hearing these words, Narahina felt a sense of dissonance. The notion of a mere genin assisting a genin in subduing an elite genin seemed somewhat absurd, as the disparity between a genin and an elite genin was vast and incomparable. Moments later, Sarutobi continued, Your performance has truly surprised me. It may very well be the most astonishing I have witnessed in recent years. Frankly, even in my youth, I would not have been able to withstand the techniques of an elite genin with sheer physicality, let alone inflict harm upon one. I am uncertain what technique you employed, but that is of little consequence. You have rendered a service to Konoha, and on its behalf, I extend my gratitude. Sarutobi was unaware of the potential repercussions that awaited Konoha following Kurashita Raiuchi's escape, which would undoubtedly be devastating. Raiuchi had numerous accomplices, and even the weakest among them possessed the strength of an average genin. The collective retaliation from numerous upper ninjas against Konoha would undoubtedly involve innocent parties and could inflict irreparable wounds upon the village. Thus, in a sense, Naruto's actions indirectly salvaged Konoha. Receiving praise and gratitude from Sarutobi Hiruzen filled Naruto's heart with joy. Having already gained recognition from the legendary White Fang of Konoha, he now basked in the acknowledgement of the Hokage. If he were truly an 8-year-old child, he might feel as though he could soar to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. However, he was not. On the contrary, his mind was quite mature, imbued with a strong sense of honor as a Konoha ninja, a testament to Jiraiya's exemplary teachings. Moreover, as a member of Konoha, he felt it was his privilege to contribute to the village. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya flushed with pride. His disciple was indeed perceptive, knowing how to speak well of his teacher in front of the Hokage. What great potential! Sarutobi Hiruzen was pleased with Naruto's words. Yet when he praised Jiraiya's teaching, he appeared less than enthusiastic. He knew Jiraiya's true nature, often idle, neglecting serious matters, and prone to frivolity. He felt a responsibility to keep a close watch on his disciple to prevent him from disappearing one day without a trace. Jiraiya's face turned awkward as Hiruzen remained unchanged, always ready to tease him regardless of the situation. I wholeheartedly agree, Naruto grinned widely. Jiraiya, feeling exasperated, thought that if Hiruzen weren't present, he might have given Naruto a good thrashing. When things were good, Naruto was wonderful, but when they were not, he resembled Hiruzen all too closely. As Jiraiya's disciple, you are my grand student. It is indeed a fortunate event for Konoha to have a grand student with such talent, Hiruzen declared with a hearty laugh. When Hiruzen adopted a serious demeanor, he instilled fear, yet when he was amiable, he resembled a kindly old child, erasing any perceived distance due to status. Suddenly finding himself in a relationship with the Hokage was something Naruto could hardly comprehend. As an orphan, he had journeyed far, forging numerous bonds and accumulating warmth through friendships with companions in whom he could entrust his back during battles. A profound sense of belonging filled him. I am a child of Konoha in life, and in death, I shall remain its spirit, for reasons unknown. These words surged from the depths of his heart to the surface, begging to be expressed. Yet, such a declaration from an 8-year-old seemed rather ludicrous, eliciting laughter from both Hiruzen and Jiraiya. The Hokage's office echoed with waves of laughter, but behind that mirth lay the solemn vow of a young genin. Naruto? Hiruzen was still uncertain if that was indeed the boy's name. Naruto nodded, feeling somewhat speechless. Was his name truly so difficult to remember? First, Jiraiya had forgotten it, and now Hiruzen struggled to recall it. Truly, they were a pair. Naruto, although Jiraiya may not appear very serious, being his student will certainly impart valuable lessons. At your age, it is easy to become restless after experiencing a taste of victory, so you must remain humble and temperate, Hiruzen advised earnestly. Though his words were simple and devoid of profound philosophy, each carried a weight of expectation for the younger generation. On the path of a ninja, one must tread carefully, step by step, to attain greatness akin to that of the first and second Hokages. I believe that one day, you shall reach that pinnacle. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Naruhiko with a smile, as a vivid memory surfaced in his mind, a scene from his youth, where he absorbed the earnest teachings of the second Hokage, Senjitobarama, upon the cliffs of Hokage Rock. It was indeed the wisdom imparted by the second Hokage that molded him into the man willing to sacrifice his life for Konoha. He was but a ninja of Konoha, a member of a grand family, sharing the unwavering responsibility of protecting the village, just like many others. The title of Hokage is merely a codename, a role that should command authority at critical moments. This is the essence of a competent Hokage. Naruhiko etched every word spoken by Hiruzen into his memory, for they were the experiences of a seasoned elder who had navigated the tumultuous world of ninjas for decades. Absorbing such wisdom could only be beneficial. He pledged to adhere to the Hokage's teachings. Hiruzen nodded with a smile and waved his hand, signaling, "Now, you may return to your duties." Upon exiting the Hokage building, Naruhiko released a long sigh, raising an eyebrow and smiling at Jiraiya. "Now, let us attend to our own affairs." "What affairs do we have to attend to?" Jiraiya feigned ignorance. "Master Jiraiya, look, your book has been published, and judging by the response from today's reader, it is bound to be a bestseller. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise to me?" Naruhiko inquired. "Absolutely not. I must wait until I receive my first royalty check. Besides, even if you learn that now, it would be of no use," Jiraiya replied firmly. Despite Naruhiko's persistent entreaties, Jiraiya remained resolute, forcing him to temporarily concede the matter. "By the way, how did you come to associate with the esteemed White Fang? I am quite curious," Jiraiya asked, intrigued. The very knife gifted to Naruhiko by the White Fang suggested an extraordinary relationship between the two. Such a quality weapon was rare. Even Jiraiya had seldom encountered one. He had seen the weapons wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, yet none rivaled the mystique of Naruhiko's blade. The short blade of Hitaki Sakumo, known as White Fang, was already considered the pinnacle among ninja tools, yet this long sword seemed to hold equal merit. Lord White Fang remarked upon my exceptional physique and innate talent, and thus agreed to teach me the art of the blade. Naruhiko jested. Did White Fang teach you the entirety of the Hitaki blade techniques? Jiraiya appeared startled, as if he had received alarming news. Whether it was all or only a portion, I cannot say. But is that a problem? I stayed an extra month in the Umbu precisely to study under Lord White Fang, Naruhiko replied. Puzzled by the gravity of the situation, learning the art of the blade seemed like a trivial matter to him. Even a fraction of the techniques from Konoha's White Fang was sufficient for his current needs. Jiraiya pondered deeply, for he was aware of White Fang's temperament. Since his rise to fame, he had never personally instructed anyone. He had once expressed a keen interest in the Hitaki blade techniques, and had sought to learn them from White Fang, only to be met with rejection, largely due to his poor foundational skills that did not meet the standards of the esteemed master. However, Konoha has produced numerous skilled swordsmen who aspired to take Konoha White Fang as their master, only to be met with rejection. Consequently, the ninjas of Konoha believed that the swordsmanship of Konoha White Fang was not to be disseminated, leading to a decline in those seeking his tutelage to avoid disappointment. Furthermore, as the captain of the Umbu, Konoha White Fang was not easily accessible. His responsibilities kept him exceedingly busy, leaving little time to instruct others. Yet, all of this was seemingly shattered by the presence of this young boy, Naruhiko, who astonishingly received the direct transmission from Konoha White Fang. Such an opportunity was beyond the imagination of others. It required the perfect confluence of time, place, and person. Before departing, the esteemed White Fang entrusted me with the care of the sword, Akamaru. Noticing that Jiraiya had been silent for quite a while, Naruhiko continued to speak. At that moment, Jiraiya snapped back to attention. Akamaru? Is that the great sword on your back? Naruhiko nodded and unsheathed Akamaru, its blade emanating a radiant red chakra, both splendid and otherworldly. Lord White Fang mentioned that the short sword, White Fang, and the long sword, Akamaru, exist as a pair. During my battle with the Black, I managed to injure him using both Akamaru and the technique, Twilight Blade, Naruhiko stated calmly. Over the past few days, he had heard many speak of the infamous Black, and he could now even recall the names of wanted criminals. Observing Akamaru up close heightened Jiraiya's sense of its mystique. He found it difficult to remain composed. Why did Naruhiko recount injuring the Black with such ease and tranquility? Twilight Blade must be that peculiar ninjutsu, right? Jiraiya inquired. Indeed, Twilight Blade enhances weapons, amplifying their penetration and lethality. Akamaru possesses the unique ability to incinerate chakra, which proved detrimental to the Black during our confrontation, Naruhiko explained. This assertion felt incongruous. Here was a low-ranking ninja claiming victory over a seasoned elite ninja. Jiraiya's forehead was lined with sweat. How could Naruhiko's casual recounting of events diminish the significance of such an encounter? The opponent was an elite ninja, even in a weakened state, possessing the strength of an average genin, while Naruhiko was merely a lowly genin. Nevertheless, what Naruhiko described about Twilight Blade was indeed formidable. Capable of penetrating genin defenses and inflicting damage, certainly not an ordinary ninjutsu. This was further complemented by Akamaru's terrifying ability to incinerate chakra. Jiraiya had absorbed a wealth of novel information, and his gaze towards Naruhiko shifted significantly. What remarkable character must one possess to hold such a plethora of hidden talents? Powerful ninjutsu, high-quality ninja tools, and the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan. These were privileges rarely accessible to the common folk, yet Naruhiko possessed them all. Jiraiya resolved against inquiring about the origins of Naruhiko's ninjutsu. Everyone has their own secrets. Naruhiko had already shared so much with him, and he ought to be content. It was a testament to Naruhiko's trust in him as a teacher. If it were anyone else, who could reveal so many hidden cards, it was well known that exposing even one secret could increase the peril of death in battle. Jiraiya's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Perhaps the future accomplishments of Naruto would far surpass those of his teacher. It was perhaps not too early to impart the art of summoning to him. For Naruto could not be treated like an ordinary student. Follow me, Jiraiya beckoned, striding forward. Uncertain of Jiraiya's intentions, Naruto had no choice but to follow him through the bustling marketplace until they reached the serene banks of a tranquil stream. Jiraiya paused and spoke slowly. The summoning technique is a form of space-time ninjutsu, divided into blood contract summoning and non-blood contract summoning. My pact is with the sacred land of Mount Myaboku, allowing me to summon the toads of that realm as allies in battle. The strength of the summoned creatures is greatly influenced by the amount of chakra possessed by the practitioner. Seated by the stream, Naruto listened intently. His previous request to Jiraiya had indeed been to teach him the summoning technique, and he had not anticipated this change of heart from his teacher. Jiraiya removed the contract scroll from his back and unfurled it, regarding Naruto with a solemn expression. I permit you to forge a blood contract with the Toad clan of Mount Myaboku. Henceforth, you shall be able to summon their toads. However, your limited chakra may not suffice for such summoning. This decision was made after considerable contemplation, as Jiraiya firmly believed that Naruto would not betray Konohagakure. No, sensei. All I need is a demonstration of the summoning technique, Naruto replied. He had no intention of merely summoning the toads. His ambitions extended far beyond that. In the original narrative, 3 mysterious sanctuaries exist. Mount Myaboku, home to the Toad Sage, the Wetbone Forest, where the Slug Sage resides, and the Ryuchi Cave, dwelling of the White Snake Sage. Each of these revered locations is the aspiration of countless ninjas, yet few gain entry. In a moment of folly, Jiraiya had once used the summoning technique without a contract, only to be drawn into an alternate dimension, fortuitously arriving at Mount Myaboku. There, he not only forged a blood pact with the Toad clan but also mastered sage techniques, soaring to unprecedented heights and gaining renown throughout the ninja world. Jiraiya is undoubtedly a figure of luck, and Naruto aspires to follow in his footsteps, yearning to become the next fortunate individual. Who says the world of Naruto contains only 3 great sanctuaries? If it were limited to just those, how then did the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, acquire his sage techniques? The unknown regions of the Naruto universe are plentiful, extending beyond the 3 great sanctuaries, and it is entirely possible that hidden opportunities await the arrival of another fortunate soul. Naruto's resolute refusal momentarily left Jiraiya in a state of bewilderment. How could this young lad remain unmoved? It is not every individual who can forge a blood contract with the esteemed Toad clan of Myaboku Mountain. Countless seekers had besieged him. Yet he remained steadfast in his refusal, fearing that ill-intentioned individuals might exploit such power. Now, an extraordinary opportunity lay before Naruto. One that could be seized with but a mere gesture, yet he chose to decline. The thoughts of this young boy were truly inscrutable. If he had no desire to enter into a blood pact, then why request a demonstration of the summoning technique? Jiraiya was genuinely perplexed by Naruto's intentions. Very well. He would demonstrate. After all, merely forming hand seals would not summon forth any formidable creature. Jiraiya bit into the thumb of his right hand, channeling chakra into the palm of his left. With a swift motion, he rubbed his right thumb across his left palm, quickly forming the seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, and sheep. The speed at which he completed the seals left Naruto in awe, unable to discern how many seals had been executed. Pressing his left hand against the ground, intricate symbols emerged, and a massive toad materialized atop the formation. Magnificent! Naruto sat beneath the great toad, dwarfed like an ant. This is merely a demonstration. So I have not summoned a powerful toad, Jiraiya proclaimed, standing atop the toad's head, arms crossed, gazing down at Naruto. At that moment, Naruto suddenly perceived the vast chasm that separated him from genuine strength. Just as Jiraiya loomed above him now, he could only look up in admiration. He did not wish to engage in conversation with Jiraiya from such a lowly position, as it seemed rather foolish. Haraha! Jiraiya erupted in hearty laughter, dispelling the summoning technique and landing gracefully on the ground. This felt much better. At least he no longer had to look up at Jiraiya, though he still had to tilt his head, given the disparity in their heights. What is the sequence of hand seals for the summoning technique? Naruto inquired. Why do you ask that? You have neither established a contract with any creature nor possess any tools or ninja beasts to summon. Even if I told you, you would be unable to summon anything, Jiraiya replied, utterly confounded by Naruto's motives. Oh, you need not concern yourself with that. I have my own uses for it. Naruto feigned an air of maturity. Jiraiya stroked his chin, scrutinizing Naruto with suspicion. After a prolonged silence, he finally stated, the sequence of seals is boar, dog, bird, monkey, and sheep. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. Naruto beamed with a radiant smile. This left Jiraiya utterly perplexed. Was he truly so elated over learning the hand seals? Suddenly, Jiraiya had a revelation. Could it be that Naruto intended to attempt the summoning technique without any prior contracts? This clever lad was certainly not as naive as he had been in his youth, a foolishness that had nearly led him to disaster. Attempting the summoning technique without an established blood bond or a non-blood connection with tools or ninja beasts could result in the caster becoming trapped in a foreign space, perhaps never to return. Alternatively, they might find themselves transported to an unknown domain, just as Jiraiya had experienced in his own folly. In his youth, he had made such an attempt and, by sheer luck, had been transported to Miyaboka Mountain, where he forged a blood pact with the Toad clan and learned to enter Sage mode, resulting in a remarkable surge in his power. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly low. If Naruto were to dare undertake such an action, he could very well become lost in another dimension. Naruto, remember, it is imperative that you do not employ summoning techniques without establishing a connection with anything first. Jiraiya, filled with trepidation, feared that Naruto might act foolishly. While Naruto feigned understanding, his inner thoughts were aligned with Jiraiya's concerns. By the way, what of Minato and Kushina? Naruto diverted the conversation. They have gone on a mission. Ah, I see. I must also take on a few tasks. Otherwise, I shall starve. Until Jiraiya earns a substantial sum, Naruto must rely on himself for sustenance. Go on. I too must draft the second volume of Intimate Paradise. The ensuing chapters promise to be even more exhilarating. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, his expression lewd. Thus, Naruto proceeded to the mission issuance room to accept several trivial D-rank tasks. He devoted the remainder of his time to these assignments, completing them and receiving his remuneration, which soon filled his wallet once more. Determined to treat himself, he resolved to dine at a high-end restaurant he had never visited before. After all, one must reward oneself for diligent effort. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto strolled through the streets of Konoha, solitary and contemplative. The Shimi barbecue restaurant looked quite appealing. From its exterior decor, it exuded elegance and grandeur, with mostly ninjas coming and going. Upon entering, he found the interior tastefully decorated. The ambience tranquil and serene, impeccably clean. Leaning against the railing, he observed the vibrant potted plants, suffused with a delicate floral fragrance that calmed the spirit. A perfect dining establishment. Previously, meals had merely served to satiate hunger. He had never understood the pleasures of culinary enjoyment. Today, with rare leisure and a bit of disposable income, he deemed it acceptable to indulge a little. Relentless training had taken a significant toll on his body, and occasional relaxation could alleviate both physical and mental fatigue. Unlike other dining establishments, this barbecue restaurant was remarkably quiet, with patrons speaking in hushed tones to foster a pleasant dining atmosphere. The barbecue joint was bustling with customers, and Naruto quickly spotted a corner table that appealed to him for its tranquility, as it was less populated. He approached, seated himself, and ordered a small portion of black pepper beef, a small portion of pork tenderloin, and a small portion of bacon, along with 2 bottles of orange juice. Previously, his meals consisted solely of noodles or dry rice balls, and his palate was weary of such monotony. Before long, an array of succulent raw meats was served, and he found himself momentarily taken aback, as it was his first visit to a barbecue restaurant. Mimicking the others, he grilled the meat with reasonable competence. As Naruto savored the meat and sipped his orange juice, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. It had been quite a while since he had enjoyed such leisure. Have you heard? A young genin assisted the Konoha Nin in capturing the S-rank fugitive, Haichi Lomi. You must be feverish. What's gotten into you today? Spouting such nonsense. It's no nonsense. It's true. My sister was cleaning in front of the Hokage's office and happened to overhear the matter. She told me about it. I didn't believe her at first, but after inquiring around, many people are aware of it. Isn't that the child named Namake's Minato? The child is in the same class as my son. According to him, this child has excelled remarkably at the Ninja Academy, earning unanimous recognition from the teachers as a prodigy. Consequently, he graduated a month ago, successfully advancing to the rank of a genin, which aligns perfectly with what you mentioned. No, that genin seems to be named Miyen. Miyen? Is he the same as Truman Miyen? That cannot be. For my son claims he is at the bottom of his class, consistently failing exams. How could it be him? I am uncertain, nonetheless. This matter has sparked considerable discussion in Konoha. However, aside from the higher-ups in Konoha, no one seems to know who this genin is. The 4 at the neighboring table conversed while eating, and it was impossible not to overhear Ming Yan's name. It sounded rather amusing. Who would have thought he transformed from a virtually inconspicuous student into the focal point of public discourse? The disparity is quite significant. Miyen truly did not anticipate that his unintentional actions would elevate him to the status of a focal point. In that moment of urgency, he merely made the choice that was most advantageous to himself. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain a lower profile moving forward. The tender and succulent beef fillet, paired with a uniquely flavored sauce, was an explosion of taste upon chewing, akin to a fragrant bomb detonating, with the rich aroma of meat permeating his palate. With a satisfying smack, Miyen savored his meal, only to immediately notice several unusual gazes directed at him. He slightly restrained his exuberance. After all, one cannot indulge too openly. A patron at the adjacent table, having noticed him, swallowed a piece of grilled meat and exclaimed, "He's that little jinin." The moment these words escaped his lips, Miyen found himself thrust into the limelight, attracting a multitude of glances, some filled with curiosity, others with envy, jealousy, admiration, and disdain. In summary, a diverse array of gazes converged upon him. Is that the little jinin who injured an S-rank criminal? Indeed, it was he, the same individual who, alongside the esteemed Jiraiya, had an audience with the Hokage that day. Humph, I refuse to believe a mere genin would dare confront an S-rank criminal. That would be courting death. Countless discussions erupted, and soon, people began to crowd around Miyen's table, those without seats standing at the periphery. Gradually, he became encircled by diners, many of whom were ninjas, including several jounin. "Hey, you are disrupting my meal," Miyen protested, visibly displeased. "Are you the genin who assisted a jounin in capturing an S-rank fugitive?" "What a peculiar question. I have no idea," he feigned ignorance. Knowing that any admission could lead to incessant inquiries, Miyen had long been known for his masterful acting skills. With such a response, complemented by his expertly crafted facial expressions, he deceived many, leaving only the skeptics unconvinced. He continued to relish his grilled meat, indifferent to those around him. "Answer me a few questions, and this meal is on me." "Ah, that sounds appealing," Miyen contemplated before agreeing. Saving money with mere conversation was a profitable endeavor. "Albeit," he stipulated, "but you may only ask 3. "Agreed." The Inquisitor's gaze wandered over Miyen as he posed his first question. "Who is your mentor?" With a forehead protector, he was undoubtedly a ninja, and every ninja had a mentor. That was beyond dispute. "Jiraiya." Bang. The man's jaw collided with the table, astonished. "You mean the esteemed Jiraiya, the Hokage's apprentice? Is there another Jiraiya?" Next question, Miyen gestured nonchalantly. The individual, regaining composure, asked, "What is your name?" "Truman Miyen." "Next, are you interested in collaborating with me?" Before he could finish, Miyen interjected, "Not at all." After finishing his last bite, he smiled at the waitress nearby. "The check, please." The man's smile was strained as he glanced at the bill presented to him, feeling a pang of regret. Yet he had no choice but to pay. Strolling down the street, Miyen patted his stomach, contentedly murmuring, "What a satisfying meal. Now that I am well fed, it is time to train." As Naruto rubbed his hands together, he felt an exhilarating urge to try out the summoning technique that Jiraiya had taught him. Eager to experiment, he hurried home and stood at his doorstep, reciting the required hand seals while attempting the technique to reinforce his memory. Hai, Wu, Yu, Shin, Wei. Being a novice, Naruto executed the seals at a sluggish pace, his hands deftly shifting as he gathered chakra into his right hand and pressed it against the ground. Suddenly, he sensed a chaotic surge of chakra that seemed to rebel against his command, refusing to flow as freely as before. He attempted once more, but still met with failure. The chakra had completely slipped from his control. Perhaps he was being a bit overly ambitious. Settling down to recalibrate, he was taken aback by the unforeseen side effects of attempting the summoning technique. No wonder Jiraiya had been reluctant to teach him. It was truly for his own good. After a considerable amount of time, the flow of chakra within his system had yet to return to its normal state, leaving him unable to even condense a soul blade. The ramifications of this were quite alarming. With chakra now inaccessible, Naruto reluctantly abandoned the thought of using summoning to transport himself to the sacred grounds. Furthermore, he could not pursue chakra enhancement training, as this required the depletion of chakra to its limits. Resolute, he decided to delve into the next profound technique of Shun. The technique, known as Piercing Flash, was a conventional physical attack that did not necessitate chakra. Naturally, executing it in the Twilight Blade state would amplify its potency significantly. Piercing Flash involved exploiting the enemy's weaknesses for a decisive strike, demanding the practitioner to possess rapid movement and strike speed, along with exceptional precision. Having studied swordsmanship with the Konoha White Fang for a month, Naruto had honed these three aspects to a commendable level, earning praise from the White Fang himself. The swordsmanship of the Hatake clan was essentially a flawless series of continuous attacks, with seamless transitions between techniques that left little room for counterattacks. It was grounded in speed, accuracy, and lethality, and with the enhanced penetration power of the short blade White Fang, every slash from Kakashi Hatake wielded destructive force comparable to that of ninjutsu. While Naruto lacked the short blade White Fang, he wielded the Twilight Blade, which also augmented penetration. Additionally, with the Red Maru igniting the enemy's chakra, the might of a single strike was formidable, albeit still incomparable to the current Kakashi Hatake. After all, Kakashi was Konoha's White Fang, and his exquisite swordsmanship and combat techniques were beyond the reach of a mere genin like Naruto. Nevertheless, Naruto believed that one day, he would surpass the White Fang in his mastery of the blade. Clearing his mind of distractions, Naruto sheathed the Red Maru and gazed at a large tree ahead. Yet, something felt amiss, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. Recently, Konoha had been embroiled in conflicts with several neighboring small nations, creating a tense atmosphere, particularly with the Rain country's Rain Hidden Village, known for its sophisticated assassination techniques. Many ninjas from Konoha had fallen victim to infiltrating Rain shinobi, and despite the increased patrols and vigilance of the Umbu and police forces, they remained vulnerable, with safety compromised in the village. Naruto had ceased his visits to the small grove outside the village that he once frequented. Though the locale is indeed splendid, it harbors a latent danger. Should one inadvertently encounter a Rain ninja or a rogue from another village, the outcome could be dire. Given his current prowess, he might be considered formidable among the lower ranks of ninjas. However, the spies and assassins dispatched by rival nations are typically at least of the middle tier. The repercussions of a skirmish between a lower and middle-ranking ninja are all too predictable. Thus, prioritizing safety, Miyen opts to hone his skills at his doorstep. Recently, Konoha has intensified its patrols, and it is not uncommon for patrolling ninjas to pass by, a situation that he must reluctantly accommodate. The tree before him has now become his adversary. The essence of his technique lies in delivering a lethal strike. The hand gripping the sword sheath must remain steady. This is the fundamental principle of wielding a blade and the key to unleashing its full potential. A sinister voice, seemingly emanating from a large tree 3 meters away, interrupts his thoughts. Hee, a little brat, and yet there's sweet blood to savor. Miyen curses under his breath, pondering whether the tree has come to life. A moment of realization strikes him. It is likely a transformation technique. He quickly increases his distance and remains vigilant, scrutinizing the tree. No wonder he felt something was amiss earlier. A tree had inexplicably materialized. As anticipated, the tree morphs into a humanoid figure. Miyen begins to doubt the nature of this entity. Is it human or specter? Its disheveled red hair and face obscured by crimson markings render its features indistinguishable, while its garments are stained with blood, resembling a ghastly apparition. He is inclined to believe this creature is a malevolent spirit, and despite the headband it wears signifying Konoha, he cannot accept that this abomination is a Konoha ninja. No ninja would allow themselves to be reduced to such a grotesque state. If this entity is not of Konoha, it must be a foreign spy or assassin. Miyen takes a few steps back, uncertain of the enemy's strength. Rushing forward would only jeopardize his safety. Hee. Are you afraid? You should be. Generally, the more one struggles before death, the more delectable the blood, the creature taunts, its chilling laughter adding a sinister hue to the night. This is not merely a specter, it is a bloodthirsty entity. From his ninja tool pouch, Miyen retrieves 5 shuriken, prepared to gauge the enemy's capabilities. With great effort, he hurls them. The 5 shuriken soar through the air, their force and precision far surpassing his previous attempts, a testament to the rigorous practice he undertook during his month in the Umbu. Whoosh! The shuriken whistle through the air towards the creature. With a devilish grin, it opts not to evade. Instead, it forms hand seals, its body becoming increasingly ethereal until it transforms into a vivid red apparition. The shuriken peers through, only for the phantom to gradually solidify once more. This spectacle evokes memories of Uchiha Obito, whose Manjiki Sharingan possesses the ability to shift objects into another dimension, Kamui, allowing parts of his body to temporarily enter another realm, creating the illusion that all attacks can pass through him. The cursed being's ninjutsu may not possess the overwhelming power of the divine might, yet it can achieve a similar effect. Every ninjutsu harbors its own shortcomings. In this case, the necessity of hand seals is a significant flaw. If it were to utilize instantaneous divine might, Naruhiko would find himself at a loss. Should this wretched entity rely solely on this ninjutsu for victory, it would stand a fair chance in battle. However, he would prefer assistance from patrolling ninjas to eliminate this foul creature, as he is unfamiliar with its techniques and would be at a disadvantage in reckless combat. Ah, how delightful it is to witness the fear etched upon your faces. Flee now, let your blood surge with adrenaline, for it shall taste all the sweeter later. The vile creature extended its crimson tongue and licked its lips, utterly repulsive. Naruhiko felt nausea rise within him and retorted, "You foul creature, you are on the verge of making me sick." At times, provoking an enemy's emotions can increase one's odds of success. Anger, being a potent emotion, yields particularly significant results. This is a concept frequently emphasized by the instructors at the Ninja Academy. Even if he did not pay close attention in class, he managed to retain some of the more practical theoretical knowledge that was often reiterated. "You seek death, little imp." The creature was indeed enraged, its crimson hair billowing in the wind, its visage twisted in fury. It opened its mouth and spewed forth a torrent of scarlet blood, which coalesced into a blood-red long blade. Grasping the hilt, its eyes glinted with a murderous intent that seemed capable of tearing Naruhiko to shreds. "Perhaps I have provoked it too much," Naruhiko thought, a bitter smile gracing his lips as his right hand rested upon the hilt of his blade. The creature's display was undeniably formidable, from the manner in which the blood-red long blade manifested to the palpable aura of death it exuded, causing a tremor in Naruhiko's heart. This creature had undoubtedly claimed many lives. Otherwise, such a murderous atmosphere would not be so thick. Naruhiko attempted to summon his soul blade, but to no avail. The earlier invocation of the summoning technique had thrown his chakra into disarray, rendering him unable to call upon it, an act of sheer folly. Now, faced with such a terrifying adversary without the means to harness his chakra, he would have surely met his demise in the past. However, he had since mastered the sword techniques of the Hatake clan, granting him the capability to engage in combat. Like physical techniques, swordsmanship does not require chakra. It is the purest form of close combat skills. When perfected, sword techniques wield power comparable to ninjutsu. One could assert that the legendary Kakashi Hatake possessed the ability to shatter ninjutsu with his blade. Moreover, in the original narrative, the general of the Land of Iron, Mifune, had once defeated the reanimated Hanzo of the Salamander using his swordsmanship. Who is Hanzo of the Salamander? A figure renowned for standing against the three legendary ninjas, thus earning the title of the Three Ninjas. In the world of Naruto, no one would dare underestimate the formidable warriors who dedicate themselves to the path of the sword. For one could easily find their throats severed in the blink of an eye. A sword and a knife are, at their essence, indistinguishable. A sword can serve as a knife, and a knife can function as a sword, both capable of delivering a lethal blow. With a knife in hand, I may not necessarily be defeated. An inexplicable confidence surged within Naruhiko, the origin of which he could not discern. A flash of red ignited as Akamaru was drawn. When Akamaru revealed its brilliance, the creature's gaze momentarily faltered, as if entranced by the unique appearance of the blade. How intriguing! A young imp wielding a sword, revering the way of the sword. Perhaps its blood will taste even more exquisite. The creature took a step forward. At that moment, the malevolent presence of the specter reached its zenith, as the blood-red blade surged forth, imbued with an aura of relentless slaughter, towards Miyen. His brow furrowed in concentration, his gaze tracking the trajectory of the blade as he anticipated the imminent strike. Swiftly raising his hand, he successfully parried the blow with remarkable precision. However, his right arm trembled violently, revealing the adversary's superior strength. Yet, this was inconsequential. With a tremor of the blade, he deflected the blood-red weapon and leapt backward, increasing the distance between them. Employing the technique of stab flash, Miyen did not hesitate for a moment. Engaging such a terrifying foe, he dared not hold back. This marked his first application of the technique in battle, a move he had yet to master. Nevertheless, in this critical scenario, the ability to swiftly grasp a new skill was undeniably perilous. In that fleeting instant, Miyen experienced an extraordinary sensation, as if an invisible intuition was guiding him to the enemy's weaknesses. Was this the perceptive ability of stab flash? Truly formidable. In this heightened state of awareness, Miyen identified three vulnerabilities on the specter: the heart, the armpit, and a certain enigmatic location. Choosing to first target the heart, he did not believe that his initial attempt at stab flash could deliver a fatal blow to the specter. Instead, he considered it a mere test. Attacking the armpit right away would surely raise the specter's defenses, making a decisive strike even more challenging later on. The heart, being a common vulnerability, contrasted with the other secretive weaknesses, which pertain to individual mortality. Aside from oneself, it was unlikely that another soul would possess this knowledge. If someone did, they were likely already deceased. The perceptive prowess of Stab Flash was astonishingly potent, yet it equally drained his mental energy, leaving Ming Yen feeling somewhat disoriented. With a powerful push off his front foot, he launched himself like an arrow released from a bow, the wind howling around him as he surged towards the specter, sending the fallen leaves skittering away in his wake. The crimson orb emanated a vibrant chakra, tracing a dazzling arc through the air. Yet beneath this splendid facade lay an essence of death. The specter, taken aback, had not anticipated such swiftness from the boy, and sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. This child appeared to be stronger than the others, thus his blood should prove more delectable. Though swift, could he outpace the formation of hand seals? As the hands shifted, just before the attack struck, the specter transformed into an illusory figure of scarlet flesh. How thrilling! Ming Yan's brow furrowed as the crimson orb pierced the heart without any resistance, and his own form passed through the blood-like entity. The orb continuing its relentless trajectory until it struck a large boulder of comparable height. Instantly, cracks appeared on the stone's surface, radiating outward from the point of impact, culminating in its shattering. The speed, however, was still lacking. If only he could have been a second faster, the specter would have met its demise. It was evident that, in his inaugural use of Stab Flash, he could not fully manifest the speed and power of the technique. As he turned, the specter's form re-solidified once more. Upon witnessing the shattered boulders, the sinister entity's eyes glimmered with intrigue, remarking, "Such formidable power. I must admit, among the young ones I have encountered in Konoha, you are indeed the most tenacious." Licking his lips, he revealed a row of crimson teeth, suggesting that blood would be the most delectable. No sooner had he spoken than his figure, akin to a crimson specter, surged toward Naruto, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. The surrounding birds took flight in startled disarray. Naruto gripped his red orb tightly, his body taut like a drawn bowstrings. As fleeting memories of every subtle maneuver demonstrated by Shikamaru in the Umbu headquarters flickered in his mind. In close combat, it is often the minutiae that determine the balance of power. Clang, clang, clang. In the span of mere moments, their weapons clashed over 100 times. Sparks flying, blood glinting ominously. A shadow of blood intertwined with a diminutive figure, at times clashing like metal, at times twisting and turning, at times sidestepping to strike. Each seemingly simple contact danced perilously on the edge of life and death. In this frenetic exchange, neither side had the opportunity to form hand seals. Such is the advantage of taijutsu and kenjutsu. Once entangled in close quarters, combat must rely solely on martial prowess, unless one possesses the ability to swiftly execute non-hand seal ninjutsu. Even the Rasengan, with its requisite chakra concentration and rapid rotation, could not be unleashed in time to evade numerous slashes from the opponent. Could the Rasengan outpace a blade? Clearly not. Naruto, having mastered the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, was not inferior to the malevolent entity. While his strength might not match, his technique compensated. Yet, in terms of precision, Naruto held a slight edge. However, as this was his first practical application of the Hatake swordsmanship, he struggled to adapt and fully harness its potential. Had it been the legendary Kakashi, a single strike would likely suffice. Naturally, this dark entity would not foolishly seek to provoke Kakashi, for such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he could only prey upon these lower-ranked young ninjas. What? The more he fought, the more he sensed that this young boy was extraordinary. Among the ninjas of Takigakure, he ranked highly in swordsmanship, yet now found himself unable to subdue even a mere child, especially in a contest of blades. Could this be the unparalleled swordmaster of the ninja world, Kakashi? No. Kakashi could not possibly be a child. Had he been, he would not have survived to this day. Though he had never encountered Kakashi, he had heard tales from his own sensei. His teacher once lamented 2 regrets in his life. First, not having defeated Kakashi, and second, not having wounded him in battle. He had thus cautioned him that if he were to encounter a white-haired man wielding a short blade while on a mission in Konoha, he should retreat without hesitation. For he would not stand a chance, even if he surpassed his teacher in the future. If this was not Kakashi, could this young boy perhaps be his direct disciple? Few ninjas in Konoha wielded blades, and even fewer gained renown in the ninja world for their swordsmanship. To his knowledge, only Kakashi had achieved such a claim. And this boy's sword skills were equally formidable, suggesting he could indeed be Kakashi's prized pupil. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Naruto finally seized his moment. Now was the time. As Ming Yen tilted his head, He deftly evaded an attack, then aimed for the enemy's heart, thrusting his blade with precision. Although a mere strike might not be fatal, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injury. The creature, alarmed, realized that under such circumstances, it had no time to form seals. Even the simplest substitution technique was beyond its reach, and evasion was impossible. Having just executed his attack, the creature had yet to retract its weapon, leaving no time to block. Struck in the heart, it would not only be gravely wounded but possibly face death. Drawing upon its extensive combat experience, the creature made the most prudent decision. Leaning forward, it lunged toward the blade's tip, an act that would appear suicidal to others. Yet it understood that this maneuver could slightly alter the angle, causing the enemy's thrust to miss. This action was perilous, yet undeniably a viable tactic. With a soft sound, blood gushed forth. The blade penetrated the creature's chest, but veered away from the heart. Miyen felt a measure of respect for the creature's decisiveness, having evaded a fatal blow through such self-destructive means. However, no amount of calculation could account for the unique property of the red orb, which consumed chakra. The creature furrowed its brow and looked down, sensing something amiss at the wound. Apart from the pain, it felt as if something was disappearing. Alarmed by the realization that its chakra was depleting, the creature hastily extracted the red orb, as if a searing blade were piercing its chest, inducing unbearable agony. Beads of sweat formed on its forehead, its complexion turned pallid, and blood spewed from its mouth. Against the backdrop of crimson veins, the creature now bore a resemblance to a vampire from Western lore. With a grave expression, it gazed at Miyen, panting heavily, its vitality waning, and its once bright eyes dimming rapidly. Seizing the moment, Miyen leaped forward, aiming a decisive strike at the creature's head. Suddenly, a powerful wave of chakra surged forth, repelling Miyen. The creature, licking the fresh blood from the corner of its mouth, emitted a chilling laugh. To have forced me, the blood demon. To this extent is indeed impressive. However, soon, it will all come to an end. Having regained his footing, Miyen fixed his gaze ahead. As a dreadful aura began to coalesce, the self-proclaimed blood demon was forming seals, intricate and complex, suggesting a formidable technique. I must not allow it to complete the seals. This thought surged through Miyen's mind. Without hesitation, he charged toward the blood demon, intent on disrupting the incantation. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. You are a step too late. The blood demon revealed a menacing grin, invoking a secret technique, blood sea crossing souls. Instantly, a vast and viscous sea of blood surged forth from behind the demon, its expanse sufficient to engulf everything in its vicinity. The blood sea spread like a massive, gaping maw, consuming all in its path. Trees, flowers, hills, everything around was devoured, including Miyen's humble dwelling. When the blood sea receded, nothing remained but barren land. Miyen was engulfed by a nauseating stench, reminiscent of a vast slaughterhouse, yet he felt no inclination to retch. Now was a moment of life and death, and his instincts warned him that this forbidden technique was beyond his capacity to withstand. To be submerged in such a formidable sea of blood, whether he could preserve his own life was uncertain. The notion of resistance was but a farce. All he could do was flee, to run as far as his legs would carry him. Since I have unleashed this secret art, prepare to meet your demise. Not just you, but all who cannot safeguard themselves within this blood tide shall perish. The blood demon clutched his own hair, teetering on the brink of madness. By invoking this technique, he knew he could no longer conceal his identity, and soon he would be discovered and slain by the Leaf Village ninjas. This was his last desperate gambit, aimed at eliminating this young boy and fulfilling his mission. In a corner of the Leaf Village, the tumult of the blood sea caught the attention of the patrolling law enforcement officers. What is happening over there? Inquired a man adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. Gazing towards the west, let us investigate. The swift current of the blood sea outpaced Miyen's flight. He realized escape was no longer an option. Was he destined to perish here? No, he could not. Not before the path of equilibrium had permeated the hearts of the people. Before this world had achieved balance and harmony, he must not die yet. Thus, he resolved to make one final attempt to concentrate his soul blade. At that moment, Miyen distinctly sensed his chakra flowing steadily through his meridians, no longer chaotic but restored to normalcy. This indicated that he could now employ ninjutsu, igniting a flicker of hope within him. With an abundance of chakra coursing through him, he decisively allocated 90% of it to coalesce the soul blade, swiftly summoning it back to his side. Ultimate technique, Soul Guardian. The pale blue soul blade hovered in midair, radiating chakra to form a hemispherical protective barrier that encased Ming Yen within. To enhance the barrier's strength and longevity, he meticulously restricted its dimensions to a size sufficient to shield his entire body. Observing Ming Yan's desperate struggle, the blood demon erupted in laughter. Do not presume that hiding within there will save you. Let me enlighten you. This blood sea can erode chakra. Any defenses formed from chakra are futile. You will soon become fodder for this blood tide, nourishing it as it devours more lives. Haraha. Ming Yan's heart sank. The Soul Guardian technique merely disseminated the chakra of the soul blade to create a defensive barrier. If the blood demon's words held any truth, then this defense would indeed prove worthless. Nevertheless, this was his last resort, and he placed his hopes in the Soul Guardian. He believed in the ultimate technique of Shin, the leader of the Equilibrium sect, knowing that Shin's creation should never be dismissed as mere ninjutsu. The chaotic and towering blood sea stood in stark contrast to the diminutive pale blue barrier not far away, one a colossal entity, the other a mere insect. Suddenly, the viscous blood sea blotted out the sun, descending upon Ming Yen. His vision turned crimson, and he instinctively shut his eyes. Was this truly the end? Moments later. Is everything all right? Ming Yen touched his body and found it unscathed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The sea of blood surged beyond the barrier. No matter how violently the blood tide crashed, it could not breach the barrier. The barrier stood like an impenetrable fortress, submerged in the vast expanse of crimson, yet remained utterly unmoved, not even a ripple to betray its presence. The formidable defensive power of Hanyu left Ming Yen increasingly in awe of Shin, who had ingeniously devised such a ninjutsu. This was the true essence of genius. In the eyes of the blood demon, Ming Yen was as good as dead. In his memory, no one had ever emerged alive from the sea of blood. Those engulfed by its depths, no matter how robust their bodies, would ultimately succumb to its corrosive nature, dissolving into nothingness. This secret art was the nightmare of both Nin and Genin. Encountering the blood sea meant certain doom unless one possessed speed surpassing the flow of blood or wielded a unique technique. Jonin, however, held no fear, for their formidable strength allowed them to shatter the blood sea with sheer force. To them, the blood sea was merely a body of water with corrosive properties, yet they could do nothing against it. As the blood tide receded, the land was thoroughly washed in crimson, creating a scene both haunting and surreal. Amidst this sea of red, Ming Yen stood calmly, as if nothing had transpired. Beside him, the ethereal soul blade floated, radiating a faint blue glow. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. The blood demon's pupils constricted sharply. The tide had passed, yet he remained unscathed, not a trace of blood upon him, indicating that the blood sea had never touched him at all. I shall not perish until you are dead. Ming Yan's gaze turned icy. With a tremor of his right arm, the red orb shifted. The floating soul blade glided towards the red orb, merging with it, transforming the emanating red chakra into an eerie shade of purplish red. Ultimate technique, Stab Flash. This was a lethal move executed in the state of Twilight Blade, its power exceeding that of a standard stab flash. Ming Yen surged forward, targeting the blood demon's armpit. Previously, all his strikes had aimed for the heart, achieving the desired effect of deception. Now, attacking the armpit should catch him off guard. The blood demon would certainly not anticipate that Ming Yen understood his weaknesses so well. And this time, Ming Yen intended to exploit that knowledge for a decisive blow. The blood demon struggled in desperation. The recent secret technique had nearly drained all his chakra, and he had failed to eliminate this pesky foe. Instead, he found himself cornered, an unforeseen predicament. For no one had ever emerged alive after being engulfed by the blood sea. He could not predict where this young man would strike next. Should he wait until Ming Yen approached to react with a defensive maneuver or dodge, it would be too late, especially since he had almost been pierced through the heart by this very boy. This was due to the boy's astonishing speed. Reflecting on the battle, the boy had been singularly focused on striking his heart, suggesting he believed that only an attack to the heart could bring about his demise. Blissfully unaware of his other vulnerabilities, given this, the blood demon hastily positioned his blood-red blade before his heart, naively attempting to preemptively block the attack. In a brief moment, the sea of blood flowed deeper into the village. A couple, deeply in love, strolled along the lakeside, exchanging sweet whispers of affection. "Will you marry me?" Suddenly, the boy knelt on one knee, presenting a single rose. The girl's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of the evening sky, her heart fluttering like a startled fawn, unable to find tranquility. Turning away, she playfully clasped her hands behind her back and sauntered along. the gentle breeze caressing her heated face, offering slight relief. Unable to respond to the boy's earnest proposal, she opted for a momentary retreat. The boy dashed after her, enveloping her in a tight embrace, inhaling her delicate fragrance. "Let go," she protested, playfully struggling. Yet, the more she resisted, the tighter he held her. "We have spent 3 years growing from friends to lovers. I love you, and I would sacrifice everything for you, even my life." The girl fell silent. She too cherished this boy, yet she was not ready. The boy reveled in the moment, but amidst the enchanting scent, he detected an unsettling odor. A hint of something foul. Alarmed, he glanced around and spotted a crimson tide advancing towards them from a distance. Without hesitation, he grasped her hand and ran. His instinct sharp as a ninja, sensing the danger emanating from the viscous fluid. "What's wrong?" she inquired, bewildered. "There's danger," he replied tersely, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. He feared losing everything he had, his promise to the girl yet unfulfilled. They sprinted forward as the crimson sea pursued them, drawing ever closer, and the girl began to sense the anomaly. "You should go on without me. Let me be. We will both perish here." Fear gripped her. It was her first confrontation with death, yet her love for the boy compelled her not to burden him. The boy turned back, offering her a reassuring smile. "I just told you, I love you, and I would give my life for you. Thus, I cannot abandon you to flee alone, even if I survive. Life would lose its meaning." The girl was momentarily lost in thought. As the crimson tide threatened to engulf them, the boy made a final gesture, shielding her with his body, knowing it might be futile, yet he needed to demonstrate his love for her. The tide would consume him first, followed by his beloved girl. "I am willing," the girl uttered through tears. The boy smiled and kissed her, tasting not only the sweetness of their first kiss but also the saltiness of her tears. They closed their eyes, awaiting death. In that moment, fear of demise vanished as they discovered their purpose. The crimson tide roared, obscuring the last sliver of moonlight, suffocating the scent of the lake, descending upon the boy and girl. However, 3 minutes later, death did not arrive as expected. They opened their eyes and caressed each other's cheeks, feeling the tangible reality. "Are we still alive?" the girl exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. The boy looked up to find the crimson tide had completely vanished, though a lingering foul odor remained at his nose, confirming that everything they had just experienced was real. Not a dream. The boy smiled, gently wiping away the girl's tears, and embraced her tenderly in a passionate kiss. Observing her pitiful expression, he reassured her. What arrived just now was not the Grim Reaper, but the god of love. It was a test bestowed upon us by the deity of affection, and we have triumphantly passed it. Thus we can be together forever. The girl, choked with emotion, found herself laughing through her tears at his words. Indeed, this was a trial set forth by the god of love. The blood demon widened its eyes like brass bells, staring in disbelief at the crimson orb piercing through its armpit, overwhelmed by despair and astonishment. How could this little imp discern its weakness? From the very onset of the assault, the imp had no intention of targeting its heart, but rather aimed directly at its armpit. What could possibly be the reason for this? As Miyen withdrew the crimson orb that had pierced the blood demon's armpit, struck at its vulnerable point while in the state of twilight blade. The blood demon could only await its demise. Why? The blood demon spewed forth a repulsive stream of blood, its face a mask of incredulity. It had never revealed this weakness to anyone, and anyone who had sensed it had been silenced by its hand. How did this little imp come to know? You need not ponder why. You should only understand that those who disrupt the balance of power meet a grim fate. Miyen gazed toward the direction of the flowing sea of blood, filled with trepidation, hoping to arrive in time to prevent further loss of life. Generally, as long as the caster is slain, the technique will dissipate. The blood demon fell to the ground begrudgingly, its final gaze upon this world resting on Miyen. It had never anticipated that it, the harbinger of destruction, would be inexplicably slain by the very sapling it sought to eradicate. How laughable, yet how tragic. Stop right there. Drop your weapons. Just as Miyen intended to leave, an emotionless voice resonated from behind him. He understood that the blood demon's secret technique had undoubtedly attracted the attention of patrolling ninjas nearby. He could only comply to avoid being mistaken for the culprit. Miyen set down the crimson orb and his ninja tool pouch on the ground, then turned to face the approaching figures. There were 4 individuals, all clad in the standard attire of the Konoha police force. The leader, appearing to be around 16 or 17, had a stern countenance, devoid of mirth. A sense of familiarity washed over him, as Miyen meticulously recalled the characters from the original narrative. He recognized that the leader of the Konoha police force was typically a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, it must be him. The father of Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku. This man was no ordinary individual. At such a young age, he had already ascended to the rank of Jonin, currently serving as the captain of the Konoha police force. Possessing formidable strength and the Sharingan, he stood among the elite of Konoha's combatants, comparable to the future legendary Sannin. Furthermore, he was the mastermind and leader behind the Uchiha clan's rebellion, destined for a tragic end, slain by his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. The three individuals behind Uchiha Fugaku were both his subordinates and clansmen. Fugaku furrowed his brow, surveying the surrounding scene, where blood was strewn about as if washed by a crimson rain. Even for one accustomed to the grimness of battle, this sight sent a shiver down his spine. He cast a fleeting glance at Miyen, commanding his subordinates to keep the unarmed boy in check, while he personally approached a nearby corpse. The corpse appeared to be drenched in blood, its entire body a deep crimson, the face obscured by the gore, rendering any identification impossible. Numerous stab wounds marred the body, with two particularly glaring injuries, where sharp instruments had pierced through, one near the heart and the other beneath the armpit. The nature of the wounds suggested a fierce struggle had recently transpired, with both parties intent on annihilating the other. And the blood still uncoagulated indicated that the conflict had just concluded. Fayek's gaze sharpened as he withdrew a tissue to wipe the forehead of the corpse, revealing the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village. Although the body bore the leaf headband, it did not necessarily imply that the individual had been a leaf ninja in life. Given the recent tensions, many spies and assassins from foreign lands had infiltrated the Hidden Leaf, donning the leaf's insignia merely to sow confusion. If they wore the headbands of their own hidden villages, it would be an unmistakable proclamation to all in the leaf. I am a ninja sent from XX village to gather intelligence or eliminate you. Come and slay me. Such folly was unlikely, for spies and assassins were not foolish. They excelled in disguise, often employing transformation techniques to assume the appearances of others or inanimate objects, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. However, it could not be entirely ruled out that this corpse had indeed been a leaf ninja in life, necessitating its return to the police force for further investigation. Fayek approached Miyen, scrutinizing him. He appeared to be an ordinary child. Who are you? He inquired. Miyen remained silent, simply handing over his identification card, which bore official certification and was beyond fabrication. Fayek glanced at it before returning the card. How did you come to be here? This is my home. Where else would I be? Miyen gestured to an empty space. Fayek frowned as he followed the direction of the gesture, seeing nothing there. Just now, this individual used a forbidden technique that conjured a sea of blood, sweeping my home away. Miyen pointed at the corpse of the blood demon. Fayek pondered briefly. Judging by the magnitude of the disturbance, it indeed suggested a large-scale ninja technique. Yet, he found it peculiar that such a powerful jutsu had left the child unscathed. How is it that you suffered no harm? Well, I was fortunate not to be affected, Miyen replied, struggling to provide a more suitable explanation, often attributing circumstances to luck. Fayek expressed skepticism. So, you witnessed the entire battle? Miyen shook his head. Not just witnessed, I participated. The wounds on the blood demon's corpse, inflicted by the red orb, were undeniable, and directly admitting this would be rather forthright. Child, don't jest. This individual's jutsu was so formidable that it drew our attention, prompting our arrival. You claim you were involved in the entire confrontation? One of Fayek's subordinates scoffed, implying that Miyen lacked any capacity to contend with such power. Indeed, from the information card you provided, it is evident that you are merely a newly graduated genin. How could you possibly combat him? Fayek shared the same incredulity, reasoning that to execute such a level of ninjutsu would require a substantial chakra reserve. Certainly at least that of a J-nin. Even if it were a secret technique, it would necessitate the prowess of a chunin. Perhaps I was just fortunate, yes. Just lucky, Miyen affirmed with earnestness. You insolent little brat. If you do not wish to cooperate with our inquiries, just say so. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? One subordinate could no longer contain his anger, exclaiming that he had rushed here with great haste, expending considerable energy, only to encounter such an ungrateful brat. Fuya raised his hand, signaling his subordinate to remain silent. For now, I shall assume you participated in the battle, but who then killed him? This brat was treating him as if he were a mere child, and Fuya was infuriated. Yet, he could hardly resort to physically punishing this child. While it might be satisfying, how would he face the people of Konoha? After all, he was the captain of the police force and a public figure. It was I alone who battled from beginning to end. I had hoped that the Umbu patrol and your police force would arrive in time. But relying on you is less dependable than relying on oneself, Miyen complained. He had fought for his life just moments ago, and if the police force had arrived sooner, such efforts might have been unnecessary. Now, he was drained of energy, with barely enough chakra left to perform even the simplest jutsu. Had there been any misstep during the recent battle, he would not be standing here speaking to these latecomers. Brat, you would do well to show some respect. This man is the captain of the Konoha police force, one subordinate interjected. I harbor no disrespect toward your captain. I merely voiced my thoughts. Had I been even slightly careless during the battle, it would not be him lying here, but rather myself, Miyen retorted, gesturing toward the body with fervor. At that moment, they began to believe that this fellow had indeed been killed by the brat. The child's demeanor did not seem feigned, and he appeared to have genuinely survived a life-and-death struggle. Do you know who this man is? Fuya asked, having calmed down, as the identity of the corpse was of utmost importance. Who is he? Miyen rubbed his nose, recalling the events that had just transpired. Suddenly, he remembered. The man had claimed to be the blood demon. As soon as he spoke, the three were taken aback. Even Fuya, the captain, was momentarily stunned. You mean to say that this man claimed to be the blood demon? Fuya questioned, doubting his own ears. Miyen nodded. Fuya instantly felt the complexities of the situation deepen. Who was the blood demon? A formidable assassin from the Takigakure. He had been lurking within Konoha for years, conducting his murderous escapades. Fuya had participated in the attempt to apprehend the blood demon during his tenure with the police force, but due to the assassin's cunning methods, he had never been captured. In recent years, Konoha had been relatively free from homicide. It seemed as if the blood demon had vanished, likely returning to Takigakure. However, a recent spate of killings had once again plagued Konoha, primarily targeting students from the Ninja Academy and young genin, instilling fear in many. Unbelievably, the blood demon had returned. Captain, is the blood demon that A-rank dangerous individual? One subordinate inquired, recalling the criminal records he had perused over the years, in which the blood demon was listed as an A-rank threat. Fuya nodded gravely. Though the blood demon may not possess the strength of other criminals, his strikes were merciless, often resulting in swift death. He excelled at disguise and evasion, leaving none who had seen his true face alive. Thus, to this day, the criminal record bore no depiction of the blood demon's visage. How could this be? It appeared that the subordinates had heard something terrifying. The elite assassins of Takigakure had been vanquished by a mere genin. Take them away for further investigation, Fujitaka commanded. Considering the prior events, he discerned that this was not a simple act of murder, but rather a meticulously planned and purpose-driven criminal enterprise. Narahira, indifferent, shrugged his shoulders, thinking a stroll through the police department would be enlightening. However, the body posed a conundrum. It seemed drenched in blood, sending chills down their spines. Lacking a stretcher, Fujitaka instructed his subordinates to utilize water-style ninjutsu to cleanse the corpse before they could transport it alongside Narahira. Hey, grab my katana and ninja tool pouch, Narahira urged, noticing that no one was attending to the items left on the ground. Ultimately, it was Fujitaka who retrieved the katana and pouch for him. With remarkable perception, Fujitaka recognized the katana as something extraordinary, yet he refrained from asking further, merely taking it along. Leading the way, Uchiha Fujitaka walked ahead while his three subordinates carried the body at the rear, with Narahira sandwiched in between, lest he attempt to flee. Narahira could clearly see the Uchiha clan emblem on Fujitaka's back, stirring a sense of reflection within him. The Uchiha clan was formidable, possessing the audacity to confront the Senju clan of the forest. Before the establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha and Senju clans were embroiled in relentless conflict, resulting in numerous casualties. Ultimately, it was the Senju clan, led by Hashirama Senju, that emerged victorious. Yet, Hashirama chose not to eliminate the leader of the Uchiha, Madara Uchiha. Instead, they together founded the Hidden Leaf Village in hopes of creating a sanctuary for future generations to thrive in peace amidst the tumultuous world of ninjas. However, upon the establishment of Konoha, Madara was denied the role of Hokage, as fear lingered over the power of the Uchiha clan, leading to societal rejection of both Madara and his kin. Moreover, upon witnessing the alteration of the Uchiha clan's tablet by Kaguya's influence, Madara concluded that the peace achieved in Konoha was mere self-deception. He believed that true peace could only be realized through the infinite Tsukuyomi, which necessitated the subjugation of all humanity. Thus, he defected from Konoha, continuing his enmity with Hashirama. However, the Uchiha clan did not wish to follow Madara. They had endured enough warfare and sought only to live peacefully within Konoha. To stabilize the Uchiha clan and to keep them under surveillance, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, established the Konoha police force, led by the Uchiha clan, tasked with maintaining order and security within the village and apprehending criminals or those inclined toward criminality. Every action of the Uchiha clan was scrutinized by the villagers and the Umbu, allowing the Hokage to effectively manage the clan. Any signs of unrest among them would be promptly reported to the village's leadership, enabling swift action to eradicate the seeds of malevolence before they could take root. Ultimately, the status of the Uchiha clan within Konoha diminished, their territory relegated to the outskirts of the village. In alignment with the sentiments of his clan, Fujitaka conspired to instigate a rebellion, culminating in the tragic downfall of the Uchiha clan. As a double agent, Itachi was the executor of the clan extermination, committing the heinous act of sacrificing his own kin for a greater cause. Yet, Itachi found himself trapped in this grim fate. He had struggled, hesitated, and wavered. Ultimately, for the sake of Sasuke, for Konoha, and for the world of ninjas, Itachi chose to fulfill the third Hokage's orders and annihilate his entire clan. The Uchiha clan had once basked in glory, yet they now found themselves in a state of decline, their grievances towards Konoha not particularly fervent at this juncture. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the Konoha police force headquarters. The prominent emblem at the top, featuring a shuriken intertwined with the Uchiha crest, served as the symbol of the police force, embodying justice and the rule of law while maintaining order within the Hidden Leaf village. Though wielding significant authority, they were prohibited from interfering with the actions of the Umbu and were even required to cooperate with them. The leadership primarily consisted of Uchiha clan members, while ordinary members included ninjas from other clans. As the 1st Division, renowned for its combat prowess, it was entirely composed of Uchiha. Fugaku, the captain of the 1st Division, frequently led the team on challenging missions, overseeing operations as he also held the position of the police force's commander. Ascending the stairs, the ninjas flanking the corridor greeted Fugaku with great respect, paying their respects as subordinates. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Fugaku instructed the ninja responsible for handling the corpses to attend to the remains and then ushered Naruhiko into his office. "Please, take a seat," Fugaku said, settling down himself and gesturing for Naruhiko to do the same. Naruhiko, unreserved, sat down and leaned against the desk, facing Fugaku. "After all, I am a suspect. Isn't it rather courteous of Captain Fugaku to treat me so?" Naruhiko chuckled awkwardly. "You are indeed quite suspicious. If that corpse truly belonged to the Blood Demon, I do not believe you could have escaped his grasp, let alone turn the tables on him. Years ago, the Blood Demon claimed numerous lives in Konoha, and without exception, all who laid eyes upon his true form met their demise," Fugaku replied with a stern expression, reclining in his chair. "Are you implying that I am the only one who has seen his true visage and yet survived?" Naruhiko chuckled again. "That seems to be the case. So, is your police force merely idle? That fiend has taken many lives in Konoha, and yet you failed to apprehend him. Now that I have dealt with the murderer, you still cast suspicion upon me. Does that make any sense?" Naruhiko expressed his frustration. Fugaku clenched his fists, nearly losing his temper. This young brat was utterly devoid of courtesy, and he felt an urge to reprimand him. Yet, he found himself lacking any justification for such an action. It could be said that this was the most audacious young person he had encountered in years, and also the most enigmatic, as he could not fathom the depths of Naruhiko's thoughts, sensing that the boy's intellect had matured to a level comparable to his own. Calming himself, Fugaku realized that it was hardly worth his while to engage in a quarrel with such a spirited youth. The Blood Demon conducts his affairs with great caution, ensuring his victims meet swift ends while expertly disguising his tracks. We find it exceedingly difficult to gather information about him. Then how did you discover his presence today?" Naruhiko inquired. "We sensed a formidable disturbance," Fugaku replied, furrowing his brow. "If I am not mistaken, it must be a manifestation of a powerful ninjutsu, correct?" Recalling that arcane technique, a shiver ran down Ming Yan's spine. Had the Soul Guardian failed to function, he would have been devoured by the Blood Sea, leaving not a single bone behind. This secret art, known as the Blood Sea Crossing Souls, possesses an expansive range, and it remains uncertain how many lives have been lost to it. Ming Yan's mind conjured images of the tumultuous Blood Sea surging towards the densely populated area of Konoha. Ordinary villagers would be utterly incapable of escaping, and even lower-ranking ninjas would find their self-preservation abilities severely lacking against such a formidable technique. This secret art indeed befitted the title of Blood Demon. Fujitake recalled the gruesome scene washed in blood, likely the result of this very technique. Upon hearing Fujitake's words, Ming Yen was nearly choked with indignation. Do you not comprehend the nature of that individual's technique? That person has always favored his swift death. Even when confronting formidable ninjas, he merely struck a few more blows, leaving the corpses of his victims riddled with knife wounds, devoid of any signs of ninjutsu injury. The gravity of the situation dawned on Ming Yen. This was the first time that individual had unleashed his secret art in Konoha, and it was directed against a mere low-ranking ninja. Report. A ninja entered and bowed to Fujitake, delivering an account. According to the coroner, the body bore numerous knife wounds, with no signs of injury from ninjutsu, and its physique closely resembled the silhouette of the blood demon fleeing the scene years prior. Therefore, it is highly probable that this corpse belongs to the blood demon. I understand. You may leave. Fujitake massaged his temples, struggling to accept this revelation. A seasoned, elusive foreign assassin, known for his penchant for swift kills, had met his end by another's blade, and that assailant was likely just a lowly ninja. Uchiha Fujitake placed the red pill upon the table, casting a dubious gaze at Ming Yen. Did you slay the blood demon with this very knife? Ming Yen nodded. Are you aware of the blood demon's prowess? Fujitake queried, to which Ming Yen shook his head. At that moment, the blood demon was intent on his demise. He had merely sought to survive. If given the choice, he would have preferred to avoid conflict with the blood demon altogether, allowing them to part ways in peace. Fujitake snorted dismissively. How could your swordsmanship possibly surpass that of the blood demon? This assertion ignited Ming Yan's ire. How could it not? In terms of swordsmanship, Konoha's White Fang is undeniably the finest. Let us not forget, the White Fang's blade technique reigns supreme in the ninja world, rendering a mere blood demon insignificant. In the face of the White Fang, he would scarcely have had the opportunity to strike, had it not been for the blood demon's adeptness at disguise. He might have long since been apprehended by the Umbu. How could it not? Ming Yen retorted. The blood demon's swordsmanship ranks highly even in Takigakure. You are but a freshly graduated low-ranking ninja. How could you possibly surpass the blood demon in swordsmanship? Fujitake's tone escalated rapidly, his agitation palpable, clearly believing that Ming Yen had deceived their law enforcement from the very beginning. Are you suggesting that in Konoha, no one's swordsmanship can contend with the blood demon? Ming Yen spoke until his throat was parched. From the commencement of battle until now, he had not touched a single drop of water. His throat felt dry, and his lips were cracked. Disregarding all propriety, he directly fetched a glass from the table and poured himself a bit of warm water. Fuya observed this silently. After all, the lad was a genin of Konoha, and drinking a bit of water was hardly a transgression. When it came to the art of the blade in Konoha, Fuya's mind first conjured the image of the Umbu captain, White Fang. The renown of Konoha's White Fang was known far and wide, and in terms of both qualifications and prowess, he could be deemed Fuya's predecessor. Yet, it was inconceivable. No one could rival the legendary skills of the illustrious Konoha White Fang. Fuya's throat became dry as he spoke, and upon finishing, he lifted the cup and took a hearty gulp. Rather than a mere cup, it felt more akin to a large tankard. Setting the cup down, Fuya suddenly paused. This young lad had clearly brought him here to invoke the name of White Fang. Could it be impossible? The esteemed White Fang had never imparted his sword techniques to anyone, be it in the past or present. Any visitor who approached him with a request to learn the blade was invariably met with a flat refusal, no reasons, no justifications. Thus, Konoha harbored the saying that White Fang's techniques were not to be divulged. Consequently, in recent years, the number of those seeking an audience with White Fang had dwindled, and the ambition to learn his swordsmanship had all but vanished. I thought you had forgotten about Master White Fang, Ming Yen remarked, intending to convey to Fuya that he possessed the potential to slay the blood demon. Referring to White Fang as a master was not entirely unfounded, after all. White Fang had personally instructed him. Master White Fang. This was the first time Fuya had heard someone address White Fang in such a manner. Could it be that this young boy truly was a disciple of White Fang, having learned swordsmanship from him? If that were indeed the case, then everything would fall into place. As long as he mastered the techniques of the Hitaki family, he would undoubtedly be formidable in combat. Although the blood demon was also skilled with a blade, he would pale in comparison to Konoha's White Fang. Could it be that the blood demon was indeed vanquished by this young lad? It seemed there was no alternative explanation. The blood demon's corpse was riddled with knife wounds. The notion of this young boy utilizing the Hitaki family's sword techniques to slay the blood demon appeared logical. Yet, there remained one question. The blood demon had unleashed a powerful secret technique. How had this boy survived it? The blood demon had never relied on secret arts, but rather had always been an adept killer with a blade. This time, he surely had not anticipated being bested in swordsmanship by this young lad. In a desperate bid to eliminate him, he resorted to a secret technique, which must have been formidable. How then did this boy emerge unscathed, albeit in a somewhat diminished state? Even if he had mastered the Hatake sword techniques, that would only render him fierce in offense. When confronted with large-scale ninjutsu, what could a single blade accomplish? How did you escape the blood demon's secret technique? Fuya pondered, unable to fathom the answer, and thus posed the query. Miyen shrugged. Perhaps it was merely luck. Fuya's brow furrowed deeply. Luck, indeed, could explain anything, making this young lad all the more vexing. Report. Enter. On the eastern side of the village, another tragedy has unfolded within the small grove, claiming the life of a 9-year-old genin. Understood, you may proceed, Fujitaka replied, his anxiety palpable. Such incidents have become alarmingly frequent lately, predominantly involving students from the Ninja Academy and younger genin. The members of their police force exhibit a general lack of strength, rendering it exceedingly difficult to capture these elusive assassins. Whenever they manage to apprehend one, the culprit often resorts to self-destruction, leaving no traces behind. Their only hope lies with the Umbu, should they extract the conspiracy from the assassin that could initiate targeted actions. Captain Fujitaka, may I take my leave? Naruhiko inquired. Your home has been taken from you. Where would you go? Naruhiko touched his nose. Realizing the grim truth, his home had been swept away in a sea of blood, with nowhere to turn. He preferred to spend the night at an inn rather than remain here. I can stay at an inn, he suggested. No, that is not an option. Your innocence cannot be fully established yet. You shall remain here for the time being. Tomorrow, I will escort you to the Hokage for further deliberation, Fujitaka decided. This matter is not trivial. A genin has slain a formidable assassin from Takigakure, and it is imperative that the Hokage is informed. Upon hearing that he was to meet the Hokage again, Naruhiko felt overwhelmed. Wasn't yesterday's encounter sufficient? Could you please spare me? He mentally lamented, but it was futile. Fujitaka was resolute in his intention to present him to the Hokage. After spending an unprecedented night under the protection of Nin bodyguards, ostensibly to ensure he did not escape, dawn broke, and Naruhiko was summoned. Must you take me to meet the Hokage? My slaying of the assassin should suffice as proof of my innocence. It does not, Fujitaka asserted firmly. Thus, accompanied by 2 ninjas, Fujitaka led Naruhiko to the base of the Hokage building. As the captain of the police force, Fujitaka ascended to the top floor without hindrance and approached the Hokage's office. Knocking at the door, Naruhiko felt a wave of deja vu. This scene felt eerily familiar. Just yesterday, he had met the Hokage due to the jailbreak incident. And today, he found himself once more in the Hokage's presence, this time because of the assassin's demise. As a genin, he yearned for a quiet ascent and strength, not this ostentatious attention. Few could boast of meeting the Hokage twice in as many days, save for someone like Kushina. As the 2 figures, one tall and one short, entered the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was, as always, perched by the window, smoking leisurely. After finishing his last puff, he turned to face them. Upon seeing the duo, his first remark was not an inquiry about Fujitaka's business, but rather a somewhat gleeful comment. Naruhiko, has Jiraiya gone missing? At that moment, Fujitaka was utterly bewildered. How could this child, aside from the legendary White Fang, also be recognized by the Hokage? And why was Jiraiya mentioned out of the blue? Could it be this child is the jinchūriki of the Ninetales? Hokage-sama, it is not Jiraiya-sensei who is missing. It is Captain Fujitaka who wishes to discuss something with you. Miyen smiled, realizing that Jiraiya's impression in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was rather poor. Jiraiya? Sensei? Fugaku was bewildered. After all, White Fang was his teacher. And Jiraiya was also his mentor. What merit did this little brat possess? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, what is it? Fugaku, momentarily lost in thought, finally responded, Hokage-sama, the notorious bloodthirsty demon from Takigakure has resurfaced in Konoha. Bloodthirsty demon? Is it the same one that your police force and the Umbu could not capture before? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Miyen found it curious. Was the bloodthirsty demon really that infamous? How could even the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, be aware of it and treat it with such gravity? Indeed, it is he. Then why are you not hastening to assemble a team for capture? What brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished. Every hour this demon remains in Konoha, a life is lost. The demon is dead. Fugaku glanced at Miyen, his lips twitching. Who could have anticipated that the bloodthirsty demon, burdened with countless lives, would be slain by a mere genin? No one would believe it. Upon hearing this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Dead? Did your police force handle it? Fugaku shook his head, casting a doubtful glance at Miyen. It was not us, it was this little brat. Expressing it this way made Fugaku feel deeply ashamed. A murderer they had failed to capture for years had been slain by a mere genin. Yet, it was not entirely their fault. The bloodthirsty demon only revealed its true form while hunting prey. The demon probably never anticipated meeting its end at the hands of a lowly genin, perhaps dying with a sense of unfulfilled resentment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up as he looked at Miyen, his expression revealing immense intrigue, devoid of any doubt. This left Fugaku perplexed. Was it normal for a fledgling genin to slay an elite assassin from Takigakure? Why did the Hokage's demeanor suggest that this all made perfect sense? He found it utterly bewildering. Oh my, Miyen, you truly are a constant source of surprises. First, you assisted a jonin in intercepting Kurochi Raiuchi, and now you have single-handedly slain the bloodthirsty demon. Such talent, such potential. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, laughter mingling with admiration sparkling in his sharp eyes. While Mingyan's earlier assistance in capturing Kurochi Raiuchi had some element of luck, his solo defeat of the bloodthirsty demon clearly demonstrated his formidable combat capabilities. Though it defied logic, everything he had heard about Miyen since their first encounter had transcended common understanding, hence one could not regard this little brat with ordinary eyes. Hearing this, Fugaku was taken aback, his gaze towards Miyen revealing disbelief. What? You are the genin who assisted a jonin in preventing Kurochi Raiuchi's escape? He had heard his subordinates speak of this incident, initially thinking it was a fabrication. However, after thorough verification, he realized it was indeed true. This piqued his interest in the young genin. If he could recruit him into the police force, with a brief period of training, he might become a formidable asset. Yet, at that moment, he remained unaware of the genin's true identity. Miyen calmly nodded, sighing, wondering why it was so difficult to maintain a low profile. Was it so hard to simply strive quietly as a handsome youth? At that moment, Fujitake realized his error. This little imp was no ordinary child and could not be judged by conventional standards. The strength of a blood demon lay in its ability to disguise itself, making it elusive. Although its swordsmanship was formidable, it could not rival Miyen, who had mastered the techniques of the Kekkei clan. Even if employing secret arts, this extraordinary child undoubtedly had hidden cards to play. All of this could be well explained by the child's extraordinary nature. Fujitake ceased to dwell on his previous misconceptions. From the outset, he had been mistaken and had wronged the most dazzling genius of Konoha. He could only apologize to Miyen, saying, I was wrong to accuse you. Miyen, however, graciously waved his hand, as if he were the elder, replying, It's all right, I am accustomed to being wronged. Fujitake was puzzled. Were all geniuses so peculiar? They spoke and acted unconventionally. Even after proving the child's innocence, he still felt a strong urge to deliver a beating to this imp. Oh, so that was the reason you sought me out. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, then turned serious as he looked at Miyen. However, you must refrain from being overly ostentatious. It may attract unwanted attention from foreign assassins. Miyen felt disheartened. How had he been ostentatious? From intercepting the black-scaled dragon to single-handedly defeating the blood demon, he had always acted defensively, never intending to provoke such ruthless individuals. Unfortunately, those very individuals had sought him out, leading to his prolonged convalescence on the sickbed, wasting valuable time. To comply with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Miyen nodded in agreement, vowing to diligently train with Jiraiya and praying that no one would target him again, for he had no desire to face such terrifying foes. Through recent investigations, Fujitake had come to a grave realization. Lord Hokage, there have been numerous murders in Konoha lately, primarily involving students from the Ninja Academy and young genin. I suspect this is not merely a series of random killings, but rather a premeditated collective action. Sarutobi Hiruzen paced thoughtfully, responding, Indeed, the Umbu have also noticed this. We can only wait until we capture a live suspect to extract some information, which will aid in formulating a response strategy. Recently, your police force must enhance patrols, especially along the routes from the Ninja Academy to various residences. If necessary, we may need to place informants in some secluded areas. Yes, Fujitake acknowledged and departed, realizing that after discovering the child was Jiraiya's pupil, any thoughts of recruitment had completely vanished. Who would willingly forsake the opportunity to train under Jiraiya for a position in the police force? The answer was undoubtedly no one. Miyen, do you have any other matters? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired upon noticing he had not left. Miyen blinked, looking pitiful as he said, I have nowhere to go. The sight of an 8-year-old child feigning helplessness was quite heart-wrenching, especially as Miyen possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, with his black eyes and hair lending him an air of freshness. What is the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Miyen was his grand disciple and deserved care. In the battle against the blood demon, that fiend used secret arts to abscond with my home. As Miyen pondered, a surge of anger welled within him. Though his previous abode had been modest, the years spent there had fostered a deep affection. Indeed, as the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his capacity as the village leader, could easily find him a vacant residence. It's a rather small place, but you can make do, he remarked. That's fine, as long as it's livable, Miyen replied, grateful for his connection to Jiraiya. It was evident that relationships held value, no matter the circumstances. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Miyen located his new dwelling, which, while not secluded, was a quaint little house, somewhat larger than his previous lodgings, surrounded by a few scattered neighbors. With a creak, he opened the wooden door, only to be met with a chaotic scene reminiscent of the spider demon cave from Journey to the West. The once quiet dust erupted into a frenzy, choking him mercilessly. Hastily, he fetched several buckets of water to douse the chaos, allowing the dust to gradually settle. Borrowing a mop and broom from the neighboring households, he commenced an extensive cleaning session. Initially, the room was in disarray, but after an hour of diligent effort, it transformed into a refreshing space, devoid of cobwebs and litter. With the dust nearly eradicated, with the remaining funds, he ventured to the marketplace to acquire essential furniture and supplies, a single bed, cups, pillows, a kettle, and other necessities. His wallet now significantly lighter, Miyen sighed in resignation, resolving to undertake a mission the following day to replenish his earnings. Utilizing his commendable aesthetic sensibility, he meticulously arranged each piece of furniture until the once bare room was transformed into a cozy haven. Lying comfortably on his bed, he found himself reluctant to rise, having toiled throughout the day as dusk approached. Gazing at the ceiling, he mused that Jiraiya was likely training with Minato and Kushina, pondering a visit to see them. Perhaps they had yet to disperse. Thus, he sprang from his bed, secured the door, and jogged towards the usual training grounds. Halfway there, he unexpectedly encountered Shimi, the oil girl. A wave of irritation washed over him. It seemed misfortune followed him relentlessly. He contemplated taking a detour, but Shimi had already spotted him. Do you dislike me? She inquired, noticing he had no intention of stopping. Reluctantly, Miyen halted, uncertain of what unpredictable antics Shimi might engage in under such circumstances. This time, I am not using my insect clones, so you need not be afraid. Shimi adjusted her sunglasses. Miyen felt irritation flare at her words. It wasn't fear of insects that troubled him, but rather a phobia of clusters. What do you want? He asked, his annoyance palpable. I merely wish to pose a question, she replied. What question? You must answer it, and you cannot resort to evasive replies such as I don't know or I'm not sure, she insisted. Miyen felt on the verge of exasperation. Was her mind truly so scrambled? The act of questioning was at the discretion of the questioned. Why must he respond? It felt as though he were being interrogated. I refuse, he declared, unwilling to capitulate to undue pressure. You refuse? Jiwei buried his head into his collar, revealing no trace of emotion. Almost immediately, countless small insects began to emerge from the cuffs and collar, their numbers surpassing those from the last encounter. This tactic proved futile. Just as Miyen prepared to turn and flee, he found himself immobilized, as if his feet were anchored to the ground. Upon glancing down, he discovered that his feet were entirely ensconced in the tiny black creatures, with many more crawling toward him. Given enough time, these insects would surely envelop him like a dumpling. Retract these insects, and I shall answer your question. Miyen felt a wave of dread wash over him, reluctantly conceding, as he had no desire for any intimate contact with the swarming insects. Jiwei was indeed no ordinary individual. It was no wonder they spoke of Jiwei concealing the glory of the Oil Woman clan, managing to ensnare his feet with insects without his awareness, highlighting Jiwei's extraordinary nature. What will you do if you run? Jiwei inquired cautiously. As the insects began to ascend his thighs, a panicked Miyen hastily promised, if I run, I shall never again take on the role of a ninja. Shortly thereafter, the insects retreated like a receding tide. Though the insects had vanished, the image of the dark swarm lingered hauntingly in Mingen's mind, utterly terrifying. Observing Jiwei, who appeared unaffected as if nothing had transpired, Miyen was disinclined to prolong their entanglement. If you have a question, ask swiftly. I have matters to attend to. Why are my insects unable to devour your protective barrier? Jiwei's gaze bore into Miyen, revealing his deep concern for the answer to this inquiry. Protective barrier? Miyen pondered, realizing that Jiwei likely referred to his soul guardian technique. Previously, he had utilized it to block the insects, which Jiwei might not have anticipated, hence the need for clarification. However, Jiwei was mistaken in seeking answers from him. He had no inkling as to why the insects could not consume the defensive barrier. My insects can devour chakra, and your protective barrier should be composed of chakra, Jiwei stated in a low voice. Can insects truly consume chakra? Miyen mused. The principle of Soul Guardian was to emit chakra through the soul blade, thus forming a defensive barrier. Under equal conditions, the insects should be able to consume the protective barrier. Why then could they not? Miyen too was baffled, suspecting that only Shin held the answer. What purpose was there in seeking him out, especially since the technique was not of his own invention? Suddenly, a memory surged forth of his battle with the blood demon, who had invoked a secret technique, blood sea crossing souls, claiming it could corrode any defense formed from chakra. Yet, it ultimately failed to breach the barrier created by Soul Guardian. Was the essence of Soul Guardian not chakra? Or was the chakra used to form the barrier fundamentally different from the chakra typically employed? Miyen scratched his head in frustration. This query truly vexed him. These hypotheses remained unverified, and the true reason was likely known only to Shin, whose last vestiges of spiritual energy had completely dissipated, rendering further communication impossible. Yet, Jiwei persisted, demanding an answer. Thus, Miyen resorted to a benevolent deception. The essence of this protective barrier is not chakra. Then what is it? Jiwei pressed. I do not know, Miyen replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Jiwei, filled with skepticism, remarked that this technique was one he had only seen used by you. The principles underlying it are likely better understood by you than anyone else. I am not the creator of this technique, and I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, Miyen dashed away, never to be seen again. Jiwei made no attempt to pursue him. He was a man of steadfast principles. He had merely required Miyen to answer one question, and having done so, Miyen was under no obligation to respond to the next. To insist would undermine his own principles, diminishing his rapport with the insects. Thus, in matters of principle, he was willing to concede. But what if the answer to the second question remained elusive? No matter, he could simply corner him once more. Having evaded Jiwei, Miyen arrived at his usual training grounds. The sun now rested upon the mountainside, casting a warm golden veil over the earth as dusk fell. At that moment, Minato and Kushina were diligently honing their ninjutsu, specifically the art of body flicker. Have you mastered the nature transformation of chakra? Miyen marveled. The intricacies of chakra transformation were notoriously challenging. In the original narrative, Naruto accelerated his learning through the use of shadow clones, accomplishing it in just a day or two. A feat attributable to the protagonist's halo effect. A common individual would require a year or longer, yet Minato and Kushina had achieved it in mere months, showcasing their exceptional talent. Sighing heavily, Miyen lamented, why must I possess non-elemental chakra? I cannot even learn body flicker, let alone the bloodline limit formed from the fusion of two elemental chakras. Meanwhile, Jiraiya sat upon a rock, fervently scribbling away, occasionally breaking into a lewd chuckle. It was evident that he was immersed in writing the second volume of Ika Paradise. As he approached, Minato noticed the movement and turned to Miyen with a smile. Miyen, you have finally returned. Minato embraced him warmly. Miyen smiled in return, praising, you've mastered body flicker, impressive indeed. Of course, Minato replied, stepping back with a proud grin. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my months of training. Swiftly forming hand seals, Minato gathered a significant amount of chakra into his palms. The chakra underwent nature transformation, manifesting as a ferocious wind that raged forth. Wind release, gale palm. With a clap of his hands, a tempest erupted within a 5-meter radius, causing the nearby trees to sway violently, their leaves shredded into fragments by the fierce gale. Miyen applauded, noting the formidable power of this ninjutsu. It seemed familiar. Indeed, Jiraiya had previously taught Nagato this technique. Though classified as a C-rank jutsu, its potency ranked among the highest in that category. By gathering wind attribute chakra into his hands and compressing it through a clap, he unleashed a violent tempest. Impressive. I assent it, but this technique is not merely so straightforward, Minato continued, making slight adjustments. Watch closely. From his ninja tool pouch, Minato retrieved several shuriken and tossed them into the air, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. In the fleeting moment of clasped hands, the shuriken deftly landed before Minato, and a tempestuous gale erupted from the seams of his palms, propelling the shuriken forth. This fierce wind, carrying the shuriken, surged towards the towering tree with the force of thunder. Whoosh! A flurry of shuriken followed suit, each embedding itself into the tree's trunk, nearly piercing through. The sheer might of this display left Naruhiko astounded. The true prowess of the gale palm did not lie solely in its individual application but in its synergistic assault with projectiles like shuriken. Both the velocity of the shuriken in flight and the impact force upon striking the target were exponentially amplified. Naruhiko gazed at Minato, who wore an exuberant smile, filled with genuine admiration. He realized that this man, destined to inherit the title of Hokage, was far from ordinary. In just a few months, he had not only mastered the transformation of chakra but also wielded the newly learned wind release technique with such formidable might. What did that signify for him? He too had acquired the water release, and it was no inferior feat at that moment. Kushina bounded over, her mischievous and spirited nature unwavering, with an intense competitive streak. As she showcased her water release technique, its potency was undeniable. In this period, the young couple had made remarkable progress, mastering powerful ninjutsu, which instilled a sense of urgency in Naruhiko. He offered cheerful praise while resolutely determining to intensify his training. Otherwise, lacking a chakra affinity, he would inevitably lag behind. Though Shun's mastery was formidable, he needed to possess an array of powerful ninjutsu. Currently, his repertoire consisted of only a handful of techniques, easily recognizable to foes who could devise countermeasures, or at the very least, remain wary. Thus, his future endeavor lay in fortifying himself, expanding his arsenal as much as possible. He momentarily set aside the summoning technique, recalling the peril he faced last time. Invoking it recklessly posed great risks, leading to prolonged chakra disarray, rendering it unresponsive. Should he encounter foes of bloodthirsty caliber under such circumstances, it would spell his demise. His prior victory over the vampire was solely due to his swordsmanship advantage. Had the adversary wielded an array of diverse ninjutsu, Naruhiko would have struggled to capitalize on his swordsmanship. In such a scenario, devoid of that advantage and unable to utilize ninjutsu, the outcome was all too predictable. He had yet to attain the prowess of the White Fang of Konoha, and the distance was still considerable. Having learned from his previous ordeal, Naruhiko resolved to refrain from reckless actions in the future. Had it not been for the timely restoration of his chakra flow, allowing him to execute Soul Aid, he would have been consumed by the sea of blood. He shook his head, acknowledging that Sage Mode and formidable summoning beasts were not easily acquired. He marveled at Jiraiya's fortune, having been transported to Mount Myaboku on his first attempt. Naruhiko, are you aware of the recent events in Konoha? Minato suddenly inquired. Naruhiko emerged from his myriad thoughts and responded, are you referring to the assassinations of numerous students from the Ninja Academy and young genin by foreign assassins? Minato nodded, acknowledging that as genin, they were likely to be watched. So be cautious on your way back. If necessary, I can escort you home. Naruhiko felt a warmth in his heart and replied with a smile, there's no need for that. Just take care of yourself. I'll be fine. You know my capabilities. He then playfully waved his fist at Minato. If only Minato knew that he had previously encountered foreign assassins and had even vanquished one, he wondered how Minato would react. What capabilities? Care to test them? Minato felt provoked. Naruhiko chuckled wryly. Minato had not changed at all. Meanwhile, Jiraiya finished his last stroke, stretched comfortably, massaged his temples, and then looked up to see someone approaching. His face lit up with joy. Ah, Naruhiko has arrived. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. Jiraiya beckoned him over. Reluctantly, Naruhiko approached, fully aware of what Jiraiya was about to say, either sharing an amusing story or seeking his insight on the narrative's direction. He couldn't help but scorn Jiraiya for not teaching him properly, and instead indulging in frivolous matters. After a brief conversation with Jiraiya, time had slipped away, and Jiraiya announced the end of their training for the day, excitedly rushing home to write. Kushina indicated her intention to return home to study sealing techniques, having previously gone on a mission with Minato, during which her sealing technique had failed and nearly cost him dearly. She felt a strong sense of responsibility to improve her skills. After bidding farewell, Kushina departed. Watching Kushina leave, her long crimson hair flowing behind her, Naruhiko mischievously remarked, Minato, things have been quite unsettled lately. Aren't you going to see her home? Minato replied, what? Someone is secretly protecting Kushina. Is my escort really necessary? He He cast a sidelong glance into the woods. Naruto followed his gaze and noticed rustling in the trees, confirming that someone was indeed safeguarding Kushina. He realized that Minato's perception was sharper than his own. It was no surprise that someone was protecting Kushina. It would have been odd if there weren't. Who was Kushina? The second jinchūriki of the Nine Tails. In Konoha, she was a high-priority protected individual, with the higher-ups closely monitoring her. The protective measures surrounding her were elaborate, designed to prevent her from falling into enemy hands, as doing so would spell disaster for Konoha. Kushina herself was not the threat. The true danger lay within her, the Nine Tails. Among the tailed beasts, it was the most formidable, possessing an astonishing amount of chakra. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha's strongest man, was reluctant to engage in battle with the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails represented annihilation. Its emergence heralded decay and ruin. Minato shifted the topic, stating, rather than escorting Kushina home, "I find it more important to have a match with you." Naruto's lips curled in a grimace. This guy was hopeless. "I'm quite fatigued today and do not wish to compete." Naruto massaged his shoulders, having spent most of the day tidying up the room. Feeling sore and exhausted, there was no strength left for a duel. Competing is unnecessary. Do you recall the ninjutsu you once mentioned to me? Naruto scratched his head, struggling to remember. What ninjutsu? Minato gesticulated vigorously, attempting to convey the essence of the technique, but ultimately relented. It was inspired by your defensive ninjutsu. Inspired by Soul Guardian? Naruto pondered, his eyes wandering. The Rasengan? Minato nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Yes, that's the one. Have you mastered it? Naruto inquired with a hint of surprise. Minato appeared somewhat troubled. He extended his right hand, gathering chakra in his palm, condensing it within a small radius. Then allowing the chakra to move in a chaotic manner, displaying signs of rotation, gradually forming the rudimentary shape of a chakra sphere. However, within 3 seconds, the chakra dissipated. This is the result of several months of effort, Minato expressed, a trace of disappointment evident in his tone. Yet, Naruto was taken aback. In just a few months, Minato not only grasped the transformation of chakra but also learned water-release ninjutsu and had developed the Rasengan to this extent. The Rasengan was an A-rank ninjutsu, notoriously difficult to master. Lacking a comprehensive training regimen, Minato relied solely on initial guidance and his own exploration. Achieving such proficiency was commendable. Currently, Minato struggled to maintain the rotating chakra in his palm, hindered by inadequate chakra replenishment and a limited chakra supply, resulting in insufficient speed of rotation. However, given more time, he should be able to complete a rudimentary version of the Rasengan. The standard version required concentrating chakra in the palm, rapidly rotating it within a confined space to generate immense tearing force, inflicting continuous damage upon the enemy while temporarily disrupting their chakra. The advanced version would incorporate changes to the chakra's nature or modifications to the technique, maximizing its potency. For Minato at present, the rudimentary version sufficed. As he became increasingly adept, reaching the power of the standard version would naturally follow. Naruto patted Minato on the shoulder, encouraging him. "What you have accomplished so far is remarkable. Keep pushing forward. One day, the Rasengan will become your ultimate technique." Naruto vividly recalled that during the Third Great Ninja War, Minato single-handedly vanquished dozens of elite shinobi on the battlefield, his speed unmatched. From that point on, the legend of the Yellow Flash resonated throughout the ninja world, prompting high-ranking officials in various nations beyond the Land of Fire to issue orders. Upon encountering Konoha's Yellow Flash, they should immediately abandon their missions and flee without fear of repercussions. Minato's illustrious achievements were attributed, in part, to the improved Flying Thunder God technique, and significantly, to the formless ninjutsu, the Rasengan. The Flying Thunder God technique is akin to the body flicker technique, enabling Minato to instantaneously transport himself beside his adversaries, swiftly dispatching them with shuriken, and immediately transitioning to another foe to continue his lethal onslaught. However, when faced with enemies possessing formidable defenses, achieving a swift kill becomes exceedingly challenging, often resulting in being ensnared by the opponent. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, escape becomes arduous when confronted with certain specialized ninjutsu. Thus, the Spiral Sphere was born, compensating for the inadequacies in offensive capability. When mastered to perfection, the Spiral Sphere can be unleashed instantaneously. As Minato teleports to his enemy, the Spiral Sphere has already struck them with considerable force. This is the foundation of Minato's ability to navigate effortlessly among dozens of elite shinobi, eliminating them one by one. It can be asserted that the spiral sphere is the ninjutsu most suited to Minato. It requires no hand seals and can be unleashed the moment an enemy is encountered, perfectly complementing the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to confront numerous foes with ease and grace, unimpeded by any adversary. The phrase 10 steps to kill a man, leaving no trace 1,000 miles away, aptly summarizes his prowess. Observing the still youthful Minato, Naruto is filled with anticipation, believing that the fledgling eagle will one day soar high in the sky, just as Minato will eventually shine brightly in the shinobi world. A lethal ninjutsu? Minato murmurs, his brow furrowed. Naruto, noticing his conflicted expression, chuckles and reassures him, regardless, it's incredibly powerful. Once you master the spiral sphere, your strength will increase significantly. Minato, somewhat skeptical, chooses to temporarily trust Naruto's words. Nevertheless, mastering the spiral sphere proves to be a daunting task, likely requiring considerable time and effort. Minato is troubled. Having spent so long only to manifest a rudimentary form of the spiral sphere, achieving its full potential seems a distant prospect. You should view it this way. The spiral sphere is a rare, non-hand seal ninjutsu. Your speed is exceptional, and when you fully develop the spiral sphere, you will be able to leverage that speed to close in on your enemies quickly and deliver devastating damage at close range. Naruto instills confidence in him, acknowledging that the difficulty of mastery is expected, yet stressing the immense utility it will provide once perfected. The spiral sphere necessitates close proximity to inflict substantial damage, which is its inherent flaw. However, Minato's remarkable speed effectively mitigates this limitation. Once he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, this flaw will be rendered moot. In the original narrative, when Naruto battled Yakushi Kabuto, his sluggish movements allowed Kabuto to easily interrupt his spiral sphere, forcing Naruto to resort to a strategy of exchanging injuries to restrict Kabuto's movements, ultimately managing to land a blow on his abdomen. Yet Minato is different. He possesses an unparalleled speed advantage, making the spiral sphere far more suitable for him. It is not that Naruto is incapable of unleashing the spiral sphere's full might. Rather, Minato can exemplify the advantages of a non-hand seal ninjutsu, executing quick kills with elegance. In contrast, Naruto can only refine the spiral sphere into a more potent area of effect jutsu to compensate for his lack of speed. Minato, seemingly enlightened, nodded, his azure eyes now resolute. I will master the spiral sphere. As night descended, he pondered, where is Akamaru? Upon returning home, the anxious Miyen was unable to locate Hongwan, causing him to fret and pace restlessly. This weapon had been entrusted to him by the legendary Konoha White Fang, and misplacing it would spell disaster. He rummaged through the cozy little abode he had meticulously arranged just that afternoon, but to no avail. Resigned, Miyen sat down, resting his chin on his hand, and began to reflect on the events of the past couple of days, contemplating where he might have inadvertently left it. Where could it be? As he pondered, he lightly tapped his temple. Suddenly, he recalled the moment he was interrogated by Fugaku at the police station. Indeed, Hongwan had been confiscated by Fugaku. With this realization, Miyen swiftly exited his home, for even the night could not deter his determination to reclaim Hongwan. Every second that Hongwan remained outside increased the risk of its loss. Should it be lost, his combat prowess would diminish, and he would face severe consequences from Konoha White Fang. Miyen hurried along, a sense of urgency coursing through him, while simultaneously remaining vigilant and attentive to his surroundings. The current atmosphere in Konoha was far from secure. It had transformed into a perilous locale where danger lurked at every corner. Suddenly, he heard rustling from the right side of the forest, prompting him to take several cautious steps back, readying himself for confrontation. Shadows leaped from the underbrush, startling Miyen and causing his heart to race. However, upon closer inspection, he realized they were merely patrolling ninjas, and he allowed himself to relax. Why are you out here so late? You should head home. The village isn't safe these days, one of the patrolling ninjas admonished him. Understood. Miyen replied with a smile, continuing on his way to the police headquarters. Remarkably, the journey was uneventful, devoid of any foreign ninjas, and instead, he encountered numerous patrolling ninjas. To mitigate casualties, Konoha had deployed a significant number of personnel, instilling in Miyen a sense of safety. A Hokage who considers the well-being of the villagers is undoubtedly a commendable leader. Upon arriving at the police headquarters, Miyen found himself obstructed at the entrance, as the guarding ninja had changed shifts and did not recognize him. What brings you here at this hour, kid? The guard inquired. I am here to retrieve my belongings. There's nothing here that belongs to you. You should return home. The guard dismissed him, believing Miyen was merely causing a disturbance on this late night. But there is. If you don't believe me, you can ask Captain Fugaku, Miyen urged, growing anxious. In such a precarious situation, forcing his way in could result in him being mistaken for a spy, so he opted for a more diplomatic approach. The captain is resting. Come back tomorrow. No. I must obtain my belongings today. Are you deliberately seeking trouble, kid? I am not seeking trouble. I am only looking for my belongings. Miyen continued to argue with the guard outside, eventually catching the attention of Fugaku, who had been resting inside. What is all this commotion about? Fugaku inquired. Descending the stairs with an air of irritation. This kid insists on retrieving his belongings, and I told him to leave, but he stubbornly remains here, the guard replied. Exasperated from the overtime and now having to engage in a verbal sparring match with a child. Oh? Fugaku looked outside and, upon seeing Miyen's helpless expression, recognized him. It's you. Captain, do you recognize this little rascal? The guards initially thought the child was merely causing mischief, but to their astonishment, he was acquainted with their captain. Indeed, he is the one who previously assisted the Jonin in apprehending the infamous Heishi Longi and subsequently vanquished the blood demon. Fujiya uttered these words, incredulous yet confronted by undeniable truth. Even the Hokage had come to believe it, leaving him with no choice but to accept it. What? The two guards were rendered speechless, astonished that this child, who had spent the entire night engaging them in conversation, was none other than the recently renowned mysterious figure in Konoha. Yet, from any perspective, he appeared nothing more than an immature child, prone to childish antics. Who was Heishi Longi? An elite Jonin from the mist. And the blood demon? A lethal assassin from the waterfall, notorious in Konoha, possessing strength far beyond that of an average Chunin. How could this child possibly have thwarted Heishi Longi and single-handedly slain the blood demon? Such prowess could not belong to a mere genin. They introspectively acknowledged that, as Chunin, they lacked such confidence. They would struggle to even temporarily hinder Heishi Longi, let alone eliminate the blood demon. Observing the astonishment of the guards, Miyen felt no pride. Rather, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. He hoped that knowledge of these events would remain scarce, for the more individuals who became aware, the greater the risk of exposure, making him a target for foreign assassins. Just contemplating this sent chills down his spine, as if death were imminent. To obstruct Heishi Longi had been a desperate decision. To slay the blood demon had been a matter of seizing an advantage in swordsmanship. He did not believe he was now capable of standing alongside the sun. The true formidable adversaries had yet to reveal themselves. Miyen, what brings you here at such a late hour? Fujiya was skeptical that the child's nocturnal visit was merely a courtesy call. There must be another motive. Captain Fujiya, I have come to retrieve my red pill and ninja tool pouch, Miyen replied. Ah, my memory fails me. Fujiya exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Follow me. I will take you to retrieve them. Thus, Miyen followed Fujiya into the building, under the lingering, astonished gazes of the guards. He interpreted their stares as a form of acknowledgement, a rather gratifying sensation, albeit one that came at a significant cost. His life was at stake. As they walked down the corridor, he could sense several curious eyes upon him, accompanied by hushed whispers. Miyen chose to disregard them. His sole focus was on swiftly acquiring his red pill. They arrived directly at Fujiya's office, and as Fujiya opened the door, Miyen eagerly rushed into search. Only to find no sign of the red pill. Fujiya observed in silence, knowing that had it been anyone else, such reckless behavior in his office would have resulted in immediate expulsion. Before him stood a young boy named Muramasa, a low-ranking ninja highly regarded by Lord Hokage and a disciple of the esteemed Jiraiya. Furthermore, he had once received instruction in swordsmanship from the legendary White Fang and had accomplished the remarkable feats of thwarting the Black-Scale Dragon and vanquishing the Blood Demon. Given his distinguished identity and achievements, even as the captain of the Konoha police force, he was afforded a modicum of respect. Captain Fugaku, where have you hidden it? Muramasa inquired, feeling at a loss. Fugaku raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, in the long cabinet to the right of the desk. Upon opening the cabinet, Muramasa discovered only his ninja tool pouch and a hodgepodge of miscellaneous items, certainly no sign of Akamaru. Fugaku quickly approached, and upon inspection, he confirmed the absence of Akamaru. He then muttered to himself, "This is strange. I distinctly placed Akamaru alongside your ninja tool pouch upon my return. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Muramasa questioned. To his surprise, Fugaku responded with unwavering conviction, "Impossible. I have never been wrong about anything. As the captain of the police force, I must maintain an overview." The myriad of trivial matters could overwhelm me. If I were to misremember such things, I would no longer be fit for my position. What is this? Muramasa resumed his search through the cabinet, and while Akamaru was indeed absent, he stumbled upon a small piece of paper, scrawled with a few lines of poorly written Japanese. Possessing the ability to read, Muramasa deciphered the text, though its ugliness exceeded even his own handwriting. Extracting the note, Fugaku leaned in to examine it. A look of relief washing over him. The scribbled nature indicated that it was penned by a child, suggesting that Akamaru had been taken by some mischievous young soul as a toy. As long as Akamaru hasn't been pilfered by someone with malicious intent, there is no cause for alarm. It's likely just some child who has taken it for fun. We can retrieve it easily, Fugaku assured. My dear Captain Fugaku, is your office truly so accessible? Muramasa expressed his disbelief. Fugaku felt a tinge of embarrassment. I cannot be held accountable for that. Those pesky little rascals always devise peculiar methods to sneak in here. Yet, their intentions are harmless. They simply seek amusement. His subordinates, too, tended to turn a blind eye to such antics, though it was the first instance of anyone entering his office. By all rights, outsiders should never gain entry unless they were somewhat familiar. Could it be that boy? Fugaku pondered, having narrowed down the likely culprit behind this prank. Muramasa sighed, recognizing that Uchiha Fugaku was indeed a remarkable figure. Yet, the content held precedence, and as Muramasa read the note line by line, he nearly burst into laughter. The message conveyed was roughly as follows. If you wish to reclaim the katana, meet me for a duel at noon tomorrow atop Hokage Rock. Do not inquire why it cannot be in the morning. I intend to sleep in. Also, do not divulge this to anyone else, or I shall dispose of the katana, ensuring you can never retrieve it. I am not merely threatening. I will indeed follow through. The naive words reveal that they were penned by a mischievous child no older than 10. It is quite audacious for such a young one to issue threats. If this impish youth is not properly disciplined, he may soon forget his own surname. With the whereabouts of the red pill now known, Ming Yan's worries began to dissipate. After bidding farewell to the unreliable captain of the police force, he prepared to return home for some much-needed rest. While Fu Yu's unreliability was one matter, he still displayed a degree of care for Ming Yan. Recognizing the dangers of traveling alone at night, he dispatched 2 ninjas from the 1st Division to escort him, which made Ming Yan feel somewhat uneasy. Once a neglected child, he now found himself as the object of protection, and not just by any ninjas, but by members of the esteemed Uchiha clan, the strongest force within the police unit. The fact that the proud Uchiha were tasked with his safety left Ming Yan both surprised and flattered. These 2 did not disdain him for being a mere genin. Rather, they expressed admiration for his deeds. This unassuming genin had faced off against Haishilongi without fear, enduring a devastating water chaos wave and even injuring his opponent. Once considered prime prey by the blood demon, he had managed to turn the tables and strike back. Such accomplishments, even for those born into the prestigious Konoha, commanded respect. The courage exhibited by a mere genin was indeed rare. If they were in his position, they could hardly say whether they would possess such bravery. As they traversed the darkened path, the 2 ninjas lavished praise upon Ming Yan, who merely responded with modest acknowledgments. He was astonished at how swiftly word of his exploits had spread. It seemed nearly half the police force was now aware of his actions. He grew troubled, for the brighter his light shone, the more likely he was to become a target. He had no desire to perish at such a tender age. The world was filled with splendid opportunities yet to be explored, and he had many aspirations yet to fulfill. He could not squander this rare chance for rebirth. Under their vigilant escort, they encountered no dangers along the way, a fact that was perhaps unsurprising, given that both were adept Uchiha Jonin. What kind of foolhardy assassin would dare to confront them in such circumstances? It would be tantamount to courting death. The Uchiha Sharingan was no trifling matter. Often, they could ensnare foes with mere ocular prowess without engaging in physical confrontation. Certain formidable genjutsu, such as Tsukuyami, could obliterate an enemy in an instant. The Uchiha clan embodied boundless possibilities. If one willed it, they had the potential to turn thoughts into reality. Such was the might of ocular power. Ming Yan yearned for the strength of the Sharingan, yet he recognized the harsh reality that it was a gift reserved solely for the Uchiha. Unless he were to eliminate one of their own and transplant their eyes, a notion he found abhorrent, he could not hope to attain such power. Furthermore, those capable of awakening the Sharingan were no weaklings. Engaging them in battle would likely spell defeat for him. He would never sacrifice others for power. Such individuals were no different from those who disrupt the balance of the world. He was destined to be an enforcer of equilibrium, not a harbinger of chaos. Upon returning home, Miyen bid farewell to the two jonin, having enjoyed a moment of being treated like a jinchūriki. He felt relatively upbeat and set about undertaking rigorous training to enhance his chakra reserves. Exhausted to the brink of depletion, Miyen finally dragged his weary body to bed, succumbing to a drowsy slumber. As dawn broke the following day, he arrived early at the training grounds to engage in rigorous physical exercises. Soon, Minato joined him in his endeavors. Just as the first rays of sunlight graced the horizon, Kushina and Jiraiya arrived sequentially, ready to commence a day of diligent practice. As the guiding mentor, Jiraiya epitomized the essence of instruction, often expounding on techniques verbally before retreating to indulge in his grand creative pursuits. The remainder of the time was left to their own devices for self-improvement, a testament to his so-called responsibility as a teacher. The master opens the door. But the cultivation lies with the individual was a phrase Jiraiya frequently uttered. While this sentiment carried merit, in Jiraiya's case, it bore an air of misleading guidance. Yet, they could hardly voice their grievances, for they had indeed left the tasks he assigned unfulfilled. "Are you fatigued today, Miyen?" Minato inquired as he approached. "Fatigued," came the response, but Minato was relentless, insisting on a friendly match, claiming it was merely to test the potency of their ninjutsu. "I shall strike you with my gale palm, and you must defend with your ninjutsu. Let me witness its power." Miyen found himself unable to decline and reluctantly agreed. "Are you ready? I shall begin." Watergate, eager and poised, prepared himself for a full-force strike. He feared not for Miyen's safety, having previously witnessed the formidable defenses of his barrier. Even if he were to breach it, he was certain that Miyen would not be harmed, and he doubted that Miyen lacked other means of self-protection. Miyen waved his hand, beckoning him forth. To Watergate, this was nothing short of blatant provocation, intolerable. He launched 5 shurikens, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands before clapping them together. Bang! Wind release, gale palm. A furious gale erupted from between his palms, propelling the shurikens towards Miyen with a force reminiscent of a devastating storm. In this state, the shurikens achieved remarkable speed and power. Upon releasing his ninjutsu, Watergate observed Miyen's in action, nearly overwhelmed with anxiety. This was his most potent technique, not to be underestimated. Could it be that Miyen had not grasped the gravity of the situation? Should the shurikens strike true, they could inflict mortal wounds, perhaps even a fatal blow to the heart. "Hey!" Watergate shouted urgently. The speed of the attack intensified. Miyen privately commended Watergate. Within a day, his ninjutsu had ascended to new heights, undoubtedly the result of relentless training. Yet, he too had not been idle. The speed at which he could condense and recall his soul blade had transformed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the blade materialized before him. And in the next moment, it returned to his side. Mystical art, soul shield. A pale blue hemispherical barrier swiftly enveloped Miyen. Seeing the barrier form, Watergate exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Miyen was quick to react. However, the young man's proficiency with this defensive jutsu was remarkable, nearly instantaneous in execution. Miyen regarded the incoming shurikens with an air of tranquility, as if the outer barrier was impervious to any assault. One shuriken, driven by the gale, struck the barrier, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Several more followed, the sound of slicing wind resonating in succession. The barrier began to shimmer, as if on the verge of vanishing. The force of the impacts furrowed Miyen's brow. The gale palm's might was indeed formidable, for even a single strike was sufficient to create ripples in the barrier. Its strength lay in its violent momentum. When the final shuriken collided with the barrier, it finally succumbed to the overwhelming force and dissipated. Watergate, elated at having shattered Miyen's protective barrier with his full power, reveled in the triumph. Indeed, as long as the potency of the ninjutsu was sufficient, it could breach that defensive shield. "Excellent," Miyen commended, giving a thumbs up in genuine praise. He had initially believed that using only a third of his chakra to condense the soul blade would suffice to counter the gale palm, and indeed it did. The soul shield had endured until the gale palm's assault concluded, but only just. Had Watergate possessed even a fraction more chakra, it could have posed a significant threat. The reason he opted to utilize merely a third of his chakra was to bolster Watergate's confidence. He had no desire to utterly demoralize the future fourth Hokage, as he might very well need to rely on him in the future. Since that incident, Miyen has never underestimated the defensive prowess of Hanyu. He withstood the elite Jonin Haichi Lomi's water chaos wave, an attack that should have been fatal, yet Hanyu snatched him back from the clutches of death, demonstrating the remarkable strength of his defense. Thus, now, in the face of Minato, Miyen felt no need to exert his full strength, should he do so. Minato's attacks would likely only cause ripples in the barrier, akin to a futile effort against a stone. Unbeknownst to Minato, who believed he possessed the power to breach Ming Yan's defenses, he smiled with satisfaction. However, he was not content with merely overcoming the defense. He sought to triumph over Ming Yan, compelling him to strive even harder. "Let me also test the might of ninjutsu," Kushina cheerfully exclaimed to Ming Yan. A bitter expression crossed Ming Yan's face. He felt as though he were being regarded merely as a tool for testing the potency of ninjutsu, a disheartening sentiment. Why not test it against the great trees or flowing rivers? Why must he be the target? Did Minato and Kushina truly perceive him as a benchmark of power? If that were the case, Ming Yan would not be pleased. Rather, he would feel troubled. If even geniuses like Minato and Kushina acknowledged his strength, how would his peers react upon discovering it? His reputation could be exaggerated, leading to troublesome consequences, which he found most vexing. Ming Yan preferred to remain understated, disinclined to be the most dazzling star. People should act modestly, yet achieve grandly. This is my personal code of conduct, he resolved. I have matters to attend to. Seek Minato instead. With that, he made his exit, creating a romantic and warm space for the two, who would surely appreciate his selflessness. A good person ought to enjoy a peaceful life, indeed. Kushina puffed out her cheeks, visibly displeased. Why did Ming Yan act as if he were haunted by a ghost upon seeing her, fearing he might be devoured if he lingered? Casting a glance at Minato, who was diligently engrossed in training, a surge of unnamable frustration welled within her. One is avoiding me, and the other is obsessively training, ignoring me entirely. Humph. I find you both utterly annoying. As noon approached, Ming Yan informed Jiraiya before hastily making his way to Hokage Rock. It was time to retrieve Hongwan. Who was the mischievous little rascal daring to play such a prank on him, foolishly claiming they would engage in a life-and-death battle? If Naruto were born, Ming Yan might suspect him, for Naruto's mischief was unparalleled. He had once defaced the statues of the Hokage on Hokage Rock. In broad daylight, the streets bustled with people, eliminating the possibility of foreign ninjas appearing to commit murder. After all, assassins are a serious profession, adhering to stealthy tactics, unlike the unruly street thugs who lash out at anyone they dislike. Halfway through his journey, feeling a pang of hunger, Ming Yan, with limited funds, stopped at a noodle shop for a generous bowl of shrimp noodles. Finding it insufficient, he ordered another. Since intensifying his training, Ming Yan had developed an insatiable appetite. And although he was still a child, his food consumption rivaled that of an adult. He had long worried that this voraciousness would lead to weight gain. Yet now he recognized that such concerns were entirely unwarranted. Due to the daily physical training, energy is expended rapidly, resulting in a physique that is not only lean but also remarkably robust. There is no exaggeration of muscle. Rather, the contours are exquisitely graceful, as if this body has been sculpted by the divine hand, embodying the most perfect golden ratio. At such a tender age, possessing such a flawless form and a pristine countenance, one can only wonder the impact this will have on the fairer sex as he matures. Even now, he has garnered the attention of numerous hungry gazes, predominantly from young maidens, whose insatiable glances evoke a sense of being overwhelmed. These piercing, fervent, and merciless stares leave him feeling vulnerable. With so many innocent and charming girls fixated on him, he finds himself somewhat enchanted. After all, prior to his otherworldly journey, he was but a solitary soul, never having held a girl's hand, let alone experienced the essence of romance. Yet, the thought of being merely an 8-year-old child swiftly quashes any burgeoning desires. It is imperative to focus on enhancing his strength. Matters of the heart can wait until he has fortified himself. At present, his combat prowess is woefully inadequate, making personal safety a challenge, let alone the protection of others. He hastens his pace, striving to evade the gazes of these young ladies. Some merely glance out of curiosity, appreciating his youthful handsomeness, while others boldly pursue him, teasingly posing perplexing questions. He responds with nonchalance, bemused by the attention his looks and physique have garnered. "Ah, a handsome lad who is also a ninja," one girl remarked. Having followed him for quite some time before noticing the headband atop his brow, her surprise palpable. "Is being a ninja so remarkable? Call me Ming Yan," he interjected, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the moniker of handsome lad. While she was rather appealing, her overly extroverted nature was occasionally off-putting. "The name is of little consequence. Would you care to live with me, dear?" The absurdity of her proposition left him incredulous. He quickened his pace once more, with his ninja-like agility. Evading her was hardly a challenge. Internally, he wrestled with himself. The allure of the vivacious girl was undeniable, and his character typically would not shy away from such an opportunity. However, the reality of being confined within the body of an 8-year-old quelled any reckless impulses. Cohabitation would lead to nothing significant. That was the crux of the matter. Emerging from the bustling marketplace, he finally slowed his pace. It was perplexing how, simply by making an appearance amidst the crowd, he had drawn the attention of so many young women. Would he need to don a mask whenever he ventured outside in the future? Perhaps such a precaution was indeed warranted. Perched atop the Hokage rock, a diminutive figure stood with hands on hips, surveying the landscape of Konoha. A brisk breeze swept through, tousling the figure's hair and adding an air of desolation. Upon spotting a similarly sized child ahead, Miyen could not help but feel a surge of exasperation. What a foolish sight, he thought, standing at such an elevation. Shivering in the chill, while feigning the demeanor of a sage, seemed reckless indeed. Miyen curled himself up, feeling that after spending half a day in this place, he might catch a cold from the chilly breeze. Approaching, he inquired, "Hey, were you the one who stole my katana?" The little boy turned at the sound of his voice, with brown hair and a round, cherubic face, still bearing the innocence of youth. Adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, an archetypal lower ninja child. At first glance, Miyen perceived him merely as an ordinary young ninja, yet upon a second look, he found the boy somewhat familiar. Could he be a character from the original narrative? After mentally reviewing the characters, he could not recall anyone who matched. "Are you Truman Miyen?" The boy lifted his chin to scrutinize Miyen, and suddenly, a stream of mucus flowed from his nose. With a sharp inhale, he feigned as if nothing had occurred. Miyen burst into laughter. Was this snotty little boy truly challenging him to a duel? Surely, he could not be a fool summoned by a monkey. Though he initially thought he could contain his amusement, tears of laughter inevitably welled at the corners of his eyes. He held them back, for if he allowed himself to laugh to the point of tears, he would be no different from this child. And the so-called duel would merely devolve into a farcical exchange of antics. "What are you laughing at? Is this battle not serious enough?" The boy inhaled his mucus again, all the while maintaining a solemn facade. For goodness sake, could he not wipe his nose before speaking? It was utterly impossible to take him seriously under such circumstances. There was an overwhelming sense of playfulness, as if he were merely engaging in a game of make-believe with a child. Miyen reached into his pocket and produced a few napkins he had obtained from the noodle shop moments earlier. The boy accepted the napkins and turned to wipe his nose. As he did so, the ornament around his neck swung, and Miyen caught a glimpse of it. It was a dark green pendant. This pendant was quite familiar to Miyen. It had once been worn by the protagonist Naruto in the original tale and was referred to by Tsunade as the Pendant of Death. The Pendant of Death was a relic of the first Hokage, containing a chakra seal that restrained the 9 tails. The first Hokage gifted it to his beloved granddaughter, Tsunade, who then passed it to her brother, Rope-Tree. After Rope-Tree's demise, it was given to his lover, Kato-Dan. Following Dan's death, Tsunade, consumed by grief, believed it to be a harbinger of death and thus bestowed upon it such an ominous moniker. While these details were of little consequence, the significance lay in the fact that the boy before him donned this pendant, unequivocally identifying him as Rope-Tree. No wonder he appeared somewhat familiar. Rope-Tree had perished during the Second Great Ninja War, which was not far in the past, implying that his time alive had been tragically brief. This comical, somewhat foolish little boy. Rope-Tree continued to wipe his nose, and Miyen could no longer find humor in the situation. At such a tender age, he had been deprived of the joys of life, losing his existence in the merciless throes of war. How heartbreaking. This was the harsh reality of the ninja world. To alter this grim fate, one could only strive to instill the path of balance within people's hearts, leading the world toward harmony and equilibrium. Although achieving this was as formidable as Madara's Moon Eye plan, Miyen felt compelled to fight for it, to steer the world toward a brighter future. Even if he could save but a single life, it would be worth the endeavor. After finishing wiping his nose, Rope-Tree turned to face him. A serious expression etched on his youthful features. "Answer me, are you Truman Miyen?" Miyen nodded in affirmation. "Come, let me witness your true strength." Ju brandished a kunai, its sharp blade aimed at Miyen. From this statement, it is clear that Ju was already aware of his exploits. Stealing the red pill was merely a ruse to lure him into combat. Miyen, oblivious to how Ju had uncovered his past, had no desire to engage in a confrontation at this moment. He simply wished to reclaim his katana, not to fight. "If you desire that katana, defeat me. Otherwise, I shall cast it into a place you can never find. Why seek me out for a duel? Because you are my greatest adversary on this path of the Hokage. My sister speaks highly of you, and even the Hokage holds you in great esteem. Ju felt a pang of jealousy towards Miyen, whose recent performances had overshadowed him. Posing a significant threat, Miyen was taken aback, surprised that Tsunade had praised him in front of Ju. Yet, how did Ju know that Sarutobi held him in regard? Could it be through some whispered rumors? Nevertheless, it would not be surprising. After all, Ju, like Tsunade, was a descendant of the first Hokage, belonging to the Senju clan, which held a prestigious status within Konoha. It had long been said that being too brilliant could be a double-edged sword, and now trouble had arisen. Miyen was reluctant to engage with Ju if he won. It would shatter Ju's confidence, but if he lost, he would not reclaim the red pill. It was indeed a dilemma. However, observing Ju's earnest and solemn demeanor, it seemed a confrontation was inevitable. Very well, youthful arrogance is not a virtue. Let me teach him a lesson. Ju charged at Miyen, kunai in hand, relying solely on brute force rather than technique. There were too many openings in his approach. Miyen effortlessly parried and executed a sweeping kick, sending Ju crashing to the ground. Rising again, Ju pressed on, employing several basic ninjutsu techniques, but none proved effective. Miyen merely relied on his close combat skills to render Ju powerless. Shall we continue? Miyen inquired, observing Ju sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Ouch! That hurts. Ju rubbed his backside, unaware of how many times it had met the earth. No more, no more. You are formidable, but I shall surely surpass you. Devote your efforts to training and invest even more time than I have, and you may indeed surpass me. However, with your current abilities, you are far from achieving that. My sister is an elite jonin. I do not require your guidance. Ju stood, dusting himself off, clearly displeased. He had heard enough lectures from elders and his sister. Now, even an outsider dared to instruct him. What right did he have? Miyen had no intention of arguing with the child, but upon hearing this, he could not help but offer a few words. You may currently enjoy a carefree existence under your sister's protection, but what about the future? When war breaks out, and even your sister cannot shield you, with your current strength, do you believe you can survive? Perhaps such a question was too profound for a 7 or 8-year-old. Yet the reality was unforgiving. When the Great Ninja War erupted, the responsibilities of elite jonin were immense, often requiring them to restrain the main forces of the enemy, leaving them little time to care for others. In such times, one could only rely on oneself. It was futile to expect others to risk their lives for you, for they were not bodhisattvas, and each individual had something precious to protect. Ju was taken aback. He had never pondered this question. He had always been cared for by his sister, living a life free of worries, indulging in carefree play and forced training. Furthermore, when your sister faces danger, what could you possibly do for her in your current state? Would you merely add to her worries, or could you provide her with a sense of support? In your heart, you see your sister as an invincible ninja, a force to be reckoned with. But have you ever considered the sense of helplessness she might feel when confronted with an even stronger adversary? Konoha longs for peace, yet other factions hold different aspirations. War is likely imminent. This moment may very well be the eve of conflict, and everyone must strive to enhance themselves, not for others, but for their own sake, instead of squandering time on meaningless pursuits. Human life is fragile. Before the specter of death, even an elite jonin or the Hokage cannot escape mortality. While we cannot resist the inevitability of natural death, we can grasp the life and death beyond nature in our own hands, ensuring that no one else can take it from us. To do so necessitates possessing strength greater than that of others. The subsequent words rendered Ju speechless. He had never contemplated these matters, nor had anyone ever enlightened him on such truths. He had always believed that Konoha, a sanctuary of peace, would never experience war. Yet not long ago, he witnessed the lifeless body of a comrade. In that moment, he refused to acknowledge the reality, deceiving himself into believing it was merely an accident, convinced that Konoha would never encounter such horrific events. However, in recent days, he had heard news of many peers perishing, and for the first time, he felt genuine fear. Yet, he continued to deceive himself, unwilling to accept the truth. Now, however, he believed in the boy before him, who appeared slightly older and exhibited a remarkable mental fortitude, capable of confronting reality and facing the future with courage. Thus, he could not shrink back. Avoidance was not a solution. Only by bravely confronting challenges could one address the root of the problem. Ju bowed his head in silence for a long while before raising it resolutely to declare, I understand now, Brother Ninjin. Brother Ninjin? The swift change in attitude was striking. Could this be the power of verbal wit? And did he truly appear that old? although he did seem a touch more mature than this young lad. Nevertheless, being addressed as brother was not without its advantages. Perhaps it could even foster a closer bond with Tsunade. Should he ever find himself gravely injured and immobile, he could rely on SH Ju's call for Konoha's foremost medical ninja. Ah, as long as you understand, I hope the next time I see you, you will surprise me, Ninjin said, adopting a somewhat sage-like demeanor. Just wait. Next time, I will surely defeat you. Shunshu raised his fist and waved it, instantly invigorated. He realized he could no longer squander time and must hasten to cultivate his skills. Well, off you go. Miyen smiled as he watched Shunshu's diminishing silhouette until it vanished from view. A cool breeze swept by, causing Miyen to shudder and tighten his collar, followed by a profound sense of emptiness. Why did I come to Hokage Rock? Shortly thereafter, a heart-wrenching shout echoed from the summit. Shushu, come back. Where is my sword? It dawned on him that Shushu had come to Hokage Rock to retrieve his treasured sword, and his attempt to guide Shushu had merely been a whim. Yet, the outcome? Shushu was full of vigor, while he, much like a wilting flower under the incessant rain, withered away. No amount of shouting would suffice. Shushu had already departed from Hokage Rock and could not hear him. Miyen was unaware of Shinshu's whereabouts or his usual training grounds, leaving him to sulk in frustration while playing with the mud. Perched high above, with the relentless cold wind, Miyen resolved to devise another plan upon his return. He did not believe that Shushu would bring the sword back to him. It was highly likely that Shinshu had forgotten all about it. How had things come to this? Miyen trudged toward the training field with a sorrowful expression. Having wasted considerable effort and saliva, yet still without the sword, his head felt utterly befuddled. He couldn't help but worry about the fate of his sword. Was it safe? Had it been stolen by some rogue? Miyen anxiously rapped his head, cursing his poor memory for forgetting why he had come. How foolish of him. Complaining about his forgetfulness along the way, his mood soured further. Without the sword by his side, he felt utterly drained. Miyen, what's wrong? Minato inquired with concern upon seeing the despondent expression on Minyen's face. Miyen, his face etched with distress, could have squeezed out bitter tears, but feigned indifference, muttering, "It's nothing significant, just lost some money." "Ah, I thought something serious had happened. It's just money, right? I can lend you some," Minato generously offered, retrieving his wallet. As he pulled out 300 ryo from his wallet to give to Miyen, he noticed that Miyen still appeared gloomy, prompting further inquiry. "What is truly bothering you?" "The sword is lost," Miyen lamented, feeling quite disheartened. "The sword?" Minato asked, puzzled. What was this item? Realizing Minato and Kushina had only seen the sword once, Miyen clarified. "It's the katana you saw in the infirmary before." "Oh, that. Then I shall accompany you to search for it." "There's no need. I just wanted to ask you something." Miyen contemplated that Minato might possess knowledge regarding Shushu. "What is it? Do you know Senju Shushu?" Minato's eyes flickered as he recalled the name. "Senju Shushu? Isn't Tsunade Senpai's younger brother?" "Yes. Do you know him?" Minyen's heart leaped with hope. Minato shrugged, chuckling awkwardly. "I don't know him personally, just heard of him." "Does it relate to him?" Miyen immediately lowered his head. "No, I was just inquiring." "Very well. You may return to your training." After dismissing Minato, Miyen looked up and noticed Jiraiya sitting on a nearby rock, engrossed in writing. Perhaps he would possess the knowledge he sought. The relationship between Jiraiya and Tsunade is indeed profound, and he should be acquainted with her brother, Nawaki. Naruto approached and stood beside Jiraiya, who completely disregarded him, or rather, seemed oblivious to his presence. Clearing his throat twice, Naruto attempted to gain his attention. Yet Jiraiya remained engrossed in his writing, utterly indifferent to him. Consequently, Naruto leaned forward and shouted into Jiraiya's ear, "Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya, seated at a height similar to Naruto's, startled like a frightened rabbit, his expression one of bewilderment. In his moment of panic, he nearly dropped his pen, but upon regaining his composure, glared at Naruto. "What are you doing, Naruto? You scared away the inspiration that was just flooding in." With a grin, Naruto affectionately patted Jiraiya's back. "Jiraiya-sensei, calm down. With me around. How could you possibly lack inspiration?" As Jiraiya's heart rate began to stabilize, he replied with a less than pleasant demeanor, "What do you need from me?" He found it peculiar how Naruto had transformed into a loud and boisterous character reminiscent of Kushina, nearly giving him a heart attack as his mentor. "Do you know Senju Nawaki?" Naruto inquired. "That brat?" "Of course, I know him," Jiraiya responded. "Do you know where he resides?" "Where he often trains." Naruto pressed. "Why do you want to know that?" Jiraiya asked, suddenly noticing that Hongmaru was missing. "Where is Hongmaru?" Naruto explained slowly. I came to find you because I was captured by Captain Fugaku and taken into the police force. Hongmura was confiscated by him. And that little rascal Nawaki snatched him away, leaving a note challenging me to a duel at noon today. Naruto recounted the entire incident, prompting Jiraiya to chuckle. So, you went to Hokage Rock for nothing? Naruto nodded, expressing his regret. He hadn't anticipated that his verbal prowess would lead to such unforeseen consequences, causing him to forget his original purpose. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei, do you know where Nawaki often trains? I don't know where he trains, but I do know where he lives. Jiraiya replied, a hint of pride and mischief in his tone, which made Naruto uneasy, suspecting that his mentor was about to make some ridiculous request. Spit it out. What do you want me to do? Naruto rolled his eyes in exasperation, feeling burdened by the antics of such an unconventional teacher, with a mischievous glint in his eye. Jiraiya grinned and said, you understand me well. Naruto leaned in, reluctantly complying with Jiraiya's insistence that it was to prevent Minato and Kushina from overhearing. Deliver this letter to Tsunade for me. Jiraiya produced a letter from his pocket, furtively glancing about as if to shield it from Minato and Kushina's sight. Naruto could easily surmise its content, a love letter meant for Tsunade, truly a besotted man. Upon receiving the note, Naruto cooperatively tucked it into his clothing pocket. Then smiled and remarked, no problem, I will personally deliver it to Lady Tsunade, honoring Jiraiya-sensei's heartfelt intentions. Jiraiya let out a soft hiss, disapproving of Naruto's loud voice, while simultaneously acknowledging the profound emotional intelligence displayed by this young boy, a recognition that even he, a man with extensive experience with women, could not deny. Ordinarily, an 8-year-old child should not possess such insight. Despite his admiration for Tsunade, Naruto had never openly demonstrated it before others. Could it be that, since that fateful incident when they spied on Tsunade enjoying a hot spring, he had already deduced his affection for her? The depth in this boy's gaze was unervingly mature. Jiraiya now found it impossible to regard Naruto as merely an 8-year-old. How could a child of that age exhibit such understanding? Whether regarding the intricacies of human relationships or the nuances of others' feelings, Naruto's behavior was consistently surprising, and in terms of strength, he surpassed his peers by a considerable margin. Furthermore, during the initial stages of writing Ica Paradise, the 8-year-old Naruto had provided invaluable guidance to Jiraiya, imparting extensive knowledge and warnings about writing, allowing him to avoid many pitfalls. Naruto had even adeptly grasped the subtle emotions and developments between men and women, ensuring that love did not spring forth abruptly nor lead to hasty encounters. It was precisely because of such a responsible editor that Jiraiya was able to craft authentic and intricate emotional scenes, culminating in wave after wave of climactic moments. Thus, Naruto was no ordinary child, but rather a crafty prodigy with exceptional emotional and intellectual prowess. Nevertheless, Jiraiya held a fondness for this little rascal. Finding a kindred spirit was rare, and without a doubt, Naruto was his confidant. Without Naruto, he would never have discovered his own writing talent. Without Naruto, he would not have been able to weave his daily observations into captivating stories, nor would he have been able to incorporate the beautiful women he encountered into his works, journeying alongside the protagonists in an unfettered world. Without Naruto, he would forever be deprived of the joy and fulfillment that the realm of imagination could offer. What was he thinking? Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto's call roused him from his reverie. Where had they left off? Where does the Senju family reside? It's hard to say. I'll sketch a simple map for you. Just follow the route. Jiraiya tore off a piece of paper and began to draw. His artistic skills were nothing short of astounding, capable of transforming straight lines into wavy ones, and 90-degree turns into arcs, while narrow alleys morphed into meandering streams. Indeed, when God closes one door, he opens a window. Conversely, when he opens a window, he may also shut a door. Jiraiya's talent for writing was remarkable, yet his drawing skills left much to be desired. Any student from the Ninja Academy could likely produce a more orderly illustration. Following Jiraiya's map would surely lead one astray. In a spacious courtyard, a round-faced little boy exclaimed to a charming girl with fair skin and ample bosom, "Sister, I want to learn super powerful ninjutsu." Without further explanation, the round-faced boy was Senju Rope Tree, and the beautiful girl was Senju Tsunade. Have you taken your medicine today? Tsunade turned her head, flicking her ponytail. Her elegant brows slightly furrowed. She was profoundly acquainted with her younger brother, who was typically gluttonous and playful, without any pressure to train. He would never take the initiative to practice. If he could lie down, he wouldn't sit, and if he could sit, he wouldn't stand, a quintessential embodiment of laziness. Today, he unexpectedly requested her to teach him ninjutsu. Was the sun rising in the west? Glancing up at the sun, seemingly enveloped by endless flames, she noticed no change. It still rose as usual from the east. Seeing Tsunade's dismissive attitude towards him, Ju immediately became agitated and resolutely declared, "I am serious." This earnest demeanor momentarily caught Tsunade off guard, yet she still felt there was something amiss with Ju. She reached out to touch his forehead, murmuring softly with a hint of confusion, "Not warm at all. Oh, wow, are you still my sister? Is it really that difficult to teach me a ninjutsu?" Ju exclaimed. Tsunade regarded him with an expression of profound disbelief, taking quite some time before responding, "Are you really serious?" Ju nodded gravely, asserting, "Of course. I want to become Hokage and protect everyone, so I must master the most formidable ninjutsu." Tsunade found it peculiar how Ju seemed entirely transformed since his return at noon, no longer the playful, naive child he once was. The silly laughter and foolish antics had diminished, replaced by a hint of maturity. What she witnessed was no illusion, but a reality. Could it be that Ju had experienced a sudden awakening, no longer wishing to squander time, and realized the importance of training to enhance his abilities? She remained uncertain and skeptical, but she could not dismiss Ju's request. Moreover, it was rare for him to take the initiative to learn ninjutsu, and she could not bear to discourage him. Most of the ninjutsu I possess is medical in nature. If you wish to learn offensive techniques, I can recommend a mentor. Training under him will surely enhance your skills. Tsunade seized this opportunity to encourage Ju to willingly seek guidance from a teacher. Indeed, until now, Ju had not had a mentor. Previous arrangements had fallen through as he was unmanageable. After receiving his ninja headband, he often neglected training, leaving his instructors helpless. After all, Ju was the grandson of the first Hokage, belonging to the Senju clan, and had an elite Jonin sister, a background that was quite intimidating. His mentors dared not employ strict measures against him. "No way. Those instructors aren't as formidable as you, and I'd rather train with you than with them." Ju pouted defiantly. "This teacher is different from the others. He is exceptionally skilled, just like your sister. He's also a disciple of our grandfather, the Hokage, and an elite Jonin, but his strength surpasses yours," Tsunade replied with a smile. "Orochimaru is currently seeking a disciple, and I can entrust you to him. Given our connection, he will likely devote himself to guiding your training. Moreover, Orochimaru does not fear familial backgrounds. To him, personal strength is the key to survival." "Is that lecherous?" "White-haired old man. I refuse to train with him." In a sudden flash, the image of a lewd, white-haired man surfaced in Shinchu's mind. This individual had previously incited him to partake in numerous misdeeds, leaving a profoundly negative impression. If it were that man, he would be utterly unwilling. Tsunade smiled gently. "Hehe. It's not Jiraiya, but Orochimaru." She pondered what mischief Jiraiya might have led Shinchu into, questioning why Shinchu reacted so strongly. It was one thing for Jiraiya to be unseemly himself, but to corrupt a child, especially one as innocent as Shinchu, was unforgivable. "Orochimaru?" Shinchu placed his hand on his lips, and a figure emerged in his mind. Unlike the lecherous uncle, this figure was serious and taciturn, exuding a chilliness that was nonetheless preferable to the unreliable lecher. "Very well. It shall be Orochimaru-sensei." Tsunade's smile blossomed into the brightest she had ever worn, as if at that moment, Shinchu had matured, relieving her of the burdens of an older sister. However, Orochimaru had his own stringent criteria for accepting disciples. Even though their relationship was close, it did not guarantee that he would take Shinchu as a student. This was not meant to intimidate Shinchu, but rather a statement of fact. Orochimaru, being an elite Jonin, possessed a certain pride and naturally sought a disciple with a solid foundation and commendable talent, one who would not be inferior to other students. "What must I do?" Shinchu inquired urgently. Tsunade replied candidly, "Your physique is too weak. You need to enhance your physical training." Accustomed to a life of ease, Shinchu, despite being a genin, fell below the standard physical condition expected of his rank. Should Orochimaru encounter such a frail lad seeking his mentorship, he would undoubtedly turn on his heel without a second thought, regardless of how persuasive she might be. Orochimaru was precisely that kind of person, strict and serious, treating everything with utmost gravity, allowing no room for error. It was precisely this demeanor that enabled him to surpass both her and Jiraiya in ninjutsu mastery. The same technique, when executed by Orochimaru, would invariably wield greater power than theirs. While Orochimaru's individual prowess had always eclipsed theirs, ever since Jiraiya mastered Sage Mode, his strength had soared dramatically, leading to a clear distinction in their rankings. Once the strongest of the trio, Orochimaru now found himself edged out by Jiraiya. Nevertheless, when it came to mentoring apprentices, Orochimaru was undoubtedly more reliable. After all, he approached every matter with seriousness, unlike Jiraiya, who, even at 20, still behaved like a child, indulging in frivolities. "Enhance my physical training?" Shinchu murmured. He then stepped into the glaring sunlight and approached a wooden post in the courtyard, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Tsunade watched him passively, hoping that Shinchu's determination was not merely a fleeting whim, but rather a genuine desire for self-improvement. She understood that she could not protect her brother forever. In the world of ninjas, survival could not depend solely on others. One must possess the strength to safeguard oneself. Afterward, Tsunade retrieved a cup of warm water from the room and placed it on the steps, saying, "Shinchu, there's water here. Drink when you're thirsty. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Having spoken, Tsunade stepped out of the courtyard and cast a glance back at Rope Tree. Realizing that her younger brother had indeed matured, the strength behind each of his punches revealed that Rope Tree was not deceiving himself, but rather training with great diligence. If only he could continue in this manner. Naruto wandered aimlessly through the village, clutching a route map that was scarcely bearable to behold. Intended to serve as a guide, this map, drawn by Jiraiya, instead had an entirely counterproductive effect, much to Naruto's dismay. He had long voiced his concerns about the map's uselessness, but Jiraiya misinterpreted this as a critique of his artistic skills, leading to a fit of anger. Consequently, Naruto had no choice but to obediently carry the flawed map. Despite the map's intricate details being nearly indecipherable, he could still discern the general direction. Otherwise, he would surely lose his way. Without this map, he was certain he would become hopelessly lost, a testament to his self-deprecating confidence regarding his navigational skills. In a state of profound frustration, Naruto contemplated opening an envelope in hopes of lifting his spirits. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided against it, recognizing it as a breach of personal privacy that would be most inconsiderate. If Jiraiya were to discover this transgression, the consequences could be dire. The envelope bore no inscription, which Naruto found rather impolite, as it might lead Tsunade to believe Jiraiya was rather careless. Thus, he took up a pen and inscribed for Tsunade on the envelope, naturally in Japanese. This thoughtful gesture improved matters considerably. Suppressing the urge to tear open the envelope, he stowed it away and continued on his way. As he studied the route map, he noted that the path ahead was depicted with greater clarity, allowing for a smoother passage until he reached a fork in the road. Whether it was Jiraiya's oversight or something else entirely, there were no indications on which path to take. Perhaps the shadow clone technique could be of assistance. His chakra was sufficient to sustain a clone for up to 5 minutes. He could send each of them down a different path, thus conserving time. Just as he completed the hand seals for the technique, a figure emerged from the right-hand path, someone he recognized. It was Tsunade, the esteemed elder. Naruto lowered his hands from the seals as he beheld the striking beauty before him. At merely 20 years of age, Tsunade stood as one of the most exquisite women in this world, her expression neutral yet breathtakingly captivating. She was not clad in a shinobi uniform, but instead wore a delicate white garment paired with form-fitting trousers, accentuated by high heels that emphasized her alluring figure. Her curves delineated an impeccable silhouette, while her light yellow twin tails conveyed a sense of youthful innocence. Her porcelain complexion and striking features, complemented by a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, her Byakugan seal, added an ethereal quality to her presence. Jiraiya's taste was indeed discerning. Naruto found himself in agreement with this aspect of his mentor. Were he not merely 8 years old, he might have aspired to pursue Tsunade. Not only was she stunning and statuesque, but she also possessed remarkable medical ninjutsu skills, rendering her fearless in the face of injury. Tsunade halted, her expressive eyes fixating on the young boy before her. "Naruto, what brings you here?" The impression Naruto had made during their last encounter outside the village lingered in her mind, as did the trust he garnered from Kakashi in the hospital. It was clear that this boy would not merely be a fleeting figure in her life. His prodigious talent sparked her desire to take him on as an apprentice. However, to her bewilderment, he had chosen not only to forego her tutelage but also to reject Orochimaru, opting instead for the unpredictability of Jiraiya. She could not fathom the reasoning behind such decisions. "I am looking for Shoshiru." Naruto candidly expressed that he believed SHJ was certainly residing with Tsunade and requested her to disclose his specific location to spare him the trouble of searching aimlessly. "Looking for SHJ?" Tsunade pondered, finding it odd as she did not recall SHJ having any close ties with the local children. "Is he home?" "Yes, he is. By the way, where is Jiraiya?" Trusting Naruto's reliability, Tsunade's instincts assured her that he would not harm SHJ. Besides, if he truly intended to do something nefarious, he would not so openly seek SHU, which would clearly expose his intentions. Teacher Jiraiya is at the training ground on the eastern side of the Great Lake. Tsunade-senpai, could you please inform me of SHU's location so I can seek him out? Naruto tucked away the map, realizing he could not discard it just yet, as he would need it for his return. After all, being directionally challenged was quite daunting, as he could hardly remember a path after traversing it once. Noticing Naruto's actions, Tsunade was curious and inquired, "What is that?" "This. It's a route map drawn by Teacher Jiraiya," Naruto replied with a smile. To gain Tsunade's trust, he revealed the map to her, prompting an uncontrollable fit of laughter, showcasing her perfectly aligned white teeth. While her laughter was somewhat exaggerated, it did little to overshadow Tsunade's breathtaking beauty, particularly as her ample bosom rose and fell rhythmically. Even Naruto found himself momentarily captivated. For a mature man, it was undoubtedly a formidable allure. The stereotype of large-chested yet dim-witted could not apply to Tsunade, for her intelligence was undeniable. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the position of the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya truly lacks any artistic talent. It's a wonder he dares to show such work. Aha. After sufficient amusement, Tsunade regained her composure and cast a sympathetic glance at Naruto. "You have it tough, don't you? Well, let me verbally guide you to the general vicinity." Naruto tuned out the background noise and perked up his ears. "Proceed straight along this road for 200 meters. Then take a right and continue for 300 meters. When you reach a fork, take the middle path." Tsunade rambled on, and Naruto felt increasingly bewildered, ultimately failing to grasp the directions. It was akin to navigating a labyrinth. "Did you catch all that?" Tsunade observed Naruto's bewildered expression and, without waiting for a response, added, "Never mind. I know you won't remember it all after just one explanation. I'll sketch a simple map for you." "That would be great," Naruto replied, handing her paper and pen. He had a pen on him but no extra paper, so Tsunade took the liberty of drawing on the back of a sheet. 3 minutes later, Naruto received the map and found it clear and detailed, complete with specific distance annotations. It was often said that women possess meticulousness and dexterity, and this was evidently true in her case. Flipping the paper to examine Jiraiya's drawing, he grimaced in distaste, thinking that gazing at it for too long might cause blindness. He hastily turned the paper back over, appreciating Tsunade's artistry, which made the map all the more appealing. "Thank you, Tsunade-senpai." Naruto expressed his gratitude. "If you wish to express your gratitude, let your actions speak for themselves. Go and share your methods of cultivation with Shinshu. However, I fear he may not be receptive. I am well aware of his temperament. He tends to dismiss my words as mere whispers in the wind, so what chance do outsiders have?" Miyen interjected, "Do not worry, Tsunade-senpai. I shall provide proper guidance to Shinshu. He will heed my counsel." Tsunade paused, taken aback by Miyen's confidence, yet she was willing to believe in his capabilities. A gentle smile graced her lips. "Then I shall leave it in your capable hands." Miyen was momentarily entranced. Tsunade was a vision of beauty, almost ethereal. In the original narrative, she was striking, but now, in this close proximity within the world of Naruto, her allure was even more palpable. It was a breathtaking beauty, where every smile and frown seemed to captivate the soul. The delicate fragrance that wafted from her was enchanting, igniting a myriad of fantasies within the heart. Noticing Miyen's dazed expression, Tsunade suddenly thought of Jiraiya and swiftly masked her smile, returning to her usual demeanor. She pondered whether this young boy had been influenced by Jiraiya, as it seemed implausible for someone of his tender age to exhibit such behavior. There was no doubt about it. He had certainly been led astray by that rascal Jiraiya. Suddenly, Miyen became aware of his inappropriate behavior and quickly forced a sheepish smile, saying, "I shall go find Shinshu now." As he turned to leave, he noticed his heart racing. Although he appeared to be an innocent, naive boy, his soul had traversed 2 decades, a time marked by restlessness, particularly since he had remained a bachelor. Encountering Tsunade, a natural beauty devoid of artifice, elicited such a reaction from him. It could be said that Tsunade was the most exquisite girl he had ever met, unparalleled in beauty, standing atop the pinnacle of attractiveness without the need for heavy makeup. Tsunade gazed at Miyen's departing figure, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation, releasing a soft sigh. Alas, such a promising youth is being squandered by Jiraiya. Miyen walked briskly, oblivious to the envelope slipping from his pocket as he continued along the mapped route. Tsunade, still present, noticed something fall from Miyen and approached to pick it up, discovering it was the envelope. although she typically would not dare to open someone else's correspondence. She realized this particular letter was addressed to her. Since it was intended for her, it would inevitably be read, and thus, driven by curiosity, Tsunade tore open the envelope. To her surprise, it was printed. Her interest piqued, she began to read aloud in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "Beautiful and gracious Princess Tsunade. You are the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating my path forward." Upon finishing the first line, Tsunade found herself unable to continue. A flush of crimson swiftly crossing her cheeks, followed by a surge of indignation. "Miyen, you've learned nothing good from Jiraiya. Only these mischievous antics. I must teach you a lesson." With that, Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, fingers poised, ready to confront him, startling even the birds from the trees with her fierce demeanor. Following the mapped path, Miyen navigated numerous twists and turns until he finally arrived outside a villa. It was aptly named, for this was indeed a mansion, nestled far from the bustling city, adorned with flowers, grass, trees, and water, presenting a serene and beautiful environment. Only someone of Tsunade's stature could enjoy such privileges. Miyen mused. The location was quite secluded. Without Tsunade's drawn map, he would have never discovered this place. Those foreign assassins would never find it either. And even if foreign ninjas invaded Konoha, this area would remain relatively secure, as it would take time for the flames of war to reach here. It was a veritable treasure. While Miyen's previous modest cabin was also distanced from the city's chaos, it was situated in a dismal environment, surrounded by refuse that rendered it akin to a dump. Had it not been for Konoha's protective measures, he might have been suffocated by the stench. Thankfully, he had now found a new residence. The gate stood ajar, and peering inside, Miyen spotted a boy, Shunshu, vigorously striking a wooden post, glistening with sweat. He chose not to interrupt until Shunshu could no longer continue due to exhaustion. With a rumble in his stomach, Shunshu grabbed a water cup, gulping down several mouthfuls before squatting down, dipping a towel in a basin, and wiping his face clean. After finishing, as he stood up, he was startled to see Miyen standing so close, causing him to shudder in fright. "Are you a ghost? Do you walk without making a sound? In the future, could you please refrain from appearing before me without any warning?" Ju, while clutching his little heart, vented his anger through words. "It is not that I walk silently. Rather, you are simply too fatigued." Miyen's eyelids drooped slightly, recognizing that this young lad's psychological resilience was notably lacking. Ju, panting, disregarded the consequences and plopped down on the steps with an exclamation. It felt as though he had sat upon a blaze, causing him to leap up with remarkable swiftness. Miyen chuckled softly. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and the sun was still quite fierce. The steps felt as if they had been scorched by fire for an extended period, emanating an unbearable heat that made skin contact impossible. "What is so amusing?" Ju felt quite embarrassed and brought over 2 stools, taking a seat himself. Miyen settled down as well, just about to inquire about the whereabouts of Hongwan, when Ju beat him to the punch, asking, "How did you find this place?" Typically, no one would come to visit them, as his sister cherished tranquility and preferred to remain undisturbed, which was why they chose to reside here. Ju found it peculiar how Miyen had arrived at this location. "This is the route map your sister drew for me," Miyen replied, producing the map. Upon inspection, Ju noticed that the patterns and lines were indecipherable. But the annotations were indeed written by his sister, which relieved him. "Miyen, what do you require of me?" With his exhaustion alleviated, Ju's demeanor softened. Feeling grateful to Miyen for helping him discover his worth and guiding him onto the righteous path. "Hongwan." Miyen had scarcely uttered those 2 syllables when a thunderous shout reverberated through the air. "Lecherous brat, stop right there." The voice unmistakably belonged to Tsunade. But why did it sound so furious? Furthermore, who was this lecherous brat? Miyen was perplexed, unaware of Tsunade's grievance, while Ju was troubled, uncertain of what had provoked his sister's wrath. In an instant, Tsunade appeared before them, rolling up her sleeves and clenching her fists. What was she planning? At that moment, she resembled a ferocious tigress, poised to devour her prey. Especially with those fiery eyes glaring at Miyen, he felt a twinge of fear, as Tsunade's gaze was fixed upon him, as if she were about to open her mouth and swallow him whole. Miyen questioned his own conscience, having done nothing wrong. Yet he still felt a sense of dread. Tsunade's fury was truly terrifying. Just contemplating the consequences that Jiraiya faced after provoking her made his heart race uncontrollably. Ju was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, when his sister exhibited such a demeanor, someone was bound to suffer. He recalled the last instance when it was that lecherous old man with white hair who had incurred her wrath, returning with a battered face after uttering something inappropriate. Could it be that Miyen had angered her? Ju found it hard to comprehend, and for safety's sake, he promptly sidled away to avoid any potential collateral damage. Tsunade-senpai. What is the matter? Ah. Naruto's heart raced, partly from the formidable aura emanating from Tsunade, and partly due to her proximity. She leaned in closely, scrutinizing him with an intense gaze. Her eyes flitted about, revealing glimpses of alluring beauty, while a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Sitting down, Naruto found himself nearly nose to nose with Tsunade, their breaths mingling in the charged atmosphere. For someone as mentally mature as Naruto, the experience was torturous, both psychologically and physically. If he possessed the power to conquer Tsunade, he might have pounced on her in an instant. Even as an 8-year-old, he could have mustered some semblance of bravado to alleviate his suffering. Yet, lacking such power, he could only endure his torment in solitude. Tsunade had previously been quite amiable, but now she seemed transformed, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. Confused, Naruto pondered her earlier words. Could it be that the lecherous little rascal she referred to was him? Surely not. He had merely stolen a few glances. Was it a crime to admire beauty? Where was the justice in that? Suddenly, Tsunade stood, arms crossed, gazing down at Naruto with an authoritative glare. Little brat, if you confess honestly, I shall spare you some suffering. Naruto exhaled softly, relieved the intensity had somewhat subsided, yet he was perplexed about what Tsunade wanted him to confess. What could he possibly have to disclose? He questioned himself, having never engaged in any wrongdoing. Playing coy, are we? Tsunade produced an envelope. Upon seeing it, Naruto realized she had misunderstood him and quickly explained, "This is a letter from Jiraiya-sensei that I was told to deliver to you." Did she not consider that an 8-year-old child would be capable of such antics? Perhaps, but given the current circumstances, it was a gross misjudgment. The letter was indeed penned by Jiraiya. With a fierce glare, Tsunade challenged, "Do you dare to lie to me? I wouldn't recognize Jiraiya's handwriting." She displayed the letter's inscribed side to him. Naruto, intending to do a good deed, had inadvertently landed himself in trouble. However, that did not imply guilt. The contents were undeniably written by Jiraiya. The handwriting on the envelope is mine, but it was merely to enhance your impression of Jiraiya-sensei. The content, however, is indeed in Jiraiya's own hand, Naruto asserted. Tsunade's expression darkened ominously. Content? You claim the content is handwritten? Despite his questionable character, he is your teacher. And you dare to slander him? What had initially seemed like a harmless infatuation now revealed a disturbing tendency to defame others, especially one's mentor. Tsunade resolved to teach this young rascal a lesson today, lest he engage in even more outrageous behavior in the future. Handwritten? Naruto was taken aback. A printed love letter? Surely, this is absurd. Is Jiraiya's emotional intelligence truly that lacking? No wonder he had pursued Tsunade for so many years without success. It appears he has never replenished his emotional currency. Did Jiraiya-sensei not sign his name at the end of the letter? Naruto inquired. Tsunade, without further ado, tore open the envelope and tossed the letter to Naruto. As he picked it up and read, a wave of despair washed over him, darkening his world despite the bright sun above. Not only was Jiraiya emotionally inept, but his intellect also left much to be desired. How could he write a love letter without signing his name? Who could possibly know who it was from? Naruto felt like crying, utterly frustrated by Jiraiya's reckless actions. However, a glimmer of hope remained for him to clear his name. He began to read through the letter, hoping to uncover something about the relationship between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Yet, from start to finish, Jiraiya made no mention of the past. The letter was filled solely with praises for Tsunade, an abundance of "I love you," and flowery phrases that seemed crafted by a pretentious poet. There were even some flirtatious remarks, but upon finishing, he felt no warmth, only a sense of revulsion. If he were to empathize, Naruto could well imagine Tsunade's reaction upon reading this letter. It would likely be one of indignation rather than appreciation for love. Instead of feeling the beauty of romance, she would perceive the sender as someone with ulterior motives, a lecherous character seeking to exploit her beauty. It was no wonder Tsunade was furious. This was far from a love letter. It was a mere nuisance, falling short of the standards of even a middle school student's love note from a previous life. No amount of complaining would change Tsunade's conviction that he was the author of this letter, so he prepared himself for the impending storm. Moreover, during their recent encounter, he had gazed at Tsunade a moment too long, his expression perhaps too ambiguous. Coupled with this letter, there was no escaping the consequences that awaited him. Naruto envisioned a fate similar to Jiraiya's, lying in bed for a few days. Nevertheless, he would not accept responsibility for something he did not do. In a final attempt to protest, he declared, "Tsunade-senpai, while you are as beautiful as summer flowers and as gentle as moonlight, I am but a child. By the time I grow up, you will be old. Do you truly believe I would write such a thing? I have no interest in women who are decades older than me." Though he knew that gentleness did not quite fit Tsunade's character, he understood the necessity of flattery. After all, women are emotional beings who enjoy being told they are beautiful. Perhaps, if her mood improved, she would let him off the hook. However, Tsunade was not pleased. In fact, her anger intensified. "What did you say? I will grow old?" Tsunade touched her smooth face, momentarily lost in thought, murmuring to herself, "I will not age. I will remain eternally youthful." Naruto realized he had misspoken. It appeared Tsunade did not appreciate remarks about aging. In the original story, Tsunade, despite being in her 50s, possessed the ability to accelerate cell division, allowing her to maintain her youthful appearance. Thus, her looks remained largely unchanged over the years, indicating her deep concern for her youthful visage. Indeed, Tsunade-senpai would never grow old. She would remain forever beautiful and young. Ningen quickly concurred, sensing that Tsunade resembled a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Thus, it was prudent to appease her as much as possible. Ju, observing the duo from the sidelines, felt utterly perplexed. Were they engaging in some form of role-playing? "You little brat, don't think that sweet words will spare you," Tsunade warned, twisting her wrist. Upon witnessing her movement, Ningen felt a surge of dread. Was there truly no way to resolve this situation peacefully? Resorting to violence would only exacerbate matters, especially with Ju watching. Ningen could vividly imagine the consequences of being struck by Tsunade's formidable strength and was already prepared to flee. Although the odds of escape were slim, he had to at least attempt it. Standing there to receive a beating was not an option. "Tsunade-senpai, you are the most formidable medical ninja in the village. A healer should prioritize saving lives. This is not appropriate." Ningen made one last appeal. Tsunade smirked, cracking her neck with a sharp sound. "I wouldn't mind giving you a good thrashing first, then healing you afterward." From her words, Ningen understood the severity of Tsunade's violent tendencies, and her indifference to showcasing that side of herself in front of Ju was evident. Perhaps Ju had become accustomed to it. Now, there was only one course of action: to run. Just as Ningen turned to flee, his gaze landed on Ju, his pupils swirling in contemplation. Why should he run? He was Ju's guiding light, illuminating the path ahead for him. On that basis alone, Tsunade would refrain from harming him and should even express gratitude for helping her brother stay on the right track. Without him, would the mischievous Ju abandon his playtime to endure training under the scorching sun? Clearly not. Thus, Ningen felt entitled to engage Tsunade in a calm conversation. With this thought, he swiftly positioned himself behind Ju. "You little brat, don't think that hiding will save you," Tsunade fumed as she approached. Ju cast a sympathetic glance at Ningen. "Ningen and I, hiding behind me won't help. When she gets angry, even I have to keep my distance." Tsunade paused for a moment, astonished by how Ju referred to this mischievous boy. "Ningen and I?" In her memory, aside from herself, Sarutobi-sensei, and Uchiha Fugaku, Ju had never addressed anyone with such familiarity. She understood that Ju was not one to easily warm up to others. In fact, no one had ever qualified for his closeness. As the grandson of the first Hokage, Ju held a pride that was not born from disdain for others, but from a refusal to acknowledge them. Since Ju's return at noon, Tsunade had sensed a transformation in him. The boy who had never voluntarily trained was now braving the sweltering sun to do so, and she was taken aback by his unprecedented willingness to refer to a peer as NII. Surely, this NII was only a few months older than him. Seeing Tsunade's reaction, Ningen knew that Ju's address had made an impact, and he exhaled in relief. "Tsunade-senpai, I assure you that I did not write that letter. Ju can attest to it." Ningen grasped Ju's arm, discreetly signaling him. Ju, though unaware of the contents of the letter, wisely played along, replying, "Indeed. Sister, that letter was definitely not penned by Ningen and I." He also wished to avoid witnessing Ming-Yin being reprimanded by his sister. Ming-Yin was a guiding light, illuminating his path. Although his sister might not heed every word he spoke, any assistance rendered was appreciated. Ming-Yan's subtle gestures did not escape Tsunade's notice, however. She found herself perplexed. Ju, at times, would disregard her counsel, so why was he so compliant with Ming-Yan? Moreover, he even spoke on Ming-Yan's behalf. Was this truly the same mischievous and headstrong Ju of yore? She had ceased to dwell excessively on the identity of the letter's author, instead yearning to comprehend the sudden and profound transformation in Shju. Could it be connected to Ming Yen? Turning her gaze to Ming Yen, she noted how he had concealed his earlier fright, now presenting an air of nonchalance. This lecherous rascal. Ming Yan's demeanor irked her, as if everything lay within his grasp. At that moment, her inclination to reprimand Ming Yen dissipated. Tsunade unclenched her fist, her attention shifting from Ming Yen to Shju. How did you come to know Ming Yen? She inquired. She needed to uncover the reasons behind Shju's remarkable change, for without this understanding, rest would elude her. Shju was her only brother, her most cherished individual, and she was resolute in her commitment to safeguard him. Recently, my elder brother Ming Yen has been gaining considerable influence, and thus, he poses an obstacle to my aspiration of becoming Hokage. Therefore, in order to confront my elder brother, Shju began to recount the details of his journey, from pilfering the red pill to arranging a duel with Ming Yen at Hokage Rock. At Hokage Rock, Ming Yen imparted much wisdom, enlightening him on the folly of his past actions. Henceforth, he resolved to reclaim lost time and enhance his strength. After all, as the sole male in the family, how could he protect his sister without power? His sister had always sheltered him, ensuring he faced no bullying. But from this day forward, he vowed to protect her, to shield her from any distress, allowing her to experience the essence of being safeguarded. As Shju spoke, a smile graced his lips, yet his gaze remained resolute. Tsunade, listening intently, felt her eyes moisten, droplets of crystalline tears forming at the corners. Yet she refrained from letting them fall. She was the pillar of the family and needed to appear strong. Her inner vulnerability could not manifest outwardly, especially in front of her brother. Shju had matured, and she felt a sense of pride. The fledgling would one day soar. And that day for Shju was not far off. Gazing at her somewhat unfamiliar brother, warmth flooded Tsunade's heart. After all these years, she was indeed weary, longing for a man to stand before her, shielding her from the storms of life, granting her a sense of security. Shju was her hope. And before he could become that protective figure, her duty was to ensure his safe and sound growth. She had once envisioned a day of awakening for Shju. Yet she had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly, and seemingly, it was thanks to Ming Yan's presence. Shju brought her profound emotion, while Ming Yen evoked surprise. Despite her countless admonitions and heartfelt teachings, Shju had often turned a deaf ear, yet it was astonishing that he would heed the words of a stranger. Upon their initial encounter, Naruhiko's extraordinary talent left her utterly astounded. Recently, two significant events within Konoha had stirred considerable commotion, both attributable to Naruhiko, a mere genin boy, who had repeatedly delivered moments of profound astonishment. Naruhiko's gifts extended beyond sheer strength. He had skillfully guided Shiboku onto the correct path, reflecting a maturity of mind that belied his mere 8 years. His foresight and contemplative nature surpassed that of his peers, exhibiting the hallmark qualities of an exceptional ninja. This young lad is indeed a child of destiny. If he could abandon the detrimental habits learned from Jiraiya, he would undoubtedly flourish into an outstanding ninja. Tsunade's countenance softened, a gentle smile gracing her lips, yet tears blurred her vision, which she valiantly restrained from spilling. Though she stood as an elite jonin and a pillar of Konoha, she was still a woman, her emotional sensibilities heightened. Witnessing her younger brother's newfound maturity deeply moved and delighted her, prompting an outpouring of emotion akin to a torrent. Once she regained her composure, Tsunade cast a delicate smile at Naruhiko, radiant as a blossoming flower, and uttered a heartfelt thank you. Naruhiko's heart fluttered. That smile could undoubtedly captivate countless men outside. Tsunade's beauty, when she smiled, was nothing short of breathtaking. He understood her gratitude was directed towards his guidance of Shiboku onto the right path, to which he responded with a grin. If you wish to thank me, please refrain from hitting me. At this, the three of them erupted into laughter, their joy harmonizing with the sunlight, creating an atmosphere of unbounded brightness. Naruhiko was observant. While Shiboku may have overlooked it, he perceived the softer side of Tsunade as a woman, her moist eyes betraying her inner vulnerability. In the original narrative, Tsunade was portrayed as a boisterous woman, exuding an aura of strength and fearlessness, marked by a penchant for gambling and a fierce temperament. Memories aside, she had rarely displayed her feminine frailty. Setting aside nostalgia, the Tsunade of yore bore a striking resemblance to the present one, emotionally fragile and prone to sentiment. Having wept for the deaths of Shiboku and Kato, the losses of those closest to her had forged an extraordinary resilience within her. The only other occasion she had revealed such vulnerability was upon learning of Jiraiya's demise, when she found herself alone, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. In that moment, her helplessness and sorrow as a woman were palpable, evoking a profound desire to protect her. Anyone would have wished to become a formidable guardian for Tsunade, eager to shield her from heartache. Tsunade embodies a woman of immense allure. Naturally, Naruhiko held no designs on her. The misunderstanding was amicably resolved as Tsunade acknowledged that anger had clouded her judgment. How could an 8-year-old boy have authored such a piece? Consequently, she sought out Jiraiya to settle the score. At that moment, only two remained in the expansive courtyard. Shiboku, where's the sword? Naruhiko inquired urgently. The sword? Shiboku initially looked puzzled, then suddenly recalled, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about that while at Hokage Rock. Did you forget as well? That is of little consequence. Where have you concealed the sword? That is the crux of the matter. Naruhiko's gaze was intense. Let me think, Shiboku replied, resting his chin in contemplation, occasionally glancing at Naruhiko as he pondered. The fervent anxiety within Ming Yen was palpable. He felt a sense of urgency yet found himself devoid of any recourse, compelled only to pray for Xingtong to recall swiftly. Xingtong extended a finger, gesturing subtly in the air, beckoning, follow me. He stepped out of the courtyard, with Ming Yen closely trailing behind. After traversing a considerable distance, Ming Yen sensed something amiss. Though he was directionally challenged, this path was one he had walked countless times. So familiar it was etched into his memory, it was evidently leading him back to his former residence, the very site of his confrontation with the blood demon. Xingtong, where have you concealed the katana? A sense of unease grew within Ming Yen as they gradually strayed from the bustling marketplace, the clamor fading into a suffocating silence, rendering this place far from secure. Your previous home. I learned of your address a few days ago and sought you out for a spar, but I could not find you. Hence, I concealed the katana in a nearby grove, only to later discover you had moved. It was a fruitless journey, Xingtong sighed. It's not that I disdain it. Your home is genuinely secluded, and the surroundings leave much to be desired. Upon hearing the first half of Xingtong's remarks, Ming Yen felt a twinge of concern about the isolation of this place and the potential for unforeseen events. However, the latter part of Xingtong's words ignited irritation within him. You are the grandson of the first Hokage, sheltered carefully by Konoha. While I am merely an orphan, there is no basis for comparison. Furthermore, you have an elder sister who loves you dearly. Can our circumstances truly be equated? His temperament was not suited for anger at that moment. The atmosphere was decidedly ominous, perhaps due to the lingering presence of the deceased, accompanied by a faint, putrid odor. Ming Yen recognized this scent all too well, a remnant of the sea of blood left behind in the aftermath of battle. Over the past few days, the stench had lessened considerably, yet it still lingered, conjuring memories of that fateful clash, evoking visions of the vast ocean of crimson. Had he been given the choice, he would undoubtedly have opted for a different approach. Engaging in direct confrontation had been a gamble with his life, and fortune had favored him. Was it here that you dispatched the foreign assassin? Xingtong inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Ming Yen remained silent, halting his steps to survey the surroundings. This was indeed the very ground where he had battled the blood demon, the earth still tainted with a faint scarlet hue, a sight that instilled trepidation. Quickly lead me to that grove. Do not squander any more time. Ming Yen was keen to leave this place without delay. Is that so? Xingtong would not move without receiving an affirmative response. Yes, yes, yes. Following Xingtong, they arrived at a grove that was even more foreboding than the exterior. As sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above, Ming Yen was torn between admiration for Xingtong's audacity and disbelief at his apparent foolishness. To venture into such a place alone exemplified the saying that a young calf knows no fear of tigers, without experiencing the specter of life and death. One could never truly grasp the essence of fear. Ming Yen remained vigilant, attuned to the sounds around him, as he walked, using his shuriken to carve into the trunks of nearby trees. Brother Ming Yen, why are you striking the trees? They have not wronged you, Xingtong inquired, puzzled. Any one of these trees could harbor an enemy, Ming Yen replied, his sensitivity heightened by past traumas. The adage once bitten, twice shy encapsulated his current state of mind. Upon hearing this, Xingtong pondered for a moment, finding some merit in Ming Yen's caution, and thus drew out his own shuriken to jab into the trunks they passed, applying considerable force as though treating them as genuine adversaries. Before them stood Shingshu, moving with an air of ease, while behind trailed Ming Yen, whose tension was palpable, the palms of his hands slick with sweat. With each step, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, sending a chill down his spine. Instinctively, he spun around and hurled a shuriken, only to discover there was no one there, prompting him to shake his head in self-reproach for being overly anxious. Taking several deep breaths, he managed to relax his taut nerves a fraction. Wishing he could adopt Shengshu's carefree demeanor, excessive tension would only lead to confusion in his own ranks. Shengshu chuckled. Mingyan, why are you so wound up? The eerie ambience and the familiar scent enveloped Mingyan, causing his anxiety to surge uncontrollably. There was little he could do about it. In response to Shengshu's jest, he merely offered a faint smile, reasoning that caution was never misplaced. They soon arrived beneath a tree where Shengshu halted, indicating that the katana lay buried there. Mingyan first carved several deep gashes into the trunk of the tree before squatting down to excavate the soil. The ground was soft and easily displaced, having been previously disturbed by Shengshu. In no time, he unearthed the red pill, relieved that it had not been lost. He shook off the dirt and meticulously wiped it clean with his sleeve, understanding that a ninja's tools were akin to a lover, they must be cherished. Clothing could be washed at any time, but the red pill must remain untainted by grime. Observing this, Shengshu remarked, Mingyan, you seem to care greatly for that katana. A ninja ought to cherish the tools they wield in battle, regardless of time or place. Mingyan secured the now clean red pill behind him, saying, let us return. This place is not safe. As he turned to retrace his steps, he suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Shengshu. Do you smell that? There is a persistent stench here. It's not just any odor. It's the stench of decay, he replied. Shengshu inhaled deeply, and upon realization, his expression shifted to one of alarm. There was indeed a putrid smell, reminiscent of rotting flesh. Mingyan's heart raced at the implication. The scent of decay could only signify a corpse. The very thought of a body lying undiscovered here raised alarm bells. This could potentially serve as a crucial lead. Following the faint trace of the odor, Mingyan's gaze zeroed in on the spot from which he had unearthed the red pill. Could it be that a corpse lay buried there? It seemed unmistakably clear. The act of digging up the red pill must have released the stench of decay from the soil. There was a body within. After careful contemplation, Mingyan resolved to excavate the corpse immediately, both to pursue the path of balance and to contribute to Konoha. If he were to return now and inform the police or the Umbu, the body might be relocated, causing them to lose a significant lead. He would not allow Shengshu to depart alone. It would be far too perilous for him to traverse the unknown path solo, where an assassin could ambush him at any moment. With Shengshu's assistance, the hole grew deeper, and eventually, a decayed, maggot-infested corpse emerged before them, the stench overwhelming. Shengshu hastily retreated to the side, while Mingyan, covering his mouth and nose, forced himself to examine the body from head to toe, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit. Sacrificing his eyes and nasal passages, Narumi ultimately arrived at a conclusion. The corpse was highly likely to have belonged to a Konoha ninja during its lifetime. What shall we do? Ju inquired from a distance. The stench was overpowering, compelling Narumi to retreat further away, leaning against a tree to ponder the situation. Carrying the corpse back was undoubtedly impractical. Aside from the risk of being suspected as the murderer, Narumi was repulsed by the grotesque nature of the body, and the absence of a stretcher made the task even more daunting. He could not rely on Ju either. Leaving one to guard the corpse while the other reported to the police force was equally unrealistic. Ju might encounter danger on his solitary return, and leaving him behind would be perilous as well. Since Ju had referred to him as Big Brother, Narumi felt a sense of responsibility for Ju's safety. Moreover, if both were to return together to report, the corpse might be relocated by adversaries, rendering their efforts futile and leading the police to think they were jesting. This posed a dilemma. After much contemplation, Narumi could conceive no effective solution. Yet an unsteady plan emerged, to utilize shadow clones to deliver the message while his original self and Ju remained to guard the site. The uncertainty lay in whether the shadow clone could successfully reach the police headquarters. Nevertheless, it appeared to be the only viable option. With that thought, Narumi summoned Ju, who reluctantly approached, pinching his nose to avoid inhaling even a whiff of the foul odor. The two of them shoveled the dirt back over the corpse, concealing it once more, then retreated to a safe distance, ensuring they could observe the area without exposing themselves. Narumi would not foolishly remain close to the corpse, as it would make them easy targets. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Narumi executed the technique, producing a shadow clone that acknowledged him with a nod, both understanding each other's intentions. Before the clone hastily departed, "Wow, Shadow Clone Jutsu." Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration. During their previous battles, Narumi had not employed any ninjutsu, and Ju was astonished to discover that his companion possessed such a formidable B-rank technique. His admiration for Narumi, the elder brother, continued to grow. However, would the shadow clone be able to make it? Although Ju was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the technique, he had some knowledge of it, newly learned. A shadow clone could only be sustained for a minute or two, with duration increasing alongside chakra reserves. Narumi shrugged, recognizing it as the only option available. Shall we just sit here and do nothing? What we must do is remain quiet, utter silence. If enemies approach, our task is merely to obstruct and delay, avoiding direct confrontation. Ju nodded earnestly, feeling a surge of excitement. This round of ninja games was indeed thrilling, and he found himself growing somewhat anxious. What would Narumi think if he knew Ju's inner thoughts? Thus far, Narumi's shadow clone had lasted a maximum of 5 minutes, and he needed to reach the police force within that time frame. Though he was directionally challenged, he had traversed this path countless times. Able to navigate to the police headquarters even with his eyes closed, the shadow clone advanced with remarkable speed, showing no signs of pause. The distance stretched approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, slightly accelerating. Reaching the destination within 5 minutes was certainly feasible. However, he could only afford 4 minutes on the journey, with 1 minute reserved for explaining the unfolding events. His legs moved with a high frequency, showcasing the results of his physical training, even when sprinting at full throttle. After running a kilometer, he felt neither fatigue nor a lack of oxygen. It was as if he were effortlessly gliding. Yet, as he reached the 2-kilometer mark, his pace began to wane, and his breathing grew labored. Nevertheless, this did not deter Miyen. In the final few hundred meters, his legs nearly lost all sensation, and he was reduced to running purely on willpower. He had no idea how long he had been running, but it was undoubtedly the fastest speed he had achieved thus far. Arriving at the base of the police station, Miyen breathlessly urged, "Hurry, summon your captain." There's a casualty. Were it a typical child making such a statement, the guards might have dismissed it as a jest. However, the individual before them was no ordinary child. He was a prodigy capable of hindering the formidable Haishi Longi and contending with the blood demon. Observing Miyen's condition, it was clear he was not joking. He was drenched, sweat streaming down his cheeks, legs trembling, nearly depleted of energy. Had it not been for his exhaustion, Miyen would have dashed up the stairs to save time, but in his current state, even walking was a challenge, his legs refusing to obey. Soon, alerted by the guards, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly descended the stairs, clearly aware that this situation involved a loss of life for the police force responsible for maintaining order. A death in the village was no trivial matter. Immediate investigation was imperative. Upon seeing Fugaku, Miyen quickly informed, to the southwest of Konoha, near a grove in the southern vicinity, where the blood demon met its demise, at my former residence, a decaying corpse has been discovered. No sooner had he spoken than Miyen's form dissipated into a wisp of white smoke, carried away by the wind. Shadow clone? Fugaku instinctively frowned. Miyen was not the type to jest about such matters. The presence of a decaying corpse in the village indicated that the individual had been dead for some time, presenting a significant lead that could potentially be linked to the recent spate of murders. This case had long plagued both the police force and the Anbu, who had failed to resolve the issue fundamentally. Despite multiple offensives based on collected intelligence, the criminals always managed to elude capture, as if forewarned of their arrival. Realizing that this corpse could be pivotal in solving the case, Fugaku swiftly turned and commanded, First Division members, assemble downstairs immediately. His unhesitating decision to deploy the strongest unit of the police force underscored his grave concern regarding the matter. The urgency stemmed entirely from the pressure imposed by the Hokage. Each day, students from the Ninja Academy and lower-ranking ninjas were falling victim to death. If this continued, within a month, the future blossoms of Konoha would wither away entirely. Without the infusion of fresh blood, the future of Konoha would inevitably be consumed by rival ninja villages. The majority of the assassins hailed from the Takigakure. Yet there were also rain ninjas and others from minor villages involved. This was a premeditated, purpose-driven large-scale criminal operation orchestrated by several smaller ninja villages, with Takigakure leading the charge. Even an ant can devour an elephant, thus. The coalition of several small ninja villages launching an assault on Konoha undoubtedly possesses the potential to coalesce into a formidable force. The Hokage, incensed, commanded the police force and the Anbu to conduct a thorough investigation within 3 days or face severe penalties. Consequently, the Anbu have been diligently exchanging intelligence with the police force over these past few days. Fugaku, overwhelmed by the task, was unable to unearth any useful leads. He contemplated a counterattack against the Takigakure, yet realized that such actions would not prevent further fatalities within the village. Only by quelling the internal strife could they muster the energy and time to reprimand those arrogant and ignorant small nations and villages. For many years since its establishment, Konoha has been met with caution from the neighboring small ninja villages, which have adhered to a code of conduct, fearing to overstep their bounds. However, it now appears that this prolonged tranquility may have merely served to gather strength for a decisive strike against Konoha, one that could inflict irreparable damage. In a moment of exhilaration, Narahina snapped his fingers, only to later realize how perilous it was to make noise under such circumstances. The experiences of his shadow clone would be relayed back to his original self, confirming that the message had been communicated. Now, he merely needed to wait for Fugaku and his team to arrive. The mental feedback from the shadow clone left him significantly fatigued. He felt as though he had sprinted several kilometers, yet his legs were numb, as the clone only conveyed experiences on a mental level, not a physical one. Otherwise, the demise of a shadow clone would mean the death of the original, leaving no one willing to utilize such jutsu. During this brief interlude, Narahina hoped for no unforeseen complications, wishing for no enemies to appear. However, as fate would have it, a figure leapt amidst the branches, ultimately landing beside a corpse. Upon noticing the freshly turned earth, the figure furrowed his brow and abruptly hurled a shuriken. The projectile hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Narahina's position. How could he have been discovered while hiding so well? Stunned, Narahina quickly grabbed rope tree and rolled to the side, narrowly evading the shuriken. Without hesitation, he took off running, initially intending to buy time, but the enemy's extraordinary perception and vision, coupled with their precise throwing skills, indicated that this adversary was far beyond their capabilities. With a disdainful snort, the figure pursued him, moving at a speed that far surpassed that of Narahina and rope tree. Expecting a formidable opponent, he was surprised to find it was merely two reckless youths. Realizing he could not outrun them, Narahina halted, positioning rope tree behind him. As he discerned the assailant, he noted the figure cloaked in black, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This detail was trivial. What mattered was the forehead protector. It was not from Konoha. It belonged to Takigakure. The audacity to wear another village's protector within Konoha was utterly outrageous. Yet, the individual undoubtedly had the strength to back such arrogance. Feeling the oppressive aura radiating from him, Narahina could tell this foe was significantly more powerful than the blood demon, even evoking a sense of helplessness reminiscent of his previous encounter with the formidable Kuroshiryu. Miyen initially believed that Shitai, hiding behind him, would tremble in fear. However, the latter displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, he boldly stepped forward, pointed an accusing finger at the man, and declared, "Humph, I am the grandson of the first Hokage. Get out of Konoha, or I shall summon my grandfather to deal with you." Indeed, the first Hokage was formidable, as was the current Hokage, but what was this man compared to them? How dare he raise his voice before me? The man maintained a serene smile, calmly responding, but as his final words fell, his demeanor shifted to one of menace. He seized Shitai by the throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground, leaving Shitai utterly powerless to resist. His round face quickly flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of intoxication. Seeing this, Miyen felt little time to scold the reckless Shitai. Instead, he drew his red pill and struck at the man. He feared that if he did not act promptly, Shitai would suffocate and perish, an outcome he could not bear to witness. The man nonchalantly deflected Miyen's assault with a kunai, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the feebly struggling Shitai. "You little brat, dare to utter another word?" he jeered. "Curse be it." As Miyen realized that his strike had been effortlessly countered, he became increasingly convinced that this man surpassed even the blood demon in strength. His singular thought was to rescue Shitai, using him to lure the enemy and create an opportunity for escape. Miyen sought to exploit the man's weakness with his piercing strike, yet, at the moment of unleashing his technique, a sharp pain pierced his head. He glanced at the man, only to find no indication of a weak spot on him. What is happening? Miyen's heart raced. If he did not apply pressure soon, Shitai would truly meet his demise here. It must be due to insufficient mental energy. The intense exertion from his shadow clone had left him mentally fatigued, rendering him incapable of utilizing the perception ability of his piercing strike. He had no choice but to resort to the Twilight Blade. Originally, he intended to strike swiftly at the man's vulnerability, forcing him to evade and seizing the chance to rescue Shitai, but without the piercing strike. The Twilight Blade might prove inadequate against this foe. Summoning the Soul Blade, he executed the motion of calling it back in a single breath. allowing the blade to pierce through the man's body, siphoning a portion of his chakra. The man, lost in the pleasure of tormenting Xingtai, only sensed the intrusion of the soul blade when it passed through him. He turned to Ming Yen, bewildered by this little brat's antics. A moment later, he was startled to discover that a small portion of his refined chakra had been extracted. Was it that pale blue, katana-like object that had absorbed it? Such an enigmatic little imp. The man's eyes flickered. With a swift motion of his arm, he discarded Xingtai, opting to eliminate Ming Yen first, and then relish torturing this indiscreet little brat at his leisure. Xingtai coughed several times, his throat ablaze with pain. Rolling on the ground in agony, Ming Yen exhaled in relief. By releasing Xingtai, he could fully immerse himself in battle, even if he could not prevail. With the enhancement of the Twilight Blade and the techniques of the Hitaki, he should be able to hold his own for a while. As long as he could delay until Fugaku arrived, they would be safe. Xingtai struggled to breathe, experiencing fear for the first time, a profound terror that emanated from the depths of his being, the man's grotesque visage lingering in his mind like a haunting specter. A chilling terror enveloped his heart, rendering him unable to calm himself or control his limbs, as if he were trapped in a realm of demons, where no amount of struggle could secure his escape. With the mere flick of a finger from the devil, his life could be extinguished in an instant. Shushu. Seize any opportunity to flee. Do not concern yourself with me, Ming Yen had uttered before the battle commenced. His voice resonated like a thunderclap in the night, rousing Xingshu from his paralyzed state. Bewildered, he looked up to see his elder brother Ming Yen engaged in combat with the foe. However, the moment he caught sight of the enemy's grotesque visage, fear surged anew within him, accompanied by an urgent voice urging him to escape this death-shrouded domain. Compelled by this inner call, Xingshu began to move, retreating on the ground, pushing himself back with his feet, persisting in his flight. Just take care of yourself, came the malicious laughter of the adversary, whose wrist twisted as he thrust a kunai towards Ming Yen's head. The crimson orb shimmered with a captivating and eerie purplish-red glow, a manifestation of the fusion between the pale blue soul blade and the red orb. Ming Yen sensed an unprecedented surge of power emanating from the crimson orb. Its strength derived from the vast chakra reserves of the opponent. The soul blade siphoned off a fraction of this immense chakra, nearly equaling Ming Yen's own total reserves. The more chakra was extracted, the more potent the soul blade became, indicating that the adversary's chakra was at an extraordinary level, surpassing that of elite Genin and reaching the upper echelons of shinobi. Whether this individual was indeed a Genin could not be solely determined by chakra levels. One must also consider practical experience and ninja qualities. Yet, for Ming Yen, this was of little consequence. He needed only to comprehend that the man before him was beyond his ability to confront. Nevertheless, to afford Shushu a chance to flee, he steeled his resolve to engage in battle. As the crimson orb angled, Ming Yen's gaze sharpened, his intensity coalescing with the orb's brilliance, exuding an aura as if it could shatter all barriers. This fierce energy momentarily stunned the adversary, his expression frozen before a cruel smile broke forth. Is the blood demon the one you killed? How do you know? Ming Yen queried, perplexed, for had not the police force removed the blood demon's body? At most, the Umbu might conduct an investigation. There was no way for the enemy to deduce that the blood demon had perished from a knife wound. Indeed, the little brat with the red blade refers to you. Blood demon, how ironic that you, who proclaimed to be a killer on the edge of a blade, were slain by such an inconspicuous child, and with a blade no less. How amusing. The adversary smirked. Let me see just how much weight that little brat who killed you carries. As soon as the words left his lips, the foe swiftly leaped back, creating distance between them. He was no fool. Succeeding against the blood demon in blade techniques indicated the child possessed remarkable skill, and engaging in close quarters could lead to disadvantage. Ming Yen had anticipated an initial strike from his opponent, but was taken aback by this decisive retreat, his expression darkening. This opponent was indeed formidable, skilled yet not overly arrogant. Recognizing the strength of Ming Yen's close combat capabilities, he unhesitatingly distanced himself, likely intending to unleash long-range ninjutsu. Are you afraid? Ming Yen taunted provocatively. A jest? Do I truly fear a mere lowly ninja? Everything I do is a concession for the sake of prudence. The man scoffed, his demeanor unwavering. He possessed formidable ninja qualities, conducting himself with meticulous caution, never overly arrogant. Even when provoked, he remained composed, embodying the essence of a true ninja. Against such an adversary, he found no vulnerabilities. The disparity in strength was already vast, leaving him with no glimmer of opportunity. With blade in hand, Ming Yen charged. Yet the man refrained from engaging in close combat. indicating that melee was his weakness. The only recourse available to him in this dire moment was to prepare for death. The man swiftly began forming hand seals, his speed eclipsing Ming Yan's movements. Unable to close the distance, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted forth. Imbued with the ferocity of thunder, roaring as it tore through the air, rending the very wind. This speed of hand seals surpassed Ming Yan's imagination. While he had significantly improved his speed during his sword training, he was utterly helpless against such rapidity. He had often pondered that if he possessed the swiftness of the fourth Hokage or Kakashi, he might garner a few precious seconds to disrupt the bloodthirsty foe and the enemy before him, thus avoiding being caught in a perilous situation. Lightning release, lightning beam. The dim forest was suddenly illuminated by the brilliant flash of lightning, transforming the darkness into blinding clarity, rendering Ming Yan's face pale as death. Ropes of fear instinctively shielded his eyes, his legs trembling with terror. Could such a powerful jutsu be withstood by his elder brother? Ming Yan could not provide an answer. All he could do now was strike downwards. There was no time for the soul to manifest or to utilize the substitution technique. At that moment, the soul blade fused with the red pill, but extracting the soul blade required time, and forming the substitution seals also demanded precious moments. In that fleeting instant, the incoming lightning beam would surely pierce through his chest before he could even utter a cry of pain. Thus, he had no choice but to strike. Kakashi possessed the power to shatter ninjutsu, but Ming Yan sought not to obliterate it. He merely wished to mitigate a portion of the assault. The red pill shimmered with beautiful yet perilous hues, tracing a purplish-red arc through the air, starkly contrasting with the blinding white light. Beneath the dismal glow, the red pill resembled a vibrant blossom emerging from the ruins, striving upwards against insurmountable odds, yearning for a mere thread of life, clinging to that fragile hope. A hint of color returned to Ming Yan's pallid visage. He had braved the gates of hell before and had ultimately persevered. If need be, he could venture through that threshold once more. It was no great matter. The speed of the lightning beam was astonishingly swift, and he had to seize the precise moment to strike. Through years of swordsmanship training, Ming Yan had cultivated keen eyes capable of discerning minute details, and his predictive abilities had significantly improved. As his vision was engulfed in blinding white light, he swung the red pill downwards. Now was the moment. Boom. The red pill met the lightning beam with a thunderous clash, sparks flying in a dazzling display. Beneath the intense white light, a hint of crimson emerged, reminiscent of a blood-red sunset peeking from the mountainside against an endless white sky. This sun was gradually descending until it vanished into the bleak backdrop. The crimson orb shed its purplish vestments, revealing its true red hue, while the soul blade was utterly shattered. However, the vast accumulation of chakra within the soul blade slightly diminished the potency of the lightning release. This scene caused a flicker of concern in the eyes of the distant Takinen, for this was a technique of considerable might within the realm of lightning release. To condense a significant amount of lightning chakra into a singular ray required a profound mastery of chakra's transformative properties, possessing formidable penetrative power and lethality beyond question. This technique could spell doom for a lower-ranked ninja, and even high-ranking shinobi must tread carefully against it. Even he, a seasoned Takinen jonin, would exercise extreme caution in the face of such an attack. A single strike to a vital area would undoubtedly result in grave injury. The audacity of this young lad to attempt to parry it with a blade was nothing short of reckless. To date, the only individual he knew who dared such a feat was the legendary Konoha White Fang, whose reputation resounded throughout the shinobi world. Even he, a jonin of Takinen, could not help but admire the man who shattered countless jutsu with his sword. Yet, the boy before him was simply outmatched, compared to White Fang. He was leagues away from achieving such prowess. Clang! The force sent the crimson orb hurtling away, while a deep gash appeared in Naruhiko's right hand, rendering his arm nearly numb. He had no time to dwell on the pain, for death was encroaching upon him. The lightning ray surged forth like a white serpent, its menacing fangs poised to strike at Naruhiko's heart. Though the power of the lightning release had waned somewhat, its residual force still threatened his very life. Naruhiko could sense the tremendous strength contained within that ray of lightning, and he realized that even if he could summon the Soul Guard now, he would still be unable to escape his fate. He had not anticipated that his utmost effort would be inadequate even against a jonin strike. Was this the true power of a jonin? With that thought, Naruhiko closed his eyes. Naruhiko, brother? Ju gradually shook off his fear, only to witness the lethal lightning bolt hurtling towards his brother, prompting him to unleash a heart-wrenching roar. Tears streamed down his cheeks, flowing into his mouth, and he found that these tears were not merely salty but bitter, even more so than medicine. He loathed his own helplessness, faced with the enemy. He could offer no assistance. In that moment, he deeply understood the words Naruhiko had spoken to him atop Hokage Rock. We cannot resist the inevitability of death, but we can grasp the fates beyond nature in our own hands, preventing others from seizing them. To hold life and death in our grasp, we must possess greater strength than others. It is often said that those on the brink of death recall their past experiences in their minds, reliving every moment, whether joyous or sorrowful. Yet Naruhiko was different. He did not reminisce, but was consumed by an obsession with balance. Was this world destined to drift further away on the path of equilibrium? Must there always be conflict and slaughter? Did the so-called harmony and balance exist only in dreams? These questions remained unanswered, and he would never have the chance to seek the answers. Even with my eyes shut, I could still perceive a blinding brilliance before me, accompanied by the increasingly resonant sound of thunderous torrents. Ha ha ha. In the distance, Takunin revealed a cruel smile, his body and spirit elated, as if he relished the thrill of taking a life. Ju's gaze brimmed with despair, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness engulfing him. He ceased to flee, fully aware that his turn was imminent. Tears cascaded down his cheeks like glistening pearls, soaking his collar, not out of fear, but due to the impending demise of Brother Miyen, to whom he could offer no assistance. He wept for his own frailty and mourned the departure of Brother Miyen. Why? Why? His heart-wrenching cries were futile. No one would come to their rescue. Yet, death did not arrive as anticipated, just as in the battle against the Blood Demon. It was SHY who had saved Miyen then. However, Miyen now had no time to invoke SHY's aid, nor did he hear the approach of reinforcements. Even if they were to arrive now, what difference would it make? Just moments ago, he should have been pierced through the heart by the lightning strike without fail. Had the instant of death robbed him of his senses? Was he, in fact, already deceased? Miyen slowly opened his eyes as the blinding light dissipated, instinctively touching his heart, which remained intact. Curiously, he glanced around, discovering Ju seated on the ground, gazing at him in astonishment, while Takunin stood before him, blood gushing from his heart. His eyes devoid of luster, his breath faltering, the earlier vigor vanished. How could this be? Takunin opened his mouth, coughing up blood, his words a muddled murmur of horror, as though he had just endured a harrowing ordeal. Miyen was perplexed by the recent events, bewildered as to why Takunin had positioned himself before him to absorb the lethal lightning jutsu. This was utterly unrealistic, irrespective of his motives. The speed required for Takunin to appear before him was impossible unless he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. What was truly transpiring? As Miyen grappled with the situation, he heard a commotion, followed by figures leaping down from the branches above. Each silhouette emanated a presence no less formidable than that of Takunin. However, the most astonishing aspect was the crimson hue of their eyes, a manifestation of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, Sharingan. 10 individuals simultaneously activated their Sharingan, a sight that harmonized spectacularly with the setting sun, leaving Miyen momentarily awestruck, almost forgetting the life and death battle he had just endured. The 10 figures advanced towards Miyen in a coordinated manner, their strides steady and their postures as upright as spears, as if to pierce the heavens. The leader, with a tone of sincere apology, addressed Miyen, "We're sorry for our tardiness." Only at close range could one discern that these were not merely Sharingan, but the 3-Tomo Sharingan, the highest evolution of the ordinary Sharingan. Those possessing the 3-Tomo Sharingan wielded the strength to overpower even equal-tier ninjas, and facing 2 adversaries would not necessarily result in defeat. Following the First Shinobi World War, a saying circulated throughout the ninja world: when battling a Sharingan user, one must flee in a one-on-one encounter. This illustrates the formidable nature of the Sharingan. The Sharingan embodies the qualities of the observation eye, the illusion eye, and the copying eye. Although its observational prowess may not rival that of the Byakugan, it rightfully stands as a formidable combat bloodline. In the realm of battle, it even slightly pales in comparison to the Byakugan. The majority of Uchiha clan members initially awaken a single Tomo Sharingan. As their chakra intensifies and their mastery of ocular techniques improves, alongside the increase in stimuli experienced, the ordinary Sharingan evolves continuously. With each stage of evolution, an additional Tomo appears within the eye, culminating in a maximum of 3. The 3-Tomo Sharingan represents the pinnacle of the ordinary Sharingan, bestowing the user with unparalleled ocular power. Naturally, the Manjiki Sharingan surpasses the 3-Tomo variant, activating unique abilities. However, the number of Uchiha capable of awakening the Manjiki is exceedingly rare. Among the 10 before him, it seemed none had achieved this. Such a formidable assembly left Miyen momentarily speechless, This was the Uchiha's strongest combat force, an undeniable power within Konoha. In the vast ninja world, such a lineup could be deemed lavish. A squad composed of 10 three-tomo Sharingan wielders was no trifling matter, possessing the potential to obliterate a small ninja village in an instant. As the elite 1st Division of the Konoha police force, their full mobilization was astonishing. Miyen was taken aback, and Shoshu gaped in disbelief. Both understood what the 1st Division represented. It answered solely to Captain Uchiha Fugaku and the Hokage. Routine missions could never summon them, and even the Umbu required the personal presence of their captain to request assistance, while other divisions of the police force might be inconsequential. The 1st Division undeniably held significant weight in Konoha, serving as a powerful bulwark for the village that even the Hokage dared not overlook. Miyen had presumed that reporting the situation to Fugaku would result in him sending only 1 or 2 individuals. He never anticipated the entire 1st Division would be deployed. Each member of this elite squad was a Jonin of Konoha, their Sharingan enhancing their abilities far beyond those of ordinary Jonin. To them, Miyen appeared merely as an insignificant genin, hardly warranting such attention. Miyen's prolonged silence incited discontent among the team members. It was a rare occasion to witness their captain displaying such humility and apologizing, especially to a mere genin. "Hey, kid, the captain is talking to you." One of the members could no longer contain himself. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he was met with a cold glare from Fugaku. "Silence." Miyen risked his life to hold off the enemy for us, nearly losing his life in the process. What right do we have to shout at him? Chastised by Fugaku. The team member lowered his head, retreating into silence like a child who had misbehaved. This rebuke roused Miyen from his astonishment. Looking once more at the 10 before him, he noticed their eyes had returned to their normal hue. Could it be that the intervention from the ninja, Taki, was a result of the Sharingan's power? This seemed somewhat implausible, yet it was the only explanation that made sense. Unable to fathom it further and reluctant to dwell on it, Miyen resolved to inquire with Fugaku. "Phew. Captain Fugaku, you all have finally arrived." Miyen exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over him as he uttered the first words he had heard from the 1st Division as arrival. Shoshu wiped away her tears with her sleeve, stumbling as she leaned against the tree, grasping Fuyue's arm. "Big brother, I'm so scared," she sobbed, feeling a warmth she hadn't experienced in a long time. Shungshu couldn't help but burst into tears once more. "Big brother?" It was surprising to hear Shungshu address Fuyue in such an intimate manner. Their relationship seemed quite close. Miyen, on the other hand, appeared to have a slight advantage, as Shushu referred to him as Brother Miyen while calling Fuyue Big Brother. By this logic, one might think that he and Fuyue should be considered equals. However, Miyen had not arrogantly addressed Fuyue by name, as that would have been too presumptuous and disrespectful. At 16, Fuyue was undoubtedly his senior, not to mention the captain of the police force. Fuyue gently patted Shinshu's head, offering a moment of solace, before his gaze suddenly shifted to the fallen Takunin, his expression turning icy. The Takunin had sustained severe injuries to the heart, which, while not immediately fatal, rendered him too weak to resist, collapsing helplessly on the ground, blood pooling around him. His gaunt face appeared even paler as he noticed Fuyue approaching, panic evident in his eyes. He wished to flee but found himself powerless. With 10 powerful users of the Sharingan present, escape was not an option. In light of this grim reality, he resolved to take his own life. While committing suicide in front of others may not be difficult, attempting to do so in the presence of Sharingan wielders was akin to mocking oneself. Fuyue's gaze sharpened, his eyes transforming once more into the crimson of the Sharingan. Imbued with boundless power, a mere Jinjutsu ensnared the Takunin, casting him into an illusory world. It was clear that this Takunin lacked experience in confronting Sharingan users. Although visual Jinjutsu is indeed terrifying, it could not be activated without direct eye contact, except in rare cases, such as the ultimate Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, which could be activated merely by sight. Is this the true power of Genjutsu? Miyen murmured, witnessing for the first time the Uchiha's ability to invoke illusions with their Sharingan. Just like in the original narrative, without needing to lift a finger, a simple glance could trap the enemy within a nightmarish realm, tormenting their mind. Such terror. "Take care of him," Fuyue signaled, and 2 team members immediately approached to bind the Takunin's hands with shackles, keeping a vigilant watch. "Miyen, did you mention there were bodies here?" Fuyue inquired as he noticed blood dripping from Minyen's right hand. He promptly retrieved bandages to administer a temporary dressing. In the present Konoha, there was no system in place to assign a medical ninja to each team. Injured ninjas had to rely on their own resources, making it essential to carry bandages. While they might not serve a significant purpose, Their effectiveness in stemming blood flow was undeniable. The team members observed this scene in silence, hesitant to voice their thoughts. In the past, they certainly would have whispered amongst themselves, astonished that their captain had shown such tenderness towards a young child. It was hard to reconcile the image of their often stern-faced leader with such a delicate disposition, treating the child as if she were his own. Could it be that the captain was simply lonely, yearning for companionship or a family? The thought was chilling. They dared not pursue this line of reasoning further, fearing that their captain might discern their thoughts, which would surely lead to consequences, including a day's pay docked without question. Miyen felt a deep sense of gratitude, warmth enveloping his heart, yet he refrained from uttering the customary words of thanks. He believed that expressing gratitude through tangible actions bore greater significance. He could not help but draw in a few sharp breaths, for it was only now, after the imminent threat of death had subsided, that he became acutely aware of the excruciating pain radiating from his right arm, akin to the sting of a blade. Fujitake observed him with a twinge of sympathy. As the gaping wound at the base of his thumb was a harrowing sight, blood continuously oozing from it. Countless pinpricks dotted his right arm, each one seeping crimson liquid. If this continued, he would inevitably succumb to blood loss. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. Fujitake could scarcely fathom how Miyen had battled that rogue ninja. Had they been even a moment later, Miyen would have been pierced through the heart. Once the bandaging was complete, Miyen gestured towards the site where the corpse lay buried. "Captain Fujitake, the body is interred there." Fujitake nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Miyen's shoulder in acknowledgement of his bravery, before summoning 2 team members to excavate the remains. The stench of decay soon permeated the air once more, prompting Miyen to retreat farther away. The agony in his arm dulled the impact of the foul odor considerably. Standing alongside Shoshu, who was still sobbing, Miyen assumed the role of the elder brother, attempting to lighten the mood with a few jokes to lift Shoshu's spirits. Given the advanced state of decomposition, Fujitake could not identify the individual, but the attire suggested a strong likelihood that he was a Konoha ninja. They would need to transport the body back for further investigation. This time, preparations had been meticulous. Aware of the presence of a corpse, Fujitake had instructed one of the subordinates to carry a makeshift stretcher. Yet, even with this foresight, no one was eager to bear the burden. Ultimately, it was only under his command that 2 team members reluctantly hoisted the stretcher, doing their utmost to avoid inhaling the noxious fumes. Miyen found it amusing. Any one of the 9 could easily be a Nin, enjoying privileges in Konoha. Yet before their captain, Fujitake, they exhibited no defiance, obediently following orders. Even if the captain commanded them to traverse mountains of blades or walk through rivers of fire, they would comply, not only due to the team's regulations but also because Fujitake was their captain, a man for whom they would willingly lay down their lives. After the battlefield had been cleared, one team member stumbled upon a striking red katana and promptly reported to Fujitake, "Captain, I have discovered an unusual katana, likely belonging to that rogue ninja." Upon inspection, Fujitake declared, "This belongs to Miyen. Return it to him." Despite knowing he should not question the captain, the team member was perplexed and could not suppress his astonishment. Could it be? This katana appears exceedingly sinister. How could it possibly belong to that young boy? Moreover, none of the weapon shops in the village sell such a peculiar form. I can assure you of that. This katana is named Akimaru, gifted to him by the legendary White Fang, Fujitake affirmed. What? The esteemed White Fang bestowed this upon him? What connection does this young boy have with the great White Fang? The team member felt as though he had stumbled upon a chilling revelation. If asked whom he revered most in life, he would undoubtedly name the Hokage. If pressed to identify his greatest admiration, it would be the illustrious Konoha White Fang. With a short blade known as White Fang, he annihilated enemies in the chaos of war, carving out the illustrious reputation of Konoha's White Fang, a name recognized and revered by all. Even though he hailed from the prestigious Uchiha clan, none could deny the brilliance of White Fang's achievements. Before the captain could respond, a sudden thought struck him, and he hesitantly spoke. Could the mysterious little genius who thwarted the Black Scale Dragon and vanquished the Blood Demon be him? Looking toward Narumi's position, SHU was grinning foolishly. It was one thing for him to smile like a fool, but Narumi opposite him wore a similar expression. The team member couldn't help but doubt whether this seemingly dim-witted boy could truly accomplish such remarkable feats. Indeed, the captain replied casually, as though delivering a heavy blow to his chest, leaving him momentarily breathless. This unassuming, somewhat silly little boy was, in fact, the very genius who had obstructed the Black Scale Dragon and slain the Blood Demon. No wonder the captain was so considerate and attentive towards this child. He was a rare seed of ninja potential, one that, if nurtured properly, would surely grow into a powerful ninja echoing the legacy of Konoha's White Fang. Perhaps even catching up to the footsteps of the Hokage. Narumi came in? The team member approached Narumi, who still wore a foolish grin, making it hard to associate him with the genius responsible for such heroic acts. Even if it were the truth, he found it difficult to accept. Narumi ceased his foolish laughter and looked up at him, having just shared numerous jokes that not only amused SHU but also entertained himself. This blade is yours, isn't it? The team member inquired, producing the red. Yes, it is, Narumi replied, extending his hand to receive the red, placing it back into its sheath, recalling how it had been sent flying during the battle by a lightning release technique. Thank you. Even to someone he was unfamiliar with. He felt it necessary to express gratitude. Otherwise, it might come off as impolite. The team member nodded, thinking that despite the boy's foolishness, he possessed admirable qualities, particularly in terms of politeness. Subsequently, disregarding the corpses, the group of 13 proceeded towards the police department's office building. Uchiha Fugaku led the way, with Narumi and SHU nestled between the members of the 1st Division. This scene felt familiar. He recalled the last time they had slain the Blood Demon, when Fugaku had apprehended him as a suspect and brought him into the police department's office building, arranged in a similar formation, albeit then it was to prevent his escape, while now it was to safeguard him. Emerging from the dim forest, the world around them suddenly illuminated, and Narumi's eyes struggled to adjust, squinting in discomfort, with SHU similarly shielding his eyes from the light, even though it was merely the soft glow of the setting sun. Prolonged exposure to darkness had made their eyes sensitive. Gradually acclimating, Narumi relaxed completely. With such a formidable lineup, even if enemies lay in ambush, they would dare not act recklessly. This was the strongest division of the police force, with each member possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan. Not only the foes, but even Narumi, one of their own, felt a twinge of fear. As thoughts of the Sharingan crossed his mind, Miyen could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. Had it not been for Takinen's intervention during that battle, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. This occurrence was undoubtedly linked to the Sharingan. Upon first encountering Team 1, he noted that each member had activated their Sharingan, indicating that they had all previously wielded its formidable abilities. Miyen, perpetually intrigued by the enigmatic, quickened his pace and approached Captain Fugaku, inquiring, "Captain Fugaku, how did you manage to save me?" By relying on the unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku replied, "This is no secret. Any ninja with a modicum of knowledge is aware of the Sharingan and its capabilities. Consider this a brief lesson for you, young one." "What is that?" Miyen feigned ignorance. "The bloodline limit. Do you know what that is?" "I do." "And the Sharingan, have you heard of it?" "Only in passing." "It seems your understanding of the Sharingan is still rather superficial," Fugaku noted, to which Miyen merely nodded in agreement. "Very well, let me elucidate. The Sharingan is a unique bloodline limit exclusive to the Uchiha clan. I shall refrain from overwhelming you with intricate details, but I will explain the principle behind how we were able to save you. At this juncture, it was essential to discuss Genjutsu, the knowledge of which you should have encountered in the Ninja Academy, so I shall not delve into it extensively. The Sharingan can activate Genjutsu, manipulating the enemy's 5 senses to disrupt their mental state, thereby ensnaring them in an illusion. Genjutsu can only torment the mind, it cannot affect the body, much less achieve a transfer of individuals, can it? Miyen queried. That is true, but sufficiently powerful Genjutsu can alter reality. Fugaku's words ventured beyond Miyen's comprehension. Based on his understanding of the original narrative, he found it difficult to decipher this statement. What constitutes sufficiently powerful? In order to relocate Takinen, my teammates and I simultaneously employed Genjutsu through the Sharingan to manipulate his 5 senses, collectively simulating an illusion in which Takinen appeared to teleport directly in front of you. When the force of the Genjutsu is potent enough, the illusion becomes reality. Thus, Takinen was able to instantaneously position himself before you, shielding you from a fatal blow as you would have been pierced through the heart by a lightning jutsu in that very moment. To accomplish this feat, my strength alone was insufficient. Thus, the collaboration of my teammates was imperative. The absence of even one person would have rendered our efforts futile. You should consider yourself fortunate that I brought Team 1 along, as the absence of any one of us would have diminished the potency of the Genjutsu, preventing the illusion from manifesting as reality. Miyen listened attentively and began to perceive the validity in Fugaku's explanation. However, one question lingered. How exactly did Takinen fall prey to the Genjutsu? Logically, as long as Takinen did not make eye contact with them, He should have been immune to its effects, especially given that Fugaku and his team were still some distance from the battlefield at that time. How did he succumb to the Jinjutsu? Ming Yen inquired. You can blame his heightened perception and keen eyesight. At that moment, I utilized the insight of the Sharingan to perceive a powerful lightning bolt hurtling toward you, prompting me to accelerate my movements. In the midst of a swift passage through the forest, it was inevitable that sounds would arise. His perception was acute, allowing him to sense our movements and instinctively glance in our direction. At that very moment, he fell victim to our shared illusion. Ming Yen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the remarkable perceptiveness and vision of that Tekinen, who had managed to detect their concealed presence and swiftly pinpoint their location to launch an attack. It was fortuitous that the Tekinen's heightened senses led him to be ensnared by the visual Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Truly, the Uchiha, bearing the bloodline of the esteemed Kaguya Ōtsutsuki, are formidable. Ming Yen mused internally. A sufficiently powerful illusion can alter reality. This thought would forever resonate within him. A testament to the Uchiha clan's prowess and a succinct summary of their terrifying capabilities. Noticing Ming Yen's silence, Fugaku assumed he was struggling to comprehend and thus spoke slowly. I share this with you, though you may not fully grasp it. Nevertheless, understand this. In the face of overwhelming power, all impossibilities can transform into possibilities. What you perceive may very well be erroneous. In this world, there exists no absolute, only the relative. Ming Yen nodded, recognizing the boundless potential inherent in the Uchiha. Their ultimate Genjutsu, akin to the likes of a Minamina Kanushi, Tsukuyomi, Izanagi, and Izanami, were sufficient to illustrate the clan's fearsome abilities. As Ming Yen reflected on these thoughts, they had arrived at the office building of the police force. Ming Yen and SHU followed Fugaku upstairs. The remains were entrusted to the forensic team, while the unconscious Tekinen was handed over to the interrogators. Fugaku also summoned a medical ninja to tend to Ming Yen's injuries. The healing jutsu worked swiftly. A shimmering green light danced across his arm, and within 10 minutes, all wounds had closed. Even the deep gash on his palm had rapidly scabbed over, with pain nearly vanishing. Having a medical ninja as a wife wouldn't be so bad, Ming Yen thought, casting a lingering glance at the female medical ninja tending to him. This gaze, however, made her uncomfortable, and after completing the treatment, she hurriedly departed, leaving behind her tools for cleaning the wounds, an oversight indeed. Miss, you forgot your belongings. Ming Yen did not immediately seek out Fujiwara. Instead, he chose to remain in the confines of the room, reflecting on his combat experiences. The reason why the strong continue to grow stronger lies in their ability to extract lessons from each battle, identifying their advantages while acknowledging their shortcomings, and subsequently engaging in focused training over the following period. Recollecting the recent skirmish, he surmised that the optimal strategy would have been to first utilize his piercing perception to discern the enemy's weaknesses, followed by a decisive strike. However, against an adversary of such caliber, Ming Yen doubted the feasibility of a single lethal blow. Yet, he was certain that he could have saved SHU in that scenario. Unfortunately, due to his insufficient mental fortitude, he was unable to perceive the enemy's vulnerabilities. The exhaustion relayed to him by his shadow clone indicated a severe depletion of his mental energy, underscoring the weakness of his psyche. Henceforth, it was imperative for him not only to enhance his physical capabilities and chakra, but also to devise a specific training regimen targeting his mental strength. Illusion ninjas inherently possess formidable mental prowess, and such strength grants them immunity against weaker genjutsu, which elucidates why the illusions cast by lesser illusionists prove ineffective against their more powerful counterparts. Mental energy is not the same as the spiritual energy used in chakra refinement. While energy is a measure of the transformation of material motion, mental energy is an invisible force emitted by the brain's biological tissue. This mental strength varies in intensity among individuals but can be augmented through diligent training. There are two methods to train mental energy. First, through the study of genjutsu, which actively cultivates mental strength. Second, by succumbing to illusions, which passively enhances it. Just as Ming Yen pondered which method to pursue for strengthening his mental energy, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He approached and opened the door to find Kakashi Hitaki, who slightly bowed in respect, addressing him as Lord White Fang. So soon to summon the Umbu? He mused, when another figure promptly followed, Uchiha Fugaku. Captain Fugaku, what brings you here? Kakashi invited him to sit, and Ming Yen followed suit. The atmosphere between the two emotionless individuals was rather tense, akin to a contest. Whoever's expression changed first would be deemed the loser. Lord White Fang, I shall begin, Fugaku declared, turning his gaze towards Kakashi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Clearing his throat, Fugaku's demeanor turned serious as he stated, Truman Miyen, you are to answer my questions truthfully. Should you lie, you will become an enemy of Konoha. The gravity of the statement struck Miyen. Would lying truly lead to such dire consequences? He felt a twinge of anxiety as the silence in the room amplified the sound of his racing heartbeat. Before he could respond, Fugaku continued. First question, Truman Miyen. When did you discover that corpse? The Umbu captain and the head of the police force sat upright, appearing quite formal. Miyen recognized the significance of this inquiry and thus cooperated, adopting a serious expression as he replied, this afternoon, close to dusk. Immediately thereafter, Fugaku inquired. For my second question, besides you and Shinju Rope Tree, was there anyone else present at that time? No, Naruto replied with utmost certainty. If there were, I would have encountered an enemy lurking in the shadows before that Takigakure ninja. Fugaku continued. For my third question, upon discovering the corpse, did you promptly utilize your shadow clone technique to inform the police force of the situation? Yes. Fourthly, when the police force dispatched personnel, were you and Shinju Rope Tree discovered by a Takigakure ninja, leading to a confrontation? Indeed. My fifth question, did you risk your life to detain that Takigakure ninja? And at the moment your life was in peril, was it the first division of the police force that came to your rescue? Yes. With no further inquiries. Fugaku turned to Shikaku, who nodded and rose, walking alongside Fugaku out of the room. Naruto, puzzled, wondered the purpose of these questions. Did they involve matters so intricate that even Konoha's White Fang and Fugaku could not resolve them? Contemplating such complexities was tiresome. Naruto preferred to leave it to the Umbu and the police force. He was inherently lazy, focusing instead on how to enhance his mental fortitude. If only he could train under a Jinjutsu master for a while, his mental prowess would surely improve. However, his acquaintances were few, and none of the Jinjutsu ninjas he knew could assist him. The Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu relied on the Sharingan, which Naruto could not emulate. Other classes had instructors who were Jinjutsu ninjas, but they had their own students to teach and would be reluctant to sacrifice time for Jiraiya's apprentice. What other options were available? Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was a person who, despite being mediocre in the ninja academy, had flourished under the tutelage of a skilled Jinjutsu master after graduation, showcasing remarkable talent in Jinjutsu. This individual was also a good friend of Kushina. Surely, if he could not secure the guidance of a Jinjutsu instructor, he could at least engage with a well-mannered girl. Determined, Naruto resolved that tomorrow he would make a concerted effort to charm Kushina, hoping she would introduce him to the girl. Once he established a connection, everything would fall into place. A slight smile graced his lips, radiating confidence. Upon exiting the room, he discovered that Shikaku and Fugaku were no longer present. He attempted to descend the stairs, facing no obstruction, and thus ventured outside to indulge in a bowl of noodles, as his stomach had been protesting after a long day. He had no desire to consume noodles for every meal, but his finances were limited. In this vast village, noodles were the most economical option. If he couldn't fill his stomach, he could at least savor the broth. A hearty bowl of soup would suffice to stave off hunger, and if it fell short, he could always request another bowl, for the soup was free. Currently, Naruto was so impoverished that even a single bowl of noodles seemed a luxury. His ability to dine on noodles was entirely thanks to Minato, who had become something of a benefactor. Fortunately, Minato was generous, readily lending him money whenever he found himself short, making him a worthy friend to cherish. As he savored his noodles, he reflected on the unfortunate events of the day. What had begun as a quest to find Konohamaru had unexpectedly led to the discovery of a corpse, followed by a bewildering confrontation with a Takigakure ninja, nearly costing him his life. Miyen found himself questioning whether he had recently incurred some ill fortune. He had either encountered fugitives, been targeted by assassins, or crossed paths with foreign ninjas. Were there a temple nearby, he would not hesitate to seek solace and prayer to dispel his misfortunes. After finishing his meal, he made his way to the mission release room, hoping to secure a task for some remuneration. Alas, the D-rank missions were highly sought after and had all been claimed by now. The C-rank tasks were off limits to a lowly genin like him, as they feared the potential dangers involved. With no prospects of earning money, Miyen reluctantly returned home. That night, he refrained from training, casting aside distractions and retiring early to bed. He was utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally, and succumbed swiftly to a deep and restful slumber. At dawn, he was roused by a relentless knocking at the door, initially thinking it was a neighbor in need of assistance. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the enthusiastic presence of Jiraiya. Rubbing his eyes and yawning lazily, he inquired, Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here at such an early hour? Jiraiya, brimming with excitement, was practically bouncing off the walls, struggling to articulate his words. Ming Yen, feeling a twinge of annoyance, closed his eyes slightly and declared, "If there's nothing urgent, I think I shall continue my slumber." Wait. I have incredible news to share with you," Jiraiya exclaimed, shaking Ming Yan's shoulders with fervor, nearly dislocating them in the process. Ming Yen recoiled slightly, fearing he might lose consciousness if Jiraiya persisted. "What good news?" he asked. "Guess," Jiraiya urged, rubbing his hands together and winking mischievously. Ming Yen, exasperated, turned away and began to head back to bed. "Do I look like I'm in the mood to guess?" Jiraiya, momentarily taken aback, eventually raised his fists and exclaimed, "You cheeky little rascal, daring to tease your teacher," though he found Jiraiya's delayed reaction amusing. Ming Yen held back his disdain, knowing he would need to rely on Jiraiya's writing fees to sustain himself in the future. "I would never jest with you. Just tell me, what is this good news?" He sat at the edge of his bed, growing increasingly impatient with Jiraiya's penchant for theatrics. Jiraiya approached, raising an eyebrow and grinning lewdly. "We are about to strike it rich, hee. Has the payment arrived?" At the mention of wealth, Ming Yen felt a surge of energy course through him, fully awake and invigorated, more so than if he had consumed a chocolate bar. Jiraiya shook his head. "What do you mean by that?" "The publisher has offered a handsome sum for the full rights to Intimate Paradise," Jiraiya proclaimed, his eyes gleaming as if filled with banknotes, excitedly slapping the bed. "How much?" 30 million ryo. Jiraiya beamed, unable to contain his joy, feeling he had struck an extraordinary bargain. "What? Only 30 million ryo?" Ming Yen gasped, initially perceiving it as an astronomical figure, yet upon reflection, he recognized its true value. In the original work, the popularity of Intimate Paradise was evident. Having repeatedly claimed the title of bestseller and even being adapted into a comic, the combined royalties and copyright fees were worth far more than a mere 30 million ryo. Only, do you have any idea how much 30 million ryo is? You would need to complete dozens of S-rank missions to earn that amount. And those missions are a gamble with one's life. 30 million ryo could sustain you for many lifetimes. From Jiraiya's perspective, he discerned a hint of naivety in Ming Yan's assertion that 30 million ryo was a meager sum, reflecting a somewhat short-sighted view. While it is true that in this world, merchants are often the wealthiest and ninjas hold significant power, the extent of their wealth pales in comparison to that of capitalism. What appears to be a substantial sum in the eyes of a ninja may merely be a drop in the ocean to a merchant. Jiraiya, lacking experience in dealings with merchants, was blinded by the prospect of trivial gains, failing to perceive the vast riches that lay ahead. "Have you signed the contract yet?" Ming Yen inquired, his primary concern being whether a contract had been finalized. If it had, further discussion would be futile. Jiraiya would likely be infuriated upon discovering he had been swindled out of a considerable amount. "Not yet. I plan to sign it this afternoon," Jiraiya replied. "All right. Call me when you sign the contract. I will assist you in negotiating the best possible terms." Ming Yen did not wish for Jiraiya to fall prey to capitalist deception. It was also in his own interest, as a portion of Jiraiya's earnings would rightfully be his, considering the effort he had invested in Paradise of Affection. Jiraiya stood to gain both fame and fortune, and it was not unreasonable for Ming Yen to seek a modest share of the profits. Jiraiya regarded Ming Yen with skepticism. "You, a mere novice in the ways of the world, wish to help me secure the best deal? If you don't want to earn a few more million ryo, then go on your own." Ming Yen turned his head away defiantly. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya conceded, "Bringing you along is acceptable. But you must promise not to jeopardize my interests." "Not a problem." On the training field, where a gentle breeze wafted, Jiraiya's class commenced a new day of practice. "Ming Yen, is that the red pillar?" Minato inquired, his curiosity piqued as he observed the large sword slung across Ming Yan's back. Ming Yen unsheathed the red pillar for Minato, who was immediately captivated by its exquisite scabbard. As he drew the blade, he was awestruck by the crimson chakra radiating from its surface. "This sword looks incredibly cool. It must feel amazing to wield," Minato thought enviously. "Feel free to play with it. Just don't injure yourself," Ming Yen chuckled, turning his attention to Kushina, who was engaged in her own training. "Apologies, Minato, but I must go flirt with your little sweetheart. Please, do not harm me. After today, she will still be yours." Minato nodded vigorously, swinging the red pillar about with delight. Ming Yen, hands clasped behind his back, approached Kushina with a light-hearted step, clearing his throat and smiling. "Oh, the incredibly adorable Kushina. The exceptionally generous Kushina, the remarkably talented Kushina, do you have a moment?" However, Kushina ignored him, continuing with her tasks. He was aware that she was still upset with him for never agreeing to her previous challenges. Yet, he reminded himself that Kushina was just a simple girl, and that making her smile would be sufficient. Their relationship bore no bitterness or resentment. Kushina, allow me to share a joke with you. At first, Kushina fought to suppress her laughter, but after a series of Ming Yan's humorous jests, she ultimately succumbed to laughter. In the realm of humor, he is considered second to none, for no one dares to claim the title of first. In my previous life, a steadfast routine was to indulge in daily doses of amusement, relishing the myriad of jokes, many of which I could recite by heart, including a fair share of risque anecdotes. Naturally, when sharing tales with children like Kushina and SHT, I opted for those that were simple and easily comprehensible. For if my jokes elicited no response, the ensuing silence would be utterly mortifying. You're interrupting my training. It's utterly vexing. Kushina pouted, her displeasure evident. Oh, come now. It's a rare occasion I bother you. Don't be angry. Challenge me to a duel anytime, and I shall oblige. Minin coaxed her with sweet words. Will you truly keep your word? Kushina blinked her large eyes, her long lashes fluttering with innocence. Minin found her quite adorable. Indeed, such young girls are often filled with an enchanting naivety. Of course, Kushina extended her glistening pinky, squinting with a smile that radiated pure charm. Minin paused momentarily, realizing her intent, and mirrored her gesture, intertwining their pinkies before their thumbs met in a playful touch. A pinky promise, sealed for a century. After the promise was made, a faint sense of melancholy washed over Minin. It had been ages since he had engaged in such childlike rituals, and he had not immediately grasped Kushina's gesture. Time flows swiftly. He found himself reminiscing about his own childhood, recalling the closeness shared with childhood friends, akin to his bond with Minato and Kushina, experiencing laughter and tears, facing reprimands from teachers, indulging in mischief, and playfully teasing others. To his astonishment, having traversed into the world of Naruto, he could once again savor the joys of youth, relishing the untainted camaraderie devoid of ulterior motives. Yet, the world of Naruto is not as it was in his former life. The children here often mature swiftly, their innocence vanishing in the wake of conflict, replaced by resilience and animosity, a necessity for survival in such a harsh reality. Gazing at the joyful Kushina, Minin felt a pang of sorrow and vowed anew he would strive to bring balance and harmony to this world, ensuring that the horrors of war would cease for the sake of friends and all beings alike. What brings you to me? Kushina's melodious voice snapped Minin back to the present. Well, could you assist me in arranging a meeting with Makoto Uchiha? Minin inquired. Makoto? It's not difficult to summon her. But what do you need her for? Just a little matter. What sort of matter? Oh, that's for you not to worry about. It's something good. All right. But you must first engage in a duel with me. No letting me win. Kushina declared, brandishing her small fists and fixing her gaze on Minin. Very well. With that, their duel commenced. Though the display was exaggerated, Minin fought with fervor, as if he were truly exerting all his might, showcasing a level of performance art that could easily deceive the untrained eye. In an effort to bring joy to Kushina, approximately 4 minutes later, Naruhiko deliberately exposed a flaw. Being a prodigy, Kushina swiftly detected the opening and launched her attack, ultimately leaving Naruhiko sprawled on the ground, naturally defeated by her. His progress was indeed remarkable. As Naruhiko rose and gave a thumbs up in commendation, the innocent Kushina tossed her crimson hair and proudly lifted her fair chin, declaring, "Of course, I've been working hard." Naruhiko felt as if his face had been brushed by a soft feather, with a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. The situation unfolded smoothly, and Kushina resolved to assist Naruhiko in inviting Makoto Uchiha that evening. Afterward, Naruhiko practiced alone for a while, and by afternoon, Jiraiya could no longer contain his restless spirit, his heart already floating towards the bookshop. Thus, he informed Naruhiko and the others of an impromptu task requiring them to consult someone, concluding their training for the day and disbanding them on the spot. With such an irresponsible manner, they had to work even harder. Hence, none of them returned home, but instead continued to sweat under the sun. After about 5 minutes, Naruhiko could no longer wait and cheerfully remarked to Minato and Kushina, "I have something to attend to, so I'll be on my way." He strolled leisurely until he was out of their sight, at which point he sprinted off, soon catching up with Jiraiya. "Sensei, when we meet the owner of the bookshop, it's vital to maintain composure. Do not be startled by the sight of money, otherwise, they may perceive you as inexperienced, driving the price down and resulting in significant losses," Naruhiko advised as they walked Jiraiya merely nodded absently, seemingly dismissing his words, which was understandable considering the prospect of receiving 30 million ryo. However, Naruhiko believed that the full rights to Paradise of Affection were worth far more, at least double that amount. The most prudent and profitable approach was to refrain from signing a contract, retaining the full rights firmly in his grasp. Once Paradise of Affection achieved explosive sales, numerous merchants, including those in the manga sector, would undoubtedly approach Jiraiya for the derivative rights to the novel, which would yield substantial profit. Thus, the current small gains were negligible. Selling all rights outright would be nothing short of foolish. A steady income was the true path to wealth. Before long, they arrived at the bookshop, where the owner, clutching a folder, greeted Jiraiya warmly and invited him to a nearby tavern. Naruhiko, benefiting from the occasion, entered a tavern for the first time. In preparation for discussing the lucrative deal that afternoon, the bookshop owner had even closed for business, indicating the seriousness of the matter. Indeed, once he secured the full rights to Paradise of Affection, there would be no need for a mere bookshop. He could spend his days counting money at home, earning to the point of cramping his hands. This was no jest. Since Paradise of Affection had been printed in large quantities, its sales soared to remarkable heights, adored by countless male readers, and even attracting some female buyers, gradually creating a state of demand exceeding supply. If this trend continued, major corporations would inevitably seek to purchase the derivative rights to the novel, and their offers would be generous, far beyond what a small bookshop owner could compete with. Were it not for the meteoric sales of Intimate Paradise, he would scarcely have managed to gather 30 million ryo. However, with the acquisition of the complete copyright to Intimate Paradise, a life of affluence and stability would soon be within reach. At that juncture, he could lavishly hire several elite warriors as bodyguards, liberating himself from the constant trepidation of existence. Recently, there had been a disturbing trend in the village, with foreign ninjas claiming lives, leaving the proprietor of the publishing house in a state of perpetual anxiety, fearful that he might one day meet a grim fate. Unfortunately, the cost of hiring elite warriors was exorbitant, and engaging ordinary samurai offered little assurance, leaving him to rely on divine providence. The tavern was suffused with a rich aroma of liquor, creating a delightful ambience. The environment was elegantly serene, with wooden partitions of sandalwood between the tables, resembling intimate booths. Sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing the space in a warm glow, reminiscent of an establishment of the same caliber as the Shimi barbecue restaurant. The three took their seats at an empty table, and the publishing house owner generously ordered several bottles of fine wine along with some appetizers, all the while wearing a beaming smile as he poured wine for Jiraiya, inviting him to relish the dishes, while neglecting Naruhiko. Naruhiko, feeling somewhat overlooked, quietly indulged in the appetizers, yet sensed something was amiss. The experience of savoring appetizers without the accompanying wine diminished their unique flavor and clashed with the tavern's atmosphere. Seizing a moment when Jiraiya and the publishing house owner were engrossed in conversation, he discreetly retrieved the wine jug from beneath the table and poured himself a small cup, savoring it leisurely. Ah, how exquisite! Having grown accustomed to plain water in this world, Naruhiko was captivated by the distinct and rich flavor of the wine. Unable to suppress his admiration, Jiraiya and the publishing house owner glanced over, casting him a look that suggested they felt he was too young to understand. But they refrained from admonishing him, prioritizing their business discussion instead. Thus, Naruhiko unabashedly consumed the wine and appetizers, nearly finishing the entire spread alone. Afterward, the publishing house owner opened a file and carefully extracted the contract for Jiraiya to review. At this moment, Naruhiko realized it was time to demonstrate true skill. Jiraiya picked up the contract and meticulously scanned it line by line. The contract essentially stipulated that the publishing house owner would purchase the complete copyright to Intimate Paradise for 30 million ryo, to be paid in a lump sum, while Jiraiya would still receive appropriate remuneration for subsequent creations, though the operational rights would be detached from him. Finding no issues with the document, Jiraiya prepared to sign. The publishing house owner, suppressing his excitement, kept his emotions in check, his hands clasped tightly beneath the table. At the moment Jiraiya's pen was poised to sign, he would possess the complete copyright to Intimate Paradise, and soon, a deluge of money would flood towards him. The mere 30 million ryo would pale in comparison. Wait. Naruhiko interjected, raising a small hand to halt Jiraiya's signature. Having skimmed through the contract himself, he was indignant at the nefarious tactics employed by the avaricious capitalists. 30 million ryo for the complete copyright to Intimate Paradise? Such an undervaluation of money was ridiculous. In the relatively peaceful Konoha village, currency held some significance. But in the other war-torn minor ninja villages, money was as worthless as scrap paper. Only strength could truly speak. As for the relatively peaceful Konoha, it is only a matter of time before it is engulfed by war. When that moment arrives, no amount of wealth will prove useful. The greatest agony in life is akin to death, when one can no longer spend their money. The vast majority of the citizens in Konoha possess the clarity to recognize this harsh reality, understanding that any amassed fortune could vanish in an instant. Therefore, they tend to spend liberally, indulging in life's pleasures without hesitation, with the belief that when the road ahead becomes obstructed, a path will surely reveal itself. Moreover, whether one survives to witness the future remains an uncertainty, as the rising sun of tomorrow depends on the whims of fate. When obstructed by Naruhiko, Jiraiya momentarily froze. Setting down the contract and pen, uncertain of the intentions of this impudent child, was he attempting to thwart his prosperous aspirations? Such a notion seemed improbable, for they shared a master-disciple bond. If Jiraiya thrived, his apprentice would surely benefit as well. This unforeseen interruption clearly caught the bookstore owner off guard, eliciting a flicker of anger within him, though he refrained from expressing it, realizing that they were engaged in a significant business deal. To jeopardize it over personal emotions would yield far greater losses. With a smile gracing his face, Naruhiko regarded the bookstore owner. His cheeks slightly flushed, a sign of intoxication, but his mind remained lucid. Typically, a child consuming such a quantity of alcohol would surely succumb to inebriation. Yet he was no ordinary child. He was a ninja, possessing a far greater resilience to external stimuli, particularly when it came to alcohol. "Sir, we do not sell rights. We only accept manuscript fees," Naruhiko stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the bookstore owner's face turned ashen, evidently infuriated by the audacity of this young boy. What business did a mere child have in adult negotiations? Even if he was a ninja, did he not understand the adage that business is devoid of ninjas? Nonetheless, he suppressed his ire, recognizing the boy's connection to Jiraiya. Thus, he opted for a more diplomatic approach. "This matter is between me and Mr. Jiraiya. It is best that children refrain from interfering." Indeed, Jiraiya concurred, subtly raising 3 fingers beneath the table for Naruhiko to see. In response, Naruhiko shook his head and turned to the bookstore owner. "The creation of this book also bears my contribution. Strictly speaking, I am one of its co-creators. For the contract to be valid, my signature should rightfully be included." This was not an exaggeration, but rather a statement of fact. In the initial stages of crafting Paradise of Affection, he had invested considerable effort, spending countless nights brainstorming plotlines, which he would then relay to Jiraiya, who would bring these ideas to life on paper, polishing them into captivating narratives. Countless plot points interwoven together formed the tapestry of the novel. Furthermore, during this process, Jiraiya frequently sought his input on subsequent developments, while Naruhiko, drawing from his past experiences with online literature, outlined a clear main storyline along with several intriguing subplots for Paradise of Affection, allowing the narrative to evolve naturally along these threads. Jiraiya found some truth in Naruhina's words. Without the latter, he would never have penned Intimate Paradise. Lacking the latter's guidance in writing, he would not have produced such a fluent narrative. Had it not been for the intriguing storylines provided by the latter, his accomplishments would not have been so remarkable. Therefore, Intimate Paradise is a collaborative endeavor between him and Naruhina. Without either party, the book would not have achieved its current success. To consider selling the copyright of Intimate Paradise without consulting Naruhina was indeed inappropriate. Perhaps he truly needed to heed Naruhina's opinions, for the latter had brought him many unexpected delights, and he believed that this time would be no different. "You? Don't jest. I have read the works of Mr. Jiraiya, and the content therein is certainly beyond what a mere juvenile could conceive." The bookstore owner felt that the child was rather boastful at such a tender age. He had yet to experience the nuances of love, yet he dared to claim authorship of the book. It was audacious indeed. At that moment, however, Jiraiya looked earnestly at the bookstore owner, asserting, "This book is indeed a collaborative effort between Naruhina and myself. Mr. Jiraiya, please, do not jest. How could a mere child possibly be involved?" "I am not jesting." Jiraiya's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of solemnity, his voice rising slightly. When an elite jonin adopts such a serious tone, it is enough to instill trepidation in anyone, the bookstore owner included. He was left to swallow his words and, with a forced smile, turned to Jiraiya, asking, "What do you intend to do?" Jiraiya tilted his head slightly. The bookstore owner then directed his gaze toward Narihina, who sat just above the height of the dining table, retracting his polite smile and adopting a neutral expression. What do you wish to do? To be frank, he harbored a strong dislike for this child and felt no obligation to offer him any semblance of kindness. Everything had been progressing positively until this child's mere utterances disrupted Mr. Jiraiya's composure. Yet he had no recourse but to endure in silence. Even Mr. Jiraiya had publicly acknowledged that Intimate Paradise was co-created with this child and had even relinquished the authority to him, leaving the outsider with little to say. Even now, he could hardly believe that this child was one of the creators of Intimate Paradise, as it seemed utterly implausible. How could a minor comprehend the intricacies of emotional relationships between men and women? Clearly, it was beyond his capacity. Once again, he reiterated, no sale of copyright. Only remuneration for the manuscript. Furthermore, we must negotiate the terms of that remuneration. Upon hearing this, the bookstore owner realized that a business agreement was no longer feasible. He need not entertain thoughts of acquiring full rights. Moreover, from the child's words, it was evident he intended to extract a substantial sum from him. Looking at the child who barely surpassed the height of the dining table, he felt a surge of indignation. He never anticipated being outmaneuvered by this unassuming child. In the realm of business, this child proved to be far more astute than Mr. Jiraiya, possessing a remarkable foresight regarding the future market. Negotiate remuneration? What sort of negotiation do you propose? A bitter smile lingered on the corners of the bookstore owner's mouth. How was the remuneration for manuscripts calculated in the past? Miyen inquired. It was determined at 50 taels per 1,000 characters. After some contemplation, Miyen initially considered a profit-sharing model, where earnings would correlate with sales. More books sold would yield more income. However, tracking sales proved to be a daunting task, and one could hardly trust the publisher to report the figures accurately. With this advanced profit-sharing model proving unfeasible, only the traditional buyout model remained viable. The former rate of 50 taels per 1,000 characters was nothing short of a pittance. One could scarcely say that the publisher had a heart, utterly lacking in conscience. What could 50 taels possibly achieve? At most, it would suffice for a modest meal. A book typically comprises at least 200,000 characters. So after toiling to write a book, an author would earn merely 10,000 taels, while the publisher would reap the rewards. A single book sold for 240 taels, coupled with minimal printing costs, would allow the publisher to break even after selling just over 40 copies. Pocketing the remainder, a true manifestation of avarice. As one of the wealthiest villages among the 5 great nations, Konoha hosted a population of approximately 40 to 50,000. The audience for Paradise of Affection primarily consisted of adult males, although females were not absent. On any given day, sales could easily reach dozens or even hundreds of copies. A conservative estimate indeed. This meant that the publisher, being the sole distributor of Paradise of Affection, could recoup the amount owed to Jiraiya for writing a book in a single day, additionally profiting from another manuscript he penned, resulting in a net income of 10,000 taels daily. Over time, such figures would accumulate to an astronomical sum. While the publisher had to do little more than print and sell, with Jiraiya laboriously typing hundreds of thousands of characters, only to see the profits flow into the publisher's coffers, leaving him to sip from the dregs of a vast ocean. Moreover, as the fame of Paradise of Affection burgeoned, it would eventually catch the attention of the outside world, drawing the gaze of the entire Land of Fire, a true marketplace of opportunity, rendering the local transactions mere trifles. Yet, as the author, Jiraiya could only lament over the scraps left by the publisher, epitomizing the heartless capitalist, solely focused on amassing wealth while disregarding the welfare of others. Even so, the publisher harbored ambitions to seize the full copyrights of Paradise of Affection, greedily eyeing both the bowl and the pot, utterly devoid of conscience. Paradise of Affection belonged not only to Jiraiya but also to Miyen, who was determined to safeguard his rights and not allow the malevolent capitalist to profit disproportionately. 50 taels per 1,000 characters? Surely, that was far too low. Miyen raised his gaze to meet the publisher's, regarding him as a fiend who devoured without remorse. The publisher recognized the shrewdness of the young man. Noticing the book sales flourishing, he was dissatisfied with the status quo. However, a slight concession would not be out of the question, for the lion's share remained firmly in his grasp. 60 taels per 1,000 characters, surely, that would suffice? Upon hearing the increase of 10 taels, Jiraiya felt a flicker of joy and fixed an intense gaze upon Miyen. In response to Jiraiya's look, Miyen chose to remain indifferent. Although Jiraiya was astute, he appeared exceedingly naive in dealings with the duplicitous capitalist. akin to one who is sold and then assists in counting the profits, easily appeased, delighted by even the slightest morsel of favor. Though it is often said that those who are content are always joyful. This situation transcends mere satisfaction and delves into the realm of defending one's rights when personal interests are infringed upon. Regarding the matter of alms, Miyen did not spare a glance at the bookstore owner, extending a single finger to indicate the price. The owner, taken aback, exclaimed, 100 taels for 1,000 characters? You refuse to sell the copyright, and yet I have made the utmost concession on price. Do not take advantage of my goodwill. Jiraiya, too, was astonished by Miyen's proposed price. Perplexed by his refusal of 30 million taels in copyright fees while simultaneously raising the buyout price to such an extent that the bookstore owner would surely decline. Sir, I believe you have misunderstood. Miyen retracted his finger and spoke with a calm smile. It is not 100 taels for 1,000 characters, but rather 10,000 taels for the same. As the words hung in the air, the bookstore owner widened his eyes in disbelief, akin to having seen a ghost, while Jiraiya questioned his own hearing. A moment of silence ensued before the owner broke into laughter, dispelling the tension. Mr. Jiraiya, your young companion has quite the sense of humor. Indeed, Jiraiya joined in the laughter. However, in stark contrast to their amusement, Miyen maintained a serious demeanor. I am not jesting. If you cannot meet this price, our collaboration ends here, and do not harbor any hopes for the second volume. The owner's smile faded, his expression growing dark. 10,000 taels per 1,000 characters? Huh. Impossible. His final words were filled with resolute conviction. Miyen, are you perhaps? Jiraiya glanced at Miyen, noticing an unusual seriousness on his youthful face, a demeanor he had never witnessed before. Despite a slight flush on his cheeks that suggested he might be intoxicated. Before Jiraiya could finish his thought, Miyen looked at him earnestly. Teacher Jiraiya, please trust me. I am not drunk. Jiraiya found himself bewildered by Miyen's behavior and decided to let it be, as long as he received his remuneration at the end. The rest was inconsequential. There are other bookstores besides yours. If you cannot afford 10,000 taels per 1,000 characters, there are numerous others willing to pay. Miyen remained unfazed. Intimate Paradise is a golden brand. It will not depreciate no matter where it goes, and will only appreciate over time. Indeed, many bookstores coveted the sales of Intimate Paradise, yet they lacked the rights to publish it, for they were not in a partnership with the author. Unauthorized printing and sales would infringe upon copyright, leading to imprisonment. The bookstore owner was acutely aware of the stakes involved. His earlier firm stance was merely an attempt to dissuade the young boy, but he had not anticipated Miyen's fearless resolve. This indicated that the boy possessed a deep understanding of the literary market in Konoha, knowing full well he could reap considerable benefits from this book. Numerous bookstores sought collaboration with him, willing to pay exorbitant sums and even to display his bookstore's name, yet he had flatly declined. The reason was simple: rarity enhances value. If every major bookstore sold Intimate Paradise, his profits would significantly diminish. At present, he only holds the sales rights for the first volume of Intimate Paradise, while the manuscript for the second volume is still being penned by Master Jiraiya. Should he fail to acquire the sales rights for the second volume, potentially falling prey to other publishing houses, it would be a significant setback in the long run. With the favorable reputation established by the first volume, the sales of the second are bound to flourish, if not surpass the initial success. Even at the rate of 1,000 words for 10 taels, he would still earn a considerable sum. After much deliberation, the publisher reluctantly conceded, uttering, 1,000 words for 10 taels, I agree. This statement was truly disheartening for the listener, evoking tears, especially from Jiraiya, who once found joy in writing at 50 taels per 1,000 words, only to witness an abrupt increase to 200 times that rate. What a harrowing plight he had endured. Were it not for the involvement of Naruto this time, he would still be toiling away for a meager 50 taels, laboring day and night to meet deadlines. Jiraiya lifted his heavy eyelids and beheld the publisher's duplicitous face, suddenly overwhelmed by a desire for vengeance. Yet he restrained himself, recognizing that harming the publisher would only jeopardize his own compensation. The publisher's swift agreement was entirely anticipated by Naruto. As previously mentioned, even at the rate of 1,000 words for 10 taels, numerous other publishing houses were eager to engage, and they could certainly afford to lose one. Those who covet the rights to Intimate Paradise are undoubtedly astute. Fully aware of the significant profits to be made, how could they not recognize the value of the sales rights? Very well, I shall prepare a contract for printing, and we can both sign it at that time, Naruto stated. The publisher had no objections. Even if he did, they would remain unspoken. The profits from the first volume had been substantial, and if the second volume were not under his control, it would be nothing short of foolish. Even if he had to pay the author a rate of 1,000 words for 10 tales, he would grit his teeth and comply. For the revenue from Intimate Paradise alone would surpass the total earnings from other titles. A fruitful collaboration, Naruhito exclaimed as he stood and extended his right hand. A smile gracing his face, slightly flushed from the wine, while secretly reflecting, "You've shown some sense, old man. 1,000 words for 10 tales is still a bargain. Don't take advantage and act coy." The publisher, with a smile that lacked sincerity, felt somewhat discomfort by the maneuvering but recognized the necessity of ongoing collaboration. It would be foolish to jeopardize financial matters over a moment of anger. To a fruitful partnership, he echoed, as their hands clasped in a display of their contrasting heights. On the return journey, Jiraiya chattered incessantly, his excitement palpable as he envisioned how to spend the forthcoming wealth, dreaming of a bright future. Naruhito, however, chose to tune out Jiraiya's fanciful musings. Dreaming of expenditures before the money was even secured seemed rather absurd. He was suddenly reminded of a humorous anecdote, a couple fantasizing about winning 5 million in the lottery, only to divorce over disagreements regarding the distribution. While it may sound ludicrous, such individuals do exist, and he hoped that Jiraiya would not fall into that category. Imagining his disciple spending extravagantly with his earnings, eventually leading to a moment of frustration where he would be physically reprimanded, resulting in the downfall of a new star in the ninja world. Naruhito, my dear student, I have decided to treat you to a grand feast. After Jiraiya contemplated the future, he smiled at Naruhito. His spirits were exceptionally high, and he felt an urge to indulge in some food to elevate his mood. In truth, he was quite famished, having spent most of his time at the tavern discussing contracts rather than enjoying a proper meal. The small dishes he had were merely a mere tease to his appetite. A grand feast? How about heading to the semi-barbecue restaurant for some grilled meat? Naruhito couldn't help but lick his lips. Recently, he had been so financially constrained that he could barely afford to tighten his belt, let alone indulge in meat. Seizing this opportunity to feast was simply splendid. Even though he had consumed quite a few small dishes earlier, he still felt unsatisfied. Thus, the master and disciple made their way to the semi-barbecue restaurant. Outside the establishment, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted towards Naruhito, almost causing him to salivate. There was no denying it. In his previous life, he had been an avid foodie, and now in the world of Naruto, his passion for food remained unabated. Naruhito resolved that once he had sufficient funds, he would savor all the culinary delights of Konoha, ensuring that this journey of reincarnation was truly worthwhile. For the time being, he could only dine at the expense of the affluent, such as his current companion, Jiraiya. Most patrons of this restaurant were ninjas, as the ordinary villagers could hardly afford such luxuries. Upon seeing Jiraiya, they displayed great respect, though none bowed in greeting. Perhaps because this was a dining establishment where social hierarchies were momentarily set aside, and everyone was treated as equals. Of course, while equality reigned, respect for seniors was still paramount, such as allowing them to pass first and making a favorable impression. Moreover, this was no ordinary senior. Jiraiya was the disciple of the Hokage and a representative of Konoha's elite combat prowess, commanding respect from most who laid eyes upon him. As for the young boy beside Jiraiya, he was largely overlooked. Even though he was related to Jiraiya, his status as a mere genin rendered him unworthy of their attention. Personal strength was the true measure of one's value. After selecting a table, a lovely waitress approached with the menu, smiling sweetly at Jiraiya, her shallow dimples adorably charming. Jiraiya leered at her, causing the waitress to feel a chill run down her spine, as though she were being eyed by a predatory wolf. Naruhito felt exasperated. After all, Jiraiya was an elite genin of Konoha, and such frivolity in public would certainly raise eyebrows. Naturally, Jiraiya drew attention in this setting, gathering many gazes. Yet this was nothing unusual. In their eyes, it was perfectly natural for a man to admire beautiful women. Well, this was indeed Jiraiya's style. Without such antics, he would not truly be Jiraiya. Naruhito quickly placed their orders and sent the waitress away, much to Jiraiya's chagrin, as he felt he hadn't yet feasted his eyes enough upon the lovely maiden. However, his discontent was fleeting. Thoughts of earning a fortune from his writing soon restored his exuberance. Once a mere scribe, he now saw himself transformed into a distinguished author, a literary giant. Where one character could yield 10 ryo, and 1,000 characters, 10,000 ryo, he felt his status elevated beyond compare. As plates of succulent, juicy meat were served, Miyen eagerly set to grilling, while Jiraiya watched with a pang of regret. He usually refrained from indulging in such extravagant fare, and he couldn't help but think how inconsiderate this rascal was, enjoying a lavish lifestyle even before striking it rich. Seeing Jiraiya's grimace, Miyen gently patted him on the back, teasing, "Oh, come on, aren't we on the verge of making a fortune? Why worry about a little money?" Jiraiya immediately shifted his stance, pointing to a platter of beef tenderloin, exclaiming, "Do you think I care about such a trifling amount? Eat to your heart's content. Even if it bankrupts this barbecue joint, I shall cover the bill." "That's what you said, teacher," Miyen replied with a raised eyebrow and a playful smile. This sentiment made Jiraiya uncomfortable, prompting him to backtrack. "However, I must admit that I haven't brought enough money today, so let us hold off for now. In the future, you can feast as much as you desire." Miyen chuckled and picked up a piece of grilled tenderloin, just as he spotted a voluptuous figure approaching. It was Tsunade. "Ah, Tsunade, what a pleasant surprise. Please, have a seat," Jiraiya said, rising hastily to invite her to sit. However, Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an aura of fierce authority. Her presence significantly raised the temperature in the already warm barbecue restaurant, as patrons, already sweating beside the grill, felt the heat intensify. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her mere identity commanded respect among the visiting ninjas, many of whom admired her from afar. Tsunade's beauty was renowned throughout Konoha, yet genuine suitors were scarce. This was largely due to admirers feeling unworthy of her status. After all, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of Konoha. Although Konoha was not particularly rigid about social status, there still existed an unspoken expectation of equality. Furthermore, many felt inadequate in the face of her prowess as Konoha's most exceptional medical ninja and the direct disciple of the Hokage, leading them to believe that any pursuit would be a futile endeavor. Those brave enough to confess their feelings were met with unequivocal rejections from Tsunade. Consequently, she cultivated an image akin to that of an ice queen, her stunning exterior concealing a heart that kept others at bay, leaving anyone who dared to approach feeling frostbitten. In truth, Tsunade was not as aloof as they imagined. She simply had a heightened sensitivity towards love. As long as the topic of romance was not broached in her presence, she would reveal her more approachable side. Most of the time, this princess of Konoha was quite amiable. When it came to her closest relationships, aside from the Hokage, it was undoubtedly Jiraiya and Orochimaru. They envied Jiraiya's camaraderie with Tsunade and found it perplexing that such an admirable man, with a good rapport with her, did not pursue her romantically. Logically, one would assume he had a considerable chance of success. Jiraiya himself pondered this, which is why he mustered the courage to pen a love letter for Miyen to deliver to Tsunade, hoping to convey his affections. The content of the love letter was lamentably mundane, leaving Tsunade utterly devoid of any sense of romance. Instead, she perceived Jiraiya's intentions as nothing more than a lustful pursuit. Oblivious to her thoughts, Jiraiya believed that Tsunade had come to engage in profound discussions about life, gallantly inviting her to take a seat, his smile endearingly naïve. Unaware that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm, Jiraiya, step outside for a moment. In stark contrast to Jiraiya's beaming countenance, Tsunade's expression was devoid of emotion, her feelings concealed. Yet, to Naruto, the delicate features of her oval face masked a devilish grin, one that would soon reveal itself once Jiraiya was out of sight. Puzzled, Jiraiya wondered why he needed to leave. Surely, enjoying grilled meat and conversation was delightful? Perhaps a subtle smirk crept upon Jiraiya's face. Realizing the crowded grill house was indeed not the most suitable setting, gazing out the window, the night was exquisite, adorned with falling stars. Could it be that Princess Tsunade had read his love letter and, unable to contain her surging emotions, sought to create a romantic space for their heartfelt exchange? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just as he was about to acquiesce, a foot nudged his back. Turning to see Naruto shaking his head in warning, urging him to stay. Confounded, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Such a splendid evening. With a beautiful companion inviting him to share the moonlit night, how could he refuse? Tsunade observed Naruto's subtle gestures without comment, her expression unwavering as she fixed her gaze on Jiraiya. The playful glint in her eyes made Jiraiya feel a tinge of embarrassment, and without further contemplation, he promptly exited the grill house, followed closely by Tsunade. Naruto cast a sympathetic glance before resuming his feast. Alas, had Jiraiya conferred with him prior to penning such a letter, perhaps he would have avoided being perceived as a lecherous fool deserving of a beating. Even if he still failed to win Tsunade's heart. Lost in the delightful flavors of his meal, a sudden chorus of anguished wails shattered the tranquility. The patrons of the grill house exchanged bewildered looks, recognizing the familiar cries that seemed to emanate from nearby. Curiosity piqued. They set down their chopsticks and made their way to the entrance. What lay before them was astonishing. Tsunade had transformed into a fierce warrior, raining down blows upon Jiraiya as if he were a mere plaything, while passers-by hastily dodged the chaos. The scene was alarming yet captivating, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Even the waitress from earlier was swept up in the excitement, animatedly cheering on the spectacle. Tsunade's display of ferocity was imbued with a peculiar beauty, truly befitting Konoha's most radiant flower. Was it not Jiraiya, the esteemed elder, on the receiving end of her wrath? How artistically poignant. To the gathered spectators, Tsunade exhibited a visceral aesthetic of violence, transforming the act not into mere aggression but an enthralling performance of artistry. Amidst the commotion, Naruto remained undistracted, quietly relishing his grilled meat, savoring the joy it brought to his palate. After approximately 5 minutes of her tempestuous display, Tsunade, having released her pent-up frustration, shot Jiraiya a seething glare before storming off. The onlookers gradually dispersed, returning to their meals or attending to their own affairs, choosing to act as if nothing had transpired. With a bruised face and swollen features, Jiraiya gazed up at the night sky, still perplexed by the reason behind Tsunade's merciless beating. What had happened to trust among individuals? Wasn't there supposed to be an open dialogue about life? Indeed, fantasies are delightful, yet reality is harsh. He entered the barbecue restaurant with his head hung low, observing Naruto, who was relishing his meal. Could someone enlighten him as to why this was happening? Jiraiya, naturally the center of attention, drew many sympathetic gazes. It was unclear how he had provoked Tsunade, renowned not only for her beauty but also for her notorious temper. It was a consensus: one should never provoke Tsunade, lest they be taught the meaning of cruelty. Jiraiya-sensei, I must say, your love letter lacks any finesse, causing Tsunade-senpai to misconstrue your intentions, which is why she struck you. And you were just advised not to venture out, yet. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Well, one learns from their mistakes. In the future, consult me regarding such matters. Hey, who does this little brat think he is, pointing fingers at my esteemed Jiraiya-sensei? Is there no decorum left? The patron's curious gazes were fixed upon Jiraiya, baffled by this seemingly insignificant boy's audacity. If he were an outsider, Jiraiya would have likely lost his temper by now. Though Naruto's voice was barely audible, the onlookers could discern his gestures and expressions, indicating he was mocking Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya did not react with anger. Instead, he resembled a humble student enlightened by his teacher's guidance. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Why didn't I think to consult you sooner?" Alas, what a blunder. Naruto was particularly adept at navigating the nuances of romantic relationships, as evidenced by his poignant portrayals in Paradise of Affection. Frankly, Jiraiya, a rugged man, could never craft such emotionally resonant narratives. His success was undoubtedly attributed to Naruto's mentorship. Jiraiya's demeanor piqued the patron's curiosity even further. Who was this boy, so close to Jiraiya? That had gone unnoticed until now? I remember him. He is the mysterious genin who thwarted Kiryu's escape, someone remarked, and this observation gradually spread through the barbecue establishment. Consequently, the majority of ninjas shifted their perception of Naruto from initial disdain and indifference to shock and intrigue, even eclipsing Jiraiya's prominence. While Jiraiya was a formidable veteran, widely recognized for his prowess, this boy was an emerging talent whose potential was yet to be fully realized. Rumors of Kiryu's prison break had circulated. It was said that a genin had aided a genin in capturing him. Such tales seemed far-fetched yet were acknowledged as truth. If this boy truly was that enigmatic genin, then his talent must be exceptional, and it was likely that Jiraiya would take him under his wing. In that light, his earlier performance was not surprising, as the bond between a master and disciple is often harmonious. The youthful and delicate visage lingered profoundly in their minds. The next encounter would be unforgettable. When this little imp required assistance, extending a hand might yield bountiful returns in the future, serving as a low-risk, high-reward investment. Should this young one ascend to the position of Hokage, they could proudly proclaim, "I once aided the Hokage." Naturally, this was merely a possibility. With a satisfied belly, Naruto gently patted his abdomen after relishing every morsel of the barbecue. Upon summoning the waiter to settle the bill, Jiraiya grimaced at the cost, but quickly felt at ease when considering the potential for substantial profits in the future. What was this mere sum? He was now a celebrated author, capable of recouping today's expenses with just a few strokes of the pen back home. As Naruto and Jiraiya exited the barbecue establishment, Jiraiya suddenly recalled the 30 million ryo. The buyout price had escalated from 50 ryo per 1,000 characters to 10,000. he should not complain. Yet selling the rights to Ika Paradise would be more advantageous. In these tumultuous times, who could guarantee that Konoha would remain unscathed? Retaining the copyright served little purpose. It would only languish in his possession. Better to sell it and enjoy the fruits of his labor now. Jiraiya voiced his grievances to Naruto, who elucidated the benefits of retaining the rights. Trust me, holding on to the copyright will undoubtedly fill your coffers. Do not forsake an entire forest for a single tree, Naruto advised. In the original tale, Jiraiya's creation of Ika Paradise garnered immense popularity, comparable to its current acclaim, and he had sold both the manga and film rights. Such remarkable achievements should have rendered him a wealthy author, yet he remained impoverished, relying on Naruto's hard-earned savings. This unfortunate state was undoubtedly due to being exploited by unscrupulous capitalists, perhaps earning only 50 ryo per 1,000 characters, with the entire copyright purchased at a meager price. However, the present circumstances were different. With Naruto having taken Jiraiya as his mentor, it became his responsibility to safeguard Jiraiya from the manipulations of capitalists seeking to exploit him. He vowed to elevate Jiraiya to the status of a renowned author and wealthy magnate. Of course, these efforts were not solely for Jiraiya. They were also for his own future, which would undoubtedly involve numerous expenditures. Items like explosive tags and military rations were prohibitively expensive, leaving him only to envy them from afar. The explosive tags were formidable, akin to grenades from his past life, requiring utmost caution from all ninjas, as a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. These would prove invaluable in the future. Meanwhile, military rations were rare sustenance items that could rejuvenate chakra or stamina with a single dose, instantly invigorating the user, reminiscent of a Snickers bar. Yet, like all medicines, they bore the risk of side effects. Once he had the means, he would ensure ample supplies of both items. With Naruto's encouragement, Jiraiya ultimately resolved to dismiss the lingering thoughts of 30 million ryo and abandoned his intention to sell the copyright. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Naruto did not return home, but instead ventured to a serene corridor, where Kushina had informed him of the meeting place with Mikoto Uchiha. The corridor is carpeted with withered yellow leaves, the dim light flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. As the leaves crunch softly beneath his feet, Naruto sits on a bench, surveying his surroundings. Outside the corridor lies a vibrant night market, ablaze with lights, where patrolling ninjas occasionally pass by, making it unlikely for any foreign ninja to act boldly in such a setting. Mikoto Uchiha has yet to arrive, and in his boredom, Naruto finds himself reminiscing about the original narrative. The impression Mikoto left on him is that of a gentle and virtuous mother, devoted to her 2 sons and loving her husband, managing household affairs with grace and kindness, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of her eldest son. The thought of this conclusion tugs at his heartstrings, as the massacre of the Uchiha clan by Itachi is perhaps the most heart-rending moment in the story. Had Fugaku not conspired for rebellion, this family might have lived together in happiness, and Sasuke would not have been driven to seek refuge with Orochimaru, taking numerous misguided paths. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The sound of crunching leaves draws Naruto back to the present as he glances to his right, where a graceful figure approaches, harmonizing beautifully with the soft light. Her silhouette sways gently, strands of hair fluttering in the breeze, while her long, dark tresses cascade down to her waist. Her delicate, porcelain-like face resembles a fine work of art, worthy of admiration, especially her pair of lustrous, dark eyes, brimming with life, reminiscent of distant stars, dazzling and elusive. No wonder Sasuke is so striking. Their mother must have been a beauty from a young age. Compared to Kushina, Mikoto lacks a touch of youthful chubbiness, yet possesses a hint of mature charm. This maturity is understandable, as Mikoto is around 11 years old, 3 years older than Kushina and Naruto, naturally appearing more developed than they are. Mikoto's enchanting gaze seems to be searching for something. Naruto waves his hand, catching Mikoto's attention. She approaches, finding him unfamiliar, but nonetheless walks over. "Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki. It is a pleasure to meet you," he introduces himself, conveying courtesy and a lack of hostility. Mikoto brushes aside a strand of hair blown askew by the wind, smiling gently. "Hello, I am Mikoto Uchiha." In that instant, Naruto is momentarily entranced. Her simple gesture of tucking her hair back possesses a profound allure for a lonely heart, combined with her exquisitely delicate features that easily captivate. Her voice ringing clear like the melodious chirping of birds echoing in a secluded valley. Conversely, Naruto's appearance also momentarily startles Mikoto. His fresh, neatly cropped black hair, Deep-set eyes like the night sky, a clean, resolute face, and elegant muscle definition all radiate the vitality and warmth of youth. From that first glance, they both leave a positive impression on one another. Generally, a favorable first impression facilitates the unfolding of subsequent events. Throughout the encounter, Makoto remains composed, like a serene pool bathed in moonlight, undisturbed by ripples. Many boys have sought to introduce themselves to her before, and she has grown accustomed to it. The presence of this particular boy is neither novel nor rare. However, the young boy before her evoked a sensation distinct from any she had previously encountered. The precise nature of this difference eluded her, as if he were cloaked in an enigmatic veil, intriguing in its subtlety. One evident aspect was the boy's apparent lack of restlessness. He seemed to possess a certain maturity and steadiness that could perhaps be a mere illusion. "Miss Makoto, please take a seat," Naruhina gestured with a gentlemanly flourish. Makoto smiled warmly, nodding in acknowledgement before gracefully settling down, exuding an air of confidence. Naruhina thought to himself. As expected of a girl from a prestigious family, her demeanor was poised, approachable, and effortlessly endearing. "Are you waiting for someone?" Makoto inquired, tilting her head curiously. She doubted that a lively boy like him would be sitting alone here as a philosopher. "Yes, that person has already arrived." Makoto glanced around, failing to spot anyone approaching. Her confusion palpable. "I don't see anyone." "It is you," Naruhina replied with a faint smile. "Me? Do you know me?" Makoto pointed at herself, puzzled by the peculiar words of this younger boy who seemed quite ordinary. "I did not know you before, but I do now," he stated. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Makoto furrowed her brow. "You are waiting for Kushina, aren't you?" Naruhina, sensing her confusion, decided to be forthright. It was wise to keep the playful teasing within limits. Leaving a poor impression on Uchiha Makoto would be a regrettable misstep. "Kushina, you know her?" Makoto's expression softened as her eyebrows relaxed. "Kushina and I are both students of Jiraiya-sensei. In truth, it is not Kushina who is seeking you tonight, but rather I." Naruhina spoke slowly. The boy was indeed a disciple of Jiraiya, just like Kushina. Upon hearing this, Makoto could not help but reveal a hint of envy. Jiraiya was well known as an elite jonin of Konoha, having made substantial contributions early on, his prowess rivaling that of Konoha's second strongest, the White Fang. For children of their age, regardless of compatibility, the aspiration to become Jiraiya's apprentice was a common dream, yet not everyone could be accepted. Given her moderate performance at the Ninja Academy, she knew she would not catch Jiraiya's eye. However, she also felt fortunate that she was overlooked, as it allowed her the opportunity to find a mentor more suited to her needs. As for geniuses like Kushina, who could graduate early, it was no surprise they were chosen by Jiraiya. The boy before her, who was also a disciple of Jiraiya, must surely be gifted. Yet she had never heard of him. In the academy, renowned talents included Minato Namikaze and Kushina herself. While she did not know Minato personally, she often heard Kushina speak of him as a once-in-a-century genius, diligent in his training, and a role model for Kushina. But who was this Naruhina? Logically, the names of geniuses were well known among the students at the academy, revered as figures to admire. Yet during her time there, she had never once heard the name Naruhina, nor had she encountered him at all. Indeed, it is true that during his time at the Ninja Academy, Naruto's presence was nearly non-existent, and even his classmates could hardly recall his name. It was only after his battle with Hinata that people gradually became aware of this remarkable individual. How had he gone unnoticed for so long? At that time, Naruto's existence was almost imperceptible. He struggled to harness chakra due to his lack of talent, and as a result, no one wished to associate with him. Even the teachers paid him little attention. A girl like Makoto Uchiha, hailing from a prestigious clan, despite her mediocre performance, outshone Naruto, who was at the very bottom. Naruto's personal experiences serve as a testament. Geniuses are like brilliant stars, radiant and captivating, while the underdogs resemble specks of dust, so minuscule that they go undetected, swept away by the winds of time, forgotten by the very land they once inhabited. Makoto suspected Naruto was deceiving her. How could an unknown child be chosen by Jiraiya as his apprentice? However, if that were the case, the fact that Kushina had invited her to meet him tonight would not make sense. Ultimately, she found herself in a state of confusion. "Why should I believe you?" Makoto inquired. "You may pose that question to Kushina," Naruto replied calmly. Observing the boy's demeanor, Makoto sensed he was not lying. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to trust him, albeit tentatively. "Very well, what do you wish to discuss? Could you teach me Jinjutsu?" he asked. Jinjutsu is not something everyone can master. It requires a certain aptitude, Mikoto responded. Among the three categories of jutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, jinjutsu is the most challenging to learn. Mastery of jinjutsu is exceptionally difficult, leading most ninjas to focus on the comparatively simpler ninjutsu and taijutsu. Progress made in ninjutsu and taijutsu in the same time frame will undoubtedly surpass that of jinjutsu. Hence, it is typically used as a supplementary skill. However, this does not imply that jinjutsu is weak. On the contrary, when honed to perfection, it can easily vanquish opponents of equal rank. The once glorious Kurama clan gained notoriety through their bloodline-based genjutsu, once rivaling the Uchiha clan. It was rumored that the Kurama clan's bloodline limit allowed enemies to experience real damage within genjutsu, showcasing their formidable power. Yet, they soon fell into decline due to the poor physical constitution of their members and the low inheritance rate of their bloodline limit. Without inheriting the bloodline limit, the Kurama clan's ability to defend themselves was severely compromised, and their genjutsu prowess diminished significantly. Stripped of their reliance on genjutsu, they found themselves ill-equipped in ninjutsu and taijutsu, unable to confront adversaries, with their frail physiques rendering them incapable of even fleeing from danger. To date, only one individual has inherited the esteemed bloodline limit of the Kurama clan, Kurama Raya. She is celebrated as the strongest genjutsu ninja in Konoha today and serves as Mikoto Uchiha's mentor. Following the complete decline of the Kurama clan, another genjutsu family has risen to prominence, the Yuhi clan. Although the Yuhi clan lacks the bloodline limit of the Kurama clan, their physical capabilities surpass those of the latter, enabling them to adequately protect themselves. In recent years, they have contributed a steady stream of genjutsu ninjas to Konoha. While their reputation may not rival that of the Hyuga or Uchiha clans, they remain an indispensable force within Konoha. Naruto listened as Mikoto mentioned that learning illusion techniques requires innate talent. He felt no concern. His pursuit of illusion was not for its own sake, but rather to enhance his mental fortitude. There exist multiple methods for such enhancement, one of which involves immersing oneself in illusions to passively bolster mental strength. Although this approach may lack the efficiency of active learning, it remains a viable alternative. However, this would necessitate Mikoto's daily assistance. Yet, Naruto doubted that Mikoto would willingly sacrifice her time to aid a complete stranger in strengthening his mental prowess. As the saying goes, one must give to receive, without sacrifice. One cannot capture the wolf. To persuade Mikoto to willingly assist him, he needed to offer her something of value. But what could that possibly be? It must neither be trivial nor excessive. Naruto pondered, considering the Uchiha lineage. Surely, they lacked for nothing. Observing Naruto's silence, Mikoto inquired, "If you truly wish to learn illusion techniques, I can teach you some fundamental concepts. But what isn't it for me?" Just as Naruto suspected, others were unlikely to expend their time for his benefit unless he presented an enticing proposition, which could be material or otherwise. As the lights flickered, an idea struck Naruto, and he smiled as he said, "Helping me could make you stronger." This remark reminded him of a teasing phrase from his past life. Spending money can make you stronger. In fact, this statement held true in the world of Naruto as well. Merely requiring a slight alteration, activating cheats can make you stronger. Ultimately, the world of Naruto is one where cheats abound. Without employing some form of advantage, one might hesitate to declare oneself a ninja. In the later stages of the Ninja World War, those without such advantages would merely serve as cannon fodder. Mikoto frowned again and replied softly, "I could also use the time I spent teaching you to train myself and grow stronger." Naruto shook his head knowingly, stating enigmatically, "With my assistance, your power will increase at an extraordinary pace." Intrigued, Mikoto found herself curious about how this would transpire. "You will find out in due time." "Very well. Let us meet here tomorrow evening." Mikoto chose to trust Naruto. If he deceived her, she could simply walk away. Conversely, if he truly possessed a method to rapidly enhance her strength, it would be ideal. She yearned for power in this ruthless world. Only through constant self-improvement could one hope to survive. With their agreement settled, Naruto felt a surge of joy as he hummed a cheerful tune on his way home. Upon returning, the emptiness of his room sent a chill down his spine. Since his encounter with the rogue ninja, he had felt a profound sense of vulnerability. Having faced an elite ninja, he had come to understand their terrifying prowess. A single jutsu was sufficient to vanquish him. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the 1st Division of the police force, he might have bid farewell to this world. Clearly, his current abilities were woefully inadequate. While he might stand out among lower ninjas, when compared to elite ninjas, he was as insignificant as a firefly against the full moon. Utterly incomparable. Insufficient hard power necessitates the reliance on hidden cards. Thus, Miyen has resolved to master the ultimate secret of Shin, compassionate soul drop. The reason he had refrained from learning this technique until now is that it is merely an auxiliary ninjutsu, incapable of directly enhancing his raw strength. However, his perspective has shifted. While it may not augment his hard power, compassionate soul drop can serve as an effective means of escape. When faced with a stark disparity in strength between him and his adversaries, this technique enables a swift retreat, more accurately described as evasion. Since mere escape entails the risk of capture, this secret art allows him to instantaneously transport himself to the space occupied by another, rendering him undetectable to his foes, as though he had evaporated from existence. Of course, this technique possesses more than a singular function. If it were limited to just this, it would be rather lackluster. It is inconceivable that Shin would develop an ineffective ninjutsu, for its classification as a secret art implies considerable potency. The true strength of compassionate soul drop lies not merely in its ability to facilitate instantaneous relocation, but in its capacity to establish a profound connection with allies. When a companion finds themselves in peril, this technique transcends space and distance, delivering a mental signal to him. This signal stimulates the neural synapses in his brain, alerting him to his companion's life-threatening situation, thus enabling him to invoke the technique and instantaneously materialize by their side, enveloping them in a protective shield of formidable strength, exceeding even that of Soul Guard. To acquire this skill, one must forge a spiritual connection at the soul level with their comrades, ensuring the reception of this mental signal in times of danger. Although the notion of a soul-level connection may initially seem esoteric, it is, in fact, quite tangible. The mind is a manifestation of the soul, reflecting its true thoughts. It embodies the authentic self. Therefore, the mind does not deceive. It is the individual who may deceive themselves. The essence of the mind is often the most genuine. Akin to the mind-reading techniques of the mountain tribe, which probe the psyche to unveil the true nature of others. Establishing this connection necessitates blood as a medium, alongside genuine intent from both parties. Should one party harbor reluctance on a spiritual level, the connection cannot be forged. Mutual trust is imperative for such a bond. However, this connection is not perpetual. Should one party lose trust in the other, the mind will register feelings of resistance, severing the link. To re-establish this connection thereafter requires an even deeper level of trust, sufficient to entrust one's life to the other. Only then can their souls reconcile past grievances and maintain their spiritual bond. Currently, Miyen's most trusted ally is Minato, to whom he believes Minato also extends his trust. However, as the night wears on, it would be impolite to disturb Minato's rest, so he resolves to wait until the morrow to discuss matters further. This secret art, while seemingly straightforward, is neither entirely simple nor exceedingly difficult. Its simplicity lies in the fact that it does not require the rigorous training demanded by techniques like Blade of Twilight or Stabbing Flash. Its complexity, however, resides in the hand seals necessary for its execution. This secret technique necessitates the formation of 32 seals, a multitude of gestures that, while diverse, ultimately adhere to a singular essence. All ninjutsu is triggered by the 12 fundamental seals: Zi, Cho, In, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu, Su, and Hai. And the compassionate soul descent is no exception. To memorize and adeptly execute these seals swiftly requires extensive practice to attain proficiency. The sheer thought of 32 seals is daunting. It can be said that the compassionate soul descent is the ninjutsu that Miyen has encountered or heard about the most, without exception. While it is feasible to memorize the 32 seals in a short span, executing them within 5 seconds presents a significant challenge. For Miyen, this is no small feat. He does not believe that mastering the 32 seals in just one night is achievable within 5 seconds. Hence, he set a more attainable goal: to complete the 32 seals within 10 seconds. Drawing upon the recollections in his mind, Miyen began to practice, slowly forming each seal in succession. After completing the 32 seals, he realized he had nearly forgotten the earlier ones, prompting him to repeat the process. Initially, he did not pursue speed, but rather aimed to remember the order of the 32 seals, striving to execute them without interruption. As time passed, the lights of neighboring homes extinguished, leaving only the dim glow of the light in Miyen's small dwelling. Beneath this light, a slender figure was engrossed in forming seals, slowly and awkwardly. Yet, Miyen remained somewhat naive. After an entire night of effort, he could only manage to complete the 32 seals without pausing. Achieving this in 10 seconds was an arduous task, and even within 20 seconds, he had to swiftly transition between gestures. As for completing the 32 seals in 5 seconds, that seemed an unattainable aspiration for him at present. The morning air was always refreshingly crisp, far superior to the polluted atmosphere of his previous industrialized world. There was no haze, only the ethereal mist swirling around the mountain peaks, akin to a celestial paradise, a haven for ascetics. As he strolled down the street, the 32 seals lingered in Ming Yan's mind. The most significant task he had undertaken the previous night was to drill the seals in their sequence into his memory. However, what remained was but a vague recollection, not a clear memory, and he found himself straining to retrieve that fragment of knowledge. Upon reaching the training ground, he discovered that Minato had arrived before him, jogging around the perimeter. Ming Yan joined in. It is best not to converse while running. After completing 500 laps, Ming Yan and Minato paused to stroll around the training area. It is unwise to sit down immediately after running. Walking helps alleviate the strain on the legs. Minato, how is your progress with the Rasengan? Ming Yan inquired. I feel that in 10 days, I will have mastered it, Minato replied, his voice brimming with joy. The Rasengan had been a source of frustration for him over the past few months, and he was finally nearing a breakthrough, hoping that its power would not disappoint him. Congratulations in advance, Ming Yan smiled. By the way, would you be interested in forming a spiritual connection on a soul level with me? Such matters necessitate an open and candid discourse. Concealment cannot forge a connection. Only through mutual willingness and trust can such a bond be established, devoid of any mental resistance. A spiritual connection at the soul level? Suimin had never encountered such terminology, and he found himself perplexed. What could it possibly mean? In simpler terms, it refers to intertwining the spirits of you and me. Ming Yan believed that articulating this in a more straightforward manner would facilitate comprehension. What benefits does this confer? In the event that you find yourself in peril, our established spiritual connection would enable me to receive a mental signal, alerting me to your danger so that I may come to your aid, Ming Yan explained slowly. And if you were to face a life-threatening situation, would I also be able to receive your mental signal? Indeed, Ming Yan nodded. Although the other could perceive his mental signal, it would not allow for instant teleportation. This would negate the very essence of the compassionate soul link, which is intended to allow one to swiftly reach their companion's side and provide a protective shield to temporarily mitigate the crisis. What are we waiting for? Let us establish this spiritual connection at once. Upon hearing this, Suimin felt it was indeed a splendid notion. Should Ming Yan encounter danger, he would be forewarned and could rush to assist him. Conversely, if Suimin were in peril, Ming Yan would equally come to his aid, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship. Ming Yan smiled faintly and retrieved a blank scroll he had conveniently purchased earlier. This scroll, though diminutive, was approximately 6 meters long when fully unrolled, entirely devoid of any markings. He plucked a large leaf from a nearby tree and fashioned it into a vessel. After biting his finger to draw blood, he deemed the quantity sufficient and gestured for Suimin to do likewise. Suimin also pricked his finger, and their mingled blood took on a deep crimson hue. As he sought the incantation for the compassionate soul link in his mind, Ming Yan dipped a brush into the blood and began to inscribe the scroll, akin to an arcane ritual. The incantation was intricate, and it took him 3 minutes to complete. When the incantation took form, a crescent-shaped blood seal automatically manifested beneath it, a sign of success. This seal could only emerge when both souls accepted and trusted one another. In that instant, Ming Yan felt an intricate web of connection weaving between him and Suimin, an invisible bond that epitomized the establishment of their spiritual link. This connection would only transmit mental signals when one party faced life-threatening danger, as the intensity of the spirit would amplify exponentially in such dire circumstances. In everyday life, when the spirit remains relatively stable, transmitting mental signals is implausible. Thus, the condition for such transmission hinges on the presence of imminent peril. If possible, Ming Yan would prefer never to receive a mental signal from Suimin, yet this desire is impractical. Engaging in missions inevitably exposes one to various dangers, many of which could be life-threatening. Carefully rolling up the scroll, Ming Yan stored it away with utmost caution. The scroll holds immense significance. Once it is destroyed, the spiritual connection will be severed, inflicting harm upon both party spirits. Is that all there is to it? Minato gestured towards the scroll. What else could it be? Shortly thereafter, Kushina and Jiraiya arrived in succession. After a brief exchange, Jiraiya settled into his usual spot to pen his book, effortlessly producing 1,000 words in just an hour, a delightful endeavor indeed. If the teacher is unreliable and the disciple fails to strive, then all hope is lost. Fortunately, Each had their own pursuits. Minato immersed himself in studying the Rasengan, while Kushina delved into the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto continued from the previous night, diligently practicing intricate hand seals, setting his training goal for the day to complete the seals within 10 seconds. Meanwhile, in the Umbu headquarters, a small room exuded an eerie atmosphere, the silence only interrupted by the sound of footsteps. A row of masked Umbu ninjas stood in perfect alignment, none daring to utter a sound. The Umbu captain, Kakashi Hitaki, paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. It was unexpected that someone had infiltrated my Umbu ranks, Kakashi remarked blandly, yet anyone present could discern the underlying fury in his tone. I often wondered why. After receiving credible intelligence, our attempts to eliminate foreign assassins ended in futility. It turns out there is a mole among us, always alerting the enemy before we can act. Impressive, truly impressive. The row of Umbu ninjas remained silent, their stoic demeanor unshaken by Kakashi's words. Their psychological fortitude was commendable, and their lack of reaction was entirely expected. Suddenly, Kakashi bellowed, "Senju." The Umbu operative known as Senju stepped forward, standing respectfully before Kakashi. "Captain, how may I serve you?" Senju inquired. "You could at least attempt to blend in more convincingly, perhaps by bowing your head lower," Kakashi replied in a flat tone. At this remark, Senju's heart raced. After a moment of tension, Senju let out a cold laugh. "I knew you would discover my identity sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Indeed, you are worthy of being called the White Fang of Konoha." The other Umbu ninjas regarded Senju warily, now certain that he was not Senju at all, but rather an imposter masquerading as him. "Who are you, really?" Kakashi demanded sharply. He was not concerned about the infiltrator escaping, for this was his territory, and thus far, no one had managed to flee from the Umbu headquarters. "What? Don't you remember me?" As the words fell, Senju removed the animal mask he had worn over his face, revealing a pale visage, seemingly malnourished, belonging to a man in his 20s. When this face emerged before the White Fang, Kakashi suddenly recalled that this man was a ninja from the hidden waterfall village, possessing a unique bloodline limit. He had faced countless enemies. Those who left an impression on him were invariably formidable figures at the pinnacle of the ninja world. It was no wonder he had managed to infiltrate the Umbu for such an extended period without detection. It was indeed this man. If it were him, then it was entirely understandable how he had gone unnoticed within the Umbu for so long. Unlike others, this individual possesses a bloodline limit that allows him to read the thoughts and memories of his opponents. Having previously engaged him in combat, this person could always anticipate where the next attack would land, thus enabling preemptive defense. However, he maintained an advantage through his remarkably swift swordsmanship. Even though this individual could foresee his next move, it proved largely ineffective, for he could strike before a reaction could be made. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, his adversary was rescued by an accomplice. This remains his regret, for leaving such a person alive would only invite calamity. Indeed, this harbinger of misfortune has now emerged, having divulged a wealth of intelligence to the enemy, which has thwarted the efforts of the law enforcement units in their attempt to eliminate foreign assassins in one fell swoop. I remember not being able to eliminate you back then. Today, you shall surely meet your demise. The tone of Hitaki Tsukumo was frigid, imbued with an air of chilling intensity. The individual before him, capable of reading minds and memories, had delved into Chiyu's recollections, allowing for an uncanny disguise that even he could not detect. Had the law enforcement team not discovered Chiyu's corpse and captured Takumi alive, he might still be oblivious to the truth. He owed a debt of gratitude to Narihina. Without him, this infiltrator might never have been uncovered, and more lives in Konoha could have been lost. His judgment was sound. This young lad Narihina was worthy of his complete trust, deserving of the red pill, which would undoubtedly shine brilliantly in his hands. In truth, it is not I who uncovered you. As for who it was, I have no interest in knowing. If you wish to spare my life, I fear you lack the capability. The man spoke with fervor, his complexion paling further, resembling the white plaster on the wall. Indeed, it was not I who discovered you. With your abilities, you could easily deceive the world. Yet, every scheme has its flaws. Perhaps a mere trivial detail suffices to reveal your true identity. Hitaki Tsukumo replied calmly. I am no longer the person I once was. In the past, you could best me with your astonishing speed and agility, but do you truly believe you can achieve that now? The man swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a terrifying heat surged forth, transforming the room into a veritable steamer, as if engulfed by an invisible sea of flames. Under the oppressive heat, beads of sweat cascaded down the backs of those present. What incredible speed in forming seals! An Umbu ninja gasped, eyes wide in astonishment. The speed was beyond their capacity to interrupt, and the technique itself was formidable, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Vibrant tongues of flame erupted from the air, akin to a profusion of crimson blossoms unfurling with breathtaking swiftness. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a flash of white light surged through, and the flames swiftly dissipated, the terrifying heat vanishing as abruptly as it had arrived. The formidable presence lasted but 3 seconds before evaporating into thin air. The man's pupils constricted sharply, his face paling further, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as if he had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. What? Looking down, he found a dagger piercing with uncanny precision into his heart, blood gushing forth and painting a gruesome floral pattern. You are no longer the person you once were. Do you think I would remain stagnant? Kakashi Shiboku abruptly unsheathed White Fang, and in an instant, the blood that splattered forth traced a crimson arc in the air, spilling across the ground. How could this be? Your speed has not reached its limit? The individual stammered, astonished. The Umbu ninjas were taken aback. They had never witnessed their captain's true prowess. Now, witnessing it firsthand, they realized that their captain's swordsmanship had attained an extraordinary pinnacle, which explained why it was said that his skills eclipsed those of all in the ninja world. As the leader of the Umbu, who typically refrained from leading missions, his subordinates were curious about his genuine strength. Being appointed as Umbu captain undoubtedly required formidable power, and his illustrious achievements over the past years sufficed to demonstrate his might. However, the extent of that strength remained a mystery. Experiencing it firsthand allowed them to grasp the captain's formidable nature. They could scarcely perceive his movements, only feeling a flash of white light before he struck the enemy's vital points, undeterred by the searing heat. Had they faced the captain, the outcome would have been far graver. They might not have even had time to form a seal before losing their lives to a single stroke. This experience only deepened their respect and admiration for their captain. To serve as a subordinate to Konoha's White Fang was indeed a profound honor. Indeed, I once reached a plateau, but a plateau does not signify an inability to break through. In recent years, I have never neglected the refinement of my swordsmanship due to official duties, nor have I ever settled for my current state. Even if you refer to me as Konoha's White Fang out of trepidation, I shall not succumb to arrogance by abandoning the meticulous honing of my skills or the various attempts to enhance my speed. The principle that the strong grow stronger lies in the fact that the powerful are never content with the status quo. They diligently pursue excellence, striving to achieve their utmost potential. If you believe that the strong will cease to improve, then you are mistaken. Strength knows no bounds. There is no ultimate peak, only greater heights to attain. Blood flowed down the blade of White Fang as Kakashi Shiboku fixed his gaze upon the individual, articulately explaining the reasons behind his sustained peak performance and his capacity for further advancement. To others, he was the unparalleled Konoha White Fang. Yet reality imposed an invisible burden upon him. He understood that his strength alone was insufficient to instigate dialogue across the ninja world. To maintain everlasting peace and foster amicable relations among nations, one must possess a power formidable enough to instill awe. Clearly, he still had a long way to go. It could be said that he would struggle throughout his life to reach such power, yet he believed that future generations would achieve it. The adage goes, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead, and many rising stars were beginning to shine. Ultimately, Konoha's White Fang would become a part of history. The future world belongs to the new talents, and legends will be crafted by those youngsters. With a final, unwilling wail, the individual collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. After a day of training, Naruto managed to complete 32 seals within 10 seconds. However, 5 seconds still felt like a distant goal. While it may seem a mere 5 seconds, the closer one approaches the limit, the more challenging it becomes to enhance speed. This is akin to a 100-meter dash. As one nears their maximum velocity, any further improvement becomes increasingly elusive, rendering even a mere reduction of 0.5 seconds a lofty aspiration. With a stomach growling in hunger, I chose to temporarily set aside my troubling thoughts and ventured to a noodle shop to order a bowl of noodles. Grasping the chopsticks proved challenging, as my hands seemed to defy my will, lacking the strength to lift even the lightweight utensils. A gentle twist of my wrist sent waves of pain coursing through me, and the fatigue in my arms was all too evident. The practice of forming seals was far from the simplicity I had envisioned. After a day's exertion, my arms felt utterly exhausted, devoid of strength. If the compassionate technique required merely a handful of seals, it would not be so arduous, but with 32 seals to master, all while striving to minimize the time taken, the burden on my arms was considerable. During practice, the sensations were not overwhelmingly intense, yet now, as I rested, my arms felt as if they had been drained of strength, reminiscent of the fatigue one might experience after performing 800 push-ups. After a prolonged moment of recuperation, the noodles had nearly disintegrated in the broth before I finally managed to lift the chopsticks and bring the noodles to my mouth. Each time I turned my wrist, a sharp, searing pain would ensue, compelling me to feed myself with a straight hand. Though this method was slow, it alleviated much of the pain in my wrist. Having finished my meal, I leisurely made my way towards the corridor as evening approached. Upon arriving, I found Makoto Uchiha already seated on a bench, waiting for me. With fallen leaves carpeting the ground and the lights softly flickering, we exchanged smiles as I settled into a seated distance away from her, inquiring about the location of our practice. With her captivating eyes sparkling with intrigue, Makoto smiled gently and replied, "Right here will suffice. Genjutsu doesn't require an expansive space, and there are no disturbances here." She had confirmed my identity as Jiraiya's apprentice and recognized my amicable relationship with Kushina, deeming me a worthy ally to assist her in her endeavors. I nodded in acknowledgement. Makoto began to share a wealth of theoretical knowledge regarding Genjutsu, and I humbly listened. I had nearly forgotten much of what I had learned at the Ninja Academy, so a review was indeed beneficial. In essence, Genjutsu is a technique that manipulates an enemy's 5 senses, disrupting their mental state and ensnaring them in an illusion. While it does not inflict physical harm, it serves to confuse the enemy, leading them to believe that the illusions are tangible realities, thereby tormenting their psyche. The practitioner can also combine the illusion with feigned attacks, causing the enemy to mistakenly perceive the assault as a part of the illusion, trapping them in a relentless cycle of futile defense against phantom strikes, ultimately leading to their exhaustion and demise. I nodded in understanding. This explanation revealed that Genjutsu is indeed a sophisticated form of deception aimed at bewildering the adversary. The fundamental prerequisite for ensnaring an enemy in Genjutsu is to infiltrate their body with one's chakra through a medium, thereby disturbing their chakra and manipulating their senses. Of course, this pertains to general Genjutsu. The Uchiha clan's visual-based Genjutsu can be activated directly through the Sharingan, eliminating the need to transmit chakra, which underscores the formidable prowess of the Uchiha lineage. Allow me to provide an example. Auditory illusion techniques do not solely rely on sound to manifest their effects. At their core, they involve infusing chakra into the enemy's body, integrating it with sound, and transmitting this sound through the air to infiltrate the enemy's consciousness, thereby ensnaring them in an illusion. Accompanied by enchanting melodies, this technique wields even greater potency. This illustration from Makoto inevitably leads Naruhiko to contemplate the character of Miyu from the original work, one of the sound ninjas. She, too, was adept in auditory illusion techniques. Upon hearing the notes played from her flute, adversaries would succumb to her illusions. Sound is omnipresent, even if one covers their ears. A mere whisper can infiltrate their auditory senses, plunging them into a phantasm. The prowess of auditory illusion ninjas is indeed formidable, particularly when enhanced by unique compositions. While chakra cannot traverse through the air, sound can, which is the essence of auditory illusion techniques. However, this raises a question. Why do some illusion ninjas merely need to form seals to ensnare their foes without any direct contact or sound? Naruhiko is perplexed, recalling that in the original narrative, Tsukuho utilized illusion techniques without engaging with her enemies or emitting any sound. She simply executed a series of seals, and her adversaries fell into an illusion, akin to the casting of ninjutsu. This leads to my subsequent point. Chakra is a composite energy that cannot propagate through the air, necessitating the use of the 5 senses. However, this method is only effective for ninjas who possess heightened sensitivity to these senses. Ordinary ninjas may find it challenging. Lacking sensitivity to the 5 senses, must resort to forming seals as a means of utilizing my chakra. Are you suggesting that by merely forming seals, one can bypass the 5 senses and directly implant their chakra into an enemy's body? Naruhiko inquires. Makoto nods gently, brushing aside the strands of hair disturbed by the breeze, and continues. The act of forming seals is a manifestation of chakra through technique. Every illusion technique requires a sequence of 3 specific seals, Chin, Wu, and Hai, designed to molecularize chakra. Once chakra is molecularized, it can traverse through mediums such as air. Upon hearing this, Naruhiko feels as though he has opened the door to a new realm. Truly, a single conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. If that is the case, does it not imply that anyone could wield illusion techniques? Naruhiko poses another query, recalling that in the original work, Few characters possess the ability to use such techniques, far fewer than those who practice taijutsu. Indeed, one could say that as long as one can form seals and extract chakra, they can perform illusion techniques. However, low-tier illusions are utterly ineffective against adversaries, even less so than a mere shuriken. I see now, Naruhiko realizes, those characters in the original narrative did not lack the ability to use illusions, but rather, such techniques were of no use to them. Only those with a profound understanding of illusion techniques and strong mental fortitude can unleash their true power. For instance, my teacher epitomizes the pinnacle of illusion mastery. Makoto clasps her hands together, her eyes gleaming with desire for the kind of power that conquers all with a mere gesture. Strong mental fortitude. At the mention of this, Naruhiko becomes immediately animated, as his pursuit of illusion techniques is primarily to enhance his mental prowess, thereby enabling him to exploit the weaknesses of his foes with his piercing perception repeatedly. Is it possible to strengthen one's mental fortitude? Naruhiko inquires. Certainly. Through rigorous practice and in-depth study of illusionary arts, one can undoubtedly enhance their mental fortitude. Moreover, the stronger one's mental prowess, the less susceptible they become to illusions. Makoto's words reignited Neru's confidence. Previously, he regarded the enhancement of mental strength as a mere secondary pursuit. However, it has now become evident that the cultivation of mental strength is of utmost importance. Although he has yet to encounter an adversary proficient in illusionary techniques, should such an encounter arise in the future, his formidable mental strength could grant him immunity against illusions. Before delving into the study of illusions, I must assess your sensitivity to the five senses to determine whether you possess any exceptional talent in this regard. As Makoto spoke, she produced a long, pitch-black box, waving it before Neru's eyes with a playful smile, saying, "Let us use this to gauge your abilities." As Miyen gazed at the black box swaying before him like a pendulum, a sense of curiosity stirred within him. What peculiar items might it contain? Seemingly sensing his bewilderment, Uchiha Makoto opened the elongated box, revealing 5 compartments, each housing a distinct object. "Let us begin with this one," she said, extracting a square, transparent stone from the first compartment. Miyen accepted it, feeling its cool, smooth surface, exceedingly pleasant to the touch. "Examine this stone closely and share your observations," Makoto encouraged, noting the innate curiosity of the 8-year-old boy towards novel experiences. He scrutinized the stone for an extended period but discerned no semblance of a flower within. "This stone is entirely transparent. I can only perceive the scenery behind it," he replied. "Very well, give this a whiff," she said, reclaiming the transparent stone and retrieving the next item from the second compartment. Miyen inspected it closely. It resembled jelly, possessing a remarkable elasticity. He held it to his nose and inhaled gently, detecting no scent. A more vigorous sniff yielded the same result. There is no aroma at all. As they progressed, Makoto's disappointment deepened. It seemed Miyen might share her insensitivity towards the 5 senses. She understood that sensitivity to even one of the senses could significantly enhance one's mastery of illusion techniques in ninjutsu. A ninja with heightened sensory awareness possesses an innate advantage, capable of ensnaring foes in illusions without the need for hand seals, a compelling illustration of speed surpassing that of sound transmission. Upon observing the final item in the last compartment, Makoto shook her head and closed the box, deeming it futile for Miyen to attempt the final test. "Isn't there one more left to try?" he questioned, harboring a flicker of hope. "It is unnecessary," she replied, her tone indifferent. "Allow me to try," Miyen insisted, his gaze unwavering with determination. Taken aback, Makoto sighed softly before retrieving the last item, an unremarkable pebble. The pebble gleamed under the light, reflecting brilliance akin to a mirror, devoid of any cracks and as smooth as an infant's delicate hand. Having undergone the previous tests, Miyen realized this trial pertained to tactile sensation. As he accepted the pebble from Makoto, he was taken aback by the unexpected texture. Despite its seemingly smooth appearance, it felt coarse to the touch, akin to rubbing against sandpaper. Makoto's gaze drifted elsewhere, her thoughts wandering. She understood that Miyen would have to rely solely on hand seals to execute illusion techniques, as tactile sensitivity was the most elusive to cultivate. To her knowledge, no ninja had ever demonstrated heightened sensitivity in this regard. Historically, the majority of illusion practitioners relied on hand seals to manifest their techniques, constituting over 90% of illusionists, followed by those who utilized visual or auditory cues. A rare ninja capable of casting illusions through the senses of smell, taste, and touch exists among these. The illusionists who manipulate the senses of smell and taste are somewhat familiar, even to those who have not encountered them personally. However, the aspect of touch is entirely unknown to her, both in experience and hearsay. There exists a type of illusion that continuously be categorized as a tactile illusion, albeit not in its pure form, as it requires not only physical contact, but also the assistance of the Sharingan's ocular power to activate. This is known as izanami. It is rumored that izanami is a forbidden technique created by an unnamed woman of the Uchiha clan, a jutsu that determines one's fate. Those ensnared by this technique are drawn into an endless cycle of reincarnation, where they must come to terms with their true selves and undergo a profound transformation to escape the illusion. Yet, this remains merely a rumor, as no member of the Uchiha clan has ever demonstrated this technique, leading to speculation that it may not exist at all, but rather serves as a ploy to instill fear in other clans and nations regarding the Uchiha legacy. Aside from this rumor, she has encountered no other tactile illusion, and the notion of tactile illusionist ninjas is entirely fictitious. It is widely acknowledged that touch is the most pronounced of the five senses. The sensation of pain from a blade's cut, the searing heat of fire, or the numbing chill of ice are all vivid reminders of its potency. The sensations derived from touch are far more intense than those of the other four senses. Thus, illusions cast through touch would significantly amplify the bewilderment they create, leading the victim to become disoriented between reality and illusion, suffering mentally as if the torment were real, with even their soul subjected to anguish, ultimately leading to their demise within the illusion. In the realm of illusions, touch reigns supreme among the senses. Illusions born from it possess a strength unparalleled by the others. Even her mentor, Arima Yawara, while sensitive to four of the senses, has never been able to attain sensitivity towards touch, illustrating the rarity of tactile illusionist ninjas, truly an unheard-of phenomenon. Nevertheless, Yawara is indeed a rare talent in the art of illusion, as most individuals can only be sensitive to one sense, while she excels in four, a primary reason for her being hailed as the foremost illusionist. Her sensitivity to four senses allows Yawara to ensnare her enemies in illusions undetected. Often, before a battle even commences, adversaries have unwittingly fallen prey to her illusions. Despite this, Yawara harbors a sense of regret for never having encountered tactile illusions, leaving her unable to comprehend the depth of their reality. Miss Mikoto, this pebble is quite peculiar. A youthful voice roused Mikoto from her thoughts. She blinked her large, sparkling eyes in confusion. What did you just say? I said, this pebble is quite peculiar, Nariaki remarked, cradling the pebble in one hand, his features contorted in bewilderment. This pebble is truly strange, no matter the angle from which I observe it. It remains a smooth and shiny stone. Yet, how can it feel so rough, akin to sandpaper? It defies logic. Strange. Mikoto suddenly realized something and quickly inquired. What is strange about it? Behold, this stone is remarkably smooth, is it not? As the words left his lips, Meichin's heart raced unexpectedly, her gaze fixed intently on Miyen. Akin to a treasure being coveted, fearful it might be snatched away by another. Observing her fervent expression, Miyen presumed she was skeptical. Thus, he placed the pebble into her palm and inquired, what does it feel like to you? Distracted, Meichin replied, it feels very smooth. Very smooth? Miyen couldn't help but question his own perception. He reclaimed the pebble from her hand and examined it again, feeling its surface, which retained the texture of sandpaper, rough and devoid of any smoothness. Why does it feel coarse to me? I may not be well-read, but do not deceive me. Uchiha Meichin's countenance shifted, as if she had received some monumental news. This pebble was no ordinary stone. It possessed the ability to determine one's sensitivity to tactile sensations. For those insensitive to touch, it would feel as smooth and refined as it appeared, yet for the touch-sensitive, it would reveal a roughness, allowing them to perceive the minute cracks measured in microns upon its surface. Such subtle fissures were imperceptible to the average person, only discernible to those with heightened sensitivity. This indicated that Miyen was indeed sensitive to touch. Upon this revelation, a thunderous realization struck Meichin's mind. This was utterly astonishing. While her teacher had struggled tirelessly to cultivate sensitivity to touch, here was a young boy who possessed it effortlessly. The tactile illusionary techniques she had neither heard nor seen in her years may now be emerging through this child. The tactile illusionist would be epitomized in this boy. A tumult of envy, jealousy, and myriad complex emotions surged within Meichin. She had never anticipated that this boy, named Truman Miyen, would exhibit such sensitivity in the realm of touch, the foremost of the five senses, a profound blow to her. Yet, the paramount concern now was to ascertain the extent of Miyen's sensitivity. Each individual harbors varying degrees of sensitivity across the 5 senses, the more acute the sensitivity, the higher their skill in illusionary techniques, rendering the illusions more authentic. Once her tumultuous emotions settled, Miyen gazed at Miyen with an urgent intensity. Please, describe to me just how rough it feels. Miyen, perplexed by the sudden shift in Uchiha Miyen's demeanor, her eyes mirrored the fierce desire of other girls who wished to claim him as their own, wondered if she had taken a liking to him. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, recognizing her prestigious Uchiha lineage and his own status as a mere low-ranking ninja. It was best to respond honestly, as he would still rely on her for teaching illusionary arts. It feels like rubbing against sandpaper, incredibly coarse. The pebble is riddled with tightly packed, minute cracks, completely contrasting the smooth surface I see. As soon as he concluded, Miyen suddenly turned and clasped his hands tightly, a faint yet alluring fragrance enveloping him. The exquisite softness of her touch affirming that this was no dream. My heavens! Surely, the onset of love can be as sudden and overwhelming as a tornado, leaving one utterly unprepared. Makoto tightly grasped Narike's hands, as if striving to protect him, her face flushed with excitement, reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers, exuding an exquisite beauty. The sensitivity of her touch reached an extraordinary level, akin to a bloodline limit. This young boy was indeed the prodigy that Konoha ought to safeguard. After a considerable moment, Makoto released her grip, feeling no qualm about her earlier gesture, treating Narike as an elder sister would her younger brother, despite his 3-year junior status. Narike, however, felt a pang of loss, shaking his head to dispel any errant thoughts. Makoto no longer felt envy or jealousy when a genius shines so brightly. It becomes evident that the chasm between them is insurmountable. Such disparity fostered a self-awareness within her, even if she felt envious. She could never achieve the same level of prowess. Instead, she genuinely rejoiced for Narike, for those with such heightened sensitivity are exceedingly rare. And to have such a remarkable individual sitting beside her was a blessing. Narike, congratulations on your sensitivity to touch. You may very well become a tactile illusion ninja. Oh, that's nice. Narike was oblivious to the significance of being a tactile illusion ninja, thus he brushed off her statement lightly. Makoto paused, quickly realizing that he was unaware of what being a tactile illusion ninja entailed. It was imperative for her to enlighten him, otherwise, if he did not appreciate this rare gift, he might squander it and achieve little in the realm of tactile illusions. Sensitivity alone indicated exceptional talent, but without diligent effort, great accomplishments would remain elusive. Consequently, Makoto thoroughly explained the rarity of such sensitivity to Narike. Upon hearing her, he began to comprehend the magnitude of this gift. Could it be that he might become the foremost tactile illusionist? That certainly sounded impressive. This revelation was a delightful surprise for him, as he initially pursued illusion techniques merely to enhance his mental fortitude, not anticipating the discovery of such a formidable talent. According to Makoto Uchiha, this gift was rare and powerful. Did this mean he would possess a significant advantage in the future? With that thought, Narike could not contain his excitement and leaped up, gesticulating joyfully. Observing his exuberance, Makoto admonished playfully, do not rejoice too soon. Sensitivity to touch merely indicates talent. Without effort, even the greatest gifts can be rendered useless. Thus, you must exert yourself in accordance with your abilities, or you will fail to unlock their full potential. I understand all that. So what shall we do next? Narike gestured. Having shared so much tonight and tested the 5 senses, it is getting late. Let us formally delve into illusion techniques tomorrow evening. For now, take time to digest the theoretical knowledge. Understanding is paramount in illusion techniques. Only by grasping their underlying principles can one harness their true power. Narike, however, felt disheartened. The sooner he learned, the sooner he could master this gift, making the most of every precious second. However, he could not impose his will, as he was requesting a favor rather than issuing commands to subordinates. He now understood why Uchiha Makoto had suddenly grasped his hand. It was due to her overwhelming excitement. After all, how could a dazzling illusionist from the Uchiha clan possibly take an interest in a penniless youth devoid of any background or prowess? By the way, you mentioned last night that you could assist me in rapidly enhancing my abilities. You haven't forgotten, have you? Makoto inquired. Of course, he had not forgotten. What must be done? Illusion ninjas typically possess a critical flaw. Do you know what it is? Makoto responded without hesitation. Their physical combat skills are weak. This was a well-acknowledged truth. Many illusion ninjas, in their pursuit of mastering their art, neglect the training of ninjutsu and taijutsu, resulting in deficiencies in both, particularly in taijutsu. As its training is arduous and exhausting, mastering illusions demands considerable mental fortitude, often leaving one utterly fatigued and disinclined to engage in intensive physical training afterward. She was acutely aware of this, which is why she had moderated her illusion training to allocate time for enhancing her physical prowess. Indeed. But strengthening taijutsu requires years of relentless training. It is not something that can be achieved in a short period. With a shift in tone, Miyen continued, however, I can impart to you numerous practical close combat techniques. When your illusions fail to intimidate your adversaries, these skills will enable you to contend with foes who excel in physical combat, or even gain the upper hand. Close-quarters combat abilities are an indispensable asset for any ninja. When both parties are low on chakra, they often resort to direct confrontation, where the physically adept possess advantages in strength and stamina, overpowering those who are weaker in taijutsu. Nonetheless, the physically weaker individuals are not merely victims in close combat. They can compensate for their shortcomings by mastering a plethora of combat techniques through learning and practice. Shun had once imparted a wealth of invaluable combat experiences, including highly practical close combat techniques. During his matches with Minato, Miyen had integrated these techniques into his fighting style, and through countless bouts, he had become proficient in their application. These skills, when combined with the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, would allow him to gain an advantage even against bloodline users endowed with superior strength and stamina. The principle of leveraging finesse to overcome brute force is akin to the adage of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Close combat techniques? Are they truly effective? Makoto pondered, finding Miyen's assertions somewhat esoteric. She believed that strength was absolute and that there was no room for clever tricks. You could give it a try, Miyen replied, promptly retrieving a kunai. Words are futile. Only through practice can one attain true understanding. He had no intention of employing the red pill, as doing so would inevitably lead to the instinctive use of the Hatake sword techniques, which would not allow Makoto to appreciate the so-called close combat techniques. She would merely perceive the swordsmanship's superiority, which had little to do with the combat skills. Curious to experience these purported close combat techniques, Makoto stood up, creating distance between them, and drew her kunai, preparing for battle. The physical combat abilities of illusion ninjas had long been criticized, and thus she exerted herself daily, striving to prove to others that the taijutsu of illusion ninjas was equally formidable. Beneath the faint glow of light, 2 figures stood on either side of a corridor, their gazes locked in a fierce exchange. In the next moment, they propelled themselves forward, thick layers of fallen leaves swirling around them. Their speed was commendable, though not remarkable. The clash of metal resonated, sparks flying like dazzling fireworks against the pitch-black night, a spectacle of brilliance. In terms of strength and speed, the disparity between Miyen and Meichin was negligible. Though Miyen engaged in daily physical training, Meichin had 3 years on him, even with a lesser training intensity. Those extra years had equipped her with comparable prowess in martial arts. The concept of martial arts encompasses 2 meanings. One pertains to sheer hand-to-hand combat ability, while the other involves techniques developed from physical strength, often resulting in successive strikes or explosive effects. Among the techniques that produce successive strikes are the Lion's Roar initiated by Shadow Dance Leaf, the 8 trigrams 64 palms from the Hyuga clan, and the multiple heavy strikes of Li Lianhua that break through physical limits, among others. Explosive techniques include the Konoha Whirlwind and Shadow Dance Leaf, as well as Biao Lianhua. Of course, Lianhua belongs to the 8 gates of Duanjia, a high-level martial art demanding exceptional physical conditioning. Not everyone can master it. The 8 gates function as valves controlling the flow of chakra within the meridian system. Once opened, chakra surges dramatically, reaching the peak of strength and speed. Without a robust physique, utilizing such techniques is a certain path to demise. Simpler techniques like Konoha Whirlwind and Shadow Dance Leaf can be learned as long as one meets the physical and flexibility requirements. As ninjas who do not specialize in martial arts, both Miyen and Meichin only needed sufficient hand-to-hand combat ability. Investing time in mastering successive or explosive techniques would not only be a waste, but could also lead to serious injury or disability. With a fierce determination, Uchiha Meichin swung her kunai downwards. Miyen raised his hand to block, twisting his wrist in a manner that sent a sharp pain coursing through him, a lingering consequence of his rigorous training in hand signs. Fortunately, the pain was fleeting, and he managed to endure it. As Meichin's kunai glided smoothly to the side, Miyen evaded her strike while simultaneously sweeping his leg, catching Meichin off guard as she focused her attack on his upper body, leaving her lower half vulnerable. Just as Mei-chin was about to fall, Miyen lunged forward and caught her. The soft yet firm sensation stirred something within him, and Mei-chin's rapid breaths filled the air with an alluring fragrance. Despite her incomplete development, her figure was still pleasingly accentuated by her close-fitting attire. It was a moment of pure enjoyment. Upon regaining her composure, Mei-chin blushed with indignation and shot a glare at Miyen. This was a contest. He should regard her as an adversary, not assist her during battle. No sooner had she uttered those words than she resumed her assault, refusing to believe that she, despite being 3 years his senior, could be outmatched in close combat by this boy. As they clashed repeatedly, Miyen adeptly wielded various techniques, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense, seizing the initiative as Mei-chin found herself relegated to a defensive stance. With a kunai held firmly in hand, he lunged towards Makoto, while his left hand stealthily withdrew a shuriken from his ninja pouch. Throughout the encounter, he relentlessly attacked with the kunai in his right hand, achieving the intended effect. As Makoto focused on fending off the kunai, Narake swiftly pressed the shuriken against her waist. With a slight exertion, he could inflict injury. This maneuver could be described as a classic feint, drawing her attention to his right-hand kunai while his left hand launched the assault unexpectedly. Realizing the futility of resistance, Makoto conceded, understanding that she had been thoroughly outmatched by Narake's from the outset. Seated upon a bench, the distance between them transformed from an initial space of one person to a mere half-person's width. How about this? I shall teach you close combat techniques, and in return, you will impart your illusions to me. This exchange will be mutually beneficial, Narake's proposed with a smile. Under the moonlight, Makoto's complexion appeared increasingly porcelain-like, so delicate that it seemed capable of dripping water, her long, dark hair shimmering with an ethereal glow, exuding an irresistible allure. Very well, Makoto replied without hesitation. In truth, even if Narake's failed to uphold his end of the bargain, she would still willingly teach him illusions. For his heightened sensitivity to touch indicated his potential to become the first tactile illusionist ninja in history. This was not merely for Narake's sake. It also served her own interests. Forming an alliance with such a prodigy could prove advantageous should she encounter future adversities, and through teaching him illusions, she could ascertain whether tactile illusions possessed the legendary power they were said to, thereby deepening her understanding of the art. On a broader scale, should Narake's flourish, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force within Konoha, capable of repelling any invaders that dared to threaten the village. Of course, she lacked such foresight. Her actions were primarily aimed at ensuring her own survival, along with that of her family and comrades. Growing up amidst such dire circumstances, merely securing enough sustenance for survival seemed deceptively simple, yet it represented a daunting global challenge. In a brightly lit office, a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness, a report was being delivered. According to intelligence from various sources, a considerable number of suspicious individuals are converging towards the village outskirts overnight, likely foreign ninjas. However, due to their overwhelming numbers, our informants dare not act hastily, fearing they might alert the enemy. An Umbu ninja gasped as he reported to Kakashi Hitaki. Leaning on his chin, Kakashi contemplated for a moment before raising his eyebrows and issuing commands. Immediately assemble the sensory unit for an investigation. The first squad will remain stationed with the Umbu, while the remaining squads swiftly establish a perimeter outside the village. Not a single sparrow must escape, otherwise there will be severe consequences. Should any foreign ninja dare to defy us, they shall be met with lethal force. Typically, these foreign ninjas operated in secrecy, evading detection like filthy rats scurrying into holes. Now, with their undercover agent deceased, they understood that without such assistance, they would soon be discovered by Konoha, prompting a desperate, large-scale nocturnal exodus. However, this presented a rare opportunity to capture them all at once. Let these wretched rats meet their doom. Understood. With a resounding affirmation, the Umbu headquarters erupted into activity as multiple squads descended within 10 seconds, moving as units in various directions. As Hitaki Tsukumo donned a black trench coat, he exited the Umbu building. Meanwhile, within the brightly lit office of the police department, Uchiha Fugaku was diligently sorting through a stack of intelligence logs, his mind shrouded in a cloud of contemplation. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Enter. The door swung open, revealing none other than the Umbu leader, Hitaki Tsukumo. Senior White Fang, have you discovered any leads at this late hour? Fugaku inquired, skeptical that the Umbu leader would seek him out for matters beyond their work. My subordinates have reported that foreign ninjas are preparing to evacuate Konoha under the cover of night. They are elite assassins from various smaller nations, formidable in their prowess. Necessitating your police department's assistance, Tsukumo stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Fugaka swiftly summoned a member of his team. Gather the 1st Division downstairs for assembly. Under the pressure of the Hokage, he had been tormented by this case, struggling to eat and sleep, eagerly awaiting the chance to launch this final assault. The enemy was no weakling. Only the 1st Division possessed the capability to undertake such a crucial task. Sending in the other divisions would merely amount to filling numbers. Furthermore, in an operation of this nature, fewer participants would enhance their mobility and prevent any hindrance. Within mere seconds, the 1st Division stood in perfect formation beneath the office building. Awaiting orders, their spirits high. Despite the early hour, none displayed a trace of fatigue. The aura they exuded even caused Tsukumo to squint. The 1st Division of the police department, in terms of obedience and morale, rivaled his Umbu, marking them as an elite force. Fugaku, uneasy about entrusting the 1st Division to Tsukumo's command, decided to lead the team himself, believing it best to have his own men guided by one of their own. Damn it, the Konoha ninjas are relentless. A man cursed as he glanced back while sprinting. Should we counterattack? A companion asked, anxiety etched across his face. Are you foolish? A counterattack would only delay us. Once the reinforcements from Konoha arrive, escape will be impossible. This place will become our grave. With that, the conversation ceased, and they continued their desperate flight. A similar scene unfolded throughout the village of Konoha as foreign ninjas fled, pursued by Konoha's forces. With the aid of the Umbu sensory unit, the combat forces advanced at full speed towards the enemy's position, the gap between them narrowing. At a certain moment, the scattered foreign ninjas converged towards the village gates, for beyond those gates lay their only hope of survival. Meanwhile, the pursuing Umbu ninjas also gathered at the gates. The foreign ninjas' escape from Konoha was contingent upon breaching the gates, as no other exit existed. The walls of Konoha were towering and robust, composed not of ordinary concrete but infused with a dense chakra, providing an astonishing defense capable of withstanding the full force of hundreds of elite shinobi. Even if one could soar through the skies, escape would remain an elusive dream, for above the village of Konoha looms an immense defensive barrier, akin to a transparent lid that envelopes the entire area. Unless one possesses the formidable power to shatter this barrier, exit remains utterly impossible, a power that can be categorized as akin to that of a Kaguya. The foreign ninjas are acutely aware of this reality. Refraining from futile attempts akin to throwing eggs against stones, the prospect of survival is tantalizingly close, as crossing the threshold to flee Konoha would significantly enhance their chances of survival. Upon sighting a vast shadow rushing toward them, the vigilant gatekeepers, several elite jonin, exhibited no hesitation, swiftly enacting the barrier with a coordinated effort. 5 jonin positioned themselves at each corner, their hands moving in rapid succession to form seals. And upon completing their incantations, they pressed their palms firmly to the ground. Absorption technique. A gust of wind swept through, yet nothing appeared to change. The so-called absorption technique remained indistinct and imperceptible. The leading foreign ninjas charged forward, only to be repelled by an invisible net that seemed to ensnare them. And they could distinctly feel their chakra being siphoned away upon contact with this unseen web. Do not approach. There exists a transparent barrier that absorbs chakra. Upon hearing this warning, hundreds of foreign ninjas halted at the threshold, hesitating to act recklessly. The Konoha ninjas soon arrived, and standing idle in such a perilous situation was tantamount to awaiting death. Thus, some resorted to ninjutsu in desperate attempts to escape. Observing this, the remaining foreign ninjas followed suit, unleashing an onslaught of ninjutsu against the transparent barrier, expending their chakra, and throwing explosive tags attached to kunai in a futile effort. Their lives hanging by a thread, yet finding no use for the explosive tags. The detonations rang out, the explosions casting a brilliant white light that illuminated the area, resembling white fireworks blooming in the night sky. However, the explosive tags proved ineffectual, and the multitude of ninjutsu dissipated into the air, achieving naught. What is happening? The foreign ninjas exchanged glances, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Why were their combined assaults yielding no results? Among them, the weakest possessed Chunin-level strength, with jonin comprising a third of their ranks, including 5 elite jonin, yet even such a formidable assembly could not breach this barrier? Anxiety arose, sweat beading on brows. For when the pursuers arrived, they could foresee only a dead end. Having slain so many, they doubted Konoha would show them mercy. At that moment, their collective gaze turned toward a figure clad in purple robes. If even this individual could not penetrate the barrier, then they were left with no recourse but to await their fate. Countless desperate eyes converged on the purple-robed ninja, whose expression remained as still as a stagnant pond. Indifferent to the pleas of others, fixated intently on the gate. Through the repeated attempts of others, he had surmised the principle behind the barrier technique. It absorbed chakra and, by extension, the ninjutsu formed from chakra, rendering their techniques ineffective. Thus, the only recourse left was to attempt a physical strike. Rushing to the gate, he delivered a tentative punch, only to feel as though he had struck a bed of cotton. No matter the force applied, it seemed futile. No, this is an illusion. Sufficient power can indeed shatter it. Absolute strength can break all barriers. The gatekeepers, elite ninjas of the Leaf Village, stood confidently beside the formidable barrier they had erected. This barrier was designed to absorb the chakra of adversaries and nullify ninjutsu, rendering such techniques utterly ineffective. Even formidable taijutsu would struggle to breach it. While its physical defenses might not rival those of an impenetrable wall, it could withstand the full might of AJ Nin's assault. Yet, in the next instant, an astonishing aura emanated from the figure clad in purple robes. With a mere punch, devoid of any elaborate theatrics or overwhelming chakra, he delivered a solid blow. Crack! The transparent barrier instantly fractured, resembling the intricate rings of a tree, the fissures expanding outward until they enveloped the entire shield, reminiscent of shattering glass. Boom! The barrier erupted into shards, which, caught by a gentle breeze, drifted away. Though invisible to the eye, the gatekeepers sensed the sudden absence of obstruction before them. In the blink of an eye, the foreign ninjas surged forth from the gate, beyond which lay a realm symbolizing life itself. The Leaf ninjas, still reeling from shock, found their expressions frozen at the moment the man shattered the barrier, too stunned to pay heed to the frenzied escape of the foreign ninjas. One punch. Just one punch shattered the barrier? This was no trivial jest. Until now, only Tsunade, in an act of defiance against the Hokage's counsel, had shattered the barrier with 3 furious strikes, fueled by her monstrous strength. No one had been able to break it using sheer force alone. And yet this man in purple had accomplished it with a single blow. What manner of creature was he? Where is everyone? Inquired the arriving Umbu ninjas of the 5 gatekeepers. One of them pointed toward the gate and replied, They ran away. He had yet to fully recover from his astonishment. It was utterly terrifying. To what extent must one hone their taijutsu to achieve such power in a single punch? Stay composed and heed my commands, the purple-clad ninja asserted, assuming the role of leader. Although they had escaped the leaf, the peril was far from over. He needed to organize the group to prevent them from being systematically defeated by the pursuing Leaf ninjas. His authoritative voice resonated, instilling confidence among the gathered, for he was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Gather together, do not disperse, the purple-robed ninja proclaimed. Only by uniting could they form a resilient collective, even against the Umbu. Their combined strength would afford them a fighting chance. However, fleeing in small groups would lead to their utter defeat. Do not naively assume that scattering will render the Umbu ineffective. They possess sensory ninjas, and in this open terrain, such abilities would be amplified, leading to a systematic dismantling of their forces, resulting in a far graver outcome. The group complied, moving swiftly and consciously drawing closer, although a few disobeyed and fled independently. Stop. The purple-robed ninja sensed something amiss and commanded the group to halt. However, the fastest 10 or so could not stop in time, their feet ensnared by an almost imperceptible thin wire. Generally speaking, those fleeing for their lives tend to lose their sensitivity to their surroundings. The minute details that are usually perceptible often go unnoticed in such dire circumstances, unless one possesses an unflappable composure in the face of adversity. A deafening explosion erupted, mingling with the vivid crimson of blood, leaving a brutal and dazzling mark upon the inky darkness of night. The foreign ninjas at the forefront were obliterated, their bodies torn asunder, while a few quick-thinking individuals managed to erect makeshift defenses, only to have their limbs severed in the chaos. A single, delicate thread was touched, triggering a series of catastrophic explosions across the desolate area, sending stones and debris soaring into the sky, creating a veritable rain of blood. The crowd hastily retreated. Although the unfortunate souls trapped within the blast radius struggled to escape, for even those of Jonin rank found survival elusive amidst the relentless detonations. The explosive tags wielded power comparable to the fire release techniques executed by high-ranking ninjas. Without an equally formidable defensive jutsu, death was an inevitable outcome. The 60-odd individuals positioned outside the blast zone were not faring any better, as they found themselves encircled by the elite Umbu of Konohagakure. They understood the implications of facing the Umbu, yet they could not afford to remain passive. They had to fight with every ounce of strength. fully aware that they were no match for their adversaries. The ninja in the purple robe wore a countenance of despair, despite his meticulous planning. He had not anticipated the Umbu would arrive ahead of them to lay an ambush. A quick glance revealed approximately 30 Umbu members present. Clearly, not all had yet arrived. But this contingent must have been comprised of the faster ninjas, who managed to reach the site before their foes. Though they numbered only 30. Each was a product of rigorous training, possessing strength on par with that of Jonin. In stark contrast, their own ranks consisted primarily of Chunin. With a mere 20 Jonin among them, and only 3 elite Jonin remaining, one of whom was ensnared in the blast zone, uncertain of his fate, while another had fled alone. They were elite assassins from various nations, predominantly from Takigakure, adept in myriad assassination techniques. Yet they were undoubtedly outmatched by the cohesive teamwork of the Umbu. Thus, engaging in combat seemed a futile endeavor, yet avoiding confrontation was equally untenable. To fall into enemy hands would be no less dire than death itself. And so, a fierce battle erupted. Jutsu collided, iron clashed, fire release scorched the air. Water release surged forth, blades pierced hearts, and shuriken sliced throats. This grand spectacle of warfare drew the attention of the very stars above. The gentle starlight cascaded down, yearning to cleanse the world of its malevolence, only to find that wickedness had become entrenched in the very fabric of existence, leaving it to mourn and pray for redemption for this sinful realm. As the starlight dimmed, the battle ceased. The ground lay strewn with corpses. A river of blood flowing freely, comprising both foreign ninjas and Umbu operatives. The outcome unfolded as anticipated. The foreign ninjas succumbed to the might of the Umbu, nearly annihilated, with only one individual managing to escape, leveraging his swiftness as his sole advantage. Subsequently, Kakashi Hatake and Fugaku Uchiha, accompanied by members of the 1st Division of the police force, arrived at the scene, only to be confronted with the grim sight of bloodshed. Eliciting a soft sigh of lament, a report was made. One individual had escaped due to his extraordinary speed. An Umbu ninja relayed the situation to Shikamaru Nara. Captain Fugaku. Shikamaru turned to Fugaku Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly and immediately activated his Sharingan to gaze into the distance. Although the perceptive capabilities of the Sharingan do not rival those of the Byakugan, as long as the enemy does not flee too far, he can still detect them. Over there, Fugaku pointed towards the hills in the southwest. The Umbu members buried the deceased, while the others dug the graves. After Shikamaru Hatake spoke, he swiftly advanced towards the hill under Fugaku's guidance. Meanwhile, members of the 1st Division of the police force remained behind to assist the Umbu in examining the scene for any overlooked remnants. That night, Naruto had a vivid dream of a fierce battle occurring outside the village, so realistic that it left him feeling dazed upon waking. I should run 500 laps to clear my head. A figure began to circle the training ground, loosening his wrist, which had significantly reduced the pain. After saying farewell to Mikoto Uchiha the previous night, it had grown late, and due to the discomfort in his wrist, he had refrained from practicing hand seals. A brief session of chakra enhancement had led him to sleep. Allowing his wrist and arm to rest overnight, he felt much better today. It appeared that moderation was essential in all endeavors. Exceeding one's limits could lead to adverse effects. Training proceeded as usual. By the end of the day, Naruto had reduced the time taken to complete 32 hand seals from 10 seconds to 9. Indeed, as one approaches the final stages, the challenges become increasingly formidable. However, he believed that practice would lead to proficiency. With a few consistent seals, diligent effort would surely enable him to accomplish the task in 5 seconds. At the same time as the previous evening, after finishing dinner, Naruto arrived at the corridor to find Mikoto already waiting for him. After exchanging greetings, they engaged in one-on-one genjutsu instruction. If possible, Mikoto would have preferred to invite a teacher to instruct Naruto. This teacher was the strongest genjutsu user in Konoha, and under her guidance, Naruto would undoubtedly learn more efficiently. However, the teacher was quite busy, managing her 3 disciples and her own affairs, leaving no time for additional students. Hence, Mikoto could only play a guiding role, leading Naruto down the path of genjutsu. How far he would go depended entirely on his personal comprehension and fortune. It was best to start with the most fundamental hand seal-based genjutsu. Introducing Naruto to the tactile realm too soon would be overly ambitious. First, she aimed to help him grasp the essence of genjutsu before delving into the tactile domain, which would make the learning process much easier. I will first teach you the hand seals to initiate genjutsu, allowing you to understand its true nature, Mikoto stated. Naruto nodded, recognizing that all things must progress from simple to complex. He understood that mastering tactile genjutsu was no small feat, thus agreeing with Makoto's approach. As the most exceptional genjutsu user among the younger generation, Makoto undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding of the art than he did as a novice. His knowledge of genjutsu had remained superficial, limited to theoretical concepts gleaned from LCD screens without any practical experience. Now, with such a beautiful and kind-hearted mentor guiding him in the art of genjutsu, he felt fortunate. Makoto Uchiha was indeed his genjutsu teacher, and a student ought to possess the quality of humility in seeking knowledge. Consequently, he listened intently to every word Makoto spoke, earnestly seeking clarification on any points he did not understand, which further enhanced her impression of him. Sensitive to the nuances of touch, he was a genius, yet remained unpretentious. Gradually, Makoto began to recognize his potential. In essence, the key to ensnaring an adversary in an illusion lies in infiltrating their chakra with one's own, thereby disrupting their chakra flow and mental state, leading to a distortion of the five senses. This, in turn, casts them into a realm of illusion. It is paramount that you remember this principle. Now, I shall impart to you a fundamental illusion technique. To facilitate your understanding, I will first demonstrate the illusion upon you. Without awaiting Naruto's consent, Makoto swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. Illusion technique. Cherry blossom fall. Suddenly, a cascade of delicate pink cherry blossoms began to descend from above. Naruto recognized that he had fallen prey to an illusion. Although it was merely a trick of the mind, it felt astonishingly real. He could vividly perceive the pink petals as they floated down, landing upon him, and he could even detect a faint floral fragrance. Had he not been forewarned of Makoto's intentions, he might have been utterly deceived. This phenomenon exemplified a distortion of the five senses. In reality, these cherry blossoms did not exist. Had this illusion been cast by an enemy, he would have unhesitatingly inflicted harm upon himself with a shuriken. For a low-level illusion can be dispelled through self-inflicted pain, using a strong tactile sensation to diminish the impact of the other four senses and thereby reveal the truth. Simultaneously, knowing that he was ensnared in an illusion, Naruto's mental fortitude would instinctively resist the chaotic chakra that sought to disrupt his thoughts, leading to a slight enhancement of his mental power. This method of passive augmentation of mental strength yields subtle effects. Perhaps this is due to the illusion's insufficient intensity, rendering the deprivation of mental clarity less potent and the resistance less fierce. A single cherry blossom landed upon his arm, eliciting a faint sensation of pain, so slight it resembled the sting of a mosquito bite. Upon raising his arm, he noticed a shallow wound. Without a second thought, Naruto understood that this was the work of Makoto, who lay concealed in the shadows, having struck him with a shuriken. The cherry blossoms were merely a diversion, and the true culprit was Makoto's hidden assault. The illusionist intentionally crafted the facade of the cherry blossoms being harmful, compelling the recipient to clumsily evade the blossoms or to disperse them with ninjutsu, thus exhausting their stamina and chakra. When the recipient is sufficiently fatigued, the illusionist, leveraging their own chakra and vitality, would then emerge to defeat them. In summary, illusions are a deceptive art. Subsequently, the myriad cherry blossoms vanished, and Uchiha Makoto approached from a distance. The cherry blossom fall technique is classified as a D-rank illusion. Its mirage does not achieve absolute realism and can be easily discerned when executed by a lower-ranked ninja. Upon realizing one is ensnared in an illusion, one may resort to self-harm to break free, although this method is only effective against low-level illusions. Should a nin or an individual with profound understanding of the technique employ it, dispelling the illusion becomes considerably more challenging. The underlying principle, as I trust you comprehend, is to fabricate the illusion of the cherry blossoms being harmful, thereby exhausting the opponent as they grapple with the illusory petals, depleting their stamina and chakra. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. Then teach me how to execute it. I will first instruct you in forming the hand seals. As mentioned yesterday, the hand seals for an illusion technique must include the rat, horse, and boar seals in succession. Why must these three seals be employed? To convert chakra into particles, allowing it to traverse through the air and penetrate the opponent's body, thereby disrupting their chakra, Naruto replied. Makoto was quite pleased with his response and continued, indeed. Pay close attention. This illusion technique is quite simple, requiring only 6 seals. As she spoke, Makoto extended her hands and began forming the seals at a deliberately slow pace, ensuring that Narahira could observe clearly. Narahira, watching intently, softly murmured, Shin, Wu, Hai, Mao, Shin, Si. Now, give it a try and complete it within 3 seconds, Makoto instructed. The technique was relatively straightforward in terms of seal formation. Accomplishing it in 3 seconds meant executing 2 seals per second, a feat achievable for anyone with steady hands. Just as Naruhira raised his hand and completed the chin seal, a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to involuntarily gasp. "What's wrong?" Makoto inquired. "I've practiced the seals too much today, straining my wrist and arm," Naruhira replied candidly. "Practice too much? What kind of seals could cause such an injury?" Makoto expressed disbelief. As most ninjutsu seals were not particularly difficult, with a few dozen or even hundreds of repetitions, one could master them. It was the first time she had heard of someone injuring themselves from seal practice. 32 seals in 5 seconds, Naruhira casually stated. He practiced seal formation in the thousands daily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed himself to the point of injury. 32 in 5 seconds? Makoto was momentarily taken aback. And as she processed his words, her expression paled. "What? You mean to say you need to complete 32 seals in 5 seconds? I must have misheard you." Naruhira simply nodded. "What technique requires such an outrageous number of seals?" Makoto questioned, her skepticism apparent. The most complex illusion technique she had encountered required only 15 seals. Also completed within 5 seconds, yet it was nowhere near as challenging as what Naruhira was describing. Completing 15 seals in 5 seconds meant executing 3 seals per second, a task achievable with sufficient speed and proficiency. However, completing 32 seals in 5 seconds was daunting. This implied a requirement of 6. For seals per second, let's round it to 6, something beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. The difference between executing 3 seals per second and 6 was not merely a matter of 3 additional seals. The difficulty escalated exponentially, demanding an extraordinary level of speed and skill. What kind of technique could be so insane? "This is a technique I created in my spare time. I haven't yet decided on a name," Naruhira confessed, telling a small fib. The technique, Compassionate Soul Descend, was one of his trump cards. And the fewer who knew about it, the better. "Are you suggesting that the technique is still in development and not yet complete?" Makoto asked. "Indeed," Naruhira replied. Hearing this, Makoto let out a gentle sigh of relief. She had almost been frightened. After all, a genin wouldn't possess the ability to learn such a difficult ninjutsu. As for creating one, I certainly don't believe a genin could successfully devise a new technique. It's quite peculiar. When did even genin become capable of creating ninjutsu? Makoto mused. "You should focus on illusion techniques for now. As long as you dedicate yourself to mastering them, your achievements will surely be significant. As for your self-created ninjutsu, it would be wise to set that aside for the time being, lest it hinder your studies in illusion techniques." Makoto spoke earnestly, acknowledging that Miyen's sensitivity to touch was an extraordinary gift. If he were to squander his efforts in illusion techniques due to impractical distractions, the loss would be considerable. "Well then, I shall prioritize my studies in illusion techniques from now on," she said. However, it seemed that Miyen was still not ready to abandon his self-created ninjutsu. Not wishing to undermine his confidence, Makoto replied, "That is acceptable, as long as it does not interfere with your regular studies in illusion." Curiosity piqued. She inquired further about the extent of Miyen's progress in forming hand seals. "With such diligent practice, you must be making significant strides, correct?" Miyen shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. "Not really. It takes me 9 seconds to complete 32 seals." The thought of reducing the time from 9 seconds to 5 felt daunting, and he was growing weary of the repetitive motions and the relentless race against time. Each day concluded with him utterly exhausted, so fatigued that even moving felt like a chore. Despite a full day of arduous training, he had only managed to improve by a single second, leading him to question the age-old adage that effort equates to reward. Makoto calculated in her mind. 9 seconds for 32 seals meant that, rounded off, Miyen could currently form approximately 3.6 seals per second. Realizing this, her gaze toward him transformed, filled with astonishment and admiration for the surprises this young boy had unveiled that evening. It was worth noting that she could only manage 3 seals in a second at her peak, a speed that represented the pinnacle for a lower-ranked ninja. While most could only achieve 2, she had considered herself among the elite of lower-ranked ninjas, yet in comparison to Miyen, she felt insignificant. If Miyen's sensitivity to touch was merely a natural talent, his rapid sealing speed was undoubtedly the fruit of diligent effort. A genius is not to be feared, but a hard-working genius is truly formidable. The fact that Miyen had strained his arms and wrists from practice was a testament to his dedication. Her previous concerns that he might possess talent without the resilience to endure hardship now seemed utterly unfounded. It became clear to her why Jiraiya-sensei had chosen Miyen as his disciple. He recognized the brilliance of this gem and ensured it was not buried beneath the sands of time. "Is something wrong?" Miyen asked, noticing her silence and the distant look in her eyes. Shaking herself from her reverie, Makoto calmly retrieved a small porcelain vial from her belongings. This is a special medicinal liquor developed by my family. It works wonders for treating injuries to muscles and bones. Please take it and use it. Miyen accepted the vial without hesitation. He genuinely needed it, knowing the efficacy of the Uchiha family's concoction would be exceptional. Additionally, he felt it would be impolite to refuse her thoughtful gesture, as doing so would create unnecessary distance. Makoto felt a sense of joy, appreciating the straightforward nature of their interaction. She had little patience for those who feigned disinterest while secretly desiring something. Such encounters were exhausting, and she preferred to avoid them altogether. As Miyen uncorked the vial, he anticipated a pungent odor, only to be pleasantly surprised by a delicate fragrance wafting forth. Pour a small amount into the palm of your right hand and evenly apply it to your left wrist. The cool sensation is quite pleasant. After casually massaging it for a moment, I prepared to apply the medicinal wine to my right wrist. How is one supposed to apply this medicinal wine? Meichin's lips curled slightly in a resigned expression. Her gaze towards Miyen reminiscent of how one might regard a clumsy younger sibling. It is no wonder that her mother often remarked on her father's carelessness, unable to manage even the simplest tasks, claiming that men are inherently clumsy. This was particularly evident in Miyen's approach to applying the medicinal wine. Was this truly an application? It seemed more like a mere pretense. Alas, he is merely an 8-year-old boy, and I should not hold him to such lofty expectations. Though undeniably a prodigy, when it comes to certain tasks, I find myself far more dependable than these little geniuses. Miyen, feeling awkward and believing he had embarrassed himself, looked at Meichin with uncertainty, unsure of what to say. If this was not how to apply the medicinal wine, then how should one do it? Did the specially formulated wine require a unique method of application? To his surprise, Meichin gently took the medicinal wine from his hands and placed his arm on her thigh with a tender motion, careful not to cause him any discomfort. She then poured a small amount of the medicinal wine into her palm and delicately massaged his wrist, her expression serious. Only when his wrist began to warm and the wine was nearly absorbed did she switch to his other wrist. Thud, thud. At that moment, Miyen could hear the rapid beating of his heart, his entire being frozen in place as he gazed at Meichin. Her porcelain-like delicate features were quite captivating, her large eyes shining like obsidian, brilliant and clear, devoid of any impurities. A few strands of hair fell across her forehead, tousled by the gentle breeze, inadvertently revealing a charming disarray. The soft touch and warmth emanating from his wrist were immensely comforting, a sensation he thoroughly relished. If only he could freeze time at that moment, allowing him to savor this exquisite experience fully. After a brief pause, Miyen twisted his wrist, discovering that the pain had miraculously vanished. How incredible! Truly, the product of the Uchiha clan. This medicinal wine must be quite expensive. He estimated that this small bottle was worth at least several thousand coins. The medicinal wine is not sold commercially, reserved solely for clan members. Such a precious gift. And Meichin made no demands, simply bestowing it upon him. For a moment, Miyen was at a loss for how to express his gratitude. They were not related, merely acquaintances meeting for the second time, and yet she had gifted him such a valuable item. This left him both astonished and somewhat embarrassed, as he had little to offer in return. At the same time, Meichin's generosity and gentle ambition left a profound impression on him. She is a good girl, deserving of being treated as a true companion. As for getting to know each other more deeply, that would come in due time. Such matters cannot be forced. With the pain in his wrist alleviated, it was time to resume his studies in illusion techniques. Chun, Wu, Hai In, Shun Si. As Miyen recited the names, he formed the hand seals. The first time he performed the seals, he moved slowly to memorize the order. On the second attempt, his speed increased significantly. The sequence of 6 seals was easy to remember. If he could recall the order of 32 seals, then remembering just 6 was a simple task. Makoto harbored a certain admiration for Miyen's remarkable learning ability. The intricate hand seals for the new technique could be mastered with merely 2 repetitions, and astonishingly, during his initial attempt, he achieved a speed of 3 seals per second, which was indeed quite extraordinary. When she first endeavored to learn this illusion, she could only manage 2 seals per second. The ability to reach 3 seals per second was a result of later practice and refinement. Miyen, however, was not surprised by his own dexterity. It was merely a commonplace performance. Having spent 20 years in solitude in his previous life, achieving the rank of Supermaster in League of Legends in Ionia, one could hardly excel without a certain level of agility. How else could one survive through countless lonely nights? Moreover, This was not his ultimate speed, since this body did not belong to him. The coordination of his limbs did not reach the heights of his former existence. Yet, with complete adaptation, he was certain to return to his peak condition. And at that time, achieving 32 seals in 5 seconds would pose no difficulty. Upon completing the seals, Miyen felt a sudden agitation in the chakra flowing smoothly through his meridian system, which soon returned to tranquility. What follows next? Miyen inquired. I believe you have just sensed the anomaly in the chakra, came the reply. Indeed, the chakra became agitated just now. Next, we shall test your mental strength and control over your chakra. You must mobilize your own chakra, allowing it to merge with the air, so that it can infiltrate your opponent's body and disrupt their chakra. Achieving this will require no less than 10 days to half a month. Thus, during this period, do not concern yourself with anything else. Focus solely on mastering this task. 10 days to half a month? Such a lengthy duration. Miyen grimaced, for time is indeed money, and he could hardly afford such extravagance. Is this still considered long? 10 days to half a month is quite brief. Some have taken 6 months and still failed to achieve it. Makoto would often feel exasperated when Miyen complained. Did even geniuses take their training so lightly? They always wished for instant success, yet such effortless accomplishments were rare. If they existed, the world would not have the concepts of geniuses and underachievers. Very well. In order to master this skill sooner, I shall work late tonight. I cannot spare much time to accompany you. I need to rest early for the sake of my skin, and I must rise early tomorrow, Makoto replied, touching her face, to maintain her skin's smoothness and hydration. She never stayed up late and had established a strict routine. She would rather wake an hour earlier than stay up an hour later. All right, Miyen conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. Do 11-year-old girls really place such importance on skincare? Indeed, the desire for beauty exists from a young age and does not dissipate with time. Nor is it disregarded due to youth. Then let us seize the time, he urged, invigorated by the urgency of the moment. Time was limited, and every second counted. Miyen stood up, while Makoto remained seated on the bench. Her role was to validate the success of Mingyen's illusion, so there was no need for her to rise. Instead, she utilized the moment to reflect on the guidance offered by Teacher Ro earlier that day, recalling every word spoken. The formation of seals completed, chakra surged once more, drawing a small amount from the meridian system. This was not a difficult task, as prior training in tree climbing and water walking had been undertaken to enhance control over chakra. However, once the chakra was expelled from the body, it severed its connection with the self, rendering it uncontrollable. The notion of directing chakra into another's body to disrupt their own was, for Naruto, akin to a fanciful dream. Miss Makoto, once the chakra is outside, I lose my connection to it, he confessed. Makoto felt uneasy at this address. She was sensitive to being referred to as Miss, especially by someone she hoped to befriend. While it was polite for a first encounter, continuing to address her in such a formal manner felt distant. She wished to treat Naruto as a friend. Yet he persisted in calling her Mississippi. Is it customary for friends to address one another this way? She pondered. Naruto, I am merely a few years your senior. You may call me sister if you wish. It is not an attempt to take advantage, but rather a reflection of our age difference, she proposed. Very well, Makoto-ne, Naruto readily agreed. As he had never favored addressing Uchiha Makoto in such a formal manner, he had considered the implications of how to address her. Calling her by her name directly seemed impolite, especially given her seniority, while casually calling her sister might come off as overly familiar, potentially leading Makoto, with her prestigious lineage, to misinterpret it as an attempt to ingratiate himself. To his pleasant surprise, Makoto was not only kind-hearted and gentle, but also approachable, showing no airs of her noble upbringing. Nor did she look down upon him for his humble origins. Throughout their interactions, she consistently considered his feelings, treating him as a genuine friend, which deeply touched Naruto. Having endured countless cold stares and isolation due to his status as an orphan without identity or standing, he had found companionship only with Minato, who had befriended him regardless of his background or talents. For this, Naruto was profoundly grateful, as Minato had alleviated his loneliness during their time at the Ninja Academy, preventing him from succumbing to despair. Now, he found similar gratitude towards Makoto, even before he had demonstrated his sensitivity to touch. She treated him with the affection of an elder sister towards her younger brother, indicating her sincerity was not merely a result of his potential abilities. Kakashi's impassioned words resonated with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had shared the same sentiments. But Kakashi articulated them with such reason and conviction that the impending counterattack transformed into a means of upholding Konoha's dignity. The reality was clear. Should anyone dare to infringe upon Konoha, it was only fitting that they retaliate. To appear weak would invite the predatory gaze of the four great nations, situated in the relatively affluent land of fire. Konoha boasted an enviable geographical position with minimal natural disasters, making it a coveted target for those seeking to stake their claim. To prevent such a scenario, Konoha must mount a vigorous counteroffensive. However, this matter is of great significance. Even though he is the revered Hokage, possessing the utmost authority in Konoha, he cannot make a unilateral decision. A meeting with the higher-ups is imperative. Without delay, he dispatched someone to inform Konoha's leadership, scheduling the meeting for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In a grand conference room, the atmosphere was solemn and grave, with every face reflecting a serious demeanor. A long table was set, with Sarutobi Hiruzen seated alone on the left side, while the other high-ranking officials occupied 2 rows. Among them were Konoha's 2 advisors, Mito Kazan and Tika Shukun, alongside the Hokage's assistant, Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen proposed the idea of launching a counterattack, which received strong endorsement from Danzo. However, Danzo's perspective was rather extreme. He believed that if neighboring small nations dared to invade Konoha, they must be prepared for annihilation. In contrast to Danzo's radical views, the 2 advisors took a more conservative stance, arguing that initiating a counterattack would deplete Konoha's military strength, providing an opportunity for the 4 great nations to exploit their vulnerability. They suggested merely enhancing defenses to prevent similar incidents and advocated for patience, asserting that avoiding reckless retaliation would lead to fewer mistakes. Consequently, Danzo and the 2 advisors engaged in a heated debate, their faces flushed with anger, especially Danzo, whose fury was evident in his words. Reflecting his deep disdain for the recent events, bang! In a fit of rage, Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Gentlemen, what has allowed Konoha to stand at the pinnacle among the 5 great nations? Is it through reasoning with others? No, it is through strength. The one with the strongest fist holds the power to speak and can intimidate the 4 great nations. Otherwise, we merely become prey to their collective might. If we swallow our pride and let this incident pass without retaliation, allowing others to bully us at our doorstep, can we still claim to be Konoha, the deterrent force against the remaining 4 nations? The second Hokage, our mutual teacher, established the Umbu during his early reign for what purpose? Was it solely to protect the Hokage and prevent foreign invasion? Wrong. The essence of the Umbu is to eliminate threats to Konoha, nipping any harmful sprouts in the bud. This time, the aggressors have overstepped. We are not the ones seeking trouble. Therefore, Konoha must respond with a firm hand, adhering to our teacher's principle of returning the favor in kind. Have you all forgotten this? Danzo's impassioned speech left the 2 advisors feeling ashamed. Indeed, while Konoha yearns for peace and does not initiate conflict with other nations, if faced with aggression, Konoha must retaliate with an even stronger stance, embodying the operational style of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. If one does not offend me, I will not offend them, but if one offends me, I shall retaliate. And with fervor. However, the aggressors were not merely one shinobi village, but multiple. And have you considered how many shinobi would need to be mobilized? Thus, reducing the village's manpower would only invite greater calamity, a concern that weighed heavily on Tika Shukun. All right, let me interject. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table to regain attention. The primary instigators of this incident are from Takigakure, predominantly foreign assassins infiltrating Konoha. Therefore, I propose that we focus our efforts solely on Takigakure. This strategy will serve both to deter other nations and to preserve our village's defensive capabilities, leaving no openings for our enemies to exploit. Mito Miyen contemplated for a moment, whispering a few words to Shun and Koshiro, ultimately agreeing with Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal. This strategy was indeed feasible. It could serve as a demonstration, signaling to all nations that Konoha was not to be trifled with, while simultaneously preserving Konoha's military strength to deter any potential aggressors. Danzo, initially conflicted, preferred to retaliate against all the small nations involved in the operation. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reasoning was not without merit. Should the village find itself short-handed, it could attract even greater calamities, and both Miyen and Koshiro were staunchly opposed to such actions. Thus, he could only respond in a low voice, I concur. But our counterattack against Takigakure must be decisive and swift, ensuring that other nations take notice, thereby achieving the intended demonstration of strength. With the meeting concluded, the higher-ups of Konoha unanimously agreed to retaliate against Takigakure. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Kakashi Hatake to discuss the battle strategy. Due to the lack of familiarity with the terrain of Takigakure, they could only draft a preliminary battle plan, given that Takigakure was encircled by waterfalls. Its geographical position was concealed. Thus, they would first deploy the Umbu's sensory unit to ascertain the village's exact location. As for the combatants, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to dispatch a contingent of Umbu ninjas alongside elite J-nin as the primary force, while assigning simpler tasks to some promising genin to serve as their training. Having grown accustomed to the tranquil environment of Konoha, these young ninjas would remain oblivious to the harsh realities of the world unless they ventured beyond their sheltered existence. It was imperative they understood the true significance of the title ninja and the responsibilities that their forehead protectors entailed. The police force could not leave Konoha. It was responsible for the overall security of the village and must remain to prevent chaos. Without the management of the police force, human desires could spiral out of control, leading to a slew of criminal activities such as robbery and theft. As the leader of the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen had numerous matters to attend to and could not oversee every detail, making the presence of the police force invaluable in alleviating many burdens. Thus, their deployment could not be easily reconsidered. Later that night, Uchiha Mikoto sat in the corridor, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed up at the starry sky, her eyes as clear as a tranquil spring. Not far away, Narahina was caught in a cycle of hand seals, repeatedly failing to control her chakra. Today marked the 4th day of Narahina's formal studies in Jinjutsu, and Mikoto held little hope. She was renowned as a prodigy in the art of illusion among the younger generation. It had taken her 7 days to successfully wield her mental prowess to manipulate chakra into another's body. Most individuals required at least 10 days to half a month, or even a year in some cases. This record remained unbroken. Even teacher Yawara had praised her high aptitude, and she could not believe that Narahina could surpass her in learning Jinjutsu. This was her own pride. Narahina's sensitivity to touch merely indicated her innate talent, but it did not imply anything further. Of course, she did not believe Narahina's comprehension would be so poor as to take an entire year. At the very least, 10 days would be necessary. Yes, indeed, 10 days were essential. What an unusual sensation. Uchiha Mikoto suddenly felt a shift, and soon, cherry blossoms began to cascade around her. What? Did Naruhiko succeed? Mikoto nearly gasped in astonishment. For days. He accomplished it in merely 4 days. She had foolishly believed that achieving it in 7 days was remarkable, yet Naruhiko surpassed her expectations in just 4. What does that signify? A newly emerging genius in illusion techniques? The cherry blossoms lasted only 3 seconds before dissipating, and Mikoto understood that this was due to her mental resistance. Her mental strength surpassed that of Naruhiko, rendering his illusion ineffective against her. It was as if the illusion was subconsciously dispelled without any need for her active defiance. Naruhiko, with a dejected expression, lamented the fleeting nature of his creation. Sigh. Yet Mikoto's face radiated delight. Naruhiko, you are truly a genius. Genius? What genius? The illusion ended before it even began. If you could trap me right after learning the technique, do you think I wouldn't jump into the lake in despair? Mikoto felt that Naruhiko had many admirable qualities, but this incessant high expectation was a flaw. He would never find satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, his performance was already remarkably impressive. Among the younger generation, few could rival him. Naruhiko scratched the back of his head, feeling quite awkward. Indeed, if he could ensnare the illusion genius of Konoha right after mastering the technique, it would be frightfully absurd, to the point where he might not even recognize himself. Since you have successfully cast the illusion, it indicates that you have grasped the method of controlling chakra with your mental energy. From now on, simply enhance your practice to strengthen your mental power, thereby rendering your illusions more deceptive while simultaneously improving your resistance to them. The jealousy in Mikoto's clear eyes was palpable to anyone. Many referred to her as a genius in illusion techniques, yet Naruhiko was even more exceptional. With his sensitivity to touch, coupled with such an impressive capacity for learning and perseverance, Naruhiko's mastery of illusions would undoubtedly surpass hers in the future, potentially allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the illusion geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Observing Naruhiko, his youthful visage was marked with determination. Effort and reward are directly proportional. Through these past few days of interaction, Mikoto became increasingly certain of this truth. Naruhiko's efficiency in learning illusions was intricately linked to his industrious nature. It seemed Naruhiko did not heed her advice to cease his exploration of self-created jutsu. During the day, he continued to practice hand seals diligently, and each night, he would apply medicinal wine to his wrists. Only after the effects had spread could he move them. Otherwise, he would be unable to form seals at all. It was fortunate that she had asked her father for a bottle of medicinal wine. Without it, Naruhiko's fervent training would have been unbearable, leaving him incapacitated by pain. Each night, she took it upon herself to apply the medicinal wine to him. Yet she found it puzzling that every time she did so, he appeared to be in a state of bliss. Was it truly that comfortable? It shouldn't be. Nevertheless, although Naruhiko's self-created jutsu had not yet come to fruition, his speed in forming seals had improved, advancing from 32 seals in 9 seconds during their initial meeting to 32 seals in 7 seconds now, approximately 4.6 seals per second. For Naruhiko, completing 32 seals in 5 seconds was merely a matter of time. Before encountering Miyen, she could hardly believe that a lower-ranking ninja could complete 32 hand seals in just 5 seconds. However, since their meeting, Miyen has indelibly marked her world, transforming impossibilities into possibilities and the non-existent into the existent. She is immensely grateful for the arrival of such an optimistic young boy into her life, as he has illuminated the profound strength of confidence. What may seem insurmountable to others can indeed be achieved with dedication and effort. Even if one cannot accomplish it in the short term, perseverance will eventually lead to success. While she often shies away from challenges, Miyen bravely confronts them. This contrasting mindset highlights the gap between them. She does not lack talent compared to Miyen, but rather the willingness to endure hardship. If she possesses tenacity, practicing hand seals until her wrists and arms ached, pushing her mental limits while training in illusion techniques, she could undoubtedly excel further. Thus, she resolved to avoid laziness in her training and to take Miyen as her role model, cultivating a fierce determination and drive. As for the tactile illusion technique, Miyen yearned for its power. He had previously heard Mei-chin provide a detailed introduction, which left him with the impression that tactile genjutsu was immensely potent. And the sooner one mastered it, the better. Mei-chin chuckled softly, shaking her head, realizing Miyen's eagerness. Having just learned seal-based illusions, he was already keen on grasping tactile illusions. Nevertheless, she decided to let him explore this on his own. Tactile illusion techniques function by establishing physical contact with the opponent, allowing chakra to be transmitted directly through the skin's pores into their body, eliminating the need to seal chakra into particles. This method creates a more tangible illusion than typical genjutsu, as the reality of touch can ensnare enemies in a more immersive world. The quality of this illusion depends on one's imagination and mental strength. The stronger the spirit, the more vivid the illusion becomes. When such an illusion possesses unique attributes that surpass ordinary genjutsu, it can evolve into a self-created technique. However, only those with exceptional mental prowess and deep understanding of illusions can develop their own distinctive genjutsu. Initially, one can only produce tactile illusions that are more realistic than standard techniques, without venturing into self-creation. Miyen nodded, contemplating the notion of self-created ninjutsu, reminiscent of the dream sound lock from the original work, which holds greater power than typical illusions. He wondered if Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi could be categorized in the same vein. If he could develop his own version of such an ultimate illusion, it would indeed be remarkable. Well, that concludes today's lesson on illusions. Now it's your turn to teach me close combat techniques. As for tactile illusions, you must explore and experiment on your own. I cannot teach you, Mei-chin said, raising her hands in resignation. In recent days, Miyen had been imparting close combat skills to her, and afterward, they would spar, incorporating the newly learned techniques. Initially, her movements were quite awkward, but as they engaged in more matches, she gradually mastered the close combat skills. Although she was not yet proficient, she was able to achieve commendable results with her timing. During a spar with her father at noon, he, caught off guard by her unexpected new moves, almost found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Thus, the father praised her for her significant improvement in physical techniques. Previously, when he sparred with her, it resembled a playful tussle with a child, devoid of earnestness. However, during this midday session, he was unusually serious, having experienced defeat at the hands of his daughter for the very first time. Indeed, close combat skills proved immensely advantageous for illusionary ninjas, who typically lack prowess in physical techniques. Mikoto felt fortunate to have encountered a talent like Naruhiko. She taught him illusion techniques, while he imparted close combat skills, resulting in a mutually beneficial exchange, a true win-win scenario. In the corridor, a diminutive figure demonstrated movements to a tall, graceful silhouette. The scene appeared comical yet earnest. In the early morning, the training ground bore witness to only 2 figures. Despite the coolness reminiscent of early autumn, both figures were drenched in sweat. exuberantly expending their youthful vigor. "Naruhiko, I have succeeded," Minato exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, excitement shimmering in his azure eyes. "Really?" Naruhiko responded with a hint of skepticism. He was well aware of what Minato meant by success, the development of the Rasengan, an A-rank ninjutsu that epitomizes the transformation of chakra into an explosive single-target attack. Without further ado, Minato extended his right hand, gathering pale blue chakra in his palm. Soon after, the chakra began to spin rapidly, generating a formidable cyclone that gradually coalesced into a spherical mass of chakra, swirling uncontrollably within. In an instant, an astonishing force manifested in Minato's palm. Even the air surrounding his hand was torn asunder. He directed his right hand towards a nearby tree. At the moment the Rasengan made contact with the trunk, it carved a shallow circular pit, yet it failed to penetrate deeper as the chakra sphere dissipated, unable to sustain its form effectively. Nevertheless, achieving such an outcome at this stage was commendable, considering that the Rasengan represents the pinnacle of chakra transformation techniques. Very good. Very good. With continued practice, you will unleash the true might of the Rasengan, Naruhiko encouraged. The power is indeed impressive, but it consumes an excessive amount of chakra. With my current chakra reserves, I can only perform the Rasengan twice at most, Minato replied, a hint of dejection in his tone. Indeed, for them, the limited chakra reserves were a significant limitation. It seemed that, aside from enhancing their abilities, there were no other viable methods to increase their chakra capacity. Naruhiko had been relentlessly drawing energy from his cells daily to augment his chakra levels, but this approach placed immense strain on his body. Over time, it would undoubtedly lead to adverse effects, and he would not permit Minato to engage in such reckless pursuits. This method had indeed yielded noticeable results. Initially, producing a single shadow clone was already a formidable challenge, yet he could now create 3. However, he was reluctant to gamble with his health. Thus he had moderated his chakra-enhancing training, no longer pursuing it with the same fervor as before. Moreover, he had begun to sense anomalies within his body. Each time he refined his chakra, a subtle pain coursed through him, perhaps a warning from his body that if he continued down this path, it would eventually succumb to exhaustion. While soldier pills could replenish chakra, they were still a form of medication, and as the saying goes, medicine has its own side effects. Is it possible to enhance chakra through external means beyond these methods? Naruto couldn't help but ponder this question. "Good morning, Naruto, Minato," a celestial voice resonated, followed by a lively figure leaping into view, Kushina, a girl whose laughter seemed to banish all worries from her world. As Naruto gazed at Kushina, a thought struck him. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their expertise in various sealing techniques, could she not seal chakra within a scroll, to be released when needed? If this method proved viable, it would provide a temporary solution to their chakra shortage. Naruto shared this idea with Kushina, inquiring about its feasibility. Kushina tapped her chin thoughtfully, her eyes sparkling as she contemplated the proposal. Naruto and Minato watched her eagerly, their hopes hinging on her response. If it worked, it would undeniably be a tremendous boon for them. "Why didn't I think of that?" Kushina exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. "Does that mean it's possible?" Minato leaned forward, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. However, Kushina appeared slightly uncertain. In theory, it seemed plausible, but she was unsure how it would translate into practice. "Well, let us give it a try," Minato suggested. "But we don't have a sealing scroll," Naruto lamented. "Unlike ordinary scrolls, sealing scrolls are imbued with sealing power and are quite expensive." Suddenly, Kushina produced a scroll, waving it before them with a beaming smile. "I plan to learn a sealing technique today and conveniently brought a sealing scroll. Let us use it to attempt sealing chakra." Naruto, who had been troubled by the lack of a sealing scroll, was pleasantly surprised by Kushina's unexpected fortune, an unexpected twist that mirrored Naruto's own experiences. With decisive intent, Kushina placed the scroll on the ground and began to inscribe the sealing formula. The Uzumaki clan's proficiency in sealing techniques was evident, and this level of sealing was well within Kushina's capabilities. However, Naruto and Minato were utterly bewildered, as the elegant lines on the scroll appeared to them as an array of strange symbols. "Done," Kushina exclaimed, exhaling a sigh of relief. The intricate sealing formula was completed seamlessly, showcasing her profound mastery of various sealing techniques. Yet, the true challenge lay in the execution, and Kushina found herself stymied at this juncture. With a deep sigh, she realized that her efforts might have been in vain. "What's wrong?" Minato inquired. "Next, I need to channel chakra into the sealing formula, which requires a strong control over chakra. One must maintain a connection even when the chakra is outside the body. Kushina explained slowly. None of us can achieve that. If only Makoto were here, we wouldn't be in this predicament. I'll give it a try, Minato volunteered. Go ahead, Kushina replied, though she held little hope. One must possess formidable mental strength to control chakra externally, and Minato evidently did not fit that description. As he attempted to draw chakra outside of his body, he found himself unable to control it and had no choice but to concede defeat. Alas, it seems there is little hope. Watergate shook his head. At that moment, Miyen stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to give it a try." A few days prior, he had engaged in dedicated training to master illusion techniques, making this endeavor seemingly effortless for him. Miyen swiftly formed 3 hand seals, a technique to render chakra into a particle state. Only in this form could chakra traverse through the air. The particleized chakra is imperceptible to the naked eye, discernible only through the Byakugan, which reveals its flow. Miyen directed the chakra into the sealing technique, yet the outcome remained uncertain, as he could only manipulate the chakra with his mental prowess. The sealing technique remained still, showing no signs of change. Was it futile? As an unceasing stream of chakra flowed in, subtle alterations began to manifest within the sealing technique, changes so minute that only Kushina, the author of the sealing script, could perceive them. Immediately, Kushina, who had been attentively observing, exclaimed in astonishment, "It worked." Miyen ceased the chakra infusion, exhaling in relief. "I knew the training over these days would bear fruit, having just learned to control external chakra with my mental energy. It has already proven beneficial. My efforts were not in vain." Watergate, taken aback, pondered whether this young lad had secretly pursued other training. Kushina handed Miyen the hand seals for unsealing, encouraging him to give it a try. The sealing scroll contained Mingen's own chakra, thus it would not reject him. Attempting it with another would surely fail. Miyen swiftly formed a few seals and pressed his palm against the scroll, instantly sensing his chakra replenishing steadily. Though the amount restored was significantly less than what had been expended, approximately 1/5 of the consumption, there must be some loss during the chakra transfer process, and chakra within the sealing scroll would diminish over time. Nevertheless, this was quite commendable. One must understand the paramount importance of chakra in battle. When both sides are depleted of chakra, the sudden availability of additional chakra could very well determine the outcome of life and death. What do you think? Watergate inquired eagerly. Well, this sealing technique can indeed seal chakra, but the recovery is only about 1/5 of the amount consumed. Excellent, Watergate remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. Yet he felt helpless, lacking the ability to control external chakra. Kushina, too, felt somewhat helpless, as she possessed no such skill. Controlling external chakra is a discipline seldom pursued by ordinary individuals. It is an essential aspect of mastering illusion techniques. Suddenly, Kushina realized something, her gaze narrowing on Miyen. Aha. Miyen, so you invited Sister Meichin out to learn illusion techniques from her. Miyen chuckled awkwardly, surprised at how quickly Kushina had deduced the truth. But didn't Meichin mention it to you? Apparently not, or else your reaction would be different. I developed a bit of an interest in illusion techniques, so I studied with Sister Meichin for a few days. Uchiha Meichin, the illusion prodigy? Watergate inquired, though he knew there was no other Meichin in Konoha. He wished to confirm. Yes, indeed. Miyen nodded. In just a few days, you have mastered illusion techniques? Although Kushina had never studied illusion techniques, she often interacted with Makoto and thus had some understanding of them. Generally speaking, mastering such techniques would take at least 10 to 15 days. But it had only been 4 or 5 days. Makoto must be an excellent teacher. Narahina forced a smile, unable to boast of his own innate talent, as it would surely vex Minato. Oh, you two have only known each other for a few days, and you're already calling her Sister Makoto. It seems you've gotten quite close, Kushina teased, though inwardly, she admired Narahina's learning ability. No matter how well someone teaches, without the capability to grasp the knowledge, it would be futile. Moreover, mastering illusion techniques in just 4 or 5 days was indeed exceptional among his peers. Few could achieve such a feat. Narahina shot Kushina an annoyed glare. The girl, though young, was surprisingly knowledgeable. Makoto was indeed approachable and treated him well. But they were merely children. Minato turned his head away, feeling increasingly distanced from Narahina. Was his effort not sufficient? He questioned himself internally. Hey, you arrived quite early. The three turned in unison to see Jiraiya ambling over, cradling the back of his head. Teacher, what will we be learning today? Minato inquired. Today? Nothing at all. Everyone should take a good rest. Tomorrow, we will embark on a mission, Jiraiya announced. A mission? What kind of mission? Kushina asked, curiosity mingling with trepidation. She recalled the last mission where her lack of proficiency in sealing techniques nearly harmed Minato. A memory that weighed heavily on her mind and motivated her recent fervent study of sealing arts. We will discuss it tomorrow. The last time I took you on a mission, it was merely a trivial matter, but this time, it will be serious, Jiraiya stated with sudden gravity. Minato felt a surge of excitement. After his encounter with foreign ninjas, he had realized the gap in their abilities. And this mission would serve as an opportunity to test the fruits of his arduous training. Narahina, however, wore a confused expression. Having not participated in the previous mission and lacking any experience of the world beyond Konoha. Jiraiya then recalled something and addressed Narahina. You missed out on valuable combat experience last time, but this time, you can recover what you lost. Narahina nodded earnestly, aware that missions were fraught with danger and could even threaten life itself. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous, yet after spending so much time training in Konoha, how could he truly gauge his capabilities without stepping outside? One must take a test drive to know whether a horse is truly a horse. The legacy of Shin. The swordsmanship of the Hatake clan and illusion techniques, he had dedicated countless days and nights to mastering these, enduring sweat and countless injuries, yet he persevered, repeatedly pushing his limits in search of breakthroughs. He firmly believed he was no less capable than others. Within Konoha, he was among the elite of the Genin, and outside, he would still hold his own. This opportunity to embark on a mission was precisely what he needed to assess and elevate himself. Without experiencing life and death, one could not attain greater power. The elite warriors of Konoha have all endured countless life and death struggles, which is precisely why they stand at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, becoming the revered figures that the younger generations admire. They possess the kind of presence that can make the entire shinobi realm tremble with a mere stamp of their foot. To aspire to be such a person, one must harbor a courageous heart, unafraid of death and willing to confront it. Only through such valor can one achieve greatness among the shinobi. In a certain sense, this is the first mission one undertakes as a ninja, and it must be approached with utmost seriousness. As you embark on this journey, ensure that you are well equipped with provisions and ninja tools, for the mission may extend over several days. Jiraiya harbored concerns, fearing potential mishaps for his apprentices. Nevertheless, when Sarutobi-sensei suggested involving Naruto and Minato in the mission, he readily acquiesced, primarily for the sake of these two children's futures. Those who linger in Konoha merely to play at being ninjas cannot be deemed competent. A true ninja must have faced life and death situations, prioritizing their missions and regarding life and death with indifference. This is the essence of a ninja's existence, to fulfill their duties, even at the cost of their own lives or those of their comrades. Though harsh, this is the reality. Ninjas serve as the armed forces of their nations. On a larger scale, they ensure national stability, while on a smaller scale, they maintain peace within their villages. This peace often demands the ultimate sacrifice from many ninjas. The tranquility and safety of Konoha have been bought with the lives of countless shinobi. Peace is not everlasting. It must be upheld. And maintaining it requires the sacrifice of life. It can be said that the peace of Konoha is forged through strength. Only by instilling fear of Konoha's might in other nations can one deter incursions, thus achieving a temporary peace. However, should Konoha's strength wane, or if other nations grow stronger, they may set their sights on Konoha, potentially igniting war. This is the law of the world. To earn respect, one must first inspire fear. This was the reason for the invulnerability of Konoha during the illustrious era of the first Hokage. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, renowned as the god of ninjas, led the Senju clan to quell chaos and, alongside Madara Uchiha, established the peaceful and stable Hidden Leaf Village. In that era, with the two most powerful clans united, who would dare to challenge Konoha? It would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, this encapsulates the survival principle of the ninja world. To enjoy a peaceful existence, one must possess the capability to repel external threats, instilling a sense of trepidation in others. Ultimately, the world of ninjas is defined by the strength of their fists. After providing his instructions, Jiraiya dispersed the group. Once Minato and Kushina departed, he approached Naruto, brandishing a bulging wallet. Upon seeing it, Naruto's eyes gleamed with the hunger of a wolf spotting a lamb, for he had been close to destitution recently. Yes, how much I earned in royalties? Jiraiya exclaimed, waving the wallet with a smile. 100,000 Ryo? No. 200,000 Ryo? No. Guess again. At this moment, Jiraiya's smile betrayed him deeply. It was a smile that could only surface from sheer joy. Thus, Naren's conjecture grew bolder. 500,000 Ryo? Surely, you cannot guess. Could it be even more than 500,000 Ryo? Naren's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Just how much was it? Jiraiya raised his right hand. Waving his index and middle fingers, his mouth curving into an exaggerated arc, Naren was taken aback, jumping up in astonishment. 2 million Rio. Jiraiya nodded with a smile. Recently, I've had little to occupy my time. My thoughts flow like a fountain, and I can write 5,000 words in a day. Just yesterday, I finished the second volume of Paradise of Affection. This morning, I submitted the manuscript to the publisher. It totaled just over 200,000 words. At the rate of 10,000 Rio per 1,000 words, that amounts to 2 million Rio. 2 million Rio is no trifling sum. It would require undertaking an S-rank mission, tasks that only elite jonin may accept, and they are perilous, often involving the assassination of significant figures or the theft of confidential documents. A moment's lapse in caution could lead even a jonin to instant obliteration. With 2 million Rio, a penniless individual could transform into a wealthy magnate. Enough to build a mansion in Konoha, indulge in gourmet delicacies daily, and lead a life of opulence and luxury. The average villager in Konoha would toil their entire life without ever amassing 2 million Rio. Even removing a zero, 20,000 Rio remains an elusive dream, with meager earnings barely covering daily necessities. Meanwhile, Jiraiya resides in the village, sipping small drinks, humming tunes, and laboring over his desk with pen and ink, effortlessly reaping the rewards of an S-rank mission without any associated risks. Writing, however, is not as idyllic as one might imagine. When inspiration strikes, the author may find their thoughts flowing freely, yet there are often moments of creative block. Days, even weeks, can pass without a single word emerging, draining countless brain cells. Even knowing that 1,000 words yield 10,000 Rio, one may sit before their desk for hours, unable to produce a single letter. This agonizing experience can only be truly understood through personal endeavor, akin to the frustration of a student suddenly stalling while writing an essay during exams, anxiously grappling with a blank page. Nevertheless, compared to embarking on an S-rank mission, any sane individual would opt for the former. Of course, not everyone possesses the innate talent for writing. Creativity demands a high level of aptitude, and while diligent effort can enhance one's work, it cannot transform an ordinary person into a literary genius overnight. Behind the 2 million Rio lies Jiraiya's relentless brainstorming and countless nights spent alone at his desk, fervently writing. Recently, Jiraiya has inquired less of Naren regarding the art of writing, as he has learned to craft engaging narratives, skillfully intertwining subplots with the main storyline. And he has gained considerable mastery over the development of future plot lines. Only when faced with difficult choices regarding certain plot elements or major turning points does he seek Naren's counsel, who consistently offers invaluable suggestions. Thus, the remarkable sales of the book can be attributed in no small part to the assistance of Miyen, particularly during the initial stages of his creative journey. Miyen devoted himself tirelessly to guiding him, imparting writing techniques, teaching the art of suspense, and instructing him on character development. It can be said that without Miyen, there would be no Intimate Paradise, as the thought of writing a book for profit had never crossed his mind, nor would the current popularity of Intimate Paradise exist. "We will split the royalties evenly," Jiraiya casually remarked, a statement that struck a deep chord within Miyen. Split evenly. The entirety of Intimate Paradise was penned solely by Jiraiya, yet he was to receive half the royalties merely for his verbal contributions? While he did not deny his assistance in Jiraiya's writing, he believed his contribution to Intimate Paradise did not merit such a significant share. Jiraiya had invested the most effort and thus deserved a greater reward. Although he had provided several intriguing plot points, the actual writing remained in Jiraiya's capable hands. Transforming vivid and engaging scenarios into the written word is an art, requiring an exquisite command of language, a skill that Jiraiya had honed over time. He had initially hoped to use a small portion of the royalties for purchasing a few explosive tags, and perhaps cover some living expenses. But he never anticipated that Jiraiya would grant him half the royalties outright. Jiraiya's generosity left Miyen momentarily speechless. "Hey, you must be thrilled," Jiraiya said, patting him on the shoulder. Miyen quickly waved his hand. "Teacher Jiraiya, that cannot be. I would be content with just 20%. 20% of the royalties amounted to a substantial sum of 400,000. What I say is final. We will split it evenly. No room for negotiation," Jiraiya insisted, forcefully placing his wallet into Miyen's hands, which fortuitously contained 1 million. He understood that without Miyen's support, he would continue to be exploited by the publisher, earning a meager 50 taels for 1,000 words, far from the lucrative royalties he enjoyed now. Therefore, this 1 million was rightfully Miyen's due. Jiraiya's unwavering stance left Miyen with no choice but to accept, for refusing would be futile. Once Jiraiya made a decision, it was rarely altered. Embarrassed, Miyen accepted the wallet with a heartfelt thank you. Holding the money felt uncomfortable. If it were truly his due, it should have been given freely, not forced upon him. He resolved to consider it a loan from Jiraiya, one he would repay once he amassed his own wealth. However, he was unaware of when that would occur. Perhaps he could write books, but that would demand considerable time and energy, diverting him from his training. He lacked the prowess of Jiraiya, and once he achieved it, he would entertain such thoughts. His primary focus remained on honing his skills. Jiraiya clapped his hands. Now, let us discuss the narrative direction of the third volume of Intimate Paradise. Two figures, one tall and one short, sat upon a massive boulder, exchanging ideas and contemplating the promising future of the third volume. The warm sunlight cascaded down gently, and every pore of their being reveled in the invigorating embrace of the day. Naruto had often pondered the possibility of a world devoid of war, where nations maintained amicable relations, merchants engaged in trade, and ninjas exchanged techniques and knowledge, rather than drawing their blades at the slightest provocation. Yet, such a vision remained but a fantasy, as no one possessed the power to unify the ninja world, nor could anyone converse with the entirety of its inhabitants. After a discussion with Jiraiya, Naruto, armed with 2 million ryo, made his way to the nearest ninja tool shop. He aimed to prepare thoroughly for his mission the following day, determined to maximize the value of his wealth rather than let it languish in his possession. Rising on his toes, he peered over the counter, spotting the shopkeeper, a disheveled middle-aged man, dozing lazily. "Excuse me, how much for an explosive tag?" Naruto inquired politely. The shopkeeper, roused from his slumber by the youthful voice, struggled to lift his heavy eyelids and glanced at Naruto with disinterest. "What do you want?" With a hint of exasperation, Naruto repeated, "The explosive tag." "You want an explosive tag? That'll be 1,000 ryo." The shopkeeper turned to retrieve a tag, placing it on the counter. Naruto's brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head. Before he could voice his thoughts, the shopkeeper, suddenly irate, snapped, "You little brat. Are you trying to mock me? Waking me up from my nap like this?" Feeling unjustly reprimanded, Naruto's mood soured. To allow such a person to profit from him felt demeaning. Thus, he turned on his heel and exited, knowing there were other shops nearby. Under the watchful gaze of the disgruntled shopkeeper, he crossed over to the store across the street. The shopkeeper slammed his fist on the counter, his annoyance banishing any remnants of sleep. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what the audacious child was up to, considering a scheme to torment him before moving on to others. Yet, what he witnessed next filled him with regret, wishing he could retract his words. He realized the reason for his shop's poor business compared to the one across the street lay in his own irritable temperament. "What? You want 100? Exclaimed the tall female shopkeeper, her surprise evident. Realizing her outburst, she quickly covered her mouth. The infant in the nearby cradle stirred and began to cry. "I apologize. Please wait a moment," she said to Naruto, soothing the child with a bottle. After a considerable time, the infant quieted down. "I'm sorry for the wait." She offered a contrite smile. "No problem," Naruto replied with a grin. Compared to the previous grumpy shopkeeper, trading with her was a far more pleasant experience. Spending money should be enjoyable, and enduring frustration while parting with one's hard-earned cash felt truly foolish. "You said you wanted 200 explosive tags, correct?" The female shopkeeper sought confirmation, ensuring she had not misheard. Naruto nodded affirmatively. Yes. Astonishingly, it was indeed true. The female proprietor nearly fainted with joy. Her repeated confirmation stemmed from the fact that typically, a ninja of Miyen's stature would purchase only a few explosive tags. Even those with a modicum of wealth might acquire only 10 or 20. Yet, he astonishingly ordered 200 at once. This marked the largest single sale of explosive tags since she began managing this ninja tool shop. Previously, she had only sold 50 at most in one transaction, which had already filled her coffers to overflowing. The cost price for each explosive tag was 500 ryo, while all major ninja tool shops in Konoha sold them for 1,000. Thus, selling a single explosive tag yielded a profit of 500 ryo, ample enough to cover a family's daily expenses, with some left over. However, the reality was that the high profits from selling ninja tools had led to an oversaturation of shops, intensifying competition to such an extent that it was entirely possible to sell not a single explosive tag in a day. After all, explosive tags were luxury items, once utilized. They vanished. Generally, few would spend extravagantly on them, relying instead on more affordable tools like kunai and shuriken for their livelihoods. Moreover, with her husband bedridden due to illness, The family's expenses depended solely on the income from the ninja tool shop, making their lives quite frugal. They were nearly at the point of being unable to afford milk powder for their child. Yet, if she were to sell these 200 explosive tags, she could earn a staggering 100,000 ryo. Good heavens, this would undoubtedly be her highest daily income. 100,000 ryo was more than the shop could earn in 3 months. Such unexpected fortune left her utterly unprepared. She scrutinized the small boy before her once more. He bore a forehead protector, unmistakably a ninja, yet she had never encountered such a young individual, one so affluent. A ninja under 10 years old producing 10,000 ryo would be astonishing enough. Even seasoned jonin would not be so lavish. Could he be the son of a wealthy merchant? This assumption was swiftly dismissed. No affluent parent would risk their child's life by sending them into the perilous world of ninjas. Surely, with endless wealth, one would prefer to indulge in life as pleasures rather than gamble with their child's existence. Nevertheless, speculating on his identity was a fruitless endeavor. It was far better to secure the funds first. Perhaps she could consider improving their meals. Beef had been a rare luxury, not to mention crayfish, hairy crabs, and quail eggs. The proprietress promptly produced 2 thick stacks of explosive tags, each containing 200. Here are the 200 explosive tags, please count them, she said with a smile, suppressing the urge to laugh out loud in her exuberance, as it might seem foolish. Miyen took the stack and counted. After all, with each tag priced at 1,000 ryo, losing even one would be a painful loss. Once confirmed, he retrieved his wallet, extracting 200,000 ryo in bills, each bill being the largest denomination of 10,000 ryo, totaling 20 notes. The sight of the small bundle was visually striking. The corpulent man across from him stared in disbelief, his eyes gleaming with envy, cursing his earlier actions. He realized that when the boy had shaken his head, it was not a mere jest. He wasn't interested in just one explosive tag, but rather in a staggering 200. That equated to a total of 200,000 ryo, enough for countless indulgences and feasts. Lost in thought, he suddenly slapped himself hard across the face, questioning his own worth. The female proprietor, initially unhurried, took the banknotes from Miyen's hand, counted them meticulously, and upon confirming the sum of 200,000, quickly tucked them away. Weary of prying eyes, she then smiled and inquired, "Is there anything else you require?" After a moment's contemplation, Miyen unfastened his ninja tool pouch and discovered that his shurikens and kunai were nearly depleted. Consequently, he decided to purchase 30 shurikens and 10 kunai, as the former were modestly priced at 30 taels each, while the latter cost 50. Just as he was about to leave after acquiring the ninja tools, he realized he had forgotten to buy military rations. He turned back and asked, "By the way, do you have military rations?" "Of course," she replied. "They are 500 taels each, but be cautious with them. Excessive consumption may lead to side effects." The more she observed Miyen, the more she found him endearing. Initially, she was drawn to his handsome features, but now her fondness deepened. While earning money was certainly beneficial, a gentle reminder was still warranted. "Thank you for the advice. I shall take 10, please." Meanwhile, the portly man grew increasingly agitated, his jealousy intensifying as he watched the proprietor collect money after money. He couldn't help but scratch at his inner turmoil. If only he could turn back time, he would treat that little boy like royalty, never risking a quarrel over a sum of money. Alas, there is no remedy for regret, and he lamented his own foolishness. The opportunity for considerable wealth had slipped through his fingers, all because of his own misjudgment. With an exasperated slap to his own face, he was left to ponder his misfortune. Miyen's acquisition of a multitude of explosive tags is not without reason. Firstly, the power of these tags is formidable, comparable to the fire release techniques employed by high-ranking ninjas. Secondly, they do not consume chakra and can be utilized at any moment, making them an invaluable asset for lower-ranked ninjas. Tomorrow, he is to embark on a mission, and judging by Jiraiya's tone, it appears to be quite perilous. Therefore, every precaution must be taken. It is prudent to prepare thoroughly. Money can be earned again, but one's life, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. However, if the mission is indeed fraught with danger, why then is Kushina being summoned? She is the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, a high-priority individual under constant protection from ninjas even within the village. It is perplexing that she would be sent on a hazardous mission. Kushina and Minato's previous task was merely a trivial affair, and with Jiraiya looking after them, there was no cause for concern. Even when Kushina's sealing technique nearly jeopardized Minato, Jiraiya was able to extricate him without difficulty. Yet, this mission is different. It requires an overnight stay outside, presenting numerous risks. Miyen finds himself bewildered by this contradiction and decides to set aside his worries. as there remains a significant portion of the day to utilize wisely. Procrastination serves no purpose. At this juncture, through Ming Yan's relentless dedication, the time required for the compassionate soul sealing technique has been reduced to 6 seconds, tantalizingly close to the 5-second mark. Yet, this final second proves to be an arduous barrier, akin to reaching the ultimate speed in a 100-meter dash. Further advancement is exceedingly challenging. Within the confines of his home, Ming Yan practices the hand seals for an additional 2 hours, only to find no improvement, compelling him to momentarily abandon the endeavor. It seems he has truly hit a bottleneck. He retrieves the sealing scroll that Kushina had gifted him. Before their parting, he had requested her to inscribe a sealing formula on the blank section of the scroll. This formula can only be activated once, necessitating a rewrite for further use. Ming Yan performs 3 seals to convert chakra into particles, then extracts chakra to infuse it into the sealing formula. He continues until he can no longer extract chakra, and following the morning's experiments, the scroll can seal 1/5 of the infused chakra. Resting upon his bed, waiting for his chakra to recuperate, Ming Yan rises once more to infuse chakra into the sealing formula. He refrains from overexerting his cells to extract more chakra, as tomorrow will demand his utmost readiness. Should his body falter, it would spell trouble. This process continues until the scroll holds the maximum quantity of chakra he can extract. Due to the slow recovery of his chakra, the completion of this task extends into the late hours of the night. Yet, gazing at the sealing scroll, an exhausted Ming Yan cannot help but smile. Within lies the entirety of the chakra he can currently extract, undoubtedly a trump card for victory. Lying comfortably in bed, he feels too weary to move, having refined an excessive amount of chakra, leaving his mind somewhat hazy. You little rascal. Since you have promised your senior brother to inherit the way of balance, where are your actions to match that promise? A clear, melodious female voice resonates. Startled, Ming Yan immediately leaps up. Drawing from past experiences, he quickly realizes that the voice emanates from his mind, yet he instinctively glances around before returning his gaze, affirming that the voice originates within. The voice lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. It was so familiar. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ming Yan quickly realized it was Akali. Following Shin, the second ninja of the Balance sect had appeared, and the elder brother she referred to must indeed be Shin. I wish I could, but I lack the strength. Ming Yan promptly assumed his role. If my memory serves me right, your elder brother has imparted quite a bit of knowledge to you. Indeed, he has taught me much, but my chakra is quite feeble. If only I possessed the chakra reserves of my esteemed predecessor Shin, I would undoubtedly fear no adversary, Ming Yan lamented. At present, he was merely a genin, akin to an ant in the world of Naruto, easily crushed by others with a mere step. After a prolonged silence, Akali finally spoke. That is true. The potency of ninjutsu is intrinsically linked to the amount of chakra one possesses, and indeed, my elder brother's chakra is astonishingly vast. Otherwise, he would not surpass me in combat. Suddenly, Akali sighed. Were it not for the fact that I exist only as a fragment of spiritual energy within your mind, I would yearn to emerge and witness this realm, to annihilate those who disrupt the path of balance. Upon hearing Akali's words, a chill ran down Ming Yan's spine. No wonder she was the leader of the assassination unit of the Balance sect. The enemies who fell beneath her scythe must number in the thousands. Even as a mere fragment of spiritual energy, the palpable aura of death emanating from her was akin to that of a divine reaper, stealthy amidst the smoke, killing invisibly. This phrase aptly encapsulated Akali's remarkable assassination techniques. Soon, Ming Yan suppressed the shivers of fear coursing through him and began to contemplate Akali's abilities. Akali was renowned throughout the Valoran continent for her invisible assassination techniques, instilling terror in the hearts of many, often. Her victims would be pierced through the heart by her scythe before they even caught a glimpse of her visage, leaving them unaware of their assailant until their last breath. If he could also possess such an intangible method of assassination, he would be able to undertake various assassination missions, securing his escape with such a skill. If only he could inherit Akali's illustrious techniques to deal with those who threaten the balance, it would be a trivial task. Youngster, you are quite clever. But how do you know my name? With the fleeting fragment of spiritual energy from my elder brother, he likely had little time to convey much to you, Akali inquired. Puzzled. This world is one of ninjas, and all knowledge or legends concerning them are well documented. A certain book mentions a force dedicated to maintaining the balance of all things on the Valoran continent, known as the Balance sect, which comprises 3 ninjas, including a female ninja skilled in the art of invisible assassination, named Akali. Since you refer to Shun as your elder brother, and being a woman yourself, you must be the legendary female ninja renowned for her mastery of invisible assassination techniques. Ming Yan's quick thinking yielded a rationale that, although seemingly far-fetched, bore no evident flaws and would certainly inflate Akali's vanity, making her perceive herself as quite the remarkable figure. Akali suddenly burst into laughter. "Ahaha. So that is how it is." Ming Yan's forehead was adorned with dark lines, a clear indication that the mightier the individual, the more eccentric their disposition. Unlike Shun's solemn steadiness, Akali exhibited not only cold-bloodedness, but also a hint of whimsicality. "However, do you presume that I would impart my lifelong knowledge to you merely based on that? Such an assumption is misguided. My senior brother's intentions were to equip you with a degree of self-preservation. Otherwise, should you perish, the advanced principles of equilibrium would cease to be disseminated." Ming Yan was rendered speechless. "I too desire for the art of invisible assassination to shine brilliantly in this world, empowering you to utilize our strength to achieve balance. Moreover, apart from you, I am unable to transfer my knowledge to another. Yet, you must possess the requisite qualifications. I would rather let my wisdom rot within me than impart it to a worthless individual, lest I be embarrassed in this world." In the end, Akali lamented, "It is truly perplexing why my spiritual energy resides within the mind of such a foul brat, devoid of any choice in the matter. What would you have me do?" Ming Yan inquired, as he, lacking even a single chakra attribute, urgently needed alternative means to augment his strength. At this moment, Akali's art of invisible assassination captivated his interest. Akali paused, stating that taking a life is a critical measure of one's loyalty to balance. "Kill? Whom am I to kill?" Ming Yan was taken aback. "Why the surprise? It's not as if I'm instructing you to kill indiscriminately. There is purpose and principle in killing. Those who disrupt balance deserve to be eliminated." She elaborated. "Order and chaos, light and darkness, everything must coexist harmoniously. This is the truth of the universe. And you, my dear, must eradicate those who threaten this harmony." "I understand." Ming Yan nodded. The coexistence of light and darkness resonates with Konoha's philosophy. The sunlit leaves of Konoha, deeply rooted in darkness. This phrase encapsulates the path of equilibrium. For only through this can all things develop in harmony. In contrast, other nations plunder resources for their own gain, waging wars that lead to untold suffering. Personal greed can never be sated. This is a manifestation of imbalance. Other countries that mimic Konoha's ninja training system merely produce a cadre of exceptional killing machines to expand their territories, sending them to die without grasping the essence of the system. Konoha trains ninjas to defend against foreign threats, allowing for the stable and harmonious growth of its community, free from the ravages of war. Conversely, other nations cultivate ninjas solely to incite conflict and seize resources. Clearly, only Konoha has achieved the so-called path of balance, while other nations sink deeper into darkness, ultimately spiraling into the abyss. Now that you comprehend this, you must act accordingly. Should you satisfy me, I shall impart my lifelong knowledge to you." Akali remarked with a hint of amusement. "In what manner would I need to satisfy you? I derive pleasure from the act of killing. Thus, you too must cultivate a similar exhilaration. You should take pride in eliminating those who disrupt balance, for therein lies the ecstasy of the act. Of course, should you fail to grasp the joy of assassination, my demands are not lofty. You merely need to cultivate the thrill of taking a life." The situation is quite challenging. Ming Yan believes that Akali has become addicted to killing, which has led her to such extreme thoughts. "Difficult, you say? Allow me to inform you that to master my assassination techniques, one must cultivate a certain thrill. This ecstasy compels you to eliminate others without a moment's hesitation, untroubled by fleeting doubts that might linger for a fraction of a second or even a full second. This is the gravest taboo in the art of assassination. There seems to be some truth in that." Ming Yan resolved to take advantage of the opportunity presented by tomorrow's mission to test this theory, allowing fate to determine the outcome. Oddly enough, while Shun's mental energy only lasted a brief moment, Akali's was seemingly abundant. If only Akali could emerge. He would love to invite her for a cup of tea to engage in a leisurely conversation. When one experiences the thrill of killing, their spirit undergoes intense fluctuations of excitement. I shall use this as a gauge to ascertain if you meet this requirement. However, I have divulged too much. My mental energy is nearly depleted. Take care of yourself. Hey. Despite Ming Yan's calls, Akali fell silent, as if she had completely vanished from his mind. Yet he knew that a fragment of her mental energy still lingered, cultivating the thrill of murder. What a daunting task. Never mind. Overthinking is futile. It would be wise to rest early, for tomorrow he must embark on a mission. A night devoid of dreams passed. At dawn, Miyen arose to gather his belongings, meticulously checking his equipment. After confirming that he had packed sealing scrolls, explosive tags, food pills, a ninja tool pouch, and red pills, he finally set off. Passing by a shop, he purchased some compressed biscuits. As for water, it was abundant, with streams and rivers readily available. The peaceful morning in Konoha had transformed as ninjas hurried about, and the eateries lining the streets had opened their doors early, filling the air with a tense atmosphere. What could be the cause of such commotion? With these questions in mind, Miyen arrived at the training grounds, where Jiraiya was remarkably the first to arrive. Soon followed by Minato, yet Kushina was still absent. Could it be that Kushina overslept? Minato paced anxiously. Kushina has some urgent matter and won't be coming, Jiraiya stated. Miyen was skeptical, suspecting Jiraiya had concocted this explanation to prevent him and Minato from becoming suspicious. After all, how could the higher-ups in Konoha allow the jinchūriki of the Nine Tails to venture out on a mission? Yet, Minato naively accepted it. Come. Let me treat you to breakfast before we depart. Jiraiya waved his hand. Miyen and Minato leisurely followed behind him. Jiraiya-sensei, what mission are we undertaking? Miyen inquired. Jiraiya had no intention of withholding the truth. The ninjas involved in this counteroffensive would inevitably learn of it. Recently, a series of murders in the village has been orchestrated by Takigakure. After careful consideration by the Hokage, a large-scale counterattack against Takigakure has been decided upon. Ah, with our abilities as genin, Minato exclaimed, his mouth agape. This was tantamount to a small-scale war. What use would genin serve but to become cannon fodder? Do not be concerned. Your task is to remain at the base to protect the medical ninjas and supplies, without engaging in battle. However, should an attack be launched against the base, you must intervene, for most medical ninjas lack the ability to defend themselves and possess a combat prowess inferior to yours. In Jiraiya's mind, a violent figure surfaced momentarily, and a bittersweet smile graced his lips. Tsunade truly is a remarkable anomaly among medical ninjas. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, only to subsequently feel a pang of guilt. As a ninja, he ought not to be so timid. Even when faced with certain death, one must bravely confront their fate. It was then that Naruto understood the hurried movements of the numerous ninjas earlier. They were assembling to prepare a counterattack against the Takigakure. Venturing into Takigakure would undoubtedly present many foes, yet remaining at the base would afford few opportunities to confront the enemy. Thus, he resolved to stealthily accompany the combat unit deep into Takigakure, even if his strength as a genin could not match the Takigakure ninjas in direct confrontation. He could lurk in the shadows and seize opportunities. This course of action was indeed perilous, but without risk, how could one hope to inherit Akali's legacy, enhance oneself, or accumulate valuable combat experience? Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at a breakfast establishment. Owner, 3 servings of miso soup, natto, lettuce salad, and eggs, please. It was evident that Jiraiya was a frequent patron here. As the 3 settled at a table, Naruto lifted his gaze and spotted a familiar face, Uchihaya. The boy had served as a witness for the Hyuga clan. Naruto's relationship with Yo was superficial at best. They bore no animosity towards each other. Yet since that incident, he subconsciously refrained from engaging with Yo, despite recognizing that Yo had been coerced into falsely accusing him. Yo noticed him as well, casting a glance before shifting his focus to Jiraiya, his brow furrowing slightly, and then resumed his breakfast. Naruto chose not to greet him, as they were not well acquainted, and subsequently turned his attention to his meal. It must be noted that Jiraiya possessed discerning taste when it came to food. The dishes ordered were well balanced between meat and vegetables, accompanied by exquisitely flavorful miso soup that was truly delightful. Upon finishing their breakfast, Jiraiya attempted to pay, but the owner adamantly refused. It seemed he was aware that the ninjas were embarking on a significant mission today to uphold the dignity of Konohagakure, and thus, this complimentary breakfast served as a gesture of appreciation for these valiant warriors. As they prepared to leave, Jiraiya placed 500 ryo on the table. Managing a breakfast establishment yielded little profit, and with his substantial earnings, he was not concerned about this sum. However, for the owner, it might cover expenses for the next day. Arriving at the vast square beneath Hokage Rock, the ninjas stood in orderly formation, approximately 1,000 strong, solemn and imposing, their presence radiating authority, while a crowd of villagers and chattering children surrounded them. Following Jiraiya, Naruto and Kakashi found their place at the end of the line. The individuals at the rear were predominantly young genin. By their hairstyles, silhouettes, and statures, Naruto could easily recognize Uchiha Makoto and Akimichi Chg in front of him. as well as Shizen, whose head was partially concealed by her collar. Upon seeing her, he couldn't help but shiver, feeling utterly unsettled. "What is it?" Kakashi inquired, tilting his head. It's a bit cold," Naruto replied. Looking up at the blazing sun suspended in the sky, Mizumon cast a peculiar glance, pondering how such sweltering heat could ever turn cold. Jiraiya, opting not to stand with them, moved towards the front of the group, feeling somewhat awkward. They should have arrived here the latest. Upon the high platform stood a figure, Konoha's White Fang. With hands clasped behind his back and a piercing gaze sweeping over the assembled shinobi forces, he commanded authority without uttering a word. After a considerable pause, Kakashi Hatake announced, "Most of our personnel have gathered. Everyone, please be silent. I will now explain the reasons behind this operation and outline our preliminary strategic plan. First and foremost, it must be emphasized that this operation is to uphold the honor of Konoha." Kakashi's words resonated powerfully, though simple. They struck a chord deep within the hearts of the audience. The audacity of foreign shinobi to infiltrate Konoha for assassination must be met with the unwavering knowledge that one day, Konoha would retaliate with force, a tribute to the souls lost, and an act of responsibility towards those who have perished. Kakashi then provided a brief overview of the battle plan, and Naruto listened attentively. The essence of the plan was as follows. Kakashi, as the commander, would oversee the entire operation. The combat unit would consist of elite J-Main, led by Orochimaru. The assassination unit, composed of A and B members, would be led by the codenamed leader, B Sting. The sensory unit, also formed of A and B members, would be led by the codenamed leader, Tranquility. The medical unit would remain at the base, responsible for treating the injured, under the leadership of Tsunade, and the guard unit, made up of promising young genin, would stay at the base to protect the medical shinobi and supplies, led by Jiraiya. This formidable assembly represented nearly the entirety of Konoha's might. With Konoha's White Fang in command, and the legendary three ninjas united alongside the ANBU. The addition of the Hokage and the first division of the police force would yield an unparalleled strength. However, the Hokage and the police force could not venture out, as the village also required strong defenders. The formation of such an illustrious lineup had already exhausted half of Konoha's combat power. Further reinforcements could render the village a mere shell, vulnerable to invasion by enemy nations. Even during the peak era of Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was unrealistic to rely solely on one individual to counter an entire enemy shinobi force. Finally, Kakashi invited the Hokage to the stage to share a few words. Stepping aside, then, a figure as straight as a spear ascended the high platform, drawing the collective gaze of all present towards the man cloaked in the Hokage's robes. This man was the strongest in Konoha, a veritable guardian in the hearts of the people. As long as he stood firm, Konoha would remain untouched by foreign invaders, forever basking in peace and stability. Upon Hokage Rock, the visages of past Hokages seemed to gaze upon Konoha with warmth, watching over the land they had nurtured with their blood, sweat, and tears. Yet this very land had been stained with the blood of its villagers, causing the third Hokage great sorrow as he stood on the high platform, paying respects to the souls departed. Then, with a voice resonant and clear, Hiruzen Sarutobi declared, "Wherever leaves dance in the wind, the fire will burn. Each Hokage has inherited the will of fire, under my watch. That flame shall not extinguish nor be allowed to be infringed upon. In the heart of Konoha, everyone is akin to my kin. The loss of those innocent children weighs heavily upon my heart, and for this reason, we must ensure that the arrogant foes face retribution, thus providing solace to the souls of the departed." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over the vast assembly below. "The shinobi are the valiant guardians of our village. As you embark on your mission to Takigakure, you must embody the indomitable spirit of Konoha, demonstrating that we are no mere soft fruit, but rather a sharp blade capable of severing all sins. In conclusion, I wish each of you brave warriors a triumphant return. On the day of your homecoming, the entire village shall celebrate with a grand feast, and all will regard you as heroes." The Hokage's few simple, yet impassioned words stirred the spirits of the shinobi, igniting their fervor. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, as though victory had already been secured in this counteroffensive. The villagers were deeply moved, many of whom were parents and family members of the deceased. Unable to hold back their tears, they felt fortunate to have such a magnificent leader who would seek justice for the fallen children, ensuring that those murderers, who ought to be condemned to hell, receive their due punishment. Even at the rear of the ranks, Sarutobi Hiruzen's resonant voice reached Naruhiko's ears, stirring him with a fervent desire to confront those who had slain the innocent children. Unlike others, he could fully comprehend the cruelty of the Tekinen. For it was one of them, the blood demon, who had sought to take his life. Had it not been for his protector, he too might have been among the victims, unable to stand here in safety. Thus, he empathized with the despair of those children, who, faced with such terrifying adversaries, had no means to defend themselves, powerless against the loss of their tender lives. The Tekinen are irredeemable fiends, having shattered the balance of peace. They deserve to be eradicated. A sudden, dreadful thought pierced Naruhiko's mind, igniting within him an unprecedented desire for vengeance. If a Tekinen stood before him, he would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Shaking his head, he felt this intense urge for violence begin to wane. Could it be that he was influenced by Akari's murderous intent? The thought sent chills down his spine. How potent must that aura of death have been to linger within such ephemeral spiritual energy? Advance! With a solemn command from Hatake Tsukumo, the ninja forces turned and marched forth, resolutely departing the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with the distant Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito, watched as the grand assembly faded from view. Upon leaving Konoha, many glanced back with a sense of reluctance, especially the younger shinobi at the back of the line, most of whom were embarking on their first mission. A mix of fear and worry enveloped them, for this was no trivial endeavor, but rather a genuine battle. Takigakure lies nestled in the northwestern corner of the Land of Fire, shrouded by mountains and rivers, a location both unique and concealed, to the best of their knowledge. Within the original narrative, Kakuzu, a member of the Akatsuki organization, hailed from Takigakure, having defected from there. Additionally, the jinchūriki of the Seven Tails, Kaze, was a girl with butterfly wings who could soar through the skies, albeit briefly. Indeed, the first Hokage, in his pursuit of equilibrium among the nations, judiciously apportioned the tailed beasts among the 5 great nations. At that time, the strength of the Takigakure village was not inferior to that of the 5 great nations. Thus, the Seven Tails, Mei, was allocated to them, implying that there existed a jinchūriki within Takigakure. This jinchūriki, undoubtedly, was not keyed, but rather their predecessor or even a predecessor before that. Consequently, should the jinchūriki go berserk, it would undoubtedly complicate the mission. However, as Miyen cast a glance at the formidable army ahead, a slight sense of relief washed over him. Such a powerful formation would not yield much advantage even if a jinchūriki capable of harnessing tailed beast chakra were present. Tsukumo Hatake's prowess was likely akin to that of Akage, and Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were among the village's most exceptional elite shinobi. Accompanied by numerous Umbu operatives and a significant number of elite Nin and Nin. Even in the event of the Seven Tails jinchūriki appearing, it seemed of little consequence, unless the tailed beast transformed or awakened. Yet, should such a scenario arise, it would be beyond the control of a mere genin like him. It appeared he might be worrying unnecessarily. Miyen gazed up at the cerulean sky, his spirits lifting slightly. The distant mountains, rivers, and blooming flowers all served to soothe the soul. The lake to his right shimmered under the sun's embrace, its surface glistening like scattered jewels, almost blinding upon close inspection. The water was crystal clear, revealing the rugged stones beneath and the crabs concealed in their crevices, along with the dark green algae swaying gently with the water's undulations. The scenery in the world of Naruto was breathtaking, with every corner possessing the potential to become a tourist haven, all of which were untouched by human hands. Completely natural and harmonious with nature. Miyen, are you afraid? Watergate suddenly inquired as he approached his side. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous, yet, despite his fear, a courageous heart was essential. Indeed, Miyen felt trepidation. This was his first mission outside the village. Although he had previously faced life and death battles, it was precisely those experiences that underscored the fragility of life. However, to remain stagnant due to fear would confine his achievements to a mere fraction of what they could be. How could he aspire to wield power that could influence the shinobi world? How could he hope to instill the philosophy of balance within the hearts of others? How could he strive for a world of equilibrium and harmony? The first Hokage's decision to distribute the tailed beasts among the great nations exemplified the principle of balance. This selfless act fostered decades of peace in the shinobi world. While minor skirmishes persisted, grand wars were absent, embodying the essence of balance. Only through the equilibrium of all things could true harmony emerge, paving the way for the ideal peace he envisioned. Yes, a courageous heart is essential, Watergate affirmed, his blue eyes glimmering with resolve. By the way, Watergate, I have something for you. Miyen pulled Watergate aside. waiting for the crowd to thin before discreetly producing a stack of explosive tags. "Goodness, Miyen, where did you acquire so many explosive tags?" Watergate exclaimed, initially thinking Miyen had a secretive plan. Yet, upon seeing the sizable stack, about 100 tags, his astonishment grew. At a market price of 1,000 Rio per tag, 100 tags amounted to a staggering 100,000 Rio. "I found them. Honestly, I bought them. Where did you get the money?" Minato clearly recalled that just a few days prior, Naruto had been so impoverished that he could scarcely afford a meal and had even asked him for a loan. How? Then, had he suddenly transformed into a wealthy individual? Regardless of the source, it was not ill-gotten gains, but rather acquired through legitimate means. Surely, Naruto could not claim that Jiraiya had bestowed this fortune upon him. Such a declaration would undoubtedly lead Minato to believe that his mentor favored Naruto above all others. Where, then, had this wealth originated? However, as Minato probed further, Naruto recognized the concern in Minato's inquiries and, unable to evade the questions, reluctantly divulged the truth. "I envy the literary talent you and the teacher possess, allowing you to earn money through your craft." Upon hearing Naruto recount his collaborative endeavors with Jiraiya, Minato's expression turned envious. Of course, Naruto withheld the information that Jiraiya's writing was of a rather risky nature, specifically a book titled Paradise of Affection, which was perhaps too scandalous for the innocent Minato to comprehend. The mere thought of Minato, driven by curiosity, purchasing and reading such material, only to emerge transformed into a lecherous fiend, was too ludicrous to entertain. "Ah, never mind, just enjoy the good life with me," Naruto declared with bravado, as he offered Minato a bundle of explosive tags. "Here, take this. It will surely prove invaluable." Naruto produced half a stack of explosive tags and handed them to Minato. Minato, overwhelmed by gratitude, marveled at the generosity. 50 explosive tags worth 50,000 Rio. He had only borrowed a few hundred Rio from Naruto previously, and accepting such a gift left him feeling undeserving. Yet, ultimately, he succumbed to Naruto's insistence. Naruto's intent in acquiring 200 explosive tags was to share 100 with Minato and Kushina. With Kushina absent, only Minato would receive them. After all, explosive tags were never excessive, their power was undeniable, and they required only a minuscule amount of chakra to activate, rendering their consumption negligible. As Minato accepted the 50 explosive tags, he realized they represented a potent means of survival. Given their exorbitant cost, he typically purchased only 1 or 2 at a time. And now, receiving 50 for free, he felt an exhilarating sense of reliance on a benefactor. No need for words of thanks. He considered Naruto a brother, and the bond they shared transcended the need for formal expressions of gratitude. "Let us hurry and catch up," Naruto urged, gazing into the distance where only shadows trailed behind the main group. Thus, Naruto and Minato sprinted forward, rejoining the main contingent. The sight of so many explosive tags would likely incite envy among the other lower-ranked shinobi, and he could only imagine the outcry if he did not distribute a few to each of them, hence his discreet gifting to Minato. He was not particularly well acquainted with those lower-ranked shinobi. Why should he feel compelled to share freely with them? In his moments of adversity, no one had offered him assistance, save for Minato, who had proven himself worthy of brotherly regard. The main force advanced in an orderly fashion, contrasting sharply with the lively chatter of the lower-ranked shinobi at the rear, who appeared to be bubbling with excitement. Naruto chuckled silently, knowing that once they reached the battlefield, their exuberance would likely transform into despair. Among the excited, there were also those stricken with fear, so terrified that they contemplated slipping away from the group to return to Konoha. It seemed that Tsukumo had intentionally placed the lower-ranked shinobi at the rear, likely to allow the timid souls an opportunity to retreat, thereby preventing them from becoming a liability to others. The main force pressed onward without pause, traversing several mountains and crossing numerous rivers, until, just before nightfall, they arrived at a vast expanse of verdant plains. The physical prowess of ninjas far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, often by several dozens of times. Such a level of travel does not impede the overall speed of the large troop. Even the lower-ranking shinobi like Naruhiko can keep pace without feeling excessively fatigued. As they are among the elite of the newly graduated genin, Hatake Tsukumo unfurled the map, noting that they had reached the borders of the Land of Fire. And ahead lay the Land of Waterfalls. Report, 100 miles ahead, no dangers detected. We can proceed at any time. The leader of the reconnaissance unit calmly conveyed to Hatake Tsukumo. This unit was responsible for scouting the route ahead, identifying any potential threats, and reporting back to the commanding officer, Hatake Tsukumo. Understood. You may go, Tsukumo replied, gazing up at the sky where night had already descended. Continuing forward could risk an ambush. Although the reconnaissance unit had already scouted the area, the hidden village of the waterfalls was adept at concealment. And under the cover of darkness and terrain, they might evade detection. We shall make camp here for the night. The reconnaissance unit will take turns on duty, and no one is allowed to stray from the main force. Violators will face severe penalties, Tsukumo stated with resolve. Upon hearing this, makeshift tents were swiftly erected. In such circumstances, they dared not light a fire, as it would undoubtedly announce their presence to the enemy. Hello, we are here, come and get us. The flames would betray their location, so they relied on the moonlight to pitch their tents. Fortunately, they were in an open field with no dense trees to obscure the faint moonlight. Otherwise, they would have been forced to set up camp in complete darkness. Naruhiko, you're here too. Uchiha Makoto exclaimed upon spotting Naruhiko assembling a tent, rushing over with a smile. What a coincidence, Naruhiko feigned ignorance. As he had not noticed her previously, her position obscured by others. Makoto, seeing Minato aiding Naruhiko, felt another surge of joy. Oh, isn't that the genius, Namikaze Minato? Minato looked at the slightly older, beautiful girl and scratched his head, unable to recall her name, and awkwardly asked, "Who are you?" Makoto felt a bit embarrassed. She recognized the genius from the Shinobi Academy, yet he didn't know her. It was understandable. In the academy, she was rather unremarkable, her performance mediocre. While the celebrated genius would hardly notice her, Minato appeared to be of a similar age to Naruhiko, both of whom she regarded as younger brothers. Yet they were exceptionally gifted, having graduated early, while she could only graduate on schedule. Though she would graduate slightly earlier, the difference was minimal to others. They were all merely young genin who had graduated not long ago. Minato, this is Uchiha Makoto, the Genjutsu prodigy, Naruhiko introduced. Minato exaggeratedly turned his head, then returned to normal. So you are the Makoto-ne that Kushina often mentions. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kushina frequently speaks of you as well. But I've been so busy that I haven't found the opportunity to meet you, Makoto replied. Feeling that this genius was not as aloof as she had imagined, but rather quite amiable. This sudden display of affection caught Naruhiko off guard. You two are well-known geniuses. I'm envious. He teased. Shut up. Shut up. To their surprise, both Watergate and Makoto glared at him and simultaneously uttered two words. Genius. You truly are a genius. Makoto shot him a sidelong glance. Indeed, it was rather amusing. The two had only just met but had already joined forces to exclude him. Their synchrony leaving Naruhiko at a loss for words. By the way, Makoto said, hurrying away only to return moments later with a companion in tow. Allow me to introduce this individual, Uchiha Yi, a lower ninja from my clan. Watergate greeted him warmly, and to spare Makoto any embarrassment, Naruhiko followed suit. He had not anticipated that this young man would also partake in this mission, much to his dismay. Uchiha Yi regarded them coolly, seemingly looking down upon them. As was the inclination of many from the Uchiha clan towards those of common birth. Despite Naruhiko having demonstrated considerable prowess before him, it had not earned him any respect. For the Uchiha family was of noble lineage within Konoha, while he was merely an orphan. The vast chasm of their social standings rendered you reluctant to engage. Nevertheless, appearances had to be upheld, especially as he was introduced by Makoto, so they maintained a semblance of civility. Makoto-ne, I'll take my leave to rest, Uchiha Yi announced before departing. After exchanging a few more words with Makoto, Naruhiko eventually settled into the tent. As it was customary to share a tent with those familiar to them, some would rather endure discomfort than share quarters with strangers. Thus, the tent set up by Naruhiko and Watergate was solely theirs, which offered a sense of tranquility. Yet, despite closing his eyes, Naruhiko found it difficult to find slumber. Leaving the comfort of his own bed had indeed brought on insomnia, compounded by the unease of being in the wilderness, where danger could strike at any moment. Under the night sky, the vast expanse was dotted with numerous tents, resembling a green ocean teeming with microscopic life. The members of the sensing unit rotated their shifts with disciplined precision. Any disturbance would be promptly detected by the sensory ninjas. Naruhiko tossed and turned, unable to drift off. Until Watergate finally opened his eyes and reassured him, with so many of us, Takigakure would not dare to launch a surprise attack. Sleep soundly. That was true. Naruhiko consoled himself, and he attempted to fall asleep once more. This time, he indeed slipped into a dream. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered Naruhiko's peaceful slumber, prompting him to leap up and rush outside in a panic. A barrage of kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, rained down upon them like a storm of arrows, detonating upon impact with the tints, igniting them into vibrant crimson blossoms, which quickly erupted into fierce flames. Chaos ensued, particularly among the lower-ranked ninjas, many of whom had never witnessed such a large-scale explosion. In the midst of the turmoil, a kunai hurtled toward Naruhira. Reacting swiftly, he seized Watergate, who was momentarily dazed, and threw himself aside. Yet, they were still caught in the blast's aftermath, sustaining minor injuries. But had they been struck directly, the consequences could have been fatal. Rising swiftly, Naruhira concentrated a substantial portion of his chakra to solidify his soul blade, summoning it back to him in an instant. Secret technique, Soul Guardian. The soul blade hovered above his head, emanating chakra. In an instant, a pale blue hemispherical defensive barrier formed, enveloping him and Minato within. The explosion tags hurtling through the air detonated against the barrier's edge, merely causing ripples on its surface, failing to penetrate its interior. Minato, feeling the rapid thumping of his heart, realized he had been sluggish and groggy, and had it not been for Naruhina, he would have been obliterated in the explosion. The power of the explosion tags was formidable, which is why Naruhina had concentrated most of his chakra into the soul blade. Nevertheless, such a defense could not be sustained for long. Observing the battlefield, the elite Jonin of Konoha responded methodically, employing various water-style jutsu to mitigate the flames, while others erected thick earthen walls using earth-style techniques to shield against the residual blast of the explosion tags. However, the lower-ranked ninjas were in a state of panic, utterly at a loss as to what to do. Had it not been for the presence of the Jonin nearby, they would have likely been obliterated. Not far away, a lower-ranked ninja spotted Naruhina's defensive barrier, his eyes lighting up with recognition, believing it to be a suitable refuge, and he rushed towards it, oblivious to the direction of the explosion tags. Just a step away from the barrier, a kunai whizzed past, the blade affixed with an explosion tag. Naruhina swiftly stepped forward and pulled the boy into the barrier, thereby saving him from disaster. Boom. The explosion tag detonated a second after the boy entered the barrier, sending a cloud of dirt into the air, causing the barrier to tremble violently. That was close. The boy merely felt a jolt in his eardrums, only then realizing how perilous the situation had been. Had he not been pulled back, he would have met his end. Looking up, he recognized the familiar face and exclaimed with joy, "Naruhina, brother." No wonder the defensive barrier seemed familiar. It was Naruhina's jutsu. Naruhina thought. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, along with that unique form of address. Under the moonlight, he focused his gaze and recognized the chubby face. SH-Ju. Countless expletives surged through his mind. What on earth? This mediocre fighter, SH-Ju, is participating in this operation? Is the third Hokage really that confident? And Tsunade? Does she truly trust her foolish younger brother to come along? He distinctly recalled that day at Hokage Rock when SH-Ju had not utilized any jutsu, relying solely on basic melee techniques to subdue him completely. With such unimpressive skills, he dared to venture into Takigakure? Is he tired of living? SH-Ju. Does your sister know you're here? Naruhina inquired. How would she know? I snuck into the main force. With so many people, no one noticed, so I came out. SH-Ju said, feeling proud of his stealthy escape. This mischievous lad, Naruhina thought, feeling a twinge of envy. I'll stick with you guys, after all. I'm all alone. SH-Ju grinned. Sigh. Naruhina feigned sorrow as he gazed towards the horizon, feeling anxious about the days ahead. Don't sigh like that. I'm currently training under Orochimaru, and my strength has improved considerably. Heh. Those two syllables perfectly encapsulated Naruhina's current sentiment. Has his strength truly advanced that much? With your clumsy demeanor, no matter how formidable your strength, you are destined to bow in submission. Moreover, in such a brief span, no amount of arduous training can significantly enhance your prowess. At best, you might acquire a few mediocre ninjutsu techniques. The three individuals conversing merrily within the barrier left the onlookers utterly astounded. Here they were, amidst an enemy night raid, with explosive tags flying about. And yet these three remained comfortably ensconced, engaged in idle chatter. The lower-ranked shinobi, beleaguered by the chaos of the explosive tags, could not contain their frustration and vented their ire, cursing the ineptness of the ninjutsu that could not even dismantle an explosive tag. They secretly wished for the fragile blue barrier to shatter, so that the trio might experience the wrath of the explosive tags firsthand. However, the more they hoped, the deeper their disappointment grew. The explosive tags detonated around the barrier, delivering tremendous shocks, yet the barrier remained steadfast, unwavering in its protection of the three. Infuriatingly, the trio within the shell of safety continued to laugh heartily, provoking further ire. If only they could unleash their ninjutsu to obliterate the barrier. Yet, they were far too preoccupied with monitoring the trajectories of the explosive tags. One moment's negligence could render them obliterated. The vast expanse of the battlefield was awash with flames, punctuated by the sounds of explosions. Relying solely on passive defense was not a viable strategy. Thus, Kakashi Hatake personally led an ANBU squad in a surprise offensive towards the source of the explosive tags. With agile movements, he deftly evaded the blasts, skillfully navigating the chaos. As Kakashi's elite team arrived, the hidden assailants lurking in the shadows were swiftly dispatched, their existence snuffed out before they could even comprehend the danger. The ANBU shinobi watched in trepidation, as the fearsome reputation of Konoha's White Fang was perfectly encapsulated in this moment. The captain's blade always struck faster than they could launch their attacks. Before they even had a chance, the enemy would be cleaved in two. The speed, nearly rivaling that of light itself, was utterly daunting. The barrier is close to dissipating. We must protect ourselves, Minato cautioned. Is it possible for you to utilize that barrier ninjutsu once more? Ju felt a sense of security within the barrier, free from the worry of the explosive tags flying outside. Do you think this is a mere cabbage? I am nearly out of chakra. I cannot use it again. Ju pouted, lamenting how powerful ninjutsu always drained chakra so rapidly. The frequency of explosions is decreasing, Minato suddenly remarked. Both Minato and Ju exchanged glances. Realizing it was indeed true, their elite forces must have eliminated the hidden assailants. As the barrier faded, Minato remained vigilant, refusing to let his guard down despite the diminishing explosions. Caution was always prudent. After a while, the explosions ceased entirely, and tranquility returned, allowing them to finally relax. Aside from Minato and his companions, nearly everyone was left in disarray, particularly the lower-ranked shinobi, who were covered in dirt and grime, bearing numerous injuries. The ground lay strewn with debris, tents destroyed beyond recognition, hundreds wounded, and but a solitary life lost. Numerous young genin initially struggled to adapt, bewildered and uncertain of their next steps. However, under the guidance of others, they realized that inaction was not an option, prompting them to take decisive action. Those who arrived here were all exemplary new generation genin, possessing self-preservation skills, albeit lacking practical combat experience. A significant part of the reason for bringing them on this mission was to enhance their real-world experience. They are the future pillars of Konoha. Without facing such scenarios, they cannot take the first step toward becoming formidable warriors. The role of medical ninjas was vividly exemplified at this moment. The death toll could have been far greater. But thanks to their exceptional healing techniques, many lives were snatched from the clutches of death. Only one individual was left utterly mangled, devoid of any breath, completely beyond salvation. Even Tsunade, renowned as the foremost healer, could do nothing to help. A verdant glow enveloped the palms of the medical ninjas as they tended to the injured. For those suffering from excessive blood loss, immediate bandaging was applied, accompanied by the administration of blood-replenishing pills. This dual approach of medical ninjutsu and medicinal aid preserved numerous lives. The tents in the field lay in ruins, the acrid scent of smoke permeating the air, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a battlefield ravaged by rain. The Takigakure clearly understood that Konoha would not relent, thus they had prepared extensively, arming themselves with a plethora of explosive tags to orchestrate this nocturnal assault. However, they had underestimated Konoha's combat prowess. While the explosive tags were indeed potent, Konoha's primary strength lay within their elite genin, comprising a substantial 80% of their forces, with the remaining 20% consisting of medical ninjas and genin. To think that such a configuration could be repelled by mere explosive tags was sheer folly. Moreover, leading the charge was the formidable Konoha White Fang, a figure that invoked fear in countless adversaries, clearly intent on delivering a significant blow to Takigakure. Kakashi Hatake's expression darkened. His ire was not directed at the night raid itself, but rather at Takigakure's audacity. Having previously infiltrated Konoha for assassination, they showed no remorse, continuing to oppose Konoha, an act of sheer obstinacy, as if they believed Konoha would be unable to handle them. After his moment of fury, he commanded the re-establishment of the tents. Fortunately, ample supplies were on hand, even though a substantial number of tents had been incinerated by the enemy. There were still spares available, squeezing in an additional person per tent would suffice. Naruto and his companions found their tent intact, retreating inside to rest. Sufficient sleep was essential to ensure their energy for the battles ahead, otherwise, they would be too disoriented to confront Takigakure effectively. The original duo had transformed into a trio with the addition of Dai. The latter half of the night passed without incident until the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn. Amidst a sudden commotion, Naruto felt the ground tremble, jolting him awake. Minato was also roused by the disturbance, while Dai remained oblivious, sleeping soundly, drool cascading like a meandering stream. Likely indifferent even to an earthquake. After rousing Dai, the three emerged from their tent. Although the sun had yet to fully rise, the others were already assembling. Following the formation from the previous day, they quickly took their places in line. The sensory unit ventured forth first to ensure no anomalies were present, reporting back to Kakashi, who subsequently issued the command to set off. The travelers moved swiftly, yet by noon they had traversed the vast expanse of wilderness and arrived at a magnificent mountainous landscape. This region was abundant in mountains and waters, adorned with lush green forests and numerous waterfalls. Among them was the largest waterfall ever witnessed by Miyen. So colossal that a person standing beneath it could be obliterated by the sheer force of the cascading water, an exaggeration perhaps, but not entirely unfounded. From the mountain's summit, gazing into the distance, even the boulders beneath the waterfall, larger than men, appeared diminutive. Those standing below were rendered insignificant. Not only Miyen, but the other young shinobi also wore expressions of astonishment, clearly having never encountered such breathtaking grandeur, akin to a secluded paradise untouched by the chaos of the world. Further afield lay an endless expanse of azure ocean, where the waves crashed against the rocks, creating a spectacular display. However, without the midday sun, the water lacked that enchanting sparkle, which, under the sun's embrace, revealed the ocean's most exquisite beauty. The sea breeze howled, and even at a distance, it offered a refreshing caress that enveloped them. These young shinobi, akin to naive country bumpkins, marveled incessantly, yearning to immerse themselves in the beauty of nature, utterly forgetting their original purpose for venturing out. Everyone, take heed. The hidden waterfall village is concealed within this mountainous terrain, so we must remain ever vigilant, declared Flagwood Tsukumo, raising his voice to ensure he would be heard in the vast expanse. This area belonged to the land of waterfalls, which was uninhabitable due to frequent tsunamis. While they were not overly fearful of the tsunamis themselves, the potential for a massive tidal wave to trigger landslides posed a catastrophic threat, and no one wished to gamble with their lives. The inhabitants of the land of waterfalls resided near the land of Earth, one of the 5 great nations, engaging in regular trade, and thus their relationship was relatively amicable. Consequently, the ties between the rock-hidden village and the waterfall-hidden village were also cordial. Surrounding the waterfall village were the grass-hidden village and the rain-hidden village, which maintained a neutral relationship, merely strategizing against the leaf village. One could never be certain who might strike from behind a supposed ally. Exiting this mountainous area would quickly lead them to the borders of the land of Earth, a nation of considerable strength with which the leaf village had a rather lackluster relationship, characterized by mutual avoidance. Moreover, the land of Earth lacked the favorable environment and resources that the leaf village boasted, leading the latter to refrain from engaging with them. The philosophy was simple. As long as they did not provoke one another, there would be no conflict. A principle that generally governed the relations between the leaf village and the other 4 great nations. Furthermore, the 4 great nations harbored ill intentions, coveting the bountiful resources of the leaf village, which enjoyed an advantageous geographical position and was nearly impervious to natural disasters. It would be disingenuous to claim that the 4 nations were not envious. They would eagerly pounce upon the opportunity to seize a peace. Indeed, had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen's steadfast presence, the 4 nations would have acted long ago. Revered as the professor of ninjutsu within the shinobi world, Sarutobi was the master of all existing jutsu within the leaf village, and those who had witnessed his prowess were invariably impressed, unable to contest his renown. Even the leaders of the 4 great nations were reluctant to confront Sarutobi, fully aware of his formidable abilities. The 4 nations, thus, found themselves in a helpless position, gazing longingly at the enticing bounty of the leaf village, yet unable to take a bite. Konoha is renowned for producing formidable warriors, with the first Hokage undeniably recognized as the strongest of all time, powerful enough to quell tumultuous eras. The second Hokage possessed exceptional political acumen, establishing an umbu that reported solely to the Hokage, thereby reinforcing centralized authority, founding the Ninja Academy, and nurturing outstanding ninjas. From that point forward, Konoha flourished, continuously producing remarkable ninjas, dominating other nations, and rightfully claiming the title of the strongest in the ninja world. Concurrently, the methods of Senju Tobarama were emulated by various countries, leading all ninja villages to establish their own umbu and ninja academies. yielding commendable results. As for the current third Hokage, Konoha has reached the pinnacle of its glory, instilling trepidation in all nations. It is this very apprehension that has prompted the small nations to unite in their scheme to eradicate Konoha, igniting the ire of Sarutobi Hiruzen. For years, even the great powers have refrained from rash actions, fearing that their attempts might lead to detrimental consequences. Yet these smaller nations have audaciously dared to disturb the status quo, provoking a formidable counterattack. Takigakure, as the orchestrator of this plot, must brace for Konoha's wrath. For failing to do so would be a disservice to the legacies of the first and second Hokages. It is imperative for the other nations to understand that Konoha is a tiger with sharp fangs. Any who dare provoke it shall face dire repercussions. Kakashi Hataki's gaze was piercing as he embraced the intentions of the Hokage. Takigakure had gone too far in their arrogance, and it was time to teach them a lesson to ensure they would remember the consequences of antagonizing Konoha. With a calm demeanor, he led the sensory team to survey the surroundings and promptly report back to him. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and issued the order for the main force to advance once more. The large contingent moved cautiously, acutely aware of their footing, as fine threads guided explosive tags below. While these threads were nearly invisible, they were unmistakable to the heightened senses of sensory-type ninjas. Naruto followed the main force, stepping forward when necessary and sidestepping as required, avoiding any mishaps. However, rather than focusing solely on the threads beneath, it was wiser to keep a close watch on Shinjiro. Should he act foolishly, the consequences could be dire. Casting a sidelong glance, Naruto noted that Shinjiro was equally prudent, advancing with care, fully aware of the catastrophic results that could ensue from disturbing the threads below. They found themselves beneath rocky terrain, where the explosive tags connected by fine threads were likely embedded in the rock. Should anyone inadvertently tug on a thread, an explosion would ensue, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction that could lead to a landslide, ensnaring the entire force in perilous circumstances. If Takigakure seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, the situation would deteriorate even further. It must be acknowledged that Takigakure held a geographical advantage, capable of orchestrating ambushes and traps to strike at Konoha. Konoha's primary challenge lay in their ignorance of Takigakure's precise location, which necessitated their arduous search. Otherwise, they would have launched a direct assault on their stronghold, denying Takigakure any opportunity to set traps. Yet, reality often proves far more brutal than ideals. Beneath the blazing sun, the main force treaded cautiously, sweat trickling down their faces. Their pace hindered by the presence of the threads. However, no alternative routes lay ahead. This was the sole path forward. At the outset, the fatigue was not apparent. But as time progressed, Miyen increasingly recognized that this was indeed a skillful endeavor. The repetitive motion of lifting his feet rendered his limbs somewhat stiff, even bordering on numbness. Glancing at the rope trees, he sensed a growing struggle to maintain his composure. Sweat streamed relentlessly down his chin, evaporating upon contact with the scorching ground. The sun blazed particularly fiercely today, with temperatures soaring above 40 degrees. The majestic mountains provided little shelter, leaving the entire troop exposed to the relentless rays, compounded by the pressure of the delicate lines that weighed heavily on his mind, instilling a sense of impending combustion. Fortunately, a refreshing sea breeze wafted from the distance, offering a modicum of relief. Some ninjas discarded their outer garments, feeling as though their thin clothing had transformed into a heavy winter coat. The group paused momentarily, mindful to avoid disturbing the fragile lines beneath their feet. From the front, the voice of Kekkei Tsukumo resonated, affirming his ability to endure and traverse this stretch without issue. However, as the captain, he bore the responsibility of caring for his subordinates' well-being. Moreover, the prospect of someone exhausting their strength or succumbing to heatstroke, thus inadvertently disturbing the delicate lines, was a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. The group collectively exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from their brows and gulping down water. Unfortunately, Miyen was at a disadvantage, despite his thorough preparations. He had neglected to bring water. While there were indeed streams nearby, the current circumstances rendered it impossible to turn back, as doing so would necessitate crossing countless fragile lines again. He would rather forego drinking than retrace his steps. Rope Tree was unconcerned, having brought no water himself. Merely managing to arrive intact was a feat in itself. Watergate had a small supply, but it was likely insufficient even for himself, and when offered to Miyen, he resolutely declined. Licking his parched lips and grimacing at the bitterness in his mouth, Miyen realized he could not endure this predicament any longer. He had to find something to drink. Peering ahead, he noticed some individuals were not lacking in water, with ample supplies remaining after their consumption. An idea suddenly struck him, exchanging explosive tags for water. His voice, now dry and hoarse, lacked its former melodic quality as he proposed this exchange. Upon hearing his words, a row of heads turned back, spotting a young man waving several explosive tags above his head. "I'll trade," came an immediate response. Water was relatively inexpensive. Once they traversed this path, they would not be short on it, but explosive tags held significant value. Most importantly, they could be used for combat or self-preservation. Miyen proposed. "Pass me the water, and I will send over the explosive tags." Reaching a consensus facilitated by an intermediary, Miyen acquired a bottle of water while the other party received an explosive tag, their joy evident as they grinned widely. The tag was worth a fortune. Whereas water was virtually free in this realm, thus, the exchange was undoubtedly advantageous. Observing with envy, others sought to trade their water for explosive tags, with some reluctant to drink. Merely wishing to obtain a tag, after securing 3 bottles of water, Miyen ceased his trades. He was not foolish enough to overlook the stark disparity in value between explosive tags and water. Sufficient hydration was all he required, anything beyond that was superfluous. Witnessing his decision to stop trading, those who had failed to acquire explosive tags could not help but mutter idiot under their breath, only to cast envious glances at those who had succeeded, reaffirming their internal thoughts. Only a fool would exchange explosive tags for water. As Uchiha Makoto gazed upon this scene, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Naruhiko, ever so clever, picked up an explosive talisman to quench his thirst. This was a first for her. Yet, it also reflected his lavish nature, a true spendthrift. Another individual adjusted the sunglasses perched upon his nose, his brows furrowing suddenly as he murmured to himself, "Naruhiko Truman? I didn't expect you to be here." A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, for he had yet to receive an answer to that lingering question from their last encounter. "Haha, Naruhiko, you truly possess talent. This water is exquisite." Ju could guarantee that this was the sweetest water he had ever tasted. "Stop chattering. Even drinking water can't silence you," Naruhiko retorted, casting an exasperated glance his way. Sneaking out without the knowledge of Tsunade, and the Hokage had only added to his burdens, he was obliged to keep an eye on him, which was quite the hassle. Had it not been for Ju's incessant pleas to refrain from handing him over to Tsunade, Naruhiko would have certainly done so, allowing Tsunade to care for her pampered younger brother. After drinking, Naruhiko felt rejuvenated. The initial dizziness dissipated as he splashed water on his forehead and massaged his temples. His spirits lifted considerably. If not exuberant, he was at least imbued with vitality. "Let us depart." A commanding voice jolted the group from their brief respite, plunging them back into the oppressive march. The main contingent resumed their journey, estimating that after another 300 meters, they would complete this segment and find some reprieve. Indeed, the short rest proved beneficial. Naruhiko's initial vigor returned, and he moved with agility, no trace of stiffness remaining. Following their break, everyone appeared to be in good spirits, leading to a smooth passage as they swiftly covered the last 300 meters. Reports from the sensory unit indicated that after another 50 meters, no guiding detonation lines would remain ahead. The destination loomed near, akin to the finish line of a 5,000-meter race, irresistibly drawing them forth, allowing them to unleash all their strength to reach the end. Soon, they would no longer tread on thin ice, confidently striding ahead. Yet, Naruhiko remained vigilant. The closer they drew to the end, the more cautious he became, unwilling to let personal missteps jeopardize the group. At the forefront, Hatake Tsukumo and the sensory unit responsible for monitoring the detonation lines finally exhaled in relief. As long as those behind them remained steady, they could ease their minds. Tsukumo harbored concerns for the young genin at the rear, whose boisterous nature made him anxious about their potential carelessness in triggering the delicate lines. Though those in the front and middle had escaped the danger zone, the young genin at the back trudged slowly beneath the rocky terrain. Speed was not the issue. As long as they remained steady, all would be well. With only a few dozen meters left, Tsukumo's heart remained restless, yet ultimately he found solace. This journey could be seen as a trial for those young ones. Under the sweltering sun, traversing this path fraught with peril was akin to walking on eggshells, subjecting their minds and bodies to immense strain. While he may not have felt the weight of it, for the genin, this was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. In truth, this operation necessitated no involvement from the lower-ranking ninjas. The Hokage's intent was merely to expose these pampered blossoms of Konoha to the harsh realities of the ninja world, while simultaneously providing them an opportunity to recognize their own shortcomings and subsequently engage in targeted training. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed, capturing everyone's attention. Alarmed, Shikaku Nara swiftly turned to see an explosion erupt from the rocky terrain. Without hesitation, he moved like a wraith towards the rear of the formation. The tripwires had been triggered, and there was no need to deliberately avoid them on the return. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru followed closely behind. Among the ranks of lower ninjas at the back were their disciples, and they could not bear to witness their students being crushed into a bloody pulp by falling rocks. Immediately following the first explosion, another resounded, and soon the cacophony multiplied, reverberating through the sky like a relentless tempest. Damn it! Naruto cursed under his breath. This had nothing to do with Shikamaru. It was unclear which rookie had inadvertently triggered the wire, causing the explosive tags embedded within the rocks to detonate. All the tags were interconnected, and the slightest disturbance of a single wire would set off a chain reaction. Who was so reckless as to jeopardize their lives and those of their comrades at this critical juncture? Ahead, the formidable warriors of Konoha raced desperately towards them. But time was not on their side. Although Shikaku might make it in time, his mastery lay in his swordsmanship, not in powerful ninjutsu. In such a predicament, even the legendary Konoha White Fang would find it impossible to intervene. Naruto dared not dwell on these thoughts. He could only attempt to employ his one technique, hoping to hold off the disaster for a moment longer. The other lower ninjas were in a state of utter panic, scattering in all directions. Yet, how could they possibly escape the impending avalanche? Their frantic attempts at flight were nothing more than manifestations of sheer terror, utterly futile. Unless they possessed the ability to master the Flying Thunder God technique, which was far from realistic. Some, like Naruto, remained composed, striving to minimize the damage they would endure. Shino Aburame collapsed to the ground, and soon, a swarm of black beetles emerged from the earth, enveloping his body and forming a protective cocoon. The dark exoskeletons glistened under the sunlight, resembling impenetrable obsidian, seemingly capable of withstanding any blade. Earth-style, hardening technique, someone shouted, promptly casting the earth-based jutsu to fortify their bodies against physical harm. Most of the ninjas adept in defensive techniques sprang into action, but those like Minato, Shikamaru, and Mikoto, lacking any defensive capabilities, were left in disarray, scratching their heads in confusion. In the face of such a calamity, the skills they had acquired were rendered utterly useless. Some naively contemplated using fire techniques to melt the rocks, a notion so misguided it bordered on folly. A mere lower ninja attempting to melt stone with fire would be laughable, yet it was still an effort, preferable to the delusions of those who thought they could flee the area. Shikaku's expression turned to one of despair. His instinct compelled him to act decisively. As the commanding officer of the unit, he bore the solemn responsibility for the lives of his subordinates. However, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was the first time he had ever experienced such an intense feeling of powerlessness. The rocks plummeting from the sky were beyond his ability to prevent. What did it matter that his swordsmanship was unparalleled in the ninja realm? What did it matter that he instilled fear in his enemies? None of it could save these innocent lives. A massive boulder descended upon Kakashi Hatake, and he unsheathed his white fang, striking without raising his gaze. The rock shattered into fragments that fell to the ground. Small stones grazed his face, but he was indifferent, while he could cleave one rock. What could he do against countless others crashing down? Nearly 100 children fled in a panic, soon to be crushed into a bloody pulp by the falling debris. Realizing this, he rushed forward without hesitation, scooping up one child and fleeing. Saving even one was better than none. With his agile and swift movements, Kakashi managed to rescue a few, yet he could not save them all. At some point, Jiraiya joined in, palms pressed together, two toads perched upon his shoulders. If Naruto could see them, he would surely recognize them as Fukasaku and Shima, who could assist Jiraiya in absorbing natural energy, allowing him to enter sage mode while on the move. If he could reach them before the rocks fell in abundance, he might save those young ninjas. However, with each step closer, despair deepened. He realized he was running out of time. Initially, only a few rocks fell. But as the internal structure of the rock formation was compromised by explosive tags, more and more boulders began to descend. He refused to give up, continuing to sprint forward. Determined that even if he could not save everyone, he must rescue Naruto and Minato, for these two were his beloved apprentices. Naruto, Minato, with your abilities, you should be able to hold on a little longer, until your teacher arrives. Jiraiya reassured himself in his heart. In that moment, the visage of the sage appeared, and he pushed off the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to crack under the sudden surge of power. Naruto concentrated all his chakra to forge the soul blade. He believed this alone was insufficient to withstand the falling rocks. Thus, he retrieved a sealing scroll, executed a few simple seals, and placed his palm upon it. Quickly replenishing his spent chakra to full capacity, then infused all of it back into the soul blade. At that moment, the soul blade became extraordinarily solid, transforming from a pale blue to a deep, weighty blue. This change in hue was a first for Naruto. Could it be that the chakra infused into the soul blade reached such a level that it underwent a qualitative transformation? There was no time for contemplation. Ultimate technique, Soul Guardian. The soul blade returned and swiftly hovered into the sky, and then a deep blue hemispherical barrier expanded downward. In the next instant, the rock formation completely collapsed, and hundreds, even thousands of boulders tumbled down in a frenzied torrent. The onlookers plunged into a paralyzing despair. There was no one to save them. Kakashi hastily withdrew. Faced with such an irretrievable situation, he could only retreat, lest he too be crushed into a bloody mess by the cascading rocks. Jiraiya's face turned ashen. It was too late. Everything was too late.